Chapter 1. Rebirth in 2004, A Prodigal's Return. Mr. Lin, do you have any final words? In the ICU of Jiangzhou People's Hospital, a middle-aged man in his 40s lay frail, connected to numerous tubes. His pallid complexion indicated that his time was drawing near. I am a complete scoundrel. I apologize to them. Mother and daughter, Lin Tian and his wife, were childhood sweethearts who married when they were impoverished. Nonetheless, Gong Linxue defied her family to be with him in a bare-bones wedding. Initially, Lin Tian made an effort, but as he succumbed to gambling and alcoholism, he transformed into an utter rogue. After a year of marriage, they had a daughter, yet he remained neglectful, indulging in debauchery and gambling. Upon losing money, he would return home in a furious rage. Despite this, Gong Linxue chose not to abandon him. Instead, she bore the burdens alone, working multiple jobs each day. Yet, it seemed that fate had a penchant for tormenting the innocent. When her daughter turned 15, she was suddenly diagnosed with a terminal illness. At that moment, Lin Tian realized the need to change his ways, but it was too late. That a year later, their daughter passed away, and Gong Linxue, unable to endure the strain, fell gravely ill and left him as well. In that moment, Lin Tian was engulfed in regret, living each day in remorse. If he were granted a chance at rebirth, he vowed to transform himself and never again betray the love of those women. He would not allow such tragedies to unfold anew. In the ward, only an elderly couple remained, wiping away their tears as they gazed at Lin Tian. Upon seeing them, Lin Tian felt a lump in his throat. He had wronged so many in his life: his wife, daughter, parents, and the friends and family to whom he owed money. Beep, beep. Gradually, the line on the monitor flattened into a straight line, signaling the end of Lin Tian's life. A white cloth was draped over him, plunging him into darkness. "Mommy, is Dad drunk again? Will he hit someone again?" At that moment, a familiar yet somewhat strange voice echoed in his ears. Lin Tian was taken aback. Had he not already passed away? The line had turned straight. Was this heaven? Yet, considering his despicable life, he felt he deserved hell. But why did he feel so dazed, as if he had been drinking? Cough, cough. Lin Tian couldn't suppress a cough, and the sound surprised him. It was not the voice of a man in his 40s, but rather that of someone much younger. Suddenly, he opened his eyes, and upon seeing the scene before him, he beheld his daughter, Xiao Ying, nestled beside Gong Linxue, clutching the familiar, worn-out yellow duck toy. If memory served him correctly, this toy had been gifted to Xiao Ying at her birth. For 3 years, she had not received a new toy. All her playthings were hand-me-downs from the neighboring children. As this realization struck him, Lin Tian felt an intense anguish in his heart. He reflected on what a failure he had been as a father. Other children had new toys, yet his daughter. The thought of his past misdeeds made him loathe himself profoundly. "Xiaoying, please don't fuss. Your father is feeling unwell from drinking. I will make him a cup of hot tea to help alleviate his hangover." Gong Linxue gritted her teeth, still harboring a glimmer of hope that the man she had always loved might one day return to her wife. Just as Gong Linxue had stepped out of the pit, a hand suddenly grasped her wrist. "What do you want? I truly have no money left." Turning back, Gong Linxue saw her husband, who had just sobered up, clutching her hand with his round eyes fixed on her. Whenever her husband returned home inebriated, it was invariably due to gambling losses that left him utterly destitute. When he was still intoxicated, things were manageable, but once sober, Lin Tian would engage in various drunken antics, desperately seeking money from Gong Linxue. Just days prior, he had taken their daughter's kindergarten tuition, which was likely already lost as well. At this moment, Lin Tian's eyes were filled with excitement. He was certain that he had been reborn. Seeing both his wife and daughter safe beside him filled his heart with bittersweet emotions. After 2 years of being a scoundrel, his wife had steadfastly endured the pressures without giving up. What profound love she must possess for him. Yet he had continued to squander it all away on gambling and drinking, returning home in a drunken stupor time and again, frightening their daughter into tears. "Wife, I love you. Xiaoying, Daddy loves you." Lin Tian sat up abruptly, pulling both Gong Linxue and Xiaoying into his embrace. Gong Linxue was taken aback, unsure of how to react. Xiaoying, too, attempted to squirm away, fearing her father might revert to his drunken antics. But in the next moment, she felt the warmth emanating from her father and began to relax. "What's wrong with you, husband? Are you all right?" Gong Linshue quickly reached out to touch her husband's forehead. Surely, he hadn't caught a cold from drinking too much and being exposed to the wind. Lin Tian gently grasped Gong Lingshue's hand. Wife, I am sorry. He looked at her hands, cold from working 3 jobs daily. Xiaoying, Daddy is just a fool. His gaze shifted to their daughter, noticing that her hair had become somewhat dull and yellowish from prolonged malnutrition. All of this stemmed from his failure as a father, neglecting to earn a living that would provide for his family, leaving them with little more than a few meager meals throughout the year. His daughter was at an age where she was growing, and without proper nourishment, how could she thrive? This was also the fundamental cause of his future afflictions. Since he had been given a second chance at life, he resolved to change everything. He could no longer allow his wife and daughter to suffer. The year was 2004. At this time, opportunities were abundant as long as one was willing to work hard. There was no fear of a bleak future. However, the situation at home was dire. 2 years of relentless gambling had compounded the difficulties of an already struggling family. The family's finances were in disarray. They had long since run out of money. His wife had only 10 or 8 yuan at her disposal. The tuition for their daughter's kindergarten had been squandered entirely. The host has been detected to have returned to the path of righteousness, unlocking the full-level human system and receiving a reward. A 3-month tenancy for a storefront at 27 Beijing Road. The host is advised to embrace a joyful rebirth, along with a single opportunity to enter a lottery. Each dollar earned daily can be accumulated as system points. These points can be used for lottery entries, yielding additional advanced human skills. May I inquire if the host wishes to enter the lottery now? The system? Lin Tian was no stranger to novels in his previous life, and he was well acquainted with systems. I wish to enter the lottery, he declared. Congratulations, host. You have obtained the ultimate Baozi-making technique, renowned as the best in the world. In that instant, a wealth of knowledge regarding the art of Baozi-making flooded into Lin Tian's mind. Chapter 2, it was hard to forget. His daughter's favorite food was steamed buns. Steamed buns? Or perhaps it was the skill he had perfected. This revelation left Lin Tian somewhat astonished. If memory served him correctly, his daughter, Xiaoying, had an unwavering fondness for steamed buns, particularly those filled with chives and eggs. Regrettably, due to his own irresponsible behavior, she had scarcely indulged in them over the past year. Now, equipped with this newfound skill, he could finally prepare steamed buns for his daughter. Especially after attaining this masterful proficiency, he discovered that the flavors of steamed buns were surprisingly diverse, with the potential to be even more delectable. Moreover, the primary expense of operating a steamed bun shop would be the rental costs. With a 3-month usage period at his disposal, the system had been remarkably thoughtful, providing him with all the necessary tools for making steamed buns. He would only need to procure flour, vegetables, and various seasonings from the market the following morning. Reaching into his pocket, he felt a small phone, an old model his parents had purchased with their annual savings for him. Lin Tian had nearly pawned it at the casino. Seeing that it was still in his possession, he resolved to sell it the next day, which would suffice to cover the costs of flour and other ingredients. Darling, what's wrong? Gong Linshue noticed Lin Tian's momentary daze and felt a pang of worry. She feared something might be amiss. Despite Lin Tian's irresponsible behavior over the past 2 years, she had always hoped for his redemption and had never given up on him. It's nothing, my love. Perhaps I've had a bit too much to drink. Lin Tian was not yet ready to share his plan for the steamed bun shop with his wife. He intended to wait until the business was firmly established and generating profit before presenting her with the first earnings. Otherwise, given the current state of affairs, his wife would undoubtedly worry. Let me brew you a cup of tea then. After you drink it, you should rest, Gong Linshue said, hurriedly boiling water and preparing a cup of tea for Lin Tian, which she then placed before him. As Lin Tian gazed at his wife, he felt a swell of emotion as tears began to well in his eyes. What a wonderful partner he had. How foolish he had been in his past life, failing to cherish her and instead gambling with irresponsible friends. He felt an overwhelming sense of guilt for the way he had treated her. Thank you, my dear, Lin Tian said sincerely. Gong Linshue was taken aback. When had her husband become so courteous? She noticed a remarkable transformation in him since his return home inebriated that day. Unlike before, when he would rage and demand money from her, threatening to smash their furniture if he did not receive it, he seemed to have undergone a profound change. Daddy, Please don't drink anymore, okay? Xiao Ying whispered, her voice barely above a murmur, as she feared her father might succumb to his drunken rage once more. Lin Tian took a sip of the hot tea and nodded affirmatively at Xiao Ying. Come here, give me your finger. Upon hearing this, Xiao Ying instinctively took a step back. Do not fear, Sakura. Let's make a pinky promise. From now on, father shall no longer indulge in alcohol. Lin Tian extended his little pinky, forming a promise gesture. Sakura was momentarily taken aback, but eventually linked her small finger with her father's. A pinky promise, if broken. 100 punishments will follow. Father will never drink again, Lin Tian asserted confidently, his eyes filled with love for his regained daughter. He understood the path he must take to atone for his past. By the way, my dear, how are the arrangements for Sakura's kindergarten progressing? Lin Tian's foremost concern was his daughter's entry into preschool. Upon hearing this, Gong Linxue furrowed her brow. It's in process, but we might be a bit late, she replied, omitting the fact that Lin Tian had taken the funds intended for kindergarten. Seeing her husband so invested in Sakura's education brought her a sense of satisfaction. She merely needed to work a little extra. By the latest, their daughter would be able to attend kindergarten within a week. How much do we need? Lin Tian was aware of Gong Linxue's financial constraints. It should be around 300 yuan, but that's fine. You focus on handling the kindergarten paperwork. I will take care of the finances, Lin Tian assured her. Suddenly, Gong Linxue felt a sense of bewilderment. The transformation in Lin Tian was rather profound. Are you all right? I am, my dear. Just rest assured. In the future, you need not work so much. Leave the financial matters to me. You should simply remain effortlessly beautiful, Lin Tian said, while holding Gong Linxue's hand. She nodded slightly, although her husband's change left her astonished. She feared he might revert to his old ways the following day. Thus, she felt compelled to maintain her 3 jobs. The following morning, Lin Tian rose early, inhaling the thin air of the urban village, which still bore a slight pungency. It was unavoidable, as a large factory loomed nearby. Each morning, the billowing smoke from the factory chimneys rendered the surrounding area akin to a celestial city. However, this situation began to improve post-2008, leading to clearer skies and fresher air. Yet, all of this was trivial compared to the bustling industrial hub on Beijing Road. The local industry had matured, attracting numerous migrant workers. As long as the buns produced were not excessively unpalatable, customer traffic would be ample. Lin Tian made his way to the market, first arriving at a second-hand mobile phone shop. After a brief wait, the owner appeared to open the store. Ah, you're here quite early. Are you looking to buy or sell a phone? I must tell you, a new Nokia model has been released with impressive pixel quality. Would you consider purchasing one? I have some second-hand options available, the shopkeeper cheerfully inquired. Lin Tian waved his hand dismissively, pulling out a small phone from his pocket. Hello. I am here to sell this small phone, he said, feeling somewhat embarrassed. The owner glanced at the device. After a cursory glance, he disdainfully remarked, it won't fetch much. Merely 100 yuan. 100 yuan. Back in 2004, the basic salary was only a few hundred. 100 yuan could accomplish many things. Thus, it could be sold for 100. Lin Tian felt it was a fair deal. All right then, 100 it is. He handed the small communication device to the shopkeeper. The shopkeeper examined it briefly, then produced 100 yuan and handed it to Lin Tian. Gratefully, Lin Tian accepted, saying, thank you. The shopkeeper shrugged politely, nodding in acknowledgement. Lin Tian hurriedly made his way to the vegetable market, clutching the 100 yuan. He needed to procure flour, vegetables, and several other ingredients to head straight to the store. Taking advantage of the morning hours, he aimed to prepare a batch of buns. If business proved to be sufficiently prosperous, he might earn a little profit. After all, his daughter's kindergarten tuition awaited. Chapter 3. Are the buns truly that delicious? Now, Lin Tian possessed 100 yuan. His first stop was the vegetable market, where he sought flour. The price for a 50-kilogram bag of flour was 50 yuan, which already accounted for half his budget, leaving him with 50 yuan. To economize, Lin Tian decided to purchase only a pound of meat, opting for a smaller quantity of meat-filled buns, while preparing to make more vegetable-filled buns. Consequently, he bought chives and 5 eggs for 10 yuan. Next, he procured a large cabbage for 5 yuan. With 20 yuan remaining, he could only afford to buy seasonings. spending another 15 yuan. Ultimately, he was left with 5 yuan. He hoisted the bag of flour and strode purposefully towards 27 Beijing Road. Upon arrival, a small shop caught his eye. Pushing open the door, he discovered the necessary tools were already prepared inside. There were 5 small tables, accompanied by an outdoor stall for displaying the buns. It was now 5 in the morning. In just an hour, the workers would awaken for their shifts. Therefore, Lin Tian needed to complete the buns within the hour. He began preparations, first crafting the filling, which took approximately half an hour. He then turned his attention to the dough. Thanks to the use of baking powder and some special techniques, he quickly prepared the dough. Subsequently, he began to shape the buns, placing them into the steamer. He lit the fire, and the first batch of buns was set to steam. Based on his knowledge of bun making, the buns would be ready in about 20 minutes. He was making medium-sized buns, with 20 in each steamer, totaling 5 steamers, 1 for meat filling, 1 for cabbage, and the remaining 3 for chive and egg. He set the prices. Given the relatively low cost of living in 2004, he decided on 4 jiao for the vegetable buns and 7 jiao for the meat buns. Although the profit was modest, if he sold them all, he could earn 20 yuan after deducting costs. Thus, the more he sold, the greater his earnings. Lin Tian was now focused on producing 100 buns as his foundation. As dawn began to break, the distant houses illuminated one by one, particularly the factories behind Beijing Road, which had already started to emit a low rumble. This indicated that the night shift workers had commenced their duties. Preparing for the arrival of the day shift, Lin Tian opened the door to his shop, which still lacked a sign. In lieu of an official name, he hastily inscribed the name of his dumpling shop on a piece of cardboard. He pondered the significance of a compelling name, understanding that he intended to establish a chain in the future. It was imperative to select an appealing title. Thus, he decided on Banyan Dumpling House. Lin Tian recognized that, regardless of the product, a captivating story was essential to create an enticing selling point. Therefore, he first settled on a name for the dumpling shop. While contemplating the narrative behind it, perhaps weaving a tale of his family's century-long heritage. Ultimately, he needed an engaging premise. However, the pressing matter at hand was to await customers. This street was not devoid of competition. Numerous other establishments, including wonton shops and lanzhou noodle houses, had been around for quite some time and had cultivated a loyal clientele. As Lin Tian opened his doors, he naturally had no returning customers and could only hope for a stroke of luck. After half an hour, several workers passed by. Some entered the lanzhou noodle shop, others the noodle house, and still others the wonton shop. A few glanced at Lin Tian's dumpling shop but did not venture inside, leaving him feeling somewhat uneasy. Nevertheless, he maintained his composure, refusing to believe that no customers would grace his establishment that day. Just as Lin Tian's anticipation began to build, 2 young individuals, backpacks slung over their shoulders, hurriedly approached. "Xiaolon, look, there's a dumpling shop. Let's grab a few," one exclaimed. Yes, we might be late for our reporting." It was evident that they were recent graduates heading to their factory internships. Upon reaching Lin Tian's dumpling shop, the bespectacled young man addressed Lin Tian, saying, "Boss, we'll take 10 vegetarian dumplings. Pack them up quickly. We're in a rush." Seeing customers at last, Lin Tian swiftly packed 10 dumplings and handed them to the glasses-wearing youth. "How much?" he inquired. 4 yuan, Lin Tian replied. The young man handed over the coins, and Lin Tian felt a surge of accomplishment as he sold his first dumplings. The 2 interns walked away, entering the factory. After reporting for duty, the student named Xiaolon took a bite of the dumpling. "Wow, no way," she exclaimed. "What's wrong?" the young man with glasses asked, noticing her exaggerated expression. "These dumplings are incredibly fragrant. I've never tasted anything so delicious," Xiaolon exclaimed, devouring 2 more dumplings, while the bespectacled young man observed, thinking she was being overly dramatic. Upon picking up a bun and taking a bite, I exclaimed, "Wow, this is absolutely delicious." The flavor captivated me entirely. I had never tasted such exquisite buns before. The bespectacled gentleman devoured his share voraciously. Before long, the 10 buns purchased by the 2 of us were entirely consumed, leaving us both yearning for more. "What delight! What shall we do now that it's all gone?" I suggested to Xiaolon, since we've completed our report. Why don't we buy a few more? We could also bring some for the manager and the others, who must have worked all night without a meal. Sounds good, she replied. After a brief discussion, we hurriedly made our way out of the factory. Lin Tian sat at the entrance, his expression evidently less than cheerful. Just moments ago, 2 intern students had bought 10 buns, and since then, no other customers had come by. Passers-by merely glanced, as it was a newly opened shop, and many patrons preferred the established ones. This was an unavoidable situation, one Lin Tian had anticipated. Boss, how many buns do you have left? At that moment, the 2 intern students returned. Lin Tian smiled faintly upon seeing them. There are 90 left. The bespectacled gentleman calculated. There are 5 people in the manager's workshop, so that's 5 for each. Adding our 2, I can still manage a few more. Boss, please give us 40. He added, also make it 10 meat-filled ones. Lin Tian promptly began packing the order. He handed over 30 vegetarian buns and 10 meat buns to the 2 interns. Here you go. That will be 19 yuan in total. I'll return you 1 yuan. Chapter 4. The world's most delicious wontons. Lin Tian glanced at the steamer. 50 buns had just been sold, leaving 50 remaining. He contemplated whether more customers would arrive. He calculated that if more patrons came in, he could sell the remaining 50 and continue steaming 5 more batches. However, after the interns departed, a half-hour passed without any customers. His hope began to dwindle. Just then, 2 young girls approached. Big brother, are there any buns left? One of them inquired. Lin Tian quickly nodded. Yes, indeed. That's great. We just visited our usual place. But they were all sold out. Please give us 10 buns to tide us over, the young girl said, with disappointment evident. It was clear that the buns from her favored shop sold well, and they had only come to Lin Tian's newly opened establishment out of necessity. Although Lin Tian felt a twinge of discomfort at her words, he reminded himself that every customer deserved a warm welcome. He selected 10 buns and placed them before the 2 girls. The shorter girl picked one up and took a bite. Upon tasting it, she exclaimed in astonishment, "Wow, this is so delicious." The tall girl, noticing her companion's expression, questioned, "Is it really that significant? It's just a bun. Could it even compare to the buns from the Lao Shui family?" With a tone of skepticism, she took a bite. However, upon tasting it, her face instantly transformed into one of disbelief. She devoured several more in a frenzy. In no time, the 2 of them had consumed 10 buns. Clearly still unsatisfied and longing for more. Boss, do you have any left? We'll take another 10, the shorter girl requested. Lin Tian promptly nodded and retrieved another 10 buns, placing them before the 2. As the bun shop began to attract customers, a mother and daughter entered, ordering 5 buns. After tasting them, they too expressed high praise and ordered another 5. Gradually, more customers arrived, and Lin Tian's remaining 10 buns were quickly sold out. Observing this situation, Lin Tian felt assured that the buns would be in high demand. Thus, he began preparing 5 more baskets. The 2 young girls had each consumed 10 buns and appeared quite stuffed. Nonetheless, they were still eager for more. Inquiring if there were any left to take home for lunch, they learned from Lin Tian that they would need to wait another half an hour. With no other option, the girls, who had to return to work, left, but not before leaving 5 yuan for Lin Tian to reserve their order for lunchtime. Seeing this, Lin Tian knew that his buns were certainly popular. In the factory manager's office, 2 young men presented buns to the manager, who was slightly overweight. As he eyed the buns on the table, "Did you buy these from Lao Shui's? I've always eaten their buns. You have to queue daily to get them," the manager remarked, picking one up to take a bite. Xiaolan, standing nearby, smiled and said, "These are from a newly opened bun shop. They're delicious." Newly opened? The manager expressed skepticism, shaking his head. "If I weren't hungry, I certainly wouldn't indulge." He took a bite, and, as the flavor hit his palate, his expression transformed in astonishment. "No way." He continued eating, taking several more bites. Soon after, he called to his subordinates returning from their posts. "Hurry, try the buns. They are truly delectable. I've never had such delicious buns before." The manager, with buns in both hands, completely disregarded any notions of decorum. His subordinates, witnessing his enthusiasm, were taken aback. "Is it really that extraordinary? We've all eaten buns before." Even Lao Shui's, famous throughout the area, never elicited such a reaction. They wondered just how hungry the manager was. Eventually, they decided to sample one themselves. Upon tasting, their expressions changed dramatically. "Oh my, leave me one. Hey, don't snatch them. I haven't had mine yet. What's going on? At least leave half." In an instant, within the confines of the manager's office, a quarrel nearly erupted among everyone, all vying for the delectable buns. The manager, unable to resist the allure of the deliciousness, picked up a small piece of dough from the table and savored it. I inquired about the location of the bun shop that the two young men had visited. Could they procure several dozens more? The manager was still craving more. The two young men, noticing his eagerness, nodded vigorously, indicating they had gone out of the factory to buy buns. However, upon reaching Lin Tian's bun shop, they asked the owner, "Do you still have buns? Please give us 10. Lin Tian glanced at the already emptied 5 steamers and, with a hint of embarrassment, replied, "I apologize, but the last batch has just sold out." Lin Tian felt a tinge of awkwardness. He had not anticipated such a demand. The last batch had hardly been ready when a group of migrant workers arrived. Initially requesting only a few, but once they tasted the buns, they devoured every last one. "Can you still make more?" "We are waiting," the two young men eagerly asked. Lin Tian shrugged apologetically. "I'm sorry, but we are out of ingredients. If you wish to enjoy some, you can come back at noon." Lin Tian, with limited funds, still had flour, but both vegetables and meat were completely depleted. He would need to procure more ingredients to resume production by midday. "Oh, I see. Very well. We'll return at noon," they replied, leaving behind a deposit of 20 yuan. Lin Tian, taken aback by the unexpected success of his business, realized he had sold a total of 86 yuan that day, along with the 20 yuan from the two young men and an additional 5 yuan from a young girl, bringing his total to 110 yuan. "Ding! Congratulations, host! You have acquired 110 points." At that moment, Lin Tian noticed the system interface displaying 110 points. "Ding! The host can now use 100 points for a basic lottery draw. Subsequent draws will require 1,000 points for intermediate, 10,000 points for advanced, and 100,000 points for super draws." Lin Tian picked up the 10 pre-prepared chive and egg buns and, gazing at the system interface, declared lottery draw. "Ding! The host is about to expend 100 points for a basic lottery draw." "Ding! Congratulations, host! You have obtained the max level wonton skill. The most delectable wontons in the world." Chapter 5. Sakura drinks soy milk. This is what Daddy bought for you. Wontons? Upon seeing this ultimate skill, Lin Tian understood that despite the current economic situation not being favorable, wontons would require minimal investment, primarily needing a bit more meat. This realization allowed him to set a price of 5 yuan per bowl. As these thoughts occupied his mind, he exited the bun shop, heading back home. Sakura had always been fond of chive-filled buns, while his wife practiced frugality, weighing less than 90 pounds. As Lin Tian contemplated these matters, he felt a deep-seated resentment within himself. It was ultimately his lack of diligence that had imposed such heavy burdens on his wife. He recalled how his wife had stood outside the bun shop for an extended duration, yet never ventured inside. He couldn't help but reminisce. The moonlight outside the window resembles frost upon the ground. Lifting my gaze to the mountain moon, I bow my head, lost in thoughts of home. It was indeed due to his own reckless spending that she hesitated to indulge in any lavish expenses, not even affording a single bun. Meanwhile, other wives were purchasing new garments, yet his spouse was left to wear the hand-me-downs from her sister. His sister-in-law, exasperated, urged Gong Linxue to consider divorce, suggesting that while they were still young and their child small, it would not be too late to find a better man and escape the hardships of life with a drunken layabout like Lin Tian. The struggles were so profound that it had visibly affected her well-being. Nevertheless, Gong Linxue remained steadfast, often asserting that the Lin Tian she once knew would undoubtedly return. Rising early, Gong Linxue noticed that the rice jar was nearly empty, causing her to furrow her brow in concern. It seemed necessary to speak with Boss Feng about advancing 100 yuan to procure more rice. Otherwise, they might truly face starvation. As she spoke, she scooped out the last portion of rice into a bowl, rinsed it in clean water, and placed it into the pot, igniting the firewood. She thought of the electric rice cooker at Boss Feng's home, resolving that when finances permitted, she would certainly acquire one. as it would be immensely convenient. However, upon visiting the market, she found them prohibitively expensive, priced at 300 to 400 yuan each, equivalent to her entire monthly salary. Such a purchase was simply out of the question. Casting a glance outside, she noticed that her husband had already left for the day, leaving her uncertain of his whereabouts. Reflecting upon the changes in him from the previous night, her heart was warmed, yet she remained apprehensive. Perhaps he had merely transformed temporarily after drinking, and today he might revert to his former self. Although she deeply wished to avoid such a scenario, the likelihood was substantial. After all, he had previously vowed to abstain from gambling and drinking, only to backslide the very next day. She had long since grown accustomed to this pattern. The water in the pot began to bubble, prompting her to swiftly lift the lid and observe the rice swirling within, before covering it again. Moments later, her daughter, Xiao Ying, awoke and approached her, clutching her arm tightly. Seeing her daughter brought a gentle smile to Gong Linshue's face. "Wait until Mommy returns tonight, and I'll buy you some buns to eat," she promised. I'll wait, Mommy. The last time I had buns was during last year's New Year, and they were so delicious," Xiao Ying replied, swallowing hard, but desire evident. Gong Linshue's eyes welled with tears as she realized her daughter had been unable to enjoy even a single bun alongside her. Overcome with emotion, tears began to fall unbidden. It is not a matter of lacking funds, but rather that every time I earn money, it is taken by Lin Tian before I even reach home, either for gambling or purchasing alcohol. At this thought, Gong Linshue found herself pondering how much longer she could endure this situation. "Darling," Xiao Ying at that moment. Lin Tian called out as he returned from outside. Gong Linshue quickly wiped away the tears at the corners of her eyes. Turning to look, she saw Lin Tian entering with a bag in hand. As he approached, she was astonished to discover that he was holding a bag of steaming dumplings. "Dumplings?" Gong Linshue was taken aback. Lin Tian nodded. "Indeed, I went out for a stroll this morning and brought back some dumplings. There's also soybean milk. Each of you can have a cup. These are chive and egg dumplings, quite delicious, so enjoy them while they're hot." Lin Tian placed the dumplings and soybean milk on the table and began to eat. Gong Linshue was somewhat surprised. Lin Tian had developed a habit of going out every morning, but he typically returned with a bottle of liquor and a bag of peanuts, never bringing back food like dumplings. What had changed today? "What is wrong, my dear? Are you feeling unwell?" Lin Tian inquired with concern upon noticing her unusual demeanor. Gong Linshue quickly shook her head. "No, I'm fine. It's just that the dumplings you bought are wonderful, truly wonderful." Initially, she had intended to ask Lin Tian why he thought to purchase dumplings, but she hesitated, fearing that such a question might provoke his anger. Thus, she refrained from asking and instead shared the dumplings with Xiao Ying. Excitedly, Xiao Ying took one of the dumplings and after a bite exclaimed, "Wow, Daddy, these are really delicious. They taste much better than the dumplings we had during the New Year." "Daddy, are we celebrating the New Year?" Xiao Ying inquired while munching on her dumpling. Hearing his daughter's words, Lin Tian felt a pang in his heart. It dawned on him that the only time his daughter had enjoyed dumplings recently was during the New Year when his wife had secretly purchased them. He had lost his temper back then when he discovered that his wife had money but chose not to buy him liquor. Reflecting on it now, he felt like a complete fool. Regrettably, Lin Tian lamented his actions. A man like him did not deserve a wife as wonderful as Gong Linshue. "Xiao Ying, how about we celebrate the New Year every day?" Given the current trajectory, it seemed certain that his daughter could enjoy dumplings daily. "Really?" Xiao Ying responded with excitement. The prospect of having dumplings every day filled her with joy. Gong Linshue gazed at the dumplings without eating, lost in a daze. Lin Tian had truly changed, to the point where she felt almost unacquainted with him. "Darling, what is wrong? Hurry and eat the dumplings. They are delicious. I had several at the dumpling shop just now." Lin Tian, however, had not eaten any himself. Every additional dumpling sold meant an extra 40 cents earned. As a man, he had endured hunger all morning, determined not to let the two of them suffer any longer. He vowed that since he had been given a second chance at life, he would ensure they would never again face any hardship. Gong Linshue, observing the transformed Lin Tian, picked up a dumpling and took a bite. Tears fell uncontrollably. Upon witnessing his wife weep, Lin Tian could not help but feel his own eyes moisten. It was merely the smoke from the fire he had just kindled that had affected him. These buns are truly delicious. Lin Tian deliberately sought an excuse, savoring the buns mouthful by mouthful. She was still helping their daughter to stir the soy milk. Xiaoying, this soy milk is for you, bought by Daddy. Chapter 6. Director Lu's Pursuit. Xiaoying cradled the soy milk in her small hands, drinking it with utmost caution. It was indeed her first experience with soy milk. Mama, is this the legendary soy milk? It's sweet and so delightful, Xiaoying whispered to her mother. Lin Tian, standing nearby, felt a surge of guilt as he overheard their conversation. It dawned on him that since the birth of their daughter, she had never even tasted a cup of 50-cent soy milk. This was entirely due to his inadequacies as a father. Since her birth, Xiaoying had only consumed her mother's breast milk, never having tasted formula, let alone the foreign brands that others indulged in. Their daily meals were exceedingly simple, consisting merely of rice and pickles. Meat was a rare luxury, and the thought of a stir-fry each day was beyond comprehension. In comparison to his sister-in-law's household, where stir-fry graced the table daily, Lin Tian's wife had only visited once and had not returned since. Although she explained that her absence was due to her overwhelming work commitments, Lin Tian understood that it was the stark contrast in their living standards that had struck her deeply. She believed that if she did not go, she would not have to confront the painful reality. She remained convinced that if Lin Tian were to reconsider, they too could attain that lifestyle. Lin Tian, with her slender yet alluring figure, would undoubtedly attract new suitors should she and Lin Tian part ways. In her school days, she had numerous admirers, but ultimately chose the handsome Lin Tian. Little did she foresee that the once charming Lin Tian would succumb to such despair. Why, from now on, we shall have buns for breakfast every morning. I will return at noon to prepare lunch for you both, and in the evening, we shall have stewed meat. How does that sound? Lin Tian noted that both his wife and Xiaoying were showing signs of malnutrition. If this continued, he feared that tragedy would repeat itself. Therefore, it was imperative to improve their nutrition, nurturing their health, so that he could pursue his endeavors with confidence. Since he had returned, it was still 2004, a year brimming with opportunities. Just consider the properties in the capital, which were merely a few thousand per square meter. Lin Tian was particularly interested in the houses beyond the Third Ring Road, which had yet to be developed. There were currently no restrictions. As long as one could purchase a house, it could become a substantial fortune in the future, a wise investment. As for stocks and similar ventures, Lin Tian was not particularly knowledgeable and had no desire to delve into them for now. His focus was on steadily improving their family's living standards. He would gradually seize the opportunities for wealth that lay ahead. However, this plan seemed impractical. It was excessively costly. Our financial situation has never been particularly robust. Lin Tian immediately shook her head in disagreement. Lin Tian understood the reason behind his wife's refusal. It was not solely due to a lack of funds. With her juggling 3 jobs, their income was meager, and if they continued to spend in this manner, it was likely that their limited resources would be exhausted within half a month. She had originally hoped to save some money to eventually return to her hometown and purchase a house, thereby alleviating the burden of perpetual rentals in Beijing. Dear, you need not worry about such matters. Recently, a good friend of mine introduced me to a construction site where I can work as a laborer, earning daily wages. Lin Tian reassured her. He had no intention of revealing to his wife that he was running a steam bun shop just yet. He planned to wait until the business stabilized and he had made his first significant earnings before sharing the news with her. He believed that a sum of 1,000 yuan would suffice for this initial milestone. Is that true? The work at a construction site is exhausting and arduous. Lin Tian expressed her surprise and concern upon hearing her husband's intention to take on labor work, fearing that he might struggle with the physical demands. It won't be too taxing. After all, I'm a man, Lin Tian declared confidently, thumping his chest. At that moment, Lin Tian scrutinized him from head to toe. Noticing that her husband had indeed changed, she couldn't quite articulate the nature of this transformation, but it felt refreshing. Very well, but if it becomes too tiring, we should reconsider, she replied. As long as you avoid drinking and gambling, my monthly earnings should suffice for our needs and even allow us to save a little. Once we have enough, we can return to Jiangzhou and buy a house. Lin Tian blinked her eyes as she spoke. Lin Tian grasped her hand. All right, he nodded. But could you perhaps reduce one of your jobs? I can earn well at the construction site. Gong Linshua nodded slightly, although she agreed. She remained determined to continue working 3 jobs. Lin Tian understood that despite her promise, she would likely persist in her endeavors, as he could not reveal his plans yet. He anticipated that once she realized her skills and the potential of the bun shop, she would feel reassured. At that point, he would share his culinary expertise with her and establish the steamed bun business, accumulating their initial funds. After finishing her steamed buns and soy milk, Xiaoying was taken to Grandma Wang's house by Gong Linshua. Grandma Wang often babysat for them and other neighbors' children as well. When the mothers returned from work, they would offer her a small sum as compensation. This arrangement seemed to be the nascent form of a child care service. Gong Linshua hurried off to her job, while Lin Tian headed to the market to procure materials, under the pretense of working at his friend's construction site. As Gong Linshua walked down the street towards her workplace, she straightened her posture, feeling a surge of happiness and excitement over her husband's recent behavior. Perhaps he truly had a change of heart. How wonderful! She felt joyous as she realized that her workplace was 5 bus stops away. However, in her quest to save money, Gong Linshua opted to walk to work. As she put it, this also served as a means of shedding some weight. After a 30-minute stroll, she arrived at her workplace. An old state-owned factory primarily engaged in the production of electronic components. Her main responsibility involved operating 5 data lathes and adjusting the machinery. Xiaoxue, you're here, greeted her good friend, Wang Hong, with a cheerful smile. This morning, I passed by Beijing Road and heard that a new baozi shop has opened. They say the baozi there is absolutely delicious. I also heard that the owner is a chef who used to work at a 5-star hotel. Shall I take you there for lunch after work? It's on me. Gong Linshua shook her head, replying, I can't. I still need to finish those knitted items by noon. They're due tomorrow. If I delay, the boss won't be pleased. Wang Hong sighed in response. You truly are a masochist. If I were you, and so beautiful to boot, I would have accepted director Lu's advances long ago. Chapter 7. An encounter with an old acquaintance. A scoundrel director Lu, renowned for his charm and charisma at the state-owned electronic factory No. 1, was only 29 years old, yet already held the position of factory director. His father was a prominent leader in a certain bureau in the capital. Every day, he drove a sleek Santana 2000, stepping out with his glossy, slicked-back hair. Remarkably, he remained single, despite the many women who expressed interest in him. He consistently turned them down. His affections were solely reserved for Gong Linshua. On multiple occasions, he had publicly presented her with bouquets of roses, kneeling before her. Yet, each time, Gong Linshua would sidestep him and walk away. Director Lu was indifferent to the fact that Gong Linshua had a partner and child. He boldly declared that if she were to divorce, he would go to great lengths to marry her. However, none of his efforts bore fruit, as Gong Linshua refused to grant him any chances. The female workers in the factory envied her. It was undeniable that Gong Linshua was more beautiful than many starlets. Unfortunately, she was entangled with a despicable husband. Had she been anyone else, she would have certainly divorced her scoundrel of a spouse to be with Director Lu. Wang Hong, if you continue to bring this up, we may as well cease our friendship, Gong Linshua warned sternly. Wang Hong shook her head, you honestly. She refrained from saying more, knowing her words would be futile. It was clear that Gong Linshua was the one suffering, and she would undoubtedly regret her current decisions in the future. At the market, Lin Tian was selecting ingredients for lunch. He picked up a bundle of chives, a head of cabbage, and 5 pounds of pork. He decided to add wontons to the menu, as meat-filled wontons tend to attract a larger clientele. With a bag in each hand, he gathered plenty of supplies, a contented smile gracing his face. He thought to himself that as long as he persisted, he would soon earn his first pot of gold, significantly improving his family's living conditions. Upon exiting the vegetable market, he initially intended to take the bus. However, recalling that his wife walks to work, he decided he too would walk, which seemed just right. As he strolled, he indulged in daydreams about the future. After rounding a corner, a vehicle suddenly appeared before him, a Xiaoli. The window rolled down, and a head emerged. Ah, isn't that Lin Tian? Buying so many vegetables. Have you struck it rich lately? The voice belonged to a bearded man with a rather disreputable demeanor. Lin Tian looked up and recognized him well. It was Duan Peng, a seasoned gambler known for frequently bringing a group to play at the casino. Lin Tian recalled that this man had often led a team that won his money in the past. On one occasion, he even suggested that if Lin Tian were short on cash, he could put his wife up as collateral. Fortunately, Lin Tian had not descended to such a vile level. Otherwise, it would have been a grave tragedy, rendering him less than human. Thus, he was quite aware of Duan Peng's character. After sizing Duan Peng up, Lin Tian realized he had previously been unaware of his illicit dealings, later discovering that this rogue was involved in illegal activities and even kept several women under his control. In the past, Lin Tian had always feared Duan Peng, for he was quite ruthless. Offending him meant inviting relentless trouble. "Hey, I wanted to talk to you. A new batch of bosses has arrived at my place. Care to join me for some fun?" Duan Peng suggested, referring to a group of inept individuals. "Winning their money would be easy, and I'll ensure you have a good time." Noticing Lin Tian's silence, Duan Peng pressed further. Lin Tian, however, understood that this was merely a trap set for him to win a little money, as these so-called bosses were simply Duan Peng's own associates. They awaited the moment when Lin Tian, in his excitement, would lower his guard and consider Duan Peng as an ally. At that point, Duan Peng would strike and harvest those like Lin Tian. "I'm sorry, I'm quite busy and have no time," Lin Tian replied candidly. Duan Peng was taken aback. In his memory, Lin Tian was an inveterate gambler who could never resist temptation. Whenever called, he would invariably follow. "This is a fantastic opportunity. Trust me, you won't regret it." "What's wrong with you? Leaving already?" "You're such a pauper," Duan Peng sneered, unable to hold back his contempt as he drove away. At that moment, Lin Tian turned back to catch a glimpse of Duan Peng's license plate. If memory served him right, it was a stolen plate, and it belonged to one of the renowned 4 young masters of the capital. 5 years later, when the truth of the imposter plate was uncovered, the 4 young masters were infuriated and gave Duan Peng a severe lesson, leading him to a life confined to a wheelchair. Duan Peng, indeed, had committed numerous unscrupulous acts. Such individuals deserve less retribution, as it is far better than later inflicting harm upon others. Lin Tian resolved that within this week, he would find an opportunity to inform the 4th young master that Duan Peng had switched his car plates. With a gentle smile, he proceeded towards Beijing Road. Along this route, he walked with ease, unburdened by any weight. The prospect of a fresh start in life was shimmering before his eyes, filling him with anticipation. He eagerly looked forward to witnessing the return of joyful smiles on his wife and child's faces. Upon reaching the entrance of a shop, Lin Tian was taken aback by the scene before him. The 2 young individuals who had purchased buns earlier were waiting outside, casting glances expectantly. When they saw the proprietor returning, they hurried towards him. "Boss, you're back. Look at the time. There are only 2 hours until noon. Our manager assigned us a task. We're to wait for your first batch of buns to come out, and we'll buy them all," the young men cheerfully declared. Lin Tian was somewhat surprised by this. He had anticipated that the buns prepared for lunch would sell exceptionally well, but he expected them to be waiting at the door already. "Oh, all right. I will open the door immediately. I am just starting to prepare, and I will have the buns ready on time for lunch. By the way, since you are so supportive of my business, I will treat you to 2 bowls of wontons at noon, so you can sample my culinary skills," Lin Tian said as he opened the shop door. Upon hearing this, the 2 young men nodded eagerly. "Great. We look forward to it. By the way, is there anything we can help with?" Lin Tian glanced at the 2 young men. "No need. I can manage this on my own. You are customers, and I must attend to you. Please take a seat while I boil some water and prepare some tea for you." Chapter 8. My name is Huang Zheng, and this is Lu Qiangdong at this moment. Lin Tian began boiling water and retrieved a packet of tea leaves he had intentionally purchased on the way. Although the tea was not particularly expensive, it was still a pleasant offering for his guests. Lin Tian understood that the most crucial aspect of his business was retaining customers. Once he established a loyal clientele and built a good reputation, word would spread, and gradually, more patrons would arrive. He planned to prepare several more baskets of buns for lunch, allowing him to earn a bit more. As the water boiled, he took out a small iron kettle, placed the tea leaves inside, and poured in the hot water. After a brief wait, he poured the tea for the 2 gentlemen. Please enjoy some tea. Lin Tian courteously offered. The two young men nodded in gratitude. Thank you, boss. Were you previously a chef in a five-star hotel? Why are your buns so delicious? One of the young men, sporting a buzz cut and wearing glasses, curiously inquired. Lin Tian shook his head. I have no such experience. I merely possess a family recipe. Ah, that explains why they taste so good, the young man exclaimed, coming to a realization. He then introduced himself. Boss, let's get acquainted. My name is Huang Zheng, and this is Lu Qiangdong. What? Lin Tian suddenly froze in surprise. As I busied myself with the vegetables, a momentary pause ensued. Surely, it cannot be mere coincidence that we share the same name. I am Lin Tian. May I inquire if you have all recently graduated from university? Lin Tian subtly probed. Huang Zheng replied, Indeed, we have just graduated and are here for an internship. However, I still aspire to pursue further studies and eventually study abroad. Lu Qiangdong, scratching his head, added, As for me, I do not harbor such grand ambitions. I simply wish to gain experience through this internship. Do you know what e-commerce is? Had Lin Tian not been the reincarnation of his former self, he would have been oblivious to the concept of e-commerce. Yet, in his previous life, e-commerce flourished abundantly, rendering it quite familiar to him. In 2004, however, the internet was not yet fully developed, and most people had little understanding of e-commerce. Do you wish to venture into e-commerce? Lin Tian expressed genuine interest in Lu Qiangdong. Could he possibly be the young man from Suqian? Yes, indeed, but the initial phase is quite challenging, and there are few willing investors. I have approached numerous investors, yet they all seem uninterested in my project, Lu Qiangdong lamented. Lin Tian, upon hearing this, contemplated the possibility of investing in this young man should the opportunity arise. Would he not then become the first original shareholder of JD? No worries, take your time. It will surely work out. Let us exchange contact numbers. By the way, I am from Jiangzhou. Where are you both from? Lin Tian inquired deliberately. Lu Qiangdong stood up and declared, I am from Suqian. Huang Zheng then rose, stating, I am from Zhejiang. Upon hearing this, Lin Tian was certain it must be these two. Very well, I am from Jiangzhou. Whenever you both have time, feel free to visit me. Huang Zheng, if you wish to study abroad, I will wholeheartedly support you. However, I suggest you familiarize yourself with the principles of economics. I have been contemplating that. I believe economics is akin to a lottery. You're aware of lotteries, correct? When participating, there is a certain probability of winning the grand prize, yet this grand prize often requires numerous conditions to be met. Furthermore, regarding decimals, I have researched and found that beyond our understanding of decimals, there exists an even greater significance, Lin Tian remarked, furrowing his brow. No wonder there emerged a remarkable rise of Pinduoduo afterwards. Huang Zheng's intellect was already taking shape at this moment. As Lin Tian glanced at Lu Qiangdong, he found himself more inclined towards Dongzi, who at least demonstrated a grounded approach. In his previous life, Pinduoduo had been notorious for selling counterfeit goods, while JD maintained a reputation for quality. I, too, harbor a keen interest in e-commerce. We can discuss this further later. Lin Tian began preparing dumplings. Is that so? Fantastic. Boss, you truly understand me, Lu Qiangdong exclaimed excitedly. Observing this scene, Lin Tian realized that he would need to accumulate a substantial fortune in the time to come. This fortune would not merely amount to a few hundred, but rather require a sum in the millions, for at this stage, e-commerce remained rather unfamiliar to the vast majority of internet users. At this stage, the most flourishing development is undoubtedly the realm of online single-player games. Titles such as Legend and World of Warcraft have emerged as significant players in this domain. This phenomenon also marks the nascent stages of internet users in Dragon Country, which subsequently gained momentum as the internet became widespread. The advent of ubiquitous smartphones ignited a meteoric rise in e-commerce. This is the opportunity that Lin Tian aims to seize. However, at this juncture, Lin Tian seeks a swift financial gain, which is intricately tied to the rise of mobile technology. Thus, when sufficient capital accumulates, he can venture into the mobile sector to generate short-term profits. On this occasion, Lin Tian prepared 10 baskets of dumplings, meticulously crafting the wonton wrappers. As the clock struck 11, he placed the wonton skins into the boiling pot. He was making meat-filled wontons, adhering to the proportions he had learned, sealing each one with care. The taste remained an uncertainty at this point. In the meantime, Huang Zheng and Lu Qiangdong, present at the shop, became the first to sample Lin Tian's wontons. Once the water reached a rolling boil, he gently lowered the wontons into the pot. After a brief interval, the wontons were ready, and he ladled out 2 bowls, presenting them to Lu Qiangdong and Huang Zheng. They expressed their gratitude with a nod, thanking him. "Thank you, boss. Please do try them." Huang Zheng took a bite of the wonton, and an expression of disbelief washed over his face. "Wow, boss, how can your wontons be this delicious?" he exclaimed. "Indeed, they are truly delectable," Lu Qiangdong chimed in, savoring his own wonton. Witnessing their reactions, Lin Tian felt a sense of reassurance. It appeared his culinary creation was genuinely enjoyable. At that moment, other patrons entered the shop. Upon noticing the wontons, one customer eagerly requested a bowl. "Is it really that exaggerated to enjoy wontons this much?" he remarked, dressed in a leather jacket, resembling a truck driver. Sitting on a stool, he observed the 2 brothers relishing their wontons as if they were indulging in gourmet delicacies, prompting a hint of confusion in his demeanor. Huang Zheng and Lu Qiangdong exchanged glances with the leather-clad newcomer. "It's truly delicious. You'll understand once you try it," Huang Zheng assured him. "The boss's ancestral skill is simply exceptional. I'll be coming here daily for wontons from now on." Chapter 9. The wontons delivered by my husband are exquisite. Upon hearing this, the leather jacket-wearing gentleman couldn't help but smirk. "You speak as if it's truly the case. If they are indeed that good, I shall bring our entire truck crew here for wontons in the future." As he spoke, Lin Tian placed a bowl of wontons on the table, complete with chili, soy sauce, and vinegar for those who wish to customize their flavors. Lin Tian gestured towards the condiments on the table. The leather jacket-wearing man nodded, casting a glance at the youthful proprietor. "I must taste your craftsmanship," he declared, picking up a wonton to take a bite. As soon as he tasted it, his eyes widened in surprise. After another bite, he exclaimed in astonishment, "Goodness, is it really this delicious?" The man in the leather jacket ordered with enthusiasm, not even taking a moment to add soy sauce or vinegar. And soon his bowl was empty. "Boss, another bowl, please," he called out. Lin Tian nodded vigorously. "All right, coming right up." At that moment, Lin Tian prepared another bowl. The man in the leather jacket eagerly devoured it, relishing every bite. "Oh dear, I truly underestimated your culinary skills, boss. Your wontons are exquisite. I'll be a regular from now on, and I'll bring my driver friends along," he exclaimed, thoroughly enjoying his meal. The leather-clad driver, accustomed to a stable income, often dined at roadside eateries. Thus, he had developed a discerning palate for delicious food. Over the years of being on the road, he had tasted many small restaurants' offerings, but none compared to the delightful wontons from this establishment. After finishing one bowl, he craved another. Upon hearing about the steamed buns, he decided to wait a moment to sample them as well. The first batch of buns was served to Lu Qiangdong and Huang Zheng, followed by the second batch, from which the leather-jacketed man ordered 5 to taste. After savoring them, he felt he had just experienced the most delectable buns in the world, nearly moved to tears. It was the first time in his life he had encountered such a delightful flavor. As he prepared to leave, he ordered a dozen more buns to take to his friends. By noon, Lin Tian had nearly sold out of the 2 batches of buns and had served over 10 bowls of wontons. Glancing at the time, he realized it was time to head home, first preparing 2 bowls of wontons and buns for his daughter and Grandma Wang. He also planned to stop by his wife's factory to deliver some buns, as his wife would likely settle for steamed buns with pickles, eager to save money. After locking up the shop, he made his way home. Upon arrival, he handed the wontons and buns to Grandma Wang and Xiao Ying. Xiao Ying's eyes lit up at the sight of the wontons and buns, as if it were the new year. Grandma Wang was astonished by Lin Tian's thoughtful gesture. "You've worked hard looking after Xiao Ying, Grandma. I specially bought these for you on my way back. Do try them," Lin Tian said with a smile. Grandma Wang nodded approvingly. "This kindness is more than enough. Xiao Ying is very well behaved." "Thank you, Grandma Wang. I still need to go to Xiao Shui's factory to deliver some buns and wontons," Lin Tian replied. "Go ahead," Grandma Wang said, watching Lin Tian leave in disbelief. In the eyes of Grandma Wang and the neighbors, it seemed impossible for Lin Tian to change. They thought the sun would rise in the west first. However, seeing him now, they realized they had misjudged him. When he was earnest, he truly looked handsome. The wontons Dad bought are really delicious, Xiaoying remarked as she enjoyed her meal. Grandma Wang encouraged her, then eat quickly and have more. You should share some with me too. No. These are for Grandma Wang from Dad, Xiaoying replied. Sakura is quite obedient and understanding. Lin Tian has arrived at the entrance of the factory where his wife works, carrying dumplings and buns. He converses briefly with the elderly guard outside, requesting for Gong Linxue to come out. Upon hearing her name, the guard promptly picks up the phone to call the workshop. After a brief wait, Gong Linxue appears at the factory gate, surprised to see Lin Tian. This marks the first time he has come to visit her since she began working at the state-owned enterprise. My dear, you've come, Gong Linxue exclaims, her face lighting up with excitement. Yes, I bought some buns and dumplings to bring you during my lunch break, Lin Tian replies. Take them back and enjoy them while they're hot. Gong Linxue gazes at the buns and the box of dumplings in his hands, momentarily taken aback. Her beautiful face, adorned with sparkling eyes, blinks in disbelief. Did you really bring these for me? She asks, touched. Of course. I plan to bring them to you every day at noon from now on. Hurry, take them and eat. I need to rush back. Work starts soon. Lin Tian assures her, noticing her emotional expression. Okay, would you mind picking me up after work tonight? Gong Linxue musters the courage to ask, having long desired Lin Tian to collect her after a shift. Each time she saw her colleagues being picked up by their husbands, she felt a pang of envy. Yet she hesitated to voice her wish for fear of upsetting him. But today, with him personally delivering the dumplings and buns, she found the courage to speak up. Absolutely. I will come to get you after work. Lin Tian nods affirmatively. Great. I'll be waiting for you, Gong Linxue replies, her cheeks flushed with joy, resembling a shy young girl. As Lin Tian turns to leave, she watches his figure disappear before reluctantly heading back inside, clutching the dumplings and buns. Her heart warmed by his thoughtful gesture. This marks the first time her husband has shown such concern for her. She recalls that during their school days, he was never this attentive. Now he is truly transformed, becoming increasingly better. Yet, a flicker of worry crosses her mind. She wonders if this change is merely temporary and if he might revert to his old self in a few days. As she walks back to the workshop, she places the buns and dumplings on her desk. Upon opening the box, the enticing aroma wafts up. How delightful! Gong Linxue exclaims in surprise. She picks up a dumpling and takes a bite, instantly feeling as though she has tasted the most exquisite delicacy of her life. Although her family was well off before marriage, and she had no trouble enjoying dumplings, none could compare to the ones her husband has brought her. Hey, Xiaoxue, why did you buy buns and dumplings? At that moment, a friend sits down beside Gong Linxue and inquires. Gong Linxue smiles and replies, These were brought to me by my husband. You should try one. They're delicious. Chapter 10. Soon, I will pick up my wife after work. Gong Linxue invites her friend, who is astonished. Your husband actually brings you meals? Sisters are aware of Gong Linxue, who for nearly a year has been having her lunches consisting solely of steamed buns accompanied by pickled vegetables. Each time they see her, their hearts ache profoundly. They have repeatedly urged Gong Linxue to indulge in something better, fearing that if this continues, her health will inevitably deteriorate, leading to significant issues in due course. Yet, Gong Linxue remains obstinate, persisting with her humble meals of buns and pickles. As for her husband, they have heard various accounts. He is known for his frequent gambling and drinking, essentially an ne'er-do-well. He has never once delivered a meal to Gong Linxue, nor has he even picked her up from work. Currently, he has found employment at a construction site, and during his lunch break, he brought her a meal. Gong Linxue, with a bright smile, expressed her contentment. Seeing her in this state genuinely worries her friends. The fact that she is so delighted over a single meal indicates her low standing in the household. It is no surprise that her husband behaves so poorly. Gulme, try one. They're truly delicious, Gong Linxue invited. Her friends nodded and sampled one, exclaiming, This dumpling is indeed delightful. Please ask your husband where he bought them. I would like to get some for myself. Gong Linxue responded affirmatively. Lin Tian had returned to the shop, ready to open for business, as customers began to trickle in. He sold a number of buns and dumplings, with most being first-time visitors. However, once they tasted the offerings, they invariably returned for seconds, expressing their intention to return in the evening. Lin Tian anticipated this, thus he prepared accordingly, knowing he would need to increase the quantity for the night. By the end of the day, he estimated a profit of around 1 to 200 yuan. However, there was another task he needed to remember. He had to pick up his wife after work. Simply walking to meet her was not practical, as he truly needed a means of transportation. Purchasing a vehicle was out of the question, but acquiring a second-hand bicycle was feasible. Presently, he had 200 yuan in hand, sufficient to purchase a used bike for a modest sum. As he became engrossed in his work, the clock approached 2 o'clock, and the last customer had departed. He had earned 50 yuan from the day's sales, and he felt a sense of satisfaction with how business had gone on his first day. With just 2 more days, he would have enough to cover his daughter's kindergarten fees. The thought brought a smile of contentment to his lips. "Linga, you're busy." He heard Lu Qiangdong's voice as he entered, grinning. "I have no work this afternoon. Do you need any help? Are you still off to buy supplies?" Lu Qiangdong inquired. "Yes, I need to purchase ingredients for the evening," Lin Tian replied as he prepared to head to the market. Initially, he had not considered the need for additional supplies for the night. However, through the scene at noon, he realized that he needed to be better prepared. "All right, Brother Lin. I'll ride over on my motorcycle. I have nothing else to do anyway. By the way, on the way back, I would like to discuss your views on e-commerce." Lu Qiangdong was particularly interested in e-commerce. After meeting the boss today, not only did he find the dumplings and buns delicious, but he also discovered that the boss understood e-commerce. It was as if he had encountered a kindred spirit. "All right, I appreciate your help," Lin Tian responded. Given Lu Qiangdong's keen interest in e-commerce, it was evident that he intended to pursue it in the future. Thus, Lin Tian decided to seize this opportunity to invest in Lu Qiangdong's venture, helping him establish his e-commerce business. As the two exited to chat, Lu Qiangdong was seen riding a large motorcycle, a rather impressive sight in 2004. Owning a motorcycle indeed signified a certain taste. However, in the capital, automobiles had long become commonplace, with BMWs and Mercedes-Benz being quite prevalent, indicating a wealth of affluent individuals. At this moment, Lu Qiangdong mounted his motorcycle, with Lin Tian climbing aboard, and they made their way toward the market. Upon arriving at the market, they procured ingredients for dinner, including a bag of flour. Today, they had used a considerable amount of flour, and if they did not purchase more, they would likely run out by tomorrow. Thus, preparation was necessary. After gathering all the ingredients, Lu Qiangdong rode Lin Tian back home. Once they returned, Lin Tian began to busy himself, with Lu Qiangdong lending a helping hand. "Brother Lin, what do you think the future development of e-commerce will be like?" Lu Qiangdong could not help but inquire. Upon hearing this, Lin Tian replied, "In the future, e-commerce will undoubtedly become ubiquitous. Are you aware of Alibaba?" Lu Qiangdong nodded. "Yes, but they seem to have few users on their Taobao platform at present." Indeed, the user base is currently limited and profitability is not yet apparent. However, once e-commerce demonstrates its advantages, lower costs, and convenient delivery, it will gain significant traction. Moreover, as the number of internet users in our Dragon country continues to multiply geometrically, at that time, every internet user will be a potential customer. With a population of 1.3 billion, if we can achieve just 100 million internet users, imagine the vast market we would have. Upon hearing this, Lu Qiangdong shook his head in astonishment. "Brother Lin, your foresight is truly remarkable. Though I have considered the rapid increase in internet users, I did not envision it as far-reaching as you do." Lu Qiangdong admired Lin Tian's vision from the depths of his heart. At this moment, Lin Tian was preparing the vegetable filling and beginning to knead the dough, adding baking powder. Soon, he would be able to make the wrappers. He planned to prepare the buns first, allowing them to steam once the time was right. In the future, especially with the widespread adoption of smartphones, the increase in internet users would be even more staggering. "Brother Lin, what is a smartphone?" Lu Qiangdong asked, perplexed. Lin Tian smiled faintly, saying, "Let us wait for the esteemed Mr. Jobs. He will enlighten you on what constitutes a smartphone." Mentioning Mr. Jobs reminded Lin Tian that the advent of the smartphone was not far off. If memory serves, it was merely 3 years away. Once it emerges, it shall disrupt the current equilibrium of mobile devices, leading to the swift downfall of brands like Nokia and Motorola. Oh, Brother Lin, your foresight is remarkable. Do share more with me, Lu Qiangdong eagerly urged. Lin Tian, while wrapping a bun, replied, I shall gradually share more with you later. First, I must finish preparing these buns, as I need to pick up my wife from work. Chapter 11. Once there was a cat. Upon hearing Lin Tian mention his intent to fetch his wife, Lu Qiangdong chuckled, Brother Lin, it's evident how much you cherish your wife. Lin Tian, upon hearing this, felt a pang of bitterness wash over him. With a wry smile, he began, Let me tell you a story. Oh, do tell. Lu Qiangdong nodded enthusiastically. Lin Tian recounted once, there was a despicable man who had the fortune of winning over a wonderful woman, one who endured great hardships for him. Yet, this man remained oblivious, continuing his wretched ways, drinking and gambling, squandering their finances. His wife worked 3 jobs, and the beauty of her visage faded into wrinkles long before she turned 30. Tragically, their daughter suffered from malnutrition since childhood, and by the age of 15, her body succumbed to a grave illness. In that moment, perhaps the man experienced a flicker of realization. But one must understand, for an ordinary person, falling ill is a calamity. Once in the hospital, money dissipates like paper. It is never enough. At that moment, the man was consumed by regret. Lin Tian sighed deeply, pausing for a considerable time, while Lu Qiangdong listened, captivated. And then, was the daughter saved? He inquired with concern. Alas, the daughter perished, and his wife, too, succumbed to a serious illness, leaving him utterly alone. It was only then that he comprehended the magnitude of his losses, yet it was far too late. As Lin Tian wrapped the last bun, a shadow of guilt crossed his face, for he was indeed the protagonist of this tale, the one who had betrayed his wife and children. How tragic! That man was indeed a cad. If I were in his shoes, my life would forever be filled with discontent. What became of him? Lu Qiangdong asked. Lin Tian placed the final bun into the steamer and replied, he also met his demise. Remember, there is no such thing as a wayward son returning home to redeem himself. Once he seeks redemption, all that was dear is already lost. Therefore, while one is young, it is imperative to live rightly and not act like a scoundrel. A scoundrel may enjoy fleeting pleasures, but he will live a lifetime of regret. As he spoke, Lin Tian ignited the gas stove. Fortunately, I have been granted a second chance at life. For me, this is a form of redemption. By the way, may I borrow your motorcycle later? I wish to ride it to pick up my wife. Upon hearing this, Lu Qiangdong immediately nodded in agreement. Of course, I would be honored to follow you, Brother Lin. You are my role model, and I shall strive to be your subordinate. Lin Tian, upon hearing this, replied, Excellent. I will teach you the intricacies of e-commerce. You are destined for greatness. Lu Qiangdong, scratching his head, remarked, Brother Lin, it sounds as though your words alone will lead me to immediate success. Lin Tian glanced at the time. It was nearing 5 o'clock. Please keep an eye on the gas stove and turn it off in 20 minutes. I'm going to pick up my wife from work. Certainly. Lu Qiangdong responded eagerly, feeling a wave of admiration for Brother Lin and vowing to become a man who cherishes his wife just as Lin Tian does. Lin Tian took the motorcycle keys and exited the shop, riding toward the state-owned first factory. Inside the factory, Gong Linxue was preparing to leave for the day. She kept glancing outside, hoping to catch a glimpse of Lin Tian, as he had promised to pick her up after work. This was the first time he would do so, and her heart brimmed with excitement and anticipation. At that moment, Wang Hong approached her. Hey, Xiaoxue, why are you so excited today? Is something good about to happen? I heard that Director Liu is treating the female workers to a dance at the auditorium tonight. Are you going? I must say, just then, Gong Linxue spotted a familiar figure outside the factory and declared, I'm not going. She began walking towards the exit. Wang Hong's surprise exclaimed, Xiaoxue, you are truly stubborn. If you go to Director Liu's gathering, it could lead to a promotion. Why toil so hard every day? I would covet such an opportunity. Wang Hong stamped her foot in frustration. However, Gong Linxue paid no heed to her friend's words. her excitement propelling her to the factory gates, where she came face to face with Lin Tian. "You really came? I thought you were merely speaking," she said, her face alight with joy. Lin Tian took her hand firmly. "If I promised to pick you up, I would certainly arrive without delay. How can I go back on my word? Let us go. I borrowed the boss's motorcycle today." He gestured towards the gleaming vehicle parked behind him. Gong Linxue looked over and exclaimed, "You rode this? I remember you don't have a license. Can you even ride it?" Lin Tian shrugged, responding, "Of course I can. Come on, I'll take you home. From now on, I'll come to pick you up every day. I cannot allow my wife to walk home after a long day of work. It pains my heart." He raised his voice intentionally for those around to hear. Instantly, Gong Linxue's cheeks flushed crimson, resembling a ripe apple. "Lower your voice. It's embarrassing if others hear," she whispered, a hint of shyness in her tone. Lin Tian wrapped his arms around her, declaring, "This is my wife, Gong Linxue. It is only natural for me to care for her. I vow that she shall not suffer any longer." Lin Tian was resolute. There were words that needed to be uttered today, particularly at the entrance of the state-owned no. One factory. After all, someone had been coveting his wife, eagerly anticipating a divorce so he could pursue her. In his previous life, Lin Tian had been indifferent to this matter, only realizing the persistent affection Lu, the factory director, held for his wife after her passing. When confronted by Lu later, he had delivered a harsh slap. In this life, Lin Tian's intent was clear: to publicly demonstrate the depth of his love for his wife, firmly dispelling any hopes Lu might harbor. "All right, let us head home," he said, sensing a change in her demeanor. Gong Linxue felt a warmth envelop her. It was the first time her husband had openly expressed his love in a public setting. Despite a tinge of embarrassment, she found the display utterly delightful. As Lin Tian mounted his motorcycle, he waited for his wife to join him before accelerating away amidst the gazes of onlookers. One individual clenched his fist in frustration. Chapter 12. With such words, "Our finances are sufficient," witnessing Gong Linxue being taken away by her husband, Lu clenched his fists tightly, puzzled by his own defeat. He was affluent, with a stable family background. After ruffling his hair, he entered his Santana and drove off, vowing to uncover the capabilities that allowed Lin Tian to win Gong Linxue's heart. Lin Tian rode home with Gong Linxue, who held him tightly. This sensation was immensely pleasurable for her. It was the first time he had picked her up from work, riding a motorcycle no less. "Dear, we should buy a motorcycle in the future, so I can pick you up every day," Lin Tian said with a smile. Gong Linxue nodded enthusiastically. "All right, I agree. But you mustn't work overtime at night. I'll also try to be busier in the evenings. With that, our finances will be sufficient." As they spoke, Lin Tian produced 100 yuan from his pocket. "Here, this is what I earned today. You take it," he said, handing her the money he made at the dumpling shop. Gong Linxue was initially taken aback. "You only made 100 at the construction site today?" she questioned, incredulous. "No, I earned 50 at the site. This is a bit of savings from before. It's better in your hands, if it's with me." "I might be tempted to gamble," he replied. Upon hearing this, Gong Linxue examined him closely, sensing a change in her husband. The man she once knew would never part with a single cent and would often ask her for money, which he squandered on gambling and drinking. "Dear, it's all right to drink a little now and then, just not too much," she suggested, feeling somewhat disoriented. "Since I've vowed to quit, I must abstain entirely," Lin Tian asserted. "From now on, I shall resolutely abstain," Lin Tian stated with unwavering conviction. At that moment, Gong Linxue was momentarily taken aback. She then stepped forward and embraced Lin Tian tightly. "Darling, you are truly wonderful," she said, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. Lin Tian, feeling the warmth of his wife's embrace, noticed that her clothing appeared somewhat worn. Indeed, since their marriage, Gong Linxue had not acquired a single new garment. A woman should not be without new clothes. Lin Tian resolved that, in a week's time, he would take his wife shopping for new attire. By then, he could also publicly share the news of his dumpling shop. "All right, my dear, I still need to work overtime," he instructed gently. "In the evening, please take Xiaoying out for a meal. Do not be frugal. She is still growing and needs nourishment. I earn money every day." Gong Linxue nodded slightly. "Okay, I will listen to you." However, she added, "But you have to work overtime tonight, That must be exhausting. Is it possible? Impossible, Lin Tian interjected firmly. As a man, I must shoulder the responsibilities of the family. Rest assured, my tasks are not burdensome. The supervisor takes good care of me. With that, he mounted his motorcycle and rode off. Gong Linxue watched her husband depart, her heart warming at the sight. In that moment, she felt a peculiar sense of discomfort. Her husband's sudden kindness left her somewhat flustered. Nevertheless, she recognized that this marked the beginning of brighter days ahead. Lin Tian arrived at the dumpling shop, where a considerable crowd had gathered outside. Lu Qiangdong had already begun assisting with sales. Upon seeing Lin Tian's return, he chuckled. Lingu, you're back. The 2 pots you steamed are simply insufficient. You'll need to prepare several more. Otherwise, the customers won't leave. Lu Qiangdong had witnessed the enthusiasm of the patrons, primarily factory workers from the nearby Beijing Road. This was also attributed to the promotional efforts of their manager. Curiosity had initially drawn them in to sample the dumplings, and upon tasting them, they found them to be delectable. Word of mouth quickly spread, encouraging more workers to join the queue. Additionally, some passerby noticed the line forming and inferred that the dumplings must be exceptional. Seeing the scene unfold, Lin Tian declared, "All right, I will get started right away." He busied himself for nearly 2 hours, utilizing an entire bag of flour. Eventually, he ran out of ingredients, at which point the customers had no choice but to disperse. Despite being overwhelmed with work, Lin Tian was drenched in sweat. Sitting on a chair, he glanced at the cash box and was astonished to see the amount accumulated. To his surprise, he had sold so much in a single day, 300 yuan. After deducting costs, he realized that he had earned 200 yuan that day. However, this was merely the beginning. Thus, he estimated that once he got on the right track, earning 300 a day would pose no challenge. Moreover, with the addition of daily dumpling sales, the income could reach 400 to 500 daily. This translated to a monthly revenue of approximately 10,000, which was indeed substantial back in 2004. Brother Lin, you are truly remarkable to have earned such a sum. Lu Qiangdong chuckled from the side. Lin Tian shook his head, responding, "This is merely the beginning. I plan to open a branch in the future." "Yes, indeed. I agree. Brother Lin, I can assist you whenever I have free time." Lu Qiangdong eagerly inquired. "That would be beneficial. I can pay you a salary." Lin Tian acknowledged, genuinely in need of a helper. "No need for that, Brother Lin. Once you start making money, could you possibly invest in my e-commerce venture? We can collaborate and share the profits equally," Lu Qiangdong proposed. Lin Tian hesitated for a moment before responding, "If you feel that half is too much, then how about I take 70 and you 30? Lu Qiangdong quickly suggested. "No, half is half. However, you must heed my guidance on how to manage it. Investment is essential, and at this rate your e-commerce business can launch in 6 months." Lin Tian asserted confidently. Lin Tian intended to adopt a model that combined Taobao, Pinduoduo, and Jingdong, as Jingdong's initial approach was not profitable, while Taobao and Pinduoduo quickly turned a profit. Therefore, pursuing the most lucrative path was imperative to sustain the development of Jingdong. "All right, Brother Lin, I will follow your lead." Lu Qiangdong agreed. Chapter 13. Dear, the child is asleep. After a busy day, Lin Tian and Lu Qiangdong closed the shop, eagerly awaiting the next day's opening. Lu Qiangdong returned home, while Lin Tian walked alone on the street. At that moment, the system's voice echoed in his ears. "Ding! Congratulations, host, you have earned 300 points." Lin Tian then observed that his system interface displayed 300 points, signifying that he could participate in the initial lottery 3 times. However, the preliminary drawings primarily yielded everyday skills, such as making buns and dumplings. Thus, Lin Tian remained patient, awaiting the accumulation of 1,000 points to discover what skills he could obtain. As he made his way home, a thought suddenly crossed his mind, prompting him to divert his path. An hour later, he finally arrived home, only to find Gong Linxue placing a bag of rice into the rice jar. It dawned on him that their household had run out of rice, and the 100 yuan he had given her that evening had undoubtedly been spent on rice, alongside some vegetables on the floor. "Darling, you're back. Was it hard? I just went to the supermarket to buy some rice and vegetables." She greeted him warmly. "I believe dining out is still too extravagant." When Gong Linxue saw her husband return, She feared he would blame her for not taking Xiaoying out for a meal. Lin Tian understood her intentions. She was likely trying to save money to buy him a motorcycle. Sure enough, he noticed a few leftover flyers in a bag she was carrying. It was evident she had been distributing flyers on her way to the supermarket. "Dear, you have done splendidly. Regardless of the circumstances, I will always support you," Lin Tian said deliberately. "What's wrong?" Gong Linshua asked, a bit flustered, worried that her husband might discover she had been handing out flyers again. "You didn't buy any meat. How about we eat meat every day from now on?" Lin Tian approached and embraced her. "Oh dear, I'm covered in flour. Don't get it all over you," Gong Linshua quickly reminded him. "I'm not worried. This is perfect. Holding you is the best part of my day." Upon hearing this, Gong Linshua's cheeks flushed with warmth. It had been quite some time since her husband had expressed such romance. In the past, Lin Tian would come home intoxicated, collapsing onto the bed like a lifeless corpse, showing no desire for any romantic gestures. Therefore, his sudden display of affection left Gong Linshua feeling somewhat unaccustomed. "Daddy, Mommy bought me cotton candy. Do you want some?" At that moment, Xiaoying emerged from the inner room, holding her cotton candy aloft. Lin Tian turned, squatted down, and took a bite. It's delicious." "Xiaoying, do you want to go to kindergarten?" he asked. "Yes, I want to go. All my friends are going to kindergarten, and I want to go too," Xiaoying replied softly, afraid her father might become upset if she spoke incorrectly. "All right then, we will have Mommy take care of the paperwork tomorrow." Lin Tian handed Gong Linshua 300 yuan. Gong Linshua was taken aback upon seeing the money in Lin Tian's hand. "How did you come by 300 yuan again?" "You didn't." She feared he had gone gambling again. "No, dear, I borrowed it from my master. Xiaoying must attend kindergarten. If others can do it, so can she. So I borrowed 300. Don't worry, I will pay him back when I earn some money," Lin Tian reassured her, placing the money into her hand. At that moment, Gong Linshua felt somewhat at a loss. Her husband's behavior throughout the day was indeed quite unexpected. "I'll heeg ding. But I will definitely pay him back when I receive my salary," she said, holding the 300 yuan. "Yes, you must," Lin Tian affirmed. Gong Linshua's monthly salary was only 500 yuan. Even with additional work, she could earn at most 8 or 900 a month. However, when factoring in rent, utilities, and daily expenses, if Lin Tian refrained from gambling and focused on earning money, together they could accumulate over 2,000 yuan a month, allowing them to save a considerable sum. That evening, Gong Linshua began to calculate their finances. "Honey, look, you are about 1,500 a month, right?" "Yes. I'll put in some effort and manage to earn around 1,000 a month as well. That gives us a total of 2,500. If we spend 500 each month, that will allow us to save 2,000 monthly. In a year, that amounts to over 20,000. As Gong Linshua spoke, she took out her notebook. "If we work hard for a few years like this, we could buy a house back in Jiangzhou," she asserted confidently. Lin Tian, observing his wife's serious demeanor, understood that her calculations revolved entirely around purchasing a home. "By the way, what about that motorcycle you mentioned? Have you checked for any second-hand options? Perhaps at the end of the month, I could borrow a bit from my colleague so you can buy one. It would make your commute much easier," Gong Linshua added. Lin Tian looked at his wife and asked, "And what about you?" "I can walk. It's good exercise. I've gotten used to it. Besides, you'll be picking me up and dropping me off," Gong Linshua replied. Lin Tian realized that his wife never thought of herself. She was the kind of person who would endure any hardship for his sake. "Honey, in a few days, let us take you and the child shopping for clothes." "But I have clothes to wear. Why do we need to buy more?" "No, we must save more money. It's unnecessary," she insisted. "But we need to buy for the child too." "Well, that is acceptable," she conceded. "And perhaps I could get you a pair of leather shoes." Gong Linshua was still primarily focused on Lin Tian, not considering her own needs. Lin Tian chose not to argue since he knew that on that day, his wife would not be the decision-maker. No matter what, he was determined to get her a complete new outfit. "All right," Lin Tian replied, glancing at their child who had fallen asleep. "Honey, the child is asleep." "Yes, indeed. They've played all day." "I meant since the child is asleep." "Shouldn't we what?" "Oh, you are so mischievous." The next morning, at 4 o'clock, Lin Tian rose early. He dressed quickly and headed out of the courtyard towards the market. He needed to ensure he procured sufficient ingredients for the day to avoid the shortages experienced yesterday. Upon reaching the market, he was greeted by the sight of vendors bringing in their produce. Lin Tian approached to inquire about prices and purchased chives, cabbage, and other vegetables. He then visited the meat stall to select the finest pork. Chapter 14. Brother Lin, I admire you greatly. To make buns, one needs top-quality pork to create the most delicious results. Of course, not all pork is equal. During this season, the pork available is from rural farms, renowned for its excellent quality. Compared to the later factory-farmed pigs, which are fed with unknown substances, this pork is vastly superior. Hence, Lin Tian always chose the best ingredients. Although this meant earning slightly less, it ensured that the flavors were never compromised. Once he had gathered all the ingredients, he proceeded to his shop. Opening the doors, he began his preparations. By around 5 o'clock, the sky began to lighten, and customers started to arrive. This time, they came quite early, and Lin Tian busily cooked one pot after another. Having prepared 5 batches, all were sold out. In the morning, there was a profit exceeding 100. Additionally, with the dumplings, the earnings increased by another 100, totaling over 200 by midday. If this trend continues, it is anticipated that the earnings could surpass 500 by noon and evening. Lin Tian did not expect such a success, yet he found himself quite busy. By the end of the morning, he was drenched in sweat. Once the influx of customers diminished, he took the dumplings and buns home. Glancing at the clock, it was 7 in the morning. Upon returning home, his wife was awake and preparing breakfast. However, upon seeing her husband return with buns and dumplings, he cheerfully exclaimed, "Dear, there's no need to cook. I have brought buns and dumplings. Please enjoy them while they're hot." Gong Linshua nodded, still adjusting to this new routine. Yet her husband's warmth deeply touched her. She awakened their daughter, Xiao Ying, who, while munching on a bun, giggled, "Daddy, Mommy, these buns are delicious. Can I have them every morning?" Lin Tian pinched Xiao Ying's cheek, saying, "Of course, Daddy will bring you buns and dumplings every morning." "Yay, Daddy is the best." Xiao Ying beamed, her face glowing with joy. However, Lin Tian felt a twinge of concern. Considering Xiao Ying's health, he realized it was essential to schedule a checkup at the hospital. Early detection leads to early treatment. If there were no underlying issues, that would be even better. Suddenly, Gong Linshua inquired, "Did you go out this early just to buy buns and dumplings?" Upon hearing this, Lin Tian clarified, "I had a bit of early work to attend to, which allowed me to settle up and earn a few extra bucks. That is how I bought the buns and dumplings." As he savored the buns he had made, he found them truly delightful. Gong Linshua, upon hearing this, grasped her husband's hand, expressing, "You truly work too hard. It must be exhausting. Can we not go?" She felt a pang of sympathy for her husband's sudden toil. Lin Tian reassured her, "Actually, it's not tiring. It's rather flexible and quite simple to accomplish." With a slight nod, Gong Linshua felt deeply moved by her husband's improvements, prompting her to strive harder as well. Today, she needed to finalize Xiao Ying's kindergarten enrollment. It was important for their daughter to attend kindergarten to ensure she could enter primary school earlier under the current policies. They hoped their daughter would not face the same fate they did, as they struggled due to a lack of foundational education and only obtained a diploma from a junior college, resulting in mediocre job prospects. Thus, they were determined that their daughter's education would not falter. After breakfast, while Lin Tian was busy, the sound of a motorcycle echoed from outside. "Brother Lin, I've come to pick you up," announced a hearty man who entered. It was Lu Qiangdong, who had just visited Lin Tian's bun shop only to find it closed. Aware that the shop opened in the morning, he had decided to come personally. Lin Tian was taken aback to see Lu Qiangdong and hurriedly invited him in. "Come Qiangdong. Let me introduce you to my wife, Gong Linshua. Darling, this is my good brother Lu Qiangdong. We work together on the same construction site. He is a technician," Lin Tian said with a hint of mischief. Lu Qiangdong was momentarily stunned, but his quick-wittedness soon revealed the truth. He nodded eagerly, saying, "Yes, indeed, Brother Lin is exceptionally capable. Please do not overexert yourselves. Qiangdong, you must come over to our home for dinner sometime. I will whip up a few dishes," Gong Linshua warmly suggested. "Certainly, sister-in-law," Lu Qiangdong replied promptly. Before long, Lin Tian was whisked away on Lu Qiangdong's motorcycle to a bun shop. Lu Qiangdong was puzzled as to why Brother Lin had not mentioned his ownership of the establishment to his wife. "Are you wondering why I haven't informed my wife?" Lin Tian queried. "Indeed," Lu Qiangdong responded. "It just opened, and I'm still assessing its viability. Therefore, I plan to operate for a week before making any disclosures to my wife," Lin Tian elucidated. "Oh, Brother Lin, you are truly considerate. I admire you greatly," Lu Qiangdong said, his admiration for Lin Tian burgeoning. Lin Tian's devotion to his wife served as a poignant example. "Do not idolize me too much. Remember, once you have a wife, treat her well. Should you ever wrong her, I will not spare you," Lin Tian warned, thinking of the young man's future romantic pursuits. "Understood. I will certainly learn from you, Brother Lin," Lu Qiangdong replied with a smile. Subsequently, Lin Tian opened the shop door, beginning the preparation of buns and other ingredients for lunch. There was no need to visit the market today, as he had already prepared most of the essential ingredients that morning. However, Lin Tian realized that he required a tricycle for transporting goods, having noticed one for sale along the way. It would serve as a temporary solution until he could afford a van in the future. After preparing the bun filling, he and Lu Qiangdong purchased the pedal tricycle. Initially, Lu Qiangdong suggested leaving his motorcycle with Lin Tian as a means of transportation, but Lin Tian declined. The motorcycle belonged to someone else, and he did not wish to take it. Moreover, riding it daily might raise suspicions with his wife. If she learned too early about his new venture, she would undoubtedly come to help, increasing her worries. Lin Tian preferred to wait a week until the operation was stable before revealing the truth to his wife, at which point he could present her with a sum of money, alleviating her concerns and sparing her from the burdens of distributing flyers late at night. As these thoughts crossed his mind, Lin Tian glimpsed a flicker of hope. If all went according to plan, he could earn over 3,000 in just a week's time. Chapter 15. A new bun shop on Beijing Road. As noon swiftly approached, Lin Tian prepared several pots of buns. He then procured a large cardboard sign and inscribed the word Centenary Bun Shop in bold letters, rendering it more conspicuous. Additionally, he noted on the sign that the establishment would also offer wontons. This endeavor caught the attention of passers-by. However, in the initial stages, the flow of pedestrians merely glanced at the shop without entering. After all, it was only the second day, and repeat customers were still scarce. At that moment, a hurried girl rushed in. She appeared to be around 16 or 17 years old and entered panting. "Brother, give me a bun. I'm so hungry." Dressed in athletic attire, she seemed to be an athlete. Lin Tian quickly handed her a bun, and the girl paid him 4 dimes. She began to devour the bun voraciously. However, upon tasting it, she was momentarily taken aback. "It's surprisingly delicious. Brother, give me another one." She fished out another 4 dimes and handed them to Lin Tian, who complied and passed her another bun. This time, she savored more carefully. Once she finished, she gave a thumbs up. "Brother, your buns are truly delicious. Even better than those at the Grand Hotel my dad takes me to. I want more, but I'm running out of time." With that, she reluctantly departed. Lin Tian watched her leave with a smile. As the girl exited the bun shop, a Mercedes-Benz pulled up. She got into the car, taking the passenger seat beside her tall father, who had a robust physique and well-developed muscles. "I've told you not to eat at roadside stalls. The hygiene standards are questionable. If you want buns, I can take you to the Capital Grand Hotel, where they have 5-star chefs," her father remarked as he started the car. Lina giggled. "Dad, I think the buns from that shop are even better than what you call 5-star chefs." Upon hearing this, Li Jiaxian responded with a wry smile. If they were truly comparable to 5-star chefs, why would they open a small shop? You still need to join the national team, and dietary considerations are crucial. Avoid such small eateries in the future. With that, he drove away. Lina felt a twinge of reluctance as she glanced back at the bun shop in the rearview mirror. By 10:30, customers began to trickle in. Repeat patrons arrived early, fearing they might miss out on the buns. Additionally, new customers, drawn by word of mouth, had already begun to form a long queue. Consequently, other bun and noodle shops along the street saw a significant drop in customers. Some shop owners stepped outside, furrowing their brows as they observed the newly opened bun shop, now bustling with patrons, while their regulars had migrated there. "Old who, what is going on?" one asked. "How would I know?" came the reply. A man named Lao who wiped the sweat from his brow. If this continues, our guest today might be whisked away by him. This cannot be allowed. Hey, why the rush? It's likely just a marketing ploy since he has recently opened his business. In a few days, there will be fewer patrons. One can only hope so, but I've heard from some regular customers that the buns at this shop are exceptionally delicious. Huh, do you really believe that? The couple observed the scene, one anxious and the other relatively calm. Other shop owners had also come out to take a look, only to discover that an inconspicuous bun shop, barely 2 days into its opening, was thriving. Some owners were unfazed. After all, such fervor is often fleeting. It's merely a matter of employing a few tricks like hiring individuals to stand in line, deliberately creating an illusion of popularity to draw in unsuspecting customers. Inside the bun shop, Lin Tian and Lu Qiangdong were already bustling with activity, continuously collecting payments and wrapping buns. Some patrons were also enjoying their buns alongside wontons. They were truly working up a sweat. After 2 hours of relentless effort, the number of customers began to dwindle slightly, allowing Lin Tian and Lu Qiangdong a moment to catch their breath. Lin Tian started counting the money and was astonished to find they had made 200 yuan just during lunch. Adding the morning's earnings, they had nearly reached 400. Customers continued to trickle in, mainly returning patrons bringing their friends to sample the fare. Some made phone calls, enthusiastically recommending the buns and wontons to others. Gradually, the influx of customers increased until 3 o'clock when they finally subsided. Lin Tian counted the money again, discovering they had sold another 100 yuan. Remarkably, from morning until now, they had accumulated 500 yuan. After deducting costs, they netted over 300, with wontons yielding the highest profit, reaching 70%. As the day progressed, Lin Tian busied himself preparing the bun dough and filling for the evening, as well as the wonton wrappers. Once everything was set, it was already 5 in the afternoon. Lin Tian began steaming the buns and then set off to pick up his wife. Earlier, he had asked Lu Qiangdong's friend, Huang Zheng, to help deliver the buns and wontons to his wife, as he simply couldn't leave. Dongzi, I truly appreciate your help. I'll go fetch your sister-in-law from work. All right, Brother Lin, you go ahead. You're quite the model husband, Lu Qiangdong chuckled. At this, Lin Tian merely smiled. For by strict measures, he did not consider himself a qualified husband. He was merely attempting to rectify matters. He hopped on his motorcycle and headed towards the state-owned first factory. By the time he arrived at the entrance, Gong Linxue was already waiting, eager for her husband to come and collect her. Sure enough, after a short while, she spotted him riding up on his motorcycle, a radiant smile illuminating her face. Lin Tian rode his motorcycle to her side. My dear, I hope I'm not late, he inquired. Not at all, she replied. But why do you carry a familiar scent? I feel as though I have encountered it before. The perceptive Gong Linxue asked curiously. Upon hearing this, Lin Tian promptly explained, It must be the aroma of the buns you had for lunch. Yes, that's right, Gong Linxue quickly nodded. We were preparing food for the workers at the construction site, steaming buns while we worked. Ah, Gong Linxue chuckled. If one did not know better, they might think you were a master of buns. However, she continued, I heard from our colleagues that there's a newly opened bun shop on Beijing Road that serves extraordinarily delicious buns. Chapter 16, Boss. Where did you learn to make these wontons? When his wife mentioned the new bun shop on Beijing Road, Lin Tian felt a pang of concern. However, he thought to himself that his wife would likely refrain from spending money at a bun shop, so in the short term, she would not discover it. Is that so? Lin Tian asked. I am not sure, but they said it is quite tasty. However, I find that the buns and wontons you brought are truly delightful. I never tire of them. Are they made in your cafeteria? His wife inquired with curiosity. Yes, indeed. The lady who makes the buns possesses exceptional skills, Lin Tian replied, naturally going along with her sentiment. It seems you are quite fortunate. The meals from our state-run cafeteria are far less appetizing. Let me tell you, the food there's truly dreadful. They rarely eat there and usually dine outside. I have only eaten there once, and there was little to commend it, just enough to fill one's belly, Gong Linxue stated simply. Lin Tian arrived at their doorstep on his motorcycle. Gong Linxue dismounted and stretched her limbs. I managed to take care of everything at the kindergarten today. Tomorrow I can take Xiaoying to school. You've been quite busy, leaving so early. I will take her from now on. And you should take care not to overexert yourself. Perhaps you shouldn't work overtime today? Gong Lin Xue expressed her concern for her husband. His sudden industriousness left her somewhat unaccustomed. It's all right, my dear. As a man, it is perfectly fine for me to take on more work. Besides, the overtime is not for nothing. I can learn more skills, Lin Tian explained. Seeing her husband's determination, Gong Lin Xue felt powerless to change his mind and embraced him tightly. I'm grateful to have you. I love you, my dear. Oh, how cheesy, she responded. All right, I must be on my way. If I delay, it will be troublesome. He thought of the impending workload awaiting him. Needing to return, lest Lu Qiangdong be overwhelmed alone. Be safe on your way. Drive slowly when there are cars, his wife admonished. Yes, I will. Lin Tian nodded before riding off. At the century-old bun shop, Lu Qiangdong was sweating profusely, as the influx of customers at noon had only increased the demand. With the promotion from these returning customers, the number of patrons coming for steamed buns and wontons increased significantly. My goodness, the crowd is overwhelming. Huang Zheng, make sure to handle the money correctly. Do not misplace any funds meant for Brother Lin. It's not easy for him to earn. All right, Huang Zheng replied, beginning to collect payments from the customers. The patrons lined up in an orderly fashion, exhibiting remarkable politeness, with not a single individual attempting to cut the queue. At this moment, Lin Tian returned on his motorcycle. Upon seeing the line of customers, which had doubled since noon, he couldn't help but shake his head in disbelief. This was an outcome he had never anticipated. Entering the shop, he busied himself and spotted Huang Zheng. Little Huang, you're here too, he remarked. Yes, Brother Lin. My apologies for the trouble. Once we finish, I'll treat you. Sounds good, Huang Zheng responded. At this juncture, Lin Tian began preparing wontons for the customers. Before long, 2 bowls were served at the table. Upon tasting the delicacy, the patrons raised their thumbs in approval. Many had come specifically due to word of mouth. After savoring the first bite, they were utterly captivated by the exquisite flavors. The quality was beyond reproach, even in the bustling streets nearby. They had never encountered such delectable steamed buns and wontons. In no time, they requested additional bowls. Nearly an hour passed with a steady stream of customers. Lin Tian had no choice but to steam another batch of buns on the fly. Although it was getting late, the customers were willing to wait, drawn by the deliciousness. Moreover, they had promised friends to bring some back, which added to their resolve to wait. After half an hour, the new batch was ready. Distributing them fairly among the patrons was just enough to meet the demand. By 8 o'clock, the flow of customers had dwindled slightly, yet a few still arrived. Ordering wontons. They remained busy until nearly 9, when the last of the ingredients were finally exhausted. Well done, my brothers. You've truly worked hard. Lin Tian expressed his gratitude to Lu Qiangdong and Huang Zheng upon realizing they had run out of supplies. Lu Qiangdong chuckled, Brother Lin, your business is thriving. I dare say your buns and wontons could rival those prepared by chefs in 5-star hotels. Is that so? Just as Huang Zheng and Lu Qiangdong were conversing, a man entered the shop. Dressed in high-end designer apparel, he exuded an air of affluence. They turned their attention to the newcomer. I'm sorry, but we have run out of ingredients, Lin Tian quickly explained. Li Jiaxian scrutinized Lin Tian from head to toe. That's all right. Can you prepare something else? I'm a bit hungry. My daughter returned home today and mentioned that the buns from this shop are exceptionally delicious. Intrigued, Li Jiaxian wanted to see what made this bun shop so appealing to his notoriously picky daughter. Even after visits to 5-star hotels, she had found the food lacking in flavor. This was particularly crucial as she was at a pivotal moment in her athletic career, needing to enhance her physical condition to qualify for the national team. Otherwise, should one falter in performance, the opportunity would be lost. I can still prepare a bowl of wontons. Lin Tian glanced over, noting there was still a bit of wonton dough remaining. Oh, then please make me a bowl, Li Jiaxian requested. Certainly, I shall prepare it for you right away, Lin Tian replied, understanding that once customers arrived, even the slightest availability of ingredients demanded their satisfaction to ensure their return. He busied himself, and soon the last bowl of wontons was ready, placed before Li Jiaxian. Li Jiaxian did not eat immediately. Instead, he observed closely as Lin Tian prepared the dish. To his surprise, despite the small size of the establishment, the cleanliness was exemplary, and the proprietor maintained impeccable hygiene while crafting the noodles. Compared to other small eateries, this one stood out for its cleanliness. "Thank you," Li Jiaxian expressed his gratitude, picking up chopsticks to select one wonton. As he took a gentle bite, the rich meat juices flooded his mouth. In the next moment, he furrowed his brow slightly before diving into his meal. One wonton after another disappeared, and a look of incredulity spread across his face. "Boss, where did you learn to make these wontons?" Li Jiaxian inquired curiously. Having sampled countless delicacies, including wontons crafted by five-star chefs, he found this creation to be unrivaled. Chapter 17. The five-star chef cannot compare. Absolutely remarkable. Li Jiaxian deemed this wonton to be extraordinarily delicious. The first bite alone filled him with praise, and the second felt like a taste of paradise. Given his wealth, he had experienced a myriad of exquisite flavors, yet he usually indulged in dishes made by five-star chefs. However, the wontons prepared by this proprietor were simply incomparable. Additionally, the hygiene standards here were undoubtedly satisfactory. No wonder his daughter raved about the buns after tasting them. "Do you have any more?" Li Jiaxian inquired, clearly not satiated. Lin Tian shook his head, responding, "I'm sorry, but this is the last bowl. I have exhausted my ingredients and will need to procure more in the morning. If you arrive by 6 o'clock tomorrow morning, there will be more available." Upon hearing this, Li Jiaxian glanced at his watch and sighed with regret. "Very well, I shall make it a point to come early." "All right," Lin Tian replied. Afterward, Li Jiaxian departed and got into his car, still feeling unsatisfied. He took out his phone and made a call. "Let us inform them that we won't be going to Europe tomorrow." "Why, boss? The clients there have been waiting for us for a week. They can wait another day." "Oh, very well, but I'm still curious about the reason." Li Jiaxian inhaled deeply and stated, "Because I have tasted something delightful, and I must savor it again tomorrow." With that, he ended the call. Upon hearing her boss's words, the female assistant wore an expression of disbelief. The boss has indulged in every delicacy imaginable. Indeed, if one desires a sumptuous meal now, a mere phone call to a five-star chef would suffice, and he would personally deliver the culinary experience. Lin Tian accompanied Lu Qiangdong and Huang Zheng to a nearby barbecue restaurant. Having promised his wife to abstain from alcohol, he opted for a beverage while enjoying barbecue with Lu Qiangdong and Huang Zheng. "Lin Ge, did you never drink before?" Lu Qiangdong inquired, taking a sip of his beer. Lin Tian, savoring a lamb skewer, replied, "I used to drink, but I would often become inebriated. However, I chose to quit. Henceforth, I shall refrain from drinking." "Oh, is it for your wife?" Lu Qiangdong suddenly asked. Lin Tian nodded affirmatively, "Indeed. Lin Ge, I truly admire you. Your wife is incredibly fortunate to have a husband like you," Lu Qiangdong expressed with admiration. Huang Zheng, nodding in agreement, added, "Lin Ge, you treat your wife splendidly. You are a role model." "Absolutely. You have no idea. My wife is exceptionally skilled at managing our lives. She has not enjoyed many luxuries while being with me. And if I do not strive harder and indulge in drinking, it would be a disservice to her and our daughter." Lin Tian spoke earnestly. "Lin Ge is right. Let's toast." They all raised their glasses. Huang Zheng and Lu Qiangdong drank beer, while Lin Tian sipped his beverage. "Lin Ge, I have enrolled in a school and may go abroad for studies in the latter half of the year. I am uncertain when I will return. Lin Ge, may I ask what you foresee for the future market?" Upon hearing Huang Zheng's aspirations for studying abroad, Lin Tian recognized the young man's lofty ambitions. A mere city like Jingcheng could not nurture his growth. "Are you referring to the internet?" Lin Tian inquired. "Yes, I am referring to the current state of the internet, which consists of a limited number of users. Most people merely engage in single-player games at internet cafes. The online game Legend is quite good. I used to play it. By the way, Journey to the West is also enjoyable." Lin Tian smiled slightly. "The current internet opportunities you observe are predominantly a male market. Since gaming is largely male-dominated, the targets are primarily men. For instance, the emerging games are mostly designed for adults. In the future, the financial contributions from children and women will ignite the internet's potential." Lin Tian elaborated. Children's money? What do you mean? Huang Zheng and Lu Qiangdong both expressed surprise. Are you familiar with QQ? Lin Tian asked. Yes, I know it. I often use QQ to chat, but it is mostly my university classmates who engage with it, Lu Qiangdong responded. Lin Tian continued. In the future, the user base will expand significantly. Additionally, online shopping platforms and similar ventures will emerge. In approximately 3 years, it will all commence. At this point, Lin Tian realized it was time to strategize. Although 3 years may seem lengthy, it would pass swiftly if he did not establish his plans early. He feared he might miss out entirely. 3 years. Lingo, what you are saying is bewildering. I consulted an internet expert regarding Alibaba, and he expressed that the prospects are not promising. Lin Tian, upon hearing this, asked, Are you referring to that person surnamed Guo? Brother Lin, do you really only know Teacher Guo? Of course, he is well aware that Guo has not had the smoothest relationship with Alibaba. Teacher Guo specializes in online wholesale, which undoubtedly points to a much larger market in the future. Upon hearing this, Huang Zheng's interest was piqued. Brother Lin, I understand that you are talking about business-to-business and business-to-consumer models. There is a significant difference between the two, isn't there? Indeed, Lin replied. Business-to-business merely allows one to earn initial profits through membership, yet it has evident shortcomings. It is not suitable for future development models. In contrast, the business-to-consumer approach allows individual vendors we see in markets today to transition into online shopping entities. With the exponential growth of internet users, this sector will experience tremendous changes and will represent a vast market. Huang Zheng nodded. Brother Lin, you articulate this exceptionally well. Lu Qiangdong, listening quietly, was contemplating an entirely different perspective. The three conversed until 10 o'clock before parting ways. Lin Tian returned home alone, eventually arriving at 11. His wife and daughter were already asleep. He approached and gently stroked his daughter's forehead. She was sleeping soundly, her little face quite charming. However, her hair appeared somewhat dull and lifeless. It seemed essential to enhance her nutrition promptly. He thought about preparing some bone broth for her the following evening. Ah, you're back. You've been busy so late. His wife, upon seeing Lin Tian, quickly got up. Have you eaten? I made rice tonight and fried an egg for Xiaoying. She loves it. Gong Linxue said. Thank you, dear. I had barbecue with my master and the others. Look, I even brought some back for you. Chapter 18. Secret bone broth. Lin Tian had not forgotten to ask the owner to grill some extra to take home. How could he dine out without considering his wife? He reflected on how she always economized, sparing no expense. Isn't this barbecue quite expensive? Gong Linxue inquired, noticing the food Lin Tian had brought back. Lin Tian shook his head. It's reasonable. The owner gave us a 50% discount since we know him. Let's wake Xiaoying and enjoy the barbecue together. I also got her a drink. As he spoke, he pulled out a bottle of cola. Gong Linxue observed the change in her husband with great surprise. She then proceeded to wake Xiaoying. Rubbing her eyes, Xiaoying caught a whiff of the aroma. Wow, Daddy, what is this? Barbecue and lamb skewers. Hurry, get up and eat. Xiaoying nodded, sitting up and taking a bite. Bursting into a smile, she exclaimed, It's really delicious. Lin Tian knew that his daughter had never tasted barbecue before, so her unfamiliarity was entirely understandable. He then handed the cola to her, having only ever allowed her to drink plain water throughout her childhood. The remaining beverages were primarily those that other children had. She was immensely tempted but refrained from expressing her desires, fully aware of her family's financial constraints. Gong Linxue twisted open the cap, and Xiaoying took a sip. It's truly delicious. Mommy, you should have some too, she offered her mother. Gong Linxue nodded and took a sip herself. It really is delightful. Let us enjoy some barbecue together. This was bought for us by your father. Yes, Daddy. You are wonderful. Lin Tian felt a wave of relief wash over him at the sight of his daughter's joy. Reflecting on her past experiences, he couldn't help but feel remorse for being the flawed man that led to her previous misfortunes, which ultimately resulted in her illness. In this lifetime, he vowed to care for both mother and daughter diligently. Here, this is today's 50 yuan. Please keep it safe, Lin Tian said, handing the money to his wife. Gong Linxue accepted it, taking a moment to process the significant contrast from their usual circumstances. Although 2 days had passed, she still found it somewhat surreal. Nevertheless, overall, her husband was becoming increasingly wonderful. After finishing the barbecue, Xiaoying let out a satisfied burp. "Daddy, Mommy, I'm so full. I feel a bit stuffed," she said, clutching her belly. Lin Tian inquired, "How was kindergarten today, Xiaoying?" "It was great. There were many children, and the teacher took good care of me," she replied. Noticing her clothes and backpack, Lin Tian suggested to his wife, "Let us take Xiaoying shopping for new clothes and a backpack in a few days." Gong Linxue nodded. They had enough money for that. Of course, Lin Tian also had plans to buy his wife a new outfit on that day. Soon, after a brief conversation, fatigue set in, and they all went to sleep. That night, Gong Linxue nestled closely in Lin Tian's embrace, gripping him tightly, perhaps out of fear that he might revert to his old self after this night. Yet, only Lin Tian knew that wouldn't happen. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have gained 500 points. At that moment, the system's voice echoed in his ears. He noticed the points had not yet reached 1,000. However, with another day of business, he was confident they would surpass that threshold with ease, as he needed to prepare a nourishing bone soup for his daughter the next day. Thus, Lin Tian decided to utilize the beginner's lottery in hopes of acquiring a skill for making bone soup. "System, please initiate the beginner's lottery," he requested. Ding! The host may now activate the directed lottery skill, though it will require an additional 100 points. Intrigued, Lin Tian asked, "Does directed mean we can specify the type of food or other life skills we wish to learn?" Indeed, the system confirmed, for instance, skills such as car repair, dumpling making, or soup preparation. Upon hearing this, Lin Tian's eyes lit up at the prospect of acquiring a car repair skill, a highly sought-after ability in the current phase, especially with compact cars, as they have only just begun to proliferate within the domestic market. Skilled automotive technicians are a rarity. Thus, possessing such a talent could indeed provide a means of livelihood. One could earn a considerable sum in a month. However, Lin Tian currently harbors no interest in this. For the time being, he is focused on perfecting his soup-making skills. Hence, he has chosen to concentrate on this aspect. Ding! The lottery begins. Ding! Congratulations to the host for acquiring the skill of crafting exquisite bone broth, hailed as the most delectable in the world. At that moment, numerous steps began to unfold in Lin Tian's mind. He had previously encountered bone broth, yet it was only when this skill was transmitted into his brain that he realized the intricacies involved. Crafting bone broth is not merely a simple process. It requires a plethora of ingredients, among other things. He resolved to give it a try the following day. With that decision made, Lin Tian prepared for sleep, one hand gently embracing his wife, who, in turn, clutched him tightly. A smile of contentment crossed his face as he recognized the depth of her affection. The following morning, Lin Tian rose early. He hopped onto his tricycle and made his way to the market, first procuring the ingredients necessary for making buns and wontons. He then purchased bone and various accompaniments. Once all the ingredients were secured, he loaded them onto his tricycle and headed towards the bun shop. After half an hour, he arrived at the shop's entrance. Opening the door, he began to organize his workspace. About an hour later, he skillfully steamed his first batch of buns, followed by the second and third batches. This time, Lin Tian opted to steam 3 pots simultaneously, allowing customers an ample array of choices while preventing overwhelming crowds that might hinder his efficiency. Subsequently, Lin Tian turned his attention to the bone broth. He started by boiling a large pot of water and added the bones, followed by the various ingredients. After about 10 minutes, the water began to bubble vigorously. He then reduced the heat to a simmer. Gradually, a delightful aroma began to waft through the air. Lin Tian inhaled deeply, pleased to discover the rich fragrance. He shook his head in disbelief. This bone broth technique appeared to be quite exceptional. At that moment, customers began to arrive in succession, including Lu Qiangdong, who assisted in attending to patrons by serving them buns, while Lin Tian managed the cash register. "Brother Lin, what have you concocted? It smells divine," Lu Qiangdong inquired, intrigued by the enticing scent of the bone broth. Chapter 19. Father, you are truly wonderful in truth. The arriving customers were also captivated by the aroma. Their curiosity piqued about the delicious dish being prepared. However, none voiced their inquiries. Lin Tian hurriedly explained to Lu Qiangdong, "I am preparing bone broth for Xiaoying. She is somewhat malnourished, so I thought I would make her something nourishing to drink." Upon hearing this, Lu Qiangdong's expression shifted to one of envy. The broth truly smelled irresistible. Even the aroma is enough to tempt one to take a sip. "Lin, might I propose a matter for discussion?" Lu Qiangdong truly wishes to savor taste. "What is it?" Lin Tian inquired. "Could you possibly prepare me a small bowl to sample later?" Lu Qiangdong asked extravagantly. Upon hearing this, Lin Tian smiled and replied, "Of course, I have prepared an extra portion, so there will be plenty to go around." Lin Tian had anticipated this and had purchased an additional large bone that morning at the market. After all, one must not overlook the importance of gratitude when assistance is rendered. Lu Qiangdong, upon hearing this, nodded appreciatively. "You're truly kind, Lin." Lin Tian found this somewhat unbelievable. Was it really necessary to go to such lengths for a mere bowl of bone soup? Yet, he understood that it was not merely about the soup's quality. As the busiest period passed, Lin Tian prepared to carry the bone soup home, leaving a generous portion for Dongzi. As soon as Dongzi noticed Lin departing, he quickly set aside a bowl, sampled it, and was instantly captivated. It was exquisitely delicious, unlike any bone soup he had ever tasted before. It was truly a culinary delight. Just as Lu Qiangdong was speaking, a customer entered. "I'd like a few buns, by the way. Do you still have any wontons?" The newcomer was Li Jiaxian. After returning home the previous night, he had been left craving the wontons from the bun shop. Thus, he had come by after a morning workout. Recognizing a familiar face, Lu Qiangdong smiled and said, "We have buns, just a moment. I'll prepare wontons for you shortly." Over the past few days, Lu Qiangdong had learned how to cook wontons, though he was still uncertain about how to prepare the meat filling, which is crucial for the dish's flavor. Li Jiaxian glanced around curiously and asked, "Where has the owner gone?" Lu Qiangdong replied, "Lin has gone home to deliver bone soup for his child." I must tell you, Lin's buns and wontons are not only delicious, but that bone soup is truly a culinary masterpiece. As he spoke, Lu Qiangdong served Li Jiaxian the buns. At that moment, Li Jiaxian took a bite of a bun and was immediately effusive in his praise. "I've never tasted such delightful buns before." His gaze fell upon a large pot containing bone soup, igniting his curiosity. "Excuse me, may I inquire if that bone soup is for sale?" Li Jiaxian asked with interest. Dongzi was in the midst of preparing wontons. "If you'd like to try it, I can offer you a complimentary bowl so you can sample Lin's culinary skills." Lu Qiangdong offered. "Very well, thank you." Li Jiaxian was indeed curious. Could Lin's bone soup truly surpass that of a five-star hotel? It was easy to understand how the buns and wontons could be exceptional, as they represented the essence of folk cuisine. However, he was aware that the finest bone soup is traditionally crafted in royal kitchens. He had heard from five-star chefs themselves that their recipes are steeped in royal heritage, making their bone soup unmatched by others. In the realm of folk cuisine, the comparison is utterly unfounded. At this moment, Lu Qiangdong placed the bone broth before Li Jiaxian. The aroma wafting through the air immediately captivated Li Jiaxian, igniting a profound interest within him. He lifted his spoon and took a tentative sip. As the rich flavor enveloped his palate, he rose to his feet, exclaiming in disbelief, "Wow!" Lu Qiangdong, taken aback by the guest's reaction, inquired, "What is the matter?" Nothing. Just who exactly is your Lin Ge? Has he worked in a five-star hotel?" Li Jiaxian asked with curiosity. Lu Qiangdong shook his head, replying, "This is likely a recipe passed down through my Lin Ge's family. Go ahead and enjoy. If it's not enough, I can fetch you more." "Oh, all right. Thank you." Li Jiaxian thought to himself that he must bring his daughter here every day to savor such exquisite delicacies. How could he indulge alone? Meanwhile, Lin Tian returned home carrying the bone broth. Gong Linxue, anticipating his arrival at this hour, asked, "What do you have there?" She noticed Lin Tian holding a pot, steam rising from it, indicating its warmth. "Our little Sakura has been slightly malnourished, so I asked the chef to prepare some bone broth to help her regain her strength." "You should have some too. We both need to nourish our bodies," Lin Tian explained. Gong Linxue was momentarily taken aback, touched by her husband's thoughtfulness. His meticulous nature was unexpectedly charming. Indeed, their daughter had been unwell, clearly suffering from a lack of nutrition. She had contemplated purchasing some bones, but was constrained by finances. Recently, she had managed to buy meat and had intended to acquire bones in the near future. She never imagined her husband would think of this first. "You're truly considerate," she said, feeling a pang of affection. "Not at all. I rode a tricycle," he chuckled. "Come on, let us head inside. I also picked up some fried dough sticks and soy milk on the way." Lin Tian thought to himself that they couldn't eat buns every day. Variety was essential. All right, Gong Linxue realized her husband's intentions. They entered the house, where Gong Linxue busied herself setting the table and bringing out bowls and chopsticks. She roused little Sakura, who emerged to find a lavish breakfast spread before her. "Mom, Dad, are we celebrating the New Year every day?" she asked. "Indeed, it used to be that only during the New Year would we feast so abundantly. For you, this feels like a celebration," Lin Tian replied, taking Sakura's hand. "So, let us treat every day like a festival. Here, have some bone broth with your fried dough." Sakura, displaying her understanding, took a small spoonful and exclaimed, "Wow, it's really delicious. Dad, did you make this yourself?" She looked up at Lin Tian with wide eyes. "Yes, I did. I've been busy all morning," he affirmed. Dad, it's so good." Lin Tian then filled a bowl for his wife, saying, "You should have some too. You've lost weight." "Isn't being a bit thin good?" she retorted playfully. "No, I prefer something more substantial. With children, please refrain from making frivolous remarks." As Gong Linxue uttered these words, a faint blush crept onto her cheeks. Lin Tian seized a fried dough stick and began to devour it heartily. After a morning filled with labor, he felt utterly fatigued. Chapter 20. Crafting imitation mobile phones. Lin Tian continued eating, taking a sip of soy milk, and, after consuming 5 dough sticks, he let out a satisfied burp. He was genuinely famished. "Darling, I must attend to some matters. I shall take my leave now." With the need to procure ingredients for lunch, Lin Tian headed towards the store. As he rode his 3-wheeled vehicle towards the shop, he unexpectedly spotted someone. Indeed, it was Duan Peng. At that moment, he was seated in a wheelchair, his left arm suspended, and his legs meticulously bandaged. A young man was pushing him into the hospital. Observing this, Lin Tian shook his head. He deserves every misfortune he encounters. Who knows how many lives he has ruined? Several young women have fallen prey to his schemes. Such a fate is truly fitting. A satisfied smile graced Lin Tian's lips as he hummed a cheerful tune, accelerating towards the store. Upon arriving at the entrance, he noticed a familiar Mercedes-Benz. He recognized it as belonging to the guest from the previous night. Entering the establishment, he found Li Jiaxian gnawing on a large bone, exclaiming, "This bone is simply delectable. Not only is the broth exquisite, but the meat is incredibly savory as well." Li Jiaxian seemed eager to consume the entire bone. Witnessing this scene, Lin Tian retreated to the kitchen to commence his tasks. Li Jiaxian, noticing the return of the proprietor, greeted him enthusiastically. "Boss, the bone you prepared is truly exceptional. Is it a family recipe?" Lin Tian replied, "Indeed, it was intended for my daughter's bone soup today. Could you perhaps prepare a pot for me every day? I assure you, I will pay 100 yuan per pot." Li Jiaxian, aware of the rich nutrition contained within the bone soup, saw it as a way to bolster his daughter's health, enhancing her chances of joining the national team. Recognizing this as a lucrative opportunity, Lin Tian had no reason to decline. After all, 100 yuan per pot would yield a substantial profit. "Are you certain?" Lin Tian inquired. "Absolutely. I could pay you a month's worth in advance," Li Jiaxian responded, pulling out his wallet. Lin Tian noted that the man indeed had financial means. "I'll give you a discount, 2,800 for the month. Why not seize the opportunity to profit from a wealthy patron?" "All right, let me prepare the payment," Li Jiaxian said, handing over 2,800 yuan to Lin Tian. Lin Tian accepted the money, calculating the earnings. "Very well, each morning, I will provide a pot of bone soup, along with a bowl of wontons and 5 buns. Does that sound agreeable?" "Certainly," Li Jiaxian affirmed. With the transaction complete, Lin Tian realized he had just secured over 3,000 yuan in total. "It appears that next week, I will take my wife and child to the mall, where we can purchase an array of clothing and various household necessities." Li Jiaxian glanced at the time and realized he needed to return to the group. After bidding farewell to his boss, he stepped outside and got into his Mercedes. He retrieved his phone and called his daughter. "My dear, tomorrow morning I will take you out for a delightful meal." "Really? It won't be another five-star hotel, will it?" "I have absolutely no interest in that." Lina still held a fondness for the dumpling shop. Had her father not forbidden her from going, she would have certainly sneaked out. Indeed, she had planned to do so in secret. "You will find out tomorrow morning. I assure you, you will be pleased," Li Jiaxin teased. "Oh, fine," Lina replied. At that moment, Lin Tian began preparing the ingredient for lunch. It was then that the system notification chimed. "Ding! Congratulations, host! You have earned 2,800 points. You're now eligible for a mid-level lottery." Finally, the opportunity for a mid-level lottery had arrived, and Lin Tian was filled with anticipation. He eagerly wondered what skill he might acquire. "Mid-level lottery," Lin Tian requested. "Ding! Consuming 1,000 points to commence the lottery." "Ding! Congratulations, host! You have obtained the skill of counterfeit phone manufacturing, the finest counterfeit phone in the world." Upon hearing this skill from the system, Lin Tian was initially taken aback. However, he soon recalled that by the year 2021, although smartphones had dominated the domestic market, there was one particular phone that had originated from the counterfeit sector. Its market had expanded into Africa, capturing a remarkable 80% of that market. With this newfound expertise in counterfeit phones, not only could he potentially seize the African market, but he could also earn a considerable profit in the coming years. If he was not mistaken, counterfeit phones still had a 6-year market lifespan domestically. This segment of the market was far from insignificant. As long as the replicas were convincingly crafted, they could fetch a handsome price. At that moment, an idea sparked in his mind about overcoming the technical challenges of counterfeit phones, causing him to smile faintly. It turned out that creating a counterfeit phone was simpler than he had anticipated. Of course, there was a crucial technology involved, specifically the breakthrough in electronic components, which would enhance the operational efficiency of the counterfeit devices. Lin Tian synthesized the technical essentials and realized he could only visit the second-hand phone market to procure a few discarded devices. Indeed, from those discarded phones, he could assemble a functional mobile device. This was the essential secret of counterfeit phones. "Dongzi, shall we visit the second-hand phone market this afternoon?" Lin Tian inquired. Dongzi, engrossed in a captivating novel about the misty Jiangnan, looked up sharply at Lin Ji's words and exclaimed, "Sure. Are you planning to buy a phone?" "Yes. Let's go and take a look this afternoon," Lin Tian replied. "Well, I think Nokia phones are quite impressive, but I personally prefer Motorola. Unfortunately, they are too expensive. Over 4,000. I can't afford that, but I saw some counterfeits for only 1,000. I simply wish to receive my salary next month and purchase a counterfeit device for amusement. When I possess more funds in the future, I shall acquire an authentic one." Upon hearing this, Lin Tian realized he had just obtained the technology for the counterfeit device, priced at 1,000 yuan. This Motorola imitation already boasted a profit margin of approximately 70%, and its user experience was rather subpar. It appeared that the profit potential was indeed substantial. "By the end of the month, I shall procure one for you." "Ah, Brother Lin, that won't be necessary. I will have my salary, which will total around 2,000 next month." Lu Qiangdong, a graduate of a prestigious university, had earned over 1,000 during his internship. Once he transitioned to a permanent position, earning over 2,000 would be quite effortless. Thus, coming up with a little over 1,000 was not a challenge. "That's different. Just leave it to me. You need not decline. As we embark on our e-commerce venture, your diligent efforts will be required." "Well, in that case, thank you, Brother Lin." Chapter 21. Could Brother Lin also repair phones? During lunchtime, the influx of customers was considerable, doubling compared to the previous day. However, Lin Tian and Lu Qiangdong were asked for assistance. It was not until around 2 in the afternoon that the stream of customers began to wane. With the absence of patrons, Lin Tian assessed the inventory of ingredients, which remained insufficient. Given the extensive list of required items, he contemplated purchasing a larger quantity, such as 10 bags of flour, along with a refrigerator to store more supplies. By making a single purchase, he could ensure a day's worth of ingredients. Thus, in the afternoon, Lin Tian planned to accompany Lu Qiangdong to the market to procure additional ingredients, especially with the evening peak approaching. Naturally, Their first stop was the second-hand mobile phone market. Upon entering, a group of young individuals approached them. "Hey, do you need a phone? I have a Nokia 2100. Very reliable and quite affordable. Would you like to buy a phone? I can take you to the best deals, whether it's Motorola, Nokia, or Samsung." Lin Tian ignored their entreaties, aware that they were merely seeking to attract customers without offering genuine discounts. This was the nature of the second-hand phone market. Upon reaching the second floor, Lin Tian approached a relatively large stall. The owner, spotting potential customers, grinned and said, "Gentlemen, looking for a phone? Come and see which model catches your eye. I assure you, I can offer you a good deal." The proprietor scrutinized the two men, quickly deducing that they were likely inexperienced buyers, ripe for exploitation. "Could you please inform me of the prices for these phones?" Lin Tian inquired. Upon hearing this, the owner recognized an opportunity and replied, "This model is the latest Motorola, with a market price of 5,000 yuan. It's a newly released flip phone with an impressive 1 million pixel camera. Since I just opened today, if you were genuinely interested, you could take it for 2,000. A brand new mobile phone priced at 2,000 yuan is indeed quite inexpensive. However, a second-hand phone is certainly not worth such an amount. The proprietor is merely attempting to deceive those who lack knowledge in this field." Although the phone he presented bore the Motorola label, the astute Lin Tian discerned that it was, in fact, a highly counterfeit model, a replica crafted with precision, yet fundamentally not worth 2,000 yuan. "Do you have any broken phones?" Lin Tian inquired. "Yes, ones that are beyond repair will suffice. Rest assured, I'll buy them for 50 yuan each." 100 yuan in 2004 was indeed a considerable sum. Furthermore, a defunct Motorola phone, devoid of any possibility for restoration, holds little to no value. Given that we are in an era characterized by a surge in mobile technology, discarded phones are practically worthless. Even their parts find no buyers. Thus, offering 50 yuan for a scrap phone is, in fact, a fair price. "Why would you consider purchasing a broken phone instead of a functional one?" the proprietor queried. Puzzled, "I can't afford a new phone. I merely wish to tinker with a broken one," Lin Tian replied deliberately. Upon hearing this, the proprietor shook his head with a wry smile. "Well, I have plenty. How many do you want?" "I'll take 10, Lin Tian responded. 10 for 500 yuan? That could buy you a new one," the owner remarked. "I also have a Nokia. How about I give it to you for 400? Lin Tian shook his head. "You're just offloading a broken one on me." "You are quite the character," the proprietor exclaimed, genuinely perplexed by the intent behind the request for broken phones. Ultimately, he handed Lin Tian 10 defunct Motorola devices. After inspecting them, Lin Tian confirmed they were indeed original defective units, after which he paid the proprietor. Upon receiving the payment and verifying its amount, the proprietor still remained curious. "I must ask, what do you intend to do with these broken phones? If you want more, I could offer you a discount." Lin Tian, hearing this, replied, "I just want to experiment." After which, he departed with Lu Qiangdong, who was equally intrigued by Lin's peculiar acquisition. Once outside the second-hand mobile market, Lu Qiangdong inquired, "Lin, what are you planning to do with those broken phones?" "They hold significant potential," Lin Tian teased, withholding further details. He aimed to utilize the technology from the counterfeit phones to assemble a device of his own. If all goes well, he could proceed to the next step. As the proprietor had mentioned, purchasing in bulk could yield a better price, which inspired Lin Tian with an opportunity. Following the advent of smartphones replacing flip phones, a new trend emerged where individuals exchanged old phones for cash. These collectors sought out obsolete devices mainly for their electronic components, as these contained valuable materials, including gold, which could be refined. Additionally, functional parts could be sold. Thus, Lin Tian resolved to begin this venture, intending to assemble the counterfeit phones and subsequently acquire old devices. Naturally, 50 yuan felt a tad excessive. A price of 20 would be more reasonable. Two individuals ventured to the vegetable market, procuring an array of ingredients. As they passed by a shopping mall, Lin Tian took the opportunity to acquire some tools for mobile phone repairs. Upon returning to the bun shop, the workers responsible for crafting the signboard had also arrived. The temporary sign had always lacked aesthetic appeal. Thus, Lin Tian reached out to the sign-making crew, deciding that a substantial signboard would be far more advantageous. After spending half a day, the workers finally installed the sign, which prominently displayed the words Century Bun Shop. Lin Tian was thoroughly pleased and compensated them for their labor before they departed. Once inside the shop, Lin Tian commenced preparations for the ingredients. As he neared completion, he retrieved the tools for mobile phone repairs and began to operate on the first device. Lu Qiangdong watched in astonishment. Wow, Brother Lin, did you buy this old phone just to dismantle it? Are you planning to learn how to repair phones? He inquired incredulously. Lin Tian glanced at Dongzi and smiled faintly. Indeed, if selling buns doesn't prove profitable, venturing into mobile repairs might be a viable alternative. Is that true? Lu Qiangdong asked, seemingly convinced. Lin Tian chuckled softly. Just wait a few days, you'll understand. Lu Qiangdong stood by, nodding slightly, uncertain of Lin Tian's true intentions. Nevertheless, he noted Lin Tian's unwavering focus. His careful disassembly of the phone exhibited remarkable skill. Could it be that Lin Tian was also adept at phone repairs? Chapter 22. Thank you, husband. You have finally come to your senses after an hour of disassembling a phone component. It was time for dinner, and Lin Tian began to entertain guests. One by one, customers arrived early, eager not to miss out on the buns. Some came specifically for Lin Tian's wontons, including both loyal patrons and new customers referred by regulars. Lin Tian and Lu Qiangdong busied themselves until nearly 5 o'clock. Lin Tian then mounted his motorcycle to pick up his wife from the state-owned factory. At the factory entrance, Gong Linxue scanned the road, expecting her husband to arrive at the usual time. He had promised to pick her up after work each day. Xiaoxue, are you waiting for your husband again? Yes, I am. Xiaohong, you're off work too? Indeed. Unlike you, I have no boyfriend to come and collect me. However, Director Lu has invited me to a karaoke bar. I must tell you, almost all the female workers in our workshop are going. You're the only one left out. I advise you to attend, or you might find yourself facing some unpleasant consequences. Wang Hong warned her directly. Upon hearing this, Gong Linxue replied, I won't go. My husband disapproves of such outings. Oh, your husband? Huh? For what I've seen, he is merely handsome. He doesn't compare to Director Lu, who is wealthy. I assure you, with just a word, Director Lu could have you transferred to an office position, Wang Hong remarked. Meanwhile, seated in his car, Director Lu observed the scene unfolding before him. Doubt still lingers. However, I made a promise to Wang Hong that should I succeed in inviting Gong Linxue, she would be rewarded with a prime position at work. Furthermore, the accolade for this month's outstanding employee would rightfully belong to her. This is why Wang Hong has been so diligent. Yet, it appears that Gong Linxue remains impervious. Wang Hong, despite my husband's financial struggles, he has consistently strived for improvement. Even if a wealthy individual stood before me, offering a mountain of gold and silver, my heart would remain steadfast. As for any potential favoritism, I am resolute in my belief that hard work will not go unnoticed by our superiors, Gong Linxue asserted with conviction. She understood the implications of Wang Hong's words. Had she been inclined to accept, she would have done so long ago. Moreover, considering the immense effort her husband invests, indulging in leisure would be a disservice to him. Her love for Lin Tian was profound. Although he had previously faltered and lacked ambition, he had since transformed, exhibiting remarkable diligence. At that moment, Lin Tian arrived on his motorcycle, coming to a halt before his wife. Darling, I'm here. There was a bit of traffic on the way, he remarked. It's all right. I've been waiting for you, she replied. Just then, Wang Hong approached with enthusiasm. Ah, so this is my brother-in-law? Lin Tian regarded the woman before him with familiarity. Their relationship with his wife had always been amicable, yet he was aware of her unsavory reputation. It later came to light that she had contracted HIV, leaving Lin Tian to ponder the extent of her chaotic private life. Hello, I am Lin Tian. You must be Wang Hong? He inquired. Yes, that's right. You know of me? Indeed, my wife has mentioned you. Hence my recognition, he replied. I see. By the way, brother-in-law, this evening I'd like to take Sister Gong Linxue to the dance hall. All the female workers from our workshop will be attending. You wouldn't object, would you? Wang Hong was confident that Lin Tian would respond graciously, as rejecting the invitation would embarrass Gong Linxue. However, Lin Tian shook his head, stating, We need to return home to pick up Xiao Ying from school. I'm afraid we won't have time to join you. Oh, and a word of advice. It's best to maintain a modest private life. Otherwise, you may find yourself regretting it. With that, he took his wife's hand and said, "Let us go, darling." "All right," she agreed, feeling pleased. She had not genuinely wished to attend. Had Lin Tian acquiesced, she would have found it difficult to refuse. Nevertheless, her husband played the role of the bad guy, providing her with an easy escape. "Let us head home, dear," she said. "Sure," Lin Tian replied, accelerating away on the motorcycle. As they departed, he caught sight of a furious man in a Santana through the rearview mirror, who had exited his vehicle, eyes ablaze with anger. It seemed evident that this dance was orchestrated by director Liu. Lin Tian shook his head, determined not to grant this opportunity. Moreover, should Liu attempt to encroach upon his wife, he would not hesitate to respond firmly. Director Liu had always held a particular fondness for Gong Linxue. Gong Linxue had been preoccupied with thoughts of her impending divorce from Lin Tian. In her previous life, many had attempted to persuade her to reconsider, yet she had remained steadfast in her decision. "Husband, you are truly wonderful," Gong Linxue suddenly remarked, causing Lin Tian to pause in surprise. "What prompts such a sentiment?" he inquired. "Well, I simply do not wish to attend any social gatherings. Moreover, I may soon face unemployment, and I fear that my earnings will dwindle significantly," she expressed. Gong Linxue could vividly envision director Liu isolating her due to this predicament, perhaps even concocting an excuse to dismiss her. "If I must leave my job, then so be it. However, dear wife, I envision that once we accumulate some wealth, we could open a shop together, and you would no longer need to work," Lin Tian proposed. "Indeed, I agree. Once we possess sufficient funds, we shall establish a shop. But what type of shop shall we open?" Gong Linxue asked with keen interest. "What do you dream of opening, my dear?" Lin Tian inquired. "Well, I have some experience with clothing stores, but the inventory is often overwhelming, making it unsuitable for us. However, I believe a noodle shop could be quite viable. Should I learn to make dumplings? We could open a dumpling shop," Gong Linxue suggested with enthusiasm. "Excellent. Thus, we shall embark on this dumpling venture. During my breaks, I shall learn the art of dumpling making. Once I master it, we can rent a small storefront and establish our dumpling shop. Yet, I wonder if it will be profitable?" Gong Linxue pondered, uncertainty lingering in her heart. "Fret not. We shall only discover its potential by taking action. Besides, I am currently earning as well. Previously, it was solely your efforts, my dear wife. And I commend you for your resilience," Lin Tian reassured her. At that moment, Gong Linxue embraced Lin Tian tightly, expressing her gratitude. "Thank you, husband. You have finally come around. I have awaited this day for so long," she whispered. The words danced on the breeze, audible yet unspoken, as it was a secret best kept between them. Accelerating, they passed through a traffic light and arrived at their rented flat. Gong Linxue disembarked, glancing at the time. They had half an hour before Xiao-Ying would finish school. Chapter 23. Today, we shall pick up our daughter after school. Gong Linxue tidied herself, preparing to fetch Xiao-Ying from school. Lin Tian decided to accompany her on this endeavor. Hand in hand, they strolled towards the kindergarten, a mere 5-minute walk away. This was the first time she had ever gone with her husband to collect their daughter, a precious experience indeed. Upon arriving at the school gate, they noticed a throng of parents had already gathered. Most arrived by bicycle, while some rode motorcycles and a few drove cars, though the latter were scarce. This kindergarten catered to children from outside the city, thus most parents were not affluent. They had relocated to the capital in search of better opportunities, bringing their families along. Local parents did not have the means to enroll their children in the city's elite kindergartens, and were left with no choice but to resort to private institutions. However, the fees are quite comparable to those of local kindergartens. Just 10 minutes later, I observed a group of children queuing as they emerged. Among them, I first spotted Xiaoying. Upon seeing her parents, she beamed with delight and dashed towards them. "Mom and Dad, you're here. I feel so happy," Xiaoying exclaimed, demonstrating her understanding and maturity. Lin Tian crouched down and lifted Xiaoying into his arms. "Have you been mischievous at kindergarten?" he inquired. Xiaoying giggled and presented the small red flower her teacher had awarded her. "Look, Dad, the teacher rewarded me with this flower. Today, I learned several new characters," she proudly declared. Lin Tian nodded approvingly. "That is wonderful. Xiaoying is truly clever." However, he noticed that Xiaoying was different from the other children. Their clothes appear brand new, likely purchased by indulgent parents, unlike those of Lin Tian. At that moment, he resolved that this Sunday, even if the Baozi shop remained closed, he would buy clothes for Xiaoying. He could not allow her to feel any disparity compared to her peers. Whatever other children possessed, Xiaoying deserved as well. In the past, he had struggled and earned little, but now that he had the means, it was essential to provide for Xiaoying's upbringing. This was, after all, the duty of a father. Let us go home. Tonight, your mother will prepare something delicious for you. Tomorrow, I will continue to make you bone broth, Lin Tian announced. Upon hearing of the bone broth for breakfast, Xiaoying was immediately intrigued. Really? I'm so excited, she exclaimed. Of course, Lin Tian assured her. Shortly thereafter, he carried Xiaoying and, together with his wife, returned home. He set Xiaoying down, knowing it was time to head to the Baozi shop. As he stepped outside, Gong Linxue followed him. Are you really going to continue making bone broth tomorrow? She asked. Yes, Lin Tian replied. Then make a smaller batch. It should suffice for Xiaoying alone. Also, could you please not overexert yourself? You've been working overtime lately. Gong Linxue gently expressed her concern. All right, I'll heed your advice. After this week, I won't work extra hours anymore, Lin Tian promised. Good, she responded. Lin Tian mounted his motorcycle and departed. Upon returning to the shop, he immediately immersed himself in work. By 9 o'clock that evening, he had earned over 200 yuan, culminating in a total income exceeding 500 yuan for the day. The following morning, he opened the shop once more, preparing bone broth for his daughter and for Li Jiaxian. That morning, Li Jiaxian visited with his daughter. When Lina discovered this Baozi shop, she was taken aback, but once she tasted the bone broth and the Baozi, she was utterly captivated. Dad, I must tell my classmates about this Baozi shop when I go to school today, so they can support the owner's business, Lina exclaimed, utterly enamored with the Baozi. Lin Tian, overhearing her, remarked, I truly appreciate your kind words. No need to be polite. It's mainly thanks to the delicious Baozi you make. She replied enthusiastically. I have never tasted such delectable buns. Upon hearing this, Lin Tian replied then, do indulge a little more. After conversing for a while, Lina was taken away by her father. She went to school and shared her experience about the bun shop with her classmates. The institution she attended comprised esteemed universities, and the students fortunate enough to enroll there typically hailed from affluent families, as it was a private establishment requiring considerable expenses. Lina, why would you choose to dine at such a humble establishment? I recall your father always took you to five-star hotels, a friend remarked. Indeed, we used to go. But after discovering that bun shop, we decided to forego the hotels, she explained. Really? I find that hard to believe. It is genuinely delicious. I can hardly believe it. Let's try tomorrow. The following day, Lin Tian was busier than usual. At lunchtime, a number of students arrived. Upon tasting the buns, they were all astonished by their exquisite flavor. After satisfying their hunger, many of the students decided to take some home for their peers. Lin Tian worked diligently throughout the day, achieving a remarkable revenue of 600. After 3 consecutive days, Saturday evening arrived. Dear, let us visit the mall tomorrow morning, he suggested. All right, I checked our finances, and we have enough to buy our daughter some clothes, Gong Linxue replied, counting nearly 500 to 600 yuan in her hands. That should suffice. Lin Tian felt it was not yet appropriate to mention that he also intended to buy her some clothes. By the way, dear, I will wake you at 4 in the morning so we can go to the construction site together. Sure, we will return together afterward. Gong Linxue was entirely oblivious to any underlying issues, believing her husband simply wanted her to witness his workplace. Let us sleep, she said. Good night, he replied. At 4 in the morning, Lin Tian awoke, and so did his wife. You're awake, he noted. Yes. Didn't you say you would take me to the construction site? She asked. Indeed, he affirmed. He planned to first take her to the market and then to the bun shop, where he could finally reveal the truth about the establishment. You wake up so early every day. It must be exhausting, Gong Linxue said, embracing him from behind. For our livelihood, a bit of hardship is nothing, Lin Tian responded. You are truly wonderful, she remarked. Let us go. Lin Tian eagerly anticipated his wife's reaction upon seeing the bun shop. All right, let us head out, she agreed. As they stepped out of the courtyard and closed the gate behind them, Lin Tian mounted the tricycle, and his wife effortlessly settled beside him. He pedaled toward the market, while Gong Linxue observed the dark sky of Beijing at 4 a.m., noting only sanitation workers cleaning the streets beneath the streetlights. Chapter 24. It is indeed a pleasant morning in June in Beijing, still somewhat cool. Sitting on the tricycle, Gong Linxue felt the refreshing breeze dispelling her prior drowsiness. At that moment, Lin Tian pedaled the tricycle with great determination. From time to time, he glanced back at his wife. After crossing a street, they arrived at the vegetable market. "Let us head to the market to buy some groceries," Lin Tian suggested. Gong Linxue found nothing strange in his words. Assuming Lin Tian was responsible for procuring supplies for the construction site as canteen. After all, he brought home bone broth every day, so it was quite normal for him to assist in purchasing ingredients. Lin Tian approached a familiar vegetable stall where the proprietress recognized him immediately. She sold him the vegetables at the usual price and remarked, "Boss Lin, your wife is truly beautiful." Lin Tian nodded in agreement. "Yes, I believe so too." Gong Linxue felt a bit shy at the compliment. Next, they went to the meat stall, where Lin Tian purchased a bit more meat than usual. After about an hour, they completed their shopping and placed the ingredients onto a tricycle, with Gong Linxue sitting in the carriage while Lin Tian pedaled towards the bun shop. "Honey, do you handle the procurement for the canteen every morning?" Gong Linxue inquired. Lin Tian turned back and smiled. "Yes, it can be a bit tiring, but it's a sign of trust. By the way, don't be surprised later." "What could possibly be surprising?" "You're the one putting in quite a bit of effort." "It must be uncomfortable during winter," Gong Linxue mused. "Perhaps when we have a bit more money, we could look into getting a covered tricycle. That way, we won't have to worry about rain in the summer and can stay warm in the winter." Lin Tian readily agreed. "That's a splendid idea. I'll make arrangements in a few days." As they spoke, they arrived at the bun shop, and Lin Tian stopped the tricycle, took out his keys, and headed inside. "Honey, what are we doing here?" Gong Linxue asked, her surprise evident as she saw Lin Tian open the shop door. She quickly got out of the tricycle and approached him, whispering, "Isn't this a bit too obvious? If someone finds out." Lin Tian turned back and grasped her hand. "I'm sorry, dear. I didn't tell you earlier." "What is it?" "You're not involved in anything dangerous, are you? If so, we should leave the city quickly." "I'm not, my love." He held her hand as they stepped in the bun shop and turned on the lights, revealing the interior to her. Gong Linxue suddenly felt something was amiss. "Why does this smell so familiar?" she pondered, recalling the taste of the buns she had eaten, which bore a striking resemblance to those from this shop. "Does this mean that the buns you've been bringing me are from here?" "Yes, dear. I opened this bun shop a week ago. I didn't mention it earlier because things were still uncertain," Lin Tian explained, detailing how he had established the shop and sharing the daily earnings with her. 500 a day, Gong Linxue exclaimed, astonished. Even so, there remained a sense of disbelief. Indeed, 500 a day is profitable. However, if we calculate based on the turnover, one would need approximately 1,000 daily. 1,000, you say? Gong Linxue pondered. If the daily turnover is indeed 1,000, that amounts to 30,000 a month. It is worth noting that in the capital, the highest salary currently hovers around 2,000 to 3,000, which is already considered substantial. This equates to over 10,000 a month, a figure that left her somewhat incredulous, utterly astonished as she gazed at her husband. "Darling, you're not deceiving me, are you?" Gong Linxue inquired. "Of course not," Lin Tian replied with a smile, as he began to busily prepare. Gong Linxue observed in awe as her husband skillfully mixed the meat filling, combining it adeptly. He then proceeded to work with the flour. The entire process captivated her, as she marveled at how effortlessly her husband handled the dough. "So, you've never actually gone to work on a construction site?" she asked. "Yes, my dear, I apologize. I didn't want you to worry, so I kept it from you," Lin Tian explained. Gong Linxue exhaled a sigh of relief, temporarily accepting his words. However, the notion that a bun shop could achieve a turnover of over 1,000 in a single day left her skeptical. Thus, she too began to lend a hand, assisting her husband with the flour and tidying up the shop. As the clock approached 5:30, customers began to trickle in. "Boss, are the buns ready? Hurry up. We were the first ones here." "Boss, I'll take 10. My girlfriend loves your buns. Give me 10. My child enjoys your wontons. I'll take some to go." The crowd swelled, and a line began to form. Gong Linshua, witnessing the scene before her, was taken aback. At that moment, Lin Tian presented the first batch of buns. He instructed his wife to handle the payments to help her become familiar with the process. Gong Linshua nodded, quickly finding her rhythm. Hello, what filling would you like? I'll have a chive once. I do like the meat ones. Here you go. The pace intensified, and as more customers arrived, Gong Linshua began to perspire from the exertion. At this juncture, Li Jiaxian arrived with his daughter. Lin Tian commenced preparing bone broth. After half an hour, the broth was ready, and he served it up. Li Na savored it with delight, while Li Jiaxian expressed his fondness for it. Boss, do you cook other dishes? He inquired. Lin Tian responded, I can manage a few. If you have the time, could you make some lamb soup? I truly enjoy lamb soup. Hearing this, Lin Tian felt a spark of interest. Currently, the bun shop had a steady flow of customers. Adding lamb soup could attract more patrons seeking a varied dining experience. All right, I'll go home and learn, Lin Tian said. Boss, if you don't mind, I would like to bring a master in a few days. His mutton soup is simply exquisite. Perhaps he could teach you a thing or two. Li Jiaxian has already regarded Lin Tian as a friend, so utilizing his connections to assist Lin Tian is certainly not a problem. This is indeed feasible. Lin Tian merely responded casually, thinking that Li Jiaxian was likely just speaking whimsically and wouldn't take it seriously. Chapter 25. Little Sakura must study diligently by 7 o'clock. The number of customers had noticeably dwindled. A few individuals trickled in, primarily dining in the establishment, mostly ordering wontons and steam buns. Gong Linshua was counting the morning's earnings, her eyes widening in astonishment at the amount of money in her hands. Over 200 yuan. This meant, after deducting costs, they had made more than 100 yuan in just one morning. How effortless that seemed. It was hard to fathom that even a white-collar worker now earns over 3,000 a month, which is considered a high salary. Yet, this was merely the morning's revenue, with lunch and dinner yet to come. According to her husband, lunchtime and dinnertime customers are even more numerous, especially since today is Sunday, with many patrons arriving throughout the day. The guests who came today mostly arrived quite late, but they were all familiar faces from before. Hey, is this your wife, boss? One customer inquired. Yes, indeed, he replied. Wow, she's really beautiful. With such remarkable skills, the boss is fortunate to have such a lovely wife. I must say, I'm envious, the customer remarked. Gong Linshua felt a bit shy, her face flushing. She could see that her husband had successfully attracted quite a few old customers over the past week. She had underestimated his capabilities. As she counted the money in her hands, by 8 o'clock, their revenue had increased by over 100 yuan again. They had earned nearly 200 yuan already that morning. Honey, after we finish our lunch rush, let's take little Sakura to the mall, he suggested. All right, I'll follow your lead. Gong Linshua nodded in agreement. At that moment, Lin Tian pulled out a wad of cash from a bag. Dear, this is 3,000 yuan. Please take care of it. From now on, you'll manage our household finances. Gong Linshua was momentarily stunned. Is this what you earned in just 1 week? She asked in amazement. Yes, and I spent 500 on 10 discarded phones, so this is what's left. Of course, I still have over 1,000 yuan reserved for daily ingredient purchases, which I will keep for now. Listening to him, Gong Linshua accepted the 3,000 yuan from her husband, still somewhat in disbelief. It appeared her husband had not exaggerated. The business at the bun shop was indeed thriving. By 8 o'clock, the two of them first closed the shop's door. They needed to head home to fetch little Sakura, as Gong Linshua had the day off and could help out at the shop. Upon returning home, they found that little Sakura was already awake and playing at Grandma Wang's house. Seeing her parents return, she beamed with delight and ran toward them. Mommy and Daddy, where did you go this morning? Little Sakura asked. Lin Tian crouched down and lifted little Sakura into his arms. Your mother and I were busy with business and left rather early. Now I'll take you there. Do you still want to eat steam buns? Yes, I want to eat them. But little Sakura wants the meat-filled ones, she replied in a soft voice. Lin Tian nodded. All right, I shall take you to have the meat-filled buns right now. Really? Little Sakura exclaimed with delight. Of course, Lin Tian assured her. Subsequently, Lin Tian pedaled the tricycle while Gong Linshua held little Sakura close. After half an hour, they arrived at the bun shop. Gong Linshua busily retrieved the meat-filled buns. Lin Tian ladled out a rich bone broth and placed it in front of little Sakura. Wow, it smells wonderful, she said, as she savored the buns while sipping the broth. Wife, let's enjoy the buns together. You need to nourish your body and drink more of this bone broth, Lin Tian suggested as he sat down beside her. After they finished their meal, Lu Qiangdong arrived. Upon seeing his sister-in-law, he chuckled. Sister-in-law is here too. I had a document that needed urgent attention this morning, so I couldn't come earlier. It turned out that brother Lin had his sister-in-law's assistance. Gong Linxue recognized Lu Qiangdong, realizing that he had been helping out in the shop all week. Dongzi, come quickly to eat the buns and drink the bone broth, Lin Tian called out. Okay, Lu Qiangdong responded, sitting down to enjoy the meal. Once they had finished, they began preparing the ingredients for lunch. It took them 2 hours to get everything ready. By 11 o'clock, customers began to arrive in succession. The little Sakura was quite young. She diligently helped her mother by serving the buns to the customers, proving to be remarkably industrious. Customers were charmed by the little girl's thoughtfulness and willingness to assist her parents. The lunch crowd was substantial, and it wasn't until nearly 2 o'clock that the rush began to wane. At that point, Lin Tian contemplated closing the shop temporarily. However, Lu Qiangdong interjected, Brother Lin, I have no pressing matters of the company today. Why don't I watch the shop while you both take a break? This way, you might sell a bit more. Upon hearing this, Lin Tian agreed, deciding to indulge in a taxi ride to the department store with his wife and child. They entered a large department store, where it was evident that the staff could discern the wealth of customers at a glance. Attentive to affluent patrons, they readily approached them, while Lin Tian and Gong Linxue, dressed in worn clothing, were largely disregarded. Excuse me, how much is this children's clothing? Gong Linxue inquired. The saleswoman glanced at them and replied, 50 yuan. Do you want to buy it? Her tone was unmistakably dismissive. Upon hearing the price, Gong Linxue felt it was too expensive. Let us just take a look, she said, taking little Sakura's hand to leave. As they departed, the staff member muttered, if you can't afford it, don't bother coming in. Why not shop at the outdoor market? The saleswoman scoffed disdainfully. Lin Tian heard the words of the female shop assistant and subsequently took hold of his daughter and wife. Let's purchase this one, he declared. Was the lowest price. Lin Tian was aware that clothing in such malls often had inflated prices. What is the minimum price? If you offer 35, I will sell it to you, the saleswoman replied, believing they would not make the purchase. Upon hearing 35, Lin Tian responded, I'll take it. Please wrap it up. As he spoke, he produced a 50 yuan note and handed it to the attendant. The shop assistant was somewhat taken aback at the sight of the cash, but accepted it nonetheless. With this, her demeanor improved significantly. I'll pack it for you, she said as she began to wrap the item. Soon, a piece of children's clothing was purchased. Gong Linxue picked it up and compared it to ensure it was just right for little Sakura. Next, they proceeded to the shoe store, where they purchased a complete outfit for little Sakura. Looking at her newly acquired clothes, little Sakura softly inquired, Mom and Dad, have we struck it rich? Gong Linxue knelt down and replied, this is money your father worked hard to earn. You must study diligently. All right, Mom, I will study hard, little Sakura promised. Chapter 26. Norma's memories while selecting clothes for little Sakura. Lin Tian's eyes, wide with wonder, were drawn to the neighboring bridal shop. He reminisced about his wedding day with Gong Linxue, which had been devoid of any formal ceremony. It had been a simple affair in a rural courtyard, inviting neighbors and relatives to partake in a modest feast. Gong Linxue had not even donned the traditional 3 gold ornaments, let alone a wedding gown. At that moment, Gong Linxue also noticed the bridal shop beside them. Their eyes met, and in that instant, the atmosphere seemed to freeze, reminiscent of the feelings of first love. Do you want one? Lin Tian suddenly asked, leaning closer to his wife, his eyes filled with anticipation. Truth be told, what woman wouldn't cherish the possession of a wedding gown, longing for a memorable wedding ceremony? However, since deciding to be with Lin Tian, Gong Linxue had ceased to care about such matters. Let us just take a look. We're already married, she replied nonchalantly. Yet at that moment, Lin Tian strode directly toward the bridal shop. Hey you, she called out, wanting to stop him, but her feet remained rooted to the ground. Lin Tian entered the bridal shop. The proprietor smiled warmly as she welcomed the customer. Hello, Are you here to look at wedding gowns? She inquired, assessing the patron. While it was evident that this customer was quite ordinary, her professionalism ensured she did not look down upon anyone, for every customer represented a potential client. All they needed to do was provide excellent service, ensuring complete satisfaction for each patron. Lin Tian pointed to a wedding gown before him and asked, "How much is this gown?" "Hello, this gown is priced at 1,880 yuan, handcrafted by our artisans." "And what about this one?" Lin Tian pointed to another exquisite piece. "This item, though somewhat expensive, is an exhibit placed here by our boss. It is not for sale. In the words of our proprietor, it is a priceless treasure. It possesses a story and is meant solely for those who truly love." The attendant elaborated. At the same time, other customers approached, and one remarked, "I inquired about this before, and the boss mentioned that this wedding gown would be gifted to someone fated, provided it meets his satisfaction. How can one meet the boss's requirements? I'm getting married next month and truly wish to possess this gown." A girl asked from a side. Another customer chuckled and replied, "The boss stated that whoever can play the piece on the piano will receive it for free." The attendant added, "Indeed, our boss has such a stipulation. Yet throughout this past year, several have attempted the challenge, all to no avail." Wow, this piece is rather challenging. It is such a complex composition, Norma's memories. At that moment, Gong Linxue joined Lin Tian's side. He glanced at his wife, who was deep in thought, her gaze fixed upon the gown. Frankly, although she claimed not to care, she must have been concerned. She had always been a romantic at heart. Before their marriage, she had dreamt of donning a pure white wedding dress on their special day. Yet after their union, the romance was overshadowed by the mundane realities of life. They had been childhood friends, having journeyed together for 25 years. Lin Tian wished to give Gong Linxue the best. He yearned to acquire that wedding gown. He looked at the system interface, where his points totaled over 2,000. He could still partake in 2 medium-level draws. "System, please show me the medium draw. Can it specialize in piano pieces?" Lin Tian understood that to obtain the wedding gown, the only way was to play Norma's memories. Ding. "Yes, but it will require a consumption of 2,000 points." That was indeed a painful expenditure. However, for the sake of his wife, he was willing to spend all his points. "All right, please use 2,000 points for a skill draw focused on piano pieces." Ding. 2,000 points consumed. The draw begins. Ding. "Congratulations, host. You have successfully drawn the 100 best piano pieces in the world." "The 100 best piano pieces?" Ding. "Correct. Given that this skill encompasses numerous categories, you can only draw 100 pieces at this time." This meant that the host could freely select from 100 piano compositions and master all the techniques associated with them. Lin Tian understood the situation. Thus, to play Norma's memories, he merely needed to select that piece. After choosing it, there remained 99 additional selections. Gazing at his wife, whose smile radiated like flowers, Lin Tian resolved to acquire the wedding gown and personally gift it to her. Certainly, this is not the end. He also plans to give his wife a perfect wedding once again. When they initially married, due to the disapproval of Gong Linxue's parents, they were absent from the ceremony. Although his wife had reassured him that it was of no consequence and that they only needed to live well, she often longed for the support of her parents. "Select the piece Nostalgia for me," Lin Tian requested of the system. The system responded with a chime, indicating a successful selection. At that moment, Lin Tian felt a surge of knowledge flooding his mind. Indeed, it was the techniques of nostalgia that were entering his consciousness. Although he had dabbled in piano during his school days, his skills were merely rudimentary and not comparable to the complexity of nostalgia. As he closed his eyes, he began to familiarize himself with the piece, his fingers instinctively moving as if a piano were before him, and he started to play. Gradually, within a few minutes, he had memorized it. "Do you like it, my dear?" Lin Tian suddenly inquired. "It's lovely, very beautiful. It must look stunning when worn," Gong Linxue replied, fully aware that such a wedding gown was unattainable even with wealth. Thus, she felt comfortable expressing her thoughts, unafraid that her husband might spend lavishly to procure it for her. "Then I wish to gift it to you," Lin Tian declared earnestly. In that instant, Gong Linxue's heart was warmed by his words. What woman does not cherish a man's deep affection? Gong Linxue was no exception. The tenderness of her husband made her cheeks flush. Though I understand a bit about piano, that piece cannot be played authentically without the prowess of a world-class pianist. She replied, Chapter 27, a simple piece as a warm-up. Indeed, to obtain that wedding gown, one must render nostalgia in its truest essence. This posed a significant challenge for many. Previous attempts had ended in failure. Truth be told, Lin Tian had truly set her heart on that gown. What woman does not wish to possess a pure white wedding dress? Shall I get a try? Lin Tian observed her fondness for the gown. Lin Tian was taken aback. No, that piece is exceedingly difficult. Without a solid foundation, it is simply unattainable. She shook her head in protest. Lin Tian stepped forward. But I am determined to acquire that gown a present to you. Hearing this, Lin Tian felt a surge of joy and warmth within her heart, even though she knew the odds were slim. Nevertheless, Lin Tian's willingness to make the effort was more than enough for her satisfaction. She had no expectations regarding the gown itself. What mattered most was her husband's willingness to strive for her. Lin Tian's expression was somewhat dazed, as she felt an indescribable sense of change in her husband. May I give a try? She asked. With that, Lin Tian approached the store attendant, pointing toward the piano. The attendant was left momentarily speechless. Meanwhile, the surrounding guests turned their attention towards him, scanning him from head to toe and noting his unremarkable attire, which hardly suggested he was a piano virtuoso. It is essential to understand that this particular piano piece, if not rendered by a master, could scarcely be played adequately. Thus, the sudden appearance of this individual left him utterly astonished. Was he merely here to make a fool of himself? Sir, I must apologize, but this event is not a casual trial. Should you wish to attempt playing, a deposit of 500 yuan is required. If you are unable to perform adequately, this deposit will be forfeited, the staff member explained. This policy was instituted to deter individuals who might merely wish to dabble without serious intent. The piano itself is quite expensive, and if anyone were allowed to play at will, the risk of damage would be considerable. The proprietor would undoubtedly reprimand the staff, possibly even deducting from their wages. Thus, the 500 yuan deposit was established as a safeguard. Amazingly, this tactic proved effective. Soon, no one dared to try casually. Those who did attempt to play possessed at least some foundational skills, yet still fell short of the proprietor's standards. If I succeed, will my deposit be refunded? Lin Tian inquired. The staff member smiled and affirmed, Indeed, but I must advise you, sir, if your skills are lacking, it may be unwise to waste your money. We once had a professor from Yenjing University who also failed to play it correctly. Without waiting for the staff member to finish, Lin Tian produced a thick wad of cash from his pocket, comprised of 5 and 10 yuan notes. Visibly stained with grease, an inevitable consequence of his work in the Baozi business. Count it and see if it suffices, he said, handing the money to the staff member. The staff member was momentarily taken aback, incredulous that such an unassuming individual possessed such audacity. Yet, it was evident he merely wished to try, and the cash clearly indicated a modest means of livelihood. Sir, I genuinely advise against this course of action, she urged. No, my wife has a fondness for this piece, and I must give a try. Even if I do not succeed, at least I shall have made the effort, Lin Tian replied calmly. The staff member glanced at the woman standing behind Lin Tian, accompanied by a child, and couldn't help but feel a sense of admiration for this man. His willingness to attempt a challenge for the sake of his wife demonstrated his character as a truly good man. Envy stirred within her. How fortunate it would be to have a husband of such courage. Reflecting on her own spouse, who devoted his days solely to work and returned home with little interaction, she lamented the lack of support for her desires. Shall we consider other wedding dresses? I can offer you a discount, the staff member suggested, still concerned that Lin Tian's 500 yuan might be in vain, given the low probability of success. No, my wife has set her heart on this particular design. Dear, maybe we should reconsider, she gently implored. Lin Tian felt that the situation was rather precarious. After all, the hope was quite minimal. My dear, just wait. I shall procure that wedding dress for you. When we wed, you didn't even have a gown, and I intend to make amends for that in the future, Lin Tian asserted as he forcefully thrust money into the cashier's hands. The shop attendant was taken aback, beginning to doubt whether he possessed the means to follow through. However, it was his attitude towards his wife that would stir the heart of any woman. Lin Tian took a deep breath and sat before the piano. Had this been the old him, he would have lacked such courage. Yet, the Lin Tian of today brimmed with audacity. After all, he had just recently learned, with all the musical scores etched in his mind. As he settled down, the keys of the piano reverberated in his brain. He lifted the piano lid, and soon, curious customers began to gather around. Wow, this person is truly brave. Indeed, his courage was commendable, yet it also required skill. I recall a professor from Yenjing University who had studied piano in the West, yet he did not succeed. His prospects appeared dim. "Ah, I heard it's all for his wife," someone commented. "Now that is a good man. Just look at him, and then look at you. You can't even be bothered to accompany me shopping." While the likelihood of success might be slim, his willingness to take the stage for the sake of his wife was a triumph in itself. A woman had once chided her husband, who stood by scratching his head, utterly at a loss. He dared not retort, lest his wife unleash a further tirade upon him. Gong Linqiue felt anxious, tightly grasping Sakura's hand. Sakura, noticing her father on stage at the piano, asked, "Mommy, what is Daddy doing? Can he play the piano too?" Having developed a slight understanding of the piano from her kindergarten days, she envied her teacher's skills. "Your father should know a bit," Gong Linqiue thought, uncertain. However, in her memory, her husband had never touched a piano, leading her to conclude that his chances of success were quite slim. "May I give a try?" Lin Tian inquired of the attendant. She nodded affirmatively. "Of course, no problem." "Thank you," he replied gratefully, then placed his hands upon the keys, initiating with a simple piece to warm up. Chapter 28. When did you learn to play the piano? At that moment, Lin Tian's hands descended upon the keys, producing a rendition of F. Arliss. Instantly, the surrounding patrons were entranced, for the melody was simply enchanting, devoid of any discord. Those familiar with the piano would undoubtedly recognize the skillful execution. This was the work of a seasoned player. Gong Linqiue stood below, astonished, her expression a mixture of bewilderment and admiration. "I had no idea he could play so well." She clutched her daughter's hand even tighter, for she had a basic understanding of the piano, having grown up in a well-off family. From a young age, she had been acquainted with the piano. Thus, it was only natural that Lin Tian's rendition of the piece would garner her approval. "Mom, Dad plays magnificently." Xiaoying could not contain her excitement, clapping her hands in delight, gazing at her father with admiration. It was a revelation. Her father was truly remarkable. Previously, she had envisioned him merely as a drunkard, far removed from the realm of a piano maestro. In this moment, her father had transformed into her very own piano virtuoso. The staff, taken aback, struggled to comprehend the scene unfolding before them, setting aside the fact that this was not the nostalgic piece requested by the boss. The performance of the Memories of Norma was executed with such effortless grace that it was clear only someone with profound skill could achieve such ease. Their expressions reflected envy and astonishment. Most importantly, this man demonstrated an unwavering love for his wife. It became evident that one should not judge a person solely by appearances. Despite his ordinary attire, which hardly suggested a connection to the world of pianists, when he sat down and began to play, the essence of the music emanated beautifully. Especially this warm-up piece, played with such finesse. Lin Tian, observing the crowd's transformation, felt reassured about his performance. Although he had contemplated this possibility, a twinge of uncertainty lingered. However, after warming up, he turned his gaze towards the audience, ultimately fixing his eyes on his wife. Standing up, he addressed everyone. "Good day, everyone. Today, I wish to dedicate this rendition of the Memories of Norma to my wife, thanking her for her tireless contributions to our family. She's my eternal love." Lin Tian made a polite bow, instantly winning the admiration of the audience. As the staff began to applaud, the crowd joined in, offering encouragement. "Go for it, brother. You're amazing. I can hardly wait." Lin Tian slowly took his seat, inhaling deeply. As his hands descended onto the keys, the enchanting melody of the Memories of Norma began to flow. Initially, the audience was astonished, for Lin Tian's interpretation was imbued with such depth that it evoked the original composition. As the performance continued, the crowd became entranced, even feeling as though Lin Tian's rendition surpassed that of the original composer. Gong Linshua's expression was one of sheer incredulity. As the performance progressed, she began to savor the music. However, once Lin Tian concluded, it took a moment for the audience to register that he had finished. "Ladies and gentlemen, I have completed the piece," Lin Tian gently reminded them. It was only then that the audience began to react, some still yearning for more. "Hey, can you play that again? You were incredible. I loved it." Lin Tian smiled lightly. "I apologize, but I have other matters to attend to. Perhaps another time." Indeed, within the bustling Baozi shop, Lu Qiangdong remained the sole busy worker. He intended to finish purchasing clothes with his wife before heading to the Baozi shop. Otherwise, when mealtime approached and customers flocked in, Lu Qiangdong would find himself overwhelmed. Approaching the clerk, Lin Tian inquired, "How did I perform? Was it satisfactory?" The clerk nodded vigorously, affirming, "Yes, indeed, quite satisfactory." She then mentioned needing to call the boss to discuss the situation, having also initiated a recording. Should the boss have any objections later, they could present the recording as evidence. She retrieved her phone and dialed the boss's number. "Boss, I have something to discuss with you." Is there an issue on that end?" "Take your time, speak slowly." The boss, assuming there was a problem with the bridal shop, was cautious. "The piece you selected has been played by a customer." "Oh." The boss responded in surprise, taking a moment to process. "Is that true?" "Indeed, and we have listened to the original piece. This customer's rendition surpasses it." "Really?" The boss was astonished. "Yes, I will send you the recording tonight. You can listen to it, and if everything is in order, we will package the wedding dress for this gentleman." The clerk was somewhat impatient. "All right, send it over tonight. Also, issue a receipt for this customer, informing him that if all is well, we will personally deliver the wedding dress." "Wait, no, I'll deliver it myself." The boss still felt something was amiss and preferred to hear it for himself. "Understood," the clerk replied. At that moment, she ended the call and informed Lin Tian, "Sir, I will refund your deposit and issue you a receipt. Once our boss verifies the recording and finds no issues, he will personally deliver it to you." "Oh, please leave your address." The clerk began making arrangements. Lin Tian fully understood, recognizing that the approval of the boss was necessary. After all, a prominent bridal shop would not dare to take any actions that could lead to denial. Otherwise, word would surely spread, jeopardizing their business. After agreeing, the clerk issued a receipt and refunded Lin Tian the deposit of 500 yuan. Lin Tian accepted the receipt and the cash, proceeding to his wife. At that moment, she appeared quite surprised. "What's wrong, dear?" Lin Tian asked curiously, noticing her expression. Nothing, Gong Linshue quickly replied. "So what do they say?" "They mentioned that once their boss verifies everything is satisfactory, they will deliver the wedding dress to us. There shouldn't be any issues." "Let us head to the second floor," Lin Tian explained. Gong Linshue nodded eagerly. In truth, she still found it somewhat unbelievable that her husband could play the piano so well. It was truly remarkable, and the music was uplifting. "Darling, should we consider buying a piano when we have the means? It will be perfect for nurturing little Ing." "Sure, I'm all for it. But when did you learn to play the piano?" Chapter 29. Finally successful. If one were to inquire about when I learned to play the piano, and I were to respond that I have only just begun, my wife would likely find it hard to believe. During my school days, I took on a part-time job whenever I had some free time, and there happened to be a piano there, which piqued my interest. To my surprise, the skills I acquired then have lingered. Lin Tian explained. Gong Linshue was aware that Lin Tian had indeed taken on a part-time job during the summer while in university. It turned out he had learned the piano back then. How talented her husband was. "Darling, your playing is truly wonderful. Perhaps we should consider purchasing a piano in the future," she said, glancing at their daughter. Cultivating their child and encouraging her to learn more would surely provide her with greater opportunities in the future. Lin Tian grasped his wife's hand and led her to the second floor. At that moment, Gong Linshue was caught off guard, having not realized they were heading upstairs. "Why are we still going up? We've already finished buying Xiao Ying's clothes. Shouldn't we return to the Baozi shop?" she questioned, puzzled as to why her husband had brought them upstairs. Today, Lin Tian had taken his wife and child to the mall specifically to purchase clothes for them. Since their marriage, his wife had not acquired a single new outfit. Most women, at the very least, buy a few new items each year, yet she had none. This reflected poorly on Lin Tian as a husband, for he had not adequately fulfilled his responsibilities. Thus, he had resolved that today he would not only buy clothes for their daughter, but also for his wife. "Dear, it's time for you to get some new clothes as well. Come, let's take a look," Lin Tian said candidly. She stared blankly at Lin Tian, feeling a bit overwhelmed. It had been over 3 years since they had married, and she had indeed never purchased a new garment. The bittersweet feeling had been buried deep within her. Each time she saw her close friends donning new outfits, how could she not feel envious? How could she not feel a pang of sadness? Yet, she felt powerless. Their life had not been particularly prosperous. If she were to buy new clothes, it would likely stretch their finances too thin. Therefore, she constantly reassured herself that if she could just hold on a little longer, it would not be too late to buy clothes once their circumstances improved. "Perhaps we shouldn't buy anything," Gong Linxue said, shaking her head. She thought about how, despite Lin Tian's newfound earnings, the future remained uncertain, and she preferred to be frugal. "That's simply one do, my dear. We have been married for 3 years, and you have yet to purchase a single new outfit. Now you must heed my words. We're buying new clothes this time, and afterward, I promise to listen to you," Lin Tian insisted. At that moment, Gong Linxue felt a stir of emotion. What woman does not delight in new clothes, especially with the dazzling array available in the mall? Upon her first glance, she found something she adored. Yet they did not have much money, and she thought it prudent to save. "Let us wait until we have more money before making a purchase," she continued to hesitate. "My dear, let's make this purchase just once." At this moment, Lin Tian grasped his wife's hand tightly as they entered a clothing boutique. Upon entering, a friendly attendant approached them. "Are you here to shop for clothes? Look at this dress. It would suit you perfectly, sister. Why not give it a try?" the attendant suggested to Gong Linxue. Gong Linxue paused for a moment, captivated by the array of new garments before her. "All right, let us go ahead with this purchase. We can consider more once we have more money," she replied. Of course, Lin Tian agreed, although he had already resolved that henceforth his wife's wardrobe would be updated monthly, if not weekly. Naturally, he anticipated her refusal, but he intended to act first and discuss later. Having learned his wife's size today would make future purchases simpler. Gong Linxue selected a dress, initially believing that a single purchase would suffice. However, under Lin Tian's influence, she ended up with a pair of trousers as well. Then came the lingerie, a cozy top, and they ventured into the shoes section to buy a pair of shoes. As Gong Linxue surveyed her new ensemble, she decided to take Lin Tian to the men's section to procure an outfit for him as well. However, Lin Tian glanced at the time. "My dear, we can buy my clothes later. We should return to the store. Things are getting busy." "Really, are you that busy?" Gong Linxue was aware that her husband hadn't bought clothes in quite some time. It felt unfair to indulge herself without treating him. Indeed, time is of the essence. "But don't worry. With our current earnings, I won't hold back," Lin Tian fabricated an excuse. As for his own clothing, he could acquire it whenever he pleased. The urgency simply wasn't there yet. The couple, accompanied by Xiaoying, exited the mall and hailed taxi. After a half-hour ride, they arrived at the store, where Lin Tian began to make buns, with Gong Linxue assisting him. Xiaoying eagerly joined in, exclaiming, "Daddy, I want to learn how to make buns too." "Sure. Come here and Daddy will teach you. Look how beautiful these buns turn out," Lin Tian encouraged. Remarkably, Xiaoying quickly crafted her first bun, albeit with flour adorning her face in the process. Gong Linxue couldn't help but chuckle at the sight, reaching over to wipe some flour away. Lin Tian observed his wife's natural laughter, reminiscing about how rare such moments had been in their past life. It seemed he had finally made some progress, yet he knew there was still a long journey ahead, and he must avoid repeating past mistakes. After finishing the buns, they proceeded to prepare wonton wrappers. Once everything was completed, Lin Tian hastily turned his attention to assembling mobile phone components. Gong Linxue watched as her husband worked diligently. "My dear, this is a treasure I acquired for 500 yuan, he proclaimed. 500 yuan? Is this truly a treasure? Gong Linxue asked incredulously. Absolutely. In a few days, you will understand. Moreover, we can salvage more parts from old phones in the future. You see, there is gold hidden within these devices. Lin Tian recalled that in his previous life, it was possible to extract gold from the electronic versions on these mobile phones. Many individuals engaged in this practice and became quite wealthy. Gold. Gong Linxue inquired incredulously. Indeed, because a small amount of gold is required in the components to ensure stability. As long as we employ the right methods, we can extract the gold contained within, Lin Tian explained as he began assembling a new phone. Once assembled, it was necessary to add a battery to verify its functionality. He procured a charge battery and powered the device on. Upon seeing the screen light up, Lin Tian felt a surge of excitement. At last, it is a success. Chapter 29. 500 for one, perhaps? At last, Lin Tian had successfully created his first counterfeit phone. Holding the fully assembled device in his hands, he felt a swell of anticipation. Next, all that remained was to ensure it could power on normally and accept a SIM card for operation. With that thought, he pressed the power button. In the next moment, the boot screen appeared, showcasing a cartoon character resembling a gourd boy, followed by the phone's display. Lin Tian couldn't help but smile wryly. The first step was complete. Now came the time to test the SIM card. Brother Lin, I brought back the SIM card. Did you buy a new phone? Lu Qiangdong returned from outside, handing Lin Tian a freshly acquired SIM card. Lin Tian accepted it with a grin. You'll see shortly. At that moment, his wife also gathered around, observing her husband as he worked on the phone. The device appeared rather ordinary and somewhat outdated. Yet even a second-hand phone was quite expensive, costing over 1,000. New phones were even more out of reach for the average person. Lin Tian opened the back cover, inserted the battery, and then placed the SIM card inside. After securing the battery and closing the back cover, he pressed the power button again. The phone powered up swiftly, and soon after, a notification from the network provider appeared. Lin Tian confirmed the prompt, noticing that the phone had a signal. Turning to Lu Qiangdong, he said, "Try making a call and see if it goes through." "Can it really make calls?" Lu Qiangdong was astonished. "Give it a shot," Lin Tian encouraged. Following Lin's suggestion, he dialed his home number. Typically, he would use a landline to contact his family, costing 50 cents per minute. Skillfully pressing the numbers, he soon heard the familiar beeping sound. "Brother Lin, it really works," Lu Qiangdong exclaimed, brimming with excitement. Moments later, the call connected. "Hello, who is this?" came the familiar voice of his father. Lu Qiangdong could hardly contain his excitement. "Dad, it's Qiangdong," he replied joyfully. "Oh, it's Qiangdong. It's been a while since you called. How's work over there? Have you been eating well? Don't forget to take care of yourself. If you need money, just give me a call." Father kept asking over there. Lu Qiangdong was still in a state of excitement. "Dad, wait until the end of this month. I will send you money. This is my first month's salary," Lu Qiangdong exclaimed over the phone. "No need. We have enough money to spend. You need your salary for living expenses. Don't send us any money," his father replied. Hearing this, Lu Qiangdong understood his father's nature. "Dad, let me tell you, this phone was assembled by my brother Lin. It's truly excellent," Lu Qiangdong remarked. "Your brother Lin?" "Oh, the owner of that dumpling shop I mentioned before, who makes delicious dumplings. Yes, if you come back someday, we can invite him over." "All right, I want to say more. I'll hang up now." Lu Qiangdong hesitated to extend the call, as phone charges applied, over 2 dimes per minute. "Okay," his father said. After hanging up, Lu Qiangdong exclaimed, "Lin, this is amazing. So you've been assembling phones all week?" "Indeed," Lin Tian confirmed. Throughout the week, Lin Tian had been tinkering with an old phone, meticulously arranging its components. Initially, Lu Qiangdong couldn't comprehend why Lin Tian needed 10 discarded phones, but now he understood it was for assembly. "As long as it works, I'll give it to you. That SIM card is also under your ID." Lin Tian intended to gift the first assembled phone to Dongzi, who had been helping him daily. "But Lin, this is too precious. I can't accept it. A second-hand phone in the market costs several hundred," Lu Qiangdong protested. "Take it. If you refuse, don't come looking for me again," Lin Tian firmly warned. "You should accept it. It's a small token of my appreciation." Gong Linxue chimed in. Lu Qiangdong nodded. "All right, I will take it. But Lin, what are you planning to do with the phone assembly? Are you thinking of making phones?" Lu Qiangdong asked curiously. Lin Tian's brow slightly furrowed. "There's no denying it. We are indeed going to make phones. We'll start with the 10 discarded phones. And if we incorporate some new parts, we can produce 3 phones without difficulty. If each is valued at 500, That makes 1,500 in total. You understand the profit margin, right? Lin Tian intended to commence with phone assembly. He needed to begin small due to limited funds, gradually accumulating wealth. Once he had enough to establish a production line, he could scale up operations. According to Lin Tian's plan, he believed that within 6 months, he could achieve this goal. He set a modest target of earning 1 million within that time frame. I can see that, so Brother Lin, you will take charge while I handle sales. I'll make sure to engage with our colleagues at the factory. There will be no issues with our sales channels, Lu Xiaodong affirmed. All right, since we VE agreed, we can proceed. I have also become proficient in the installation process over these past few days. I anticipate we can assemble 2 units soon, and you can sell them. We can price each unit at 500. Great, Lu Xiaodong responded. Gong Linxue, observing her husband's ability to assemble a discarded phone, felt a genuine admiration. It was evident that her husband was not only back on track, but also embarking on a significant expansion. As they conversed, customers began to arrive. Gong Linxue assisted by taking on the role of salesperson, while Lu Xiaodong entertained the guests, fetching cups and other necessities. Xiaoying also busied herself, diligently collecting payments and offering garlic to customers. After they finished their meals, she proactively took the initiative to clean up. The patrons were impressed by the little girl's maturity and responsibility, enviously remarking on how well she helped her parents. In contrast, they reflected on their own children, who seemed indifferent even to simple tasks like washing dishes. I should really give them a good lesson when we get home. Chapter 31. The finest foot massage technique in the world throughout the annals of history. Counterfeit phones have served as a window into an era. In 2004, the trend for these devices began to gain momentum, yet all the technology was predominantly in the hands of Hui Qiangbai. That year, Hui Qiangbai thrived, reaping substantial profits. By the time the opportunity was recognized, an era had already been supplanted by smartphones. Although counterfeit phones did not vanish with the advent of smart devices, they gradually lost their market share to various domestic brands, as well as to giants like Samsung and Apple. Thus, what Lin Tian needed now was to seize the opportunity. By mastering the technology, he could be the first to capture the northern market. At that time, the structure of counterfeit phones was exceedingly simple, essentially categorized into 3 parts: the screen, the motherboard, and the casing. The motherboard was typically controlled by upstream companies like MediaTek and other solution providers. Manufacturers of counterfeit phones focused solely on the design of the phone's exterior, requiring no technical expertise. These manufacturers were referred to as phone integrators within the industry. If Lin Tian adhered to the current model, he would only earn meager profits. However, if he were to acquire the technology for production and design the casings independently, especially with control over the motherboard technology, he could wait for the opportune moment to make his entrance into the African market, replacing Transsion's foothold. Customers continued to flow in, making for a bustling evening. Gong Linxue worked tirelessly throughout the night, and it wasn't until 10 o'clock that the last of the patrons departed. Exhausted, she slumped into a chair, glancing at Lin Tian, who was still busy cleaning. She knew that he had been working tirelessly from dawn till dusk for the past week. It turns out that they have been preoccupied with the dumpling shop. Operating a dumpling shop may appear straightforward. However, the reality of managing it is indeed quite arduous and demands substantial patience. Nevertheless, she can discern that her husband's involvement extends beyond mere dumpling preparation. His ability to assemble a new phone from discarded devices indicates that he has set his sights on the next market opportunity. Lu Xiaodong has returned, as he is on the night shift this evening. After Lin Tian tidied up, he approached his wife, saying, "All right, everything is in order. Shall we head home?" "Yes, let us go home," Gong Linxue replied with a nod. Subsequently, Lin Tian rode the tricycle with Gong Linxue seated beside him, navigating through the streets until they arrived home. Meanwhile, in an elegantly decorated house, a woman held a recording given to her by a shop assistant. Beside her sat a man in his 40s, clad in pajamas and wearing glasses, exuding an air of intellect. Holding a newspaper, he glanced up at his wife and inquired, "Are you saying that someone has managed to piece together Norma's memories today?" "Yes, but I have my doubts about its authenticity," she responded. "It has been a year, and no one has succeeded thus far." The man nodded. He was a professor at Yenjing University, with a profound interest in the piano, particularly fond of Norma's memories. However, he had never been able to reproduce it himself. He had always longed to witness someone successfully performing it. "Let's have a listen," he requested. "All right, I'll play it now," the woman replied, releasing the recording device. In the next moment, the piano melody filled the air. As the piece played, the man set down his newspaper and leaned in attentively, shaking his head in disbelief as he murmured, "This is impossible?" He continued to listen intently. When the performance concluded, he turned to his wife, astonished. "Can your assistant confirm that this rendition was indeed performed by that individual? It doesn't merely replicate the original music, does it?" "This seems to transcend the original composition," Professor Jia Luchuan inquired. Upon hearing this, Li Xiaolu also felt a sense of incredulity. Nodding in astonishment, she dialed the assistant's landline. "Hello, can you confirm that the recording you sent is not the original music?" "No, it is indeed the piece we recorded as requested and delivered personally." "Is there a problem, boss?" "None at all," Li Xiaolu replied, hanging up the phone. She then turned to her husband and said, "I asked, is not the original music?" "Indeed, it is not, for the original does not possess such a beautiful melody. Listen closely. The rendition of Norma's memories he created seems imbued with a sense of regret and longing, as if he has endured a long period of loss. The latter part is even more tumultuous. If I am not mistaken, this gentleman must have his own remarkable story," Jia Luchuan expressed with enthusiasm, his face reflecting a complex array of emotions at that moment. "Are you suggesting that he plays exceptionally well?" Li Xiaolu does not possess much understanding of the piano. The gentleman's greatest passion is music. Had it not been for the necessity of earning a living, he would undoubtedly be a renowned musician by now. Being a professor is merely a path he was compelled to choose. It is indeed remarkable. I propose we meet this gentleman tomorrow. Perhaps we will be privy to a profoundly moving story. I long to personally experience the melodies he creates. "I wish to be enraptured," Jia Lu exclaimed, brimming with excitement. "Very well, Mr. Jia. I shall accompany you tomorrow. It is delightful to see you so moved by this music. Do you think this gentleman has studied abroad?" "Quite possibly. If I am not mistaken, he certainly possesses considerable skill domestically. I never expected to encounter him here." Lin Tian and Gong Linshua chuckled as they returned home. They first boiled some water, preparing to wash Xiao Ying's feet. Lin Tian then brought the foot bath to his wife. "Here, my dear, allow me to wash your feet." "Oh, that seems inappropriate." "Let me do it for you," Gong Linshua replied, feeling slightly shy. "My love, since our marriage, you have always washed my feet. I have yet to do so for you. Today, let it be an exception, and you shall witness my technique." What skill is required for washing feet?" "Of course, it requires skill. Just a moment, let me review." With that, Lin Tian activated the system and discovered that the foot washing skill was merely a beginner's level. "System, please enhance my foot washing technique. I wish to draw for a reward. Are you truly willing to spend 200 points on foot washing?" The system responded with a note of surprise. "Of course, for my wife. What is 200 points?" "Very well, commencing the draw. Congratulations, host. You have acquired the world's finest foot massage technique, capable of relaxing the entire body's nerves." As the system's voice faded, streams of foot massage knowledge flooded Lin Tian's mind. He had previously experienced foot massages, but his understanding was limited to the notion that a good pressure made for a pleasant experience. However, upon receiving the world's finest foot massage technique, he realized the profound intricacies involved. Indeed, the soles of the feet are densely populated with acupoints that connect to the heart, liver, stomach, and even the neural pathways of the brain. With exceptional skill, massaging these acupoints can evoke an extraordinary sense of comfort and serve as an effective means of relief. "Gulme, my dear, dip your feet into the water. It feels a bit hot." Lin Tian gently held his wife's delicate feet and slowly immersed them in the warm water. The temperature initially startled Gong Linshua, but after a moment, she found the massage under Lin Tian's guidance to be remarkably soothing. As she observed her husband attending to her feet, she was momentarily taken aback. When did her husband become so tender? If she were to share with others that her husband washed her feet, I fear that my friends will undoubtedly find it hard to believe. They will certainly claim that she is merely bragging. Who doesn't know what kind of person her husband truly is? indolent. He spends his days drinking, nothing but a drunkard and a gambler, utterly indifferent to the well-being of her and their daughter. This impression has long been etched in the minds of her companions. Darling, come, extend your foot. I shall give you a foot massage. Lin Tian gently lifted one of his wife's feet, meticulously wrapping it in a cloth to absorb the moisture before placing it on the bed. He treated the other foot with the same care. In this moment, Lin Tian exhibited remarkable patience, taking a moment to admire his wife's feet. Oh dear, what are you staring at? Are my feet unsightly? Gong Linxue asked, a hint of shyness in her voice. Lin Tian chuckled softly. None are as beautiful as my wife's feet. You are simply flattering me, Gong Linxue replied, though inwardly she found comfort in his words. Lin Tian then carried the basin of foot water outside and poured it out before returning to the room, where he sat on a small stool and took hold of one of her feet. Gong Linxue was taken aback. You can't possibly be serious about giving me a foot massage, can you? You don't know how. That cannot be, Lin Tian insisted. As I said, you should give it a try and see how your husband's technique fares. At that moment, Xiaoxing lay on the bed, her small hands propping up her chin, her eyes wide with curiosity as she observed everything. Since her father stopped drinking, he seemed transformed. Daddy, can you not drink anymore? Xiaoxing suddenly asked. Lin Tian turned to her. Why do you say that? Because ever since Daddy stopped drinking, he has become like a superhero. Mommy and I can enjoy many delicious treats. And Mommy smiles much more now. Upon hearing this, Lin Tian realized that since their marriage and the birth of Xiaoxing, Gong Linxue had not smiled much, burdened with worries likely stemming from his past misdeeds. All right, Daddy will stop drinking from now on, he declared. Really? Xiaoxing exclaimed with delight. Of course. A man must keep his word, Lin Tian replied resolutely. He was not one to make promises lightly. When he said he would stop drinking, he meant it. Gong Linxue felt truly warmed by her husband's attentive care. Lin Tian began to apply pressure to the acupoints on her foot, and in an instant, Gong Linxue felt a wave of comfort wash over her, as though her body was undergoing a remarkable transformation. Although it was slightly painful, it was a different kind of sensation altogether. How does it feel, dear? Lin Tian inquired. Very good, very good. Please continue, Gong Linxue replied, thoroughly satisfied. Seeing her expression, Lin Tian was confident in his skills and continued to massage her other foot. After about 10 minutes, he noticed that his wife had fallen asleep, resting peacefully. Not wishing to disturb her slumber, Lin Tian gazed at her with fondness. As Lin Tian reminisced about his wife, he found himself restless until the late hours of the night, his face beginning to show signs of wear. It seemed the time had come to purchase cosmetics for her. He contemplated visiting the mall the following afternoon to acquire the finest products for his beloved. With this thought, he rose and embraced his wife, who lay beside him, gently covering her with the blanket. At that moment, little Sakura was also drifting off to sleep. He carefully lifted her and placed her on the bed before washing his feet. After cleansing himself, he joined them under the covers for a well-deserved rest. The following morning, as dawn broke, Lin Tian awoke to find his wife opening her eyes. Dear, you should rest. I will go procure supplies, he said. Gong Linxue shook her head, replying, I will accompany you. I must go to work at 8 anyway. I can help you until 7. After which I will drop our daughter off at kindergarten before heading to my job. Lin Tian, reluctant, expressed, but that will be tiring for you. And you do not tire? We are a couple, and we must strive together, she said as she dressed. Lin Tian understood that no matter his protests, his wife would insist on joining him, so he resigned himself to take her along to the market. Seated on a tricycle, Lin Tian pedaled towards the market as usual. This week, he had grown quite familiar with the vendors. Oh, little Lin has arrived. Is this your wife? An elderly vendor greeted. Lin Tian nodded vigorously. Yes, Luda. You're busy again this morning. Indeed, and your wife is quite lovely. You must cherish her. My spouse enjoyed the buns from your shop yesterday. They were delicious. Liu the Shuklet. I can bring you some for free tomorrow, Lin Tian offered. No need for that. Making money is not easy. If you bring them to me, how will my wife ever buy from you again? Luda retorted, suggesting they share a smoke instead. Lin Tian halted, offering Luda a cigarette, which he accepted. And Lin Tian lit it for him. Continuing on, Lin Tian entered the market, visiting familiar shops to gather ingredients. Afterward, he and Gong Linxue busied themselves at their establishment. "Dear, I want to learn how to knead the dough as well. Will you teach me?" she asked. "Of course," Lin Tian replied. As he kneaded the dough, he explained, "The temperature of the water is crucial. It must be just right. I have a method to measure it. Feel the dough. Sense the temperature." Chapter 33. Chef Luo. "You must taste this. The lamb soup is exquisite," Lin Tian patiently explained, and Gong Linxue diligently absorbed the knowledge. In no time, she grasped the essential techniques. Though still a bit unsteady, she was making progress. Lin Tian then elaborated on the differences between meat and vegetable fillings. And Gong Linxue was astonished at the intricacies involved in making a simple bun. Particularly in controlling water temperature, it ultimately determines the vitality of the dough. If the dough for the buns is inadequately activated, the taste will undoubtedly suffer, which in turn adversely affects the flavor of the entire bun. Furthermore, the filling must also be prepared at specific temperatures. My dear, I once believed that making buns was a simple endeavor. However, I have come to realize that it is far from easy. As Gong Linxue spoke, she understood why so many customers queue daily to purchase the buns. It is the effort invested in crafting these buns that earns them widespread acclaim. By the way, I plan to add lamb soup this morning. This way, our guests will have more options to choose from. As Lin Tian spoke, he began to utilize the system for a positioning lottery. Soon, the technique for preparing lamb soup was firmly lodged in his mind. He had procured lamb and other necessary ingredients in the morning. Now, he was aware of the pivotal techniques required for preparation. Isn't that quite taxing? Gong Linxue suddenly felt a pang of sympathy. My dear, I wish to earn money quickly. My goal is to achieve a modest target within 6 months. Lin Tian remarked while handling the lamb. All right. Gong Linxue nodded in agreement. Yet, she was unaware that her husband's modest target was not merely tens of thousands, but rather 1 million. Only upon reaching 1 million could Lin Tian initiate a chain for a counterfeit device. It is only through large-scale development that greater profits can be attained. By 6 o'clock, customers began to arrive in succession. The queue was filled with eager patrons, each purchasing at least 5, with some buying as many as 20. Thus, several pots of buns were sold in quick succession. In recent days, Lin Tian had increased the number of pots. Otherwise, it would have been impossible to meet the demand of the customers. At that moment, Li Jiaxian's car arrived. Inside the vehicle, Li Jiaxian remarked to the man beside him, "You have no idea how delicious the buns made by the owner of this shop are." The man seated beside him was a chef from a 5-star hotel, specializing in lamb soup. Li Jiaxian had specifically invited him to teach the owner how to prepare lamb soup. "It seems that Mr. Li has high hopes for this bun shop," Chef Luo commented. Li Jiaxian nodded. "Indeed, let's go inside." Upon hearing this, Chef Luo exited the car and surveyed the bun shop, clicking his tongue in skepticism. He was well acquainted with exquisite flavors. Could the owner's buns truly surpass those crafted by the esteemed master of noodles he knew, who had received numerous accolades in the Dragon Country? Indeed, once you tasted those buns, you would crave them again. Priced at 50 each, they were certainly worth their cost. Following Mr. Li into the bun shop, they observed the owner busily at work, occasionally tending to 2 pots of soup. One comprised of bone broth, and the other, lamb soup. Chef Luo could already catch the enticing aromas wafting through the air. Although the aroma is quite appealing, it is imperative to sample it as well. Allow me to introduce you, esteemed chef, to Chef Luo from the Grand Hotel of our capital. He has garnered numerous accolades within the country. I have brought him here to personally savor your exquisite bone broth, Li Jiaxian said. Upon hearing this, Lin Tian was taken aback to learn that a chef from such a prestigious hotel was present. This was indeed remarkable. "Greetings. Please have a seat. I shall serve you the bone broth shortly," Lin Tian said as he began to ladle out the soup. He also brought forth several baozi, ensuring they were served in the customary portions. "If you require anything, do not hesitate to speak up." Chef Luo took a spoonful of the bone broth. After tasting it, he furrowed his brows, then took another sip. The flavor was intriguing, and his expression quickly transformed, reflecting a myriad of emotions. Initially inclined to critique, he soon realized that it was impossible to find fault with such a splendid broth. "What do you think?" Li Jiaxian inquired, observing Chef Luo's reaction. Chef Luo exclaimed, "It is rather peculiar. The moment I tasted the soup, it enveloped my throat in warmth, and upon reaching my stomach, it imparted an overwhelming sense of comfort throughout my entire being. How is such a feat accomplished? I have sampled bone broth crafted by masters, yet never have I encountered a flavor quite like this. He gazed curiously at the bustling proprietor, contemplating that perhaps this chef was indeed a master in his own right, surely mentored by someone exceptional. Haha, you arrived here with skepticism, but I trust that doubt has dissipated? Li Jiaxin chuckled. Chef Luo shook his head with a wry smile, admitting, I must concede that your broth is indeed commendable. However, as the head chef of lamb soup, I cannot help but assert that my lamb soup would surpass yours. Allow me to prepare a lamb soup for you. He stood and approached Lin Tian, only to find him busy concocting a pot of lamb soup. Do you also make lamb soup? Chef Luo inquired, intrigued. Lin Tian nodded. Indeed, if there is a demand for lamb soup, I shall serve it. This way, our menu offers a greater variety, providing customers with more choices, he explained. May I have a bowl, then? I am curious to taste the lamb soup crafted by the proprietor. I must ensure he understands the intricacies involved in preparing lamb soup. Chef Luo remarked with a hint of challenge. Certainly, I will prepare it immediately, Lin Tian replied, retrieving 2 bowls and filling them with lamb soup, placing them before Li Jiaxian and Chef Luo. Goodness, proprietor, I merely mentioned it in passing, and you truly prepared lamb soup. The aroma is indeed delightful, Li Jiaxian remarked as he took a sip. After taking a sip, he could not help but exclaim, Not bad, not bad. Chef Luo, you must try this. Is it not superior to your lamb soup? Upon hearing this, Chef Luo felt a twinge of disbelief. He found it hard to accept that this young fellow could produce lamb soup that rivaled his own, which had garnered numerous awards nationwide. Chef Luo lifted his spoon, sampled a bit of the broth, and took a sip. Suddenly, he was struck with astonishment. After another sip and a taste of the lamb, he shook his head in disbelief. How is it? Does it not suit your palate? Li Jiaxian noticed Chef Luo's furrowed brow and shaking head. No, it's just that I must know how this lamb is prepared. It has no gamey flavor whatsoever, and it is remarkably non-greasy. Achieving such a feat is truly remarkable. I am unable to replicate this. Despite his evident pride, Chef Luo was not arrogant. He knew well the distinction between excellence and mediocrity. When presented with superior work, one must acknowledge it. Li Jiaxian chuckled. It is rare to hear such high praise from you. How does the owner's lamb soup compare to yours? Chef Luo smiled sheepishly. To be honest, it surpasses mine. Turning to observe, they saw the owner bustling about. The arriving guests, upon seeing the lamb soup, eagerly ordered their own servings. After tasting, their reviews were exceptionally favorable, granting Lin Tian a sense of reassurance. He priced the lamb soup slightly higher at 20 yuan per bowl. Though steep, his reputation justified it. Many patrons willingly spent the money and sang its praises afterward, affirming that their expenditure was worthwhile. Those who have tasted lamb soup know that some lack flavor entirely, while others are overwhelmed by a strong gamey taste. Yet, the owner's creation had none of that. It was exceptionally pleasant to consume. Although only 10 bowls were sold that morning, it yielded a profit of 200 yuan, netting him a tidy sum after deducting costs. By 8 o'clock, the pace had slowed. Li Jiaxian and Chef Luo remained. Chef Luo rose and approached Lin Tian. Boss Lin, may I inquire about the preparation of this lamb soup? Chef Luo recognized that mastering this technique would make him highly sought after in hotels across the region. Upon hearing Chef Luo's question, Lin Tian understood his intentions. In this era, there was no concept of franchising or technical fees. It was simply made as it was. I would like to ask, Boss Lin, would you be willing to teach me how to make it? Rest assured, I will compensate you for your expertise, Chef Luo said with a smile. Lin Tian, however, was cautious. He hardly knew Chef Luo and had no prior connection. Furthermore, this recipe was a family heirloom passed down from his grandfather. To be frank, this lamb soup is a cherished secret of my family. My grandfather's family hails from Inner Mongolia, a region renowned for its abundant lamb. Thus, the tradition of lamb soup has been passed down through generations. Notably, my grandfather's ancestors once prepared lamb soup for the emperor within the royal palace, receiving high praise from him. It is no exaggeration to say this lamb soup possesses an imperial quality. Lin Tian understood that in order to command a good price, A compelling story was essential. The more remarkable the narrative, the greater his own value would become. For instance, take the famous Lanzhou ramen or the renowned dog-biting bun. Their historical significance contributes greatly to their worth. Establishing a brand is of utmost importance. Therefore, Lin Tian contemplated a memorable name for his lamb soup. Even if one were to acquire the recipe, they would still need to use the name associated with his lamb soup. After some thought, he decided to simply call it Lin Tian lamb soup. Though it may seem rather casual, simplicity aids in memory retention. Such a rich history? Chef Luo expressed his astonishment. Indeed, Lin Tian replied, my grandfather once had a major restaurant approach him, seeking to purchase his technique. Do you know how much they offered? Lin Tian deliberately revealed the amount. Pray tell, Chef Luo urged. Back in the late 80s, they offered 50,000 yuan. However, my grandfather declined to part with his knowledge. Lin Tian continued, can you imagine? Now it would take at least 500,000 to acquire that technique. He strategically mentioned the price to avoid a situation where he would have to decline an offer. It was better to state the price up front. If one wished to buy, they could proceed, and if not, he was unconcerned about the future of his unique skill. 500,000. Mr. Lin, I truly admire your expertise. Do you accept apprentices? Chef Luo répondit. Lin Tian smiled slightly. No, I do not. Oh, I see. My apologies. By the way, would you consider working at our Grand Hotel? A monthly salary of several thousand yuan is available, Chef Luo suggested, his mind racing. No. I prefer my modest little shop, where I can still earn a decent income each month. There is no need for me to move to a larger establishment. Chef Luo was momentarily speechless at Lin Tian's response. Oh, pardon me, my apologies, he muttered as he returned to the table. Li Jiaxian observed Chef Luo's demeanor and couldn't help but smile. What happened? Did you not succeed? He inquired. Yes, indeed, Mr. Li. If it were only 20,000, I could manage that. However, 50,000 is beyond my means, Chef Luo admitted, looking troubled. Li Jiaxian nodded, understanding Chef Luo's predicament. Perhaps I could discuss it with General Lei from your hotel. He might be able to arrange for the funds. Thank you, Mr. Li, Chef Luo responded gratefully. Subsequently, Li Jiaxian and Chef Luo departed. As Lin Tian watched them leave, he stirred the lamb soup in the pot, poured himself a bowl, and took a sip. Delicious, he remarked, savoring the flavor. As he savored the mutton soup, a BMW pulled up just as Li Jiaxian's vehicle departed. The car door swung open, and a man emerged, followed closely by a woman. The woman glanced at the address before inquiring, is this the place? At that moment, the shop assistant joined them, hesitantly confirming the address written on the note left by Mr. Lin. Yes, this is the place, but it still appears to be a steamed bun shop. Boss, may I go inside for a look? The shop assistant, an employee from the bridal store, was there to find Mr. Lin, who had evoked Norma's memories. Of course. Go ahead, replied Li Xiaolu. The female assistant nodded and stepped inside, immediately spotting Mr. Lin seated at a table, enjoying his mutton soup. She hurried back outside, smiling at her boss. Yes, he's indeed inside, relishing his mutton soup. With that, Li Xiaolu and Jia Luchuan linked arms and followed her in. Upon entering the bun shop, the enticing aromas awakened their appetites. Chapter 35. Master Lin, may we be friends? Noticing the arrival of guests, Lin Tian quickly set down his spoon. Would you like steamed buns or wontons? I also have mutton soup, he cheerfully inquired. The female assistant promptly moved forward to greet him. Hello, Mr. Lin. Do you remember me? I was the assistant at the bridal shop yesterday. Lin Tian recognized her at last. Oh, now I recall. What brings you here? Have you not eaten? The assistant shook her head and replied, allow me to introduce you. This is our boss. Since you evoked Norma's memories yesterday, our boss has come to confirm. Understanding the situation, Lin Tian gestured, come, please have a seat quickly. Was my rendition of the piece satisfactory? He asked with a smile. Meanwhile, Li Xiaolu and her husband, Jia Luchuan, were admiring the shop's ambience. Jia Luchuan, astonished, remarked, you run a steam bun shop? Yes, indeed. It's a small business, Lin Tian replied with a grin. Well, I certainly did not expect that, Jia Luchuan said, intrigued that a humble bun shop owner could evoke Norma's memories. Have you studied piano in the past? He inquired. I learned a little, but life has made it difficult to continue, Lin Tian admitted modestly. Please assess my performance. If it meets your approval, perhaps that wedding gown could be a gift for my wife. To be honest, we didn't buy her a wedding dress when we married. At the time, it seemed inconsequential, but now I truly regret it. When we passed your bridal shop yesterday, and she saw that gown she adored, I simply gave it a try. Lin Tian's humility was evident. Li Xiaolu smiled slightly. I see, but we would love to hear you play again. Do you have time now? Lin Tian responded eagerly. Are you saying that if I play well, we can receive that wedding gown? Yes, Li Xiaolu affirmed. Then let us proceed without delay. Lin Tian could hardly contain his excitement. This is a gift for my wife, more significant than anything else. Li Xiaolu and Zhao Luchuan were both astonished by the scene before them. The individual appeared to have no connection to the realm of art. Without the corroborating evidence of that recording, it would have been hard to believe that he could evoke Norma's memories. Subsequently, Lin Tian stepped outside, and they followed suit. Lin Tian locked the store door and took his seat in their BMW. They soon arrived at the shopping mall, which was just beginning to see a trickle of visitors. Though not too many, as early morning shopping typically draws fewer crowds. Upon reaching the bridal shop, the attendant opened the door. Lin Tian hurriedly seated himself at the piano, eager to finish swiftly so he could present the wedding dress to his wife by noon. He had heard from the attendant yesterday that this gown was designed by a renowned Italian designer, worth over 10,000 yuan. Li Xiaolu and Zhao Luchuan sat below, watching as Mr. Lin prepared to play. Zhao Luchuan furrowed his brow, harboring doubts about whether he could truly perform. Surely, yesterday's performance was merely a fluke. After all, how could a dumpling shop owner possibly be in league with a piano virtuoso? However, in the next moment, as Lin Tian pressed the keys, the first movement of the piece resonated. His skepticism was instantly dispelled. Astonishment enveloped him as the music reached its crescendo, transporting him to an ethereal realm. A sensation unlike any other. Indeed, under Mr. Lin's skilled hands, the piece took on an exquisite quality that left him utterly amazed. Lin Tian played with remarkable ease, having committed the piece to memory long ago, with no hint of struggle. Upon finishing, he exhaled deeply and looked at Zhao Luchuan and Li Xiaolu, who were both gazing at him in disbelief. Hello, I have completed the piece. How does it sound to you? Lin Tian inquired. It was only then that the two of them snapped back to reality. Li Xiaolu turned to her husband, who still appeared somewhat reluctant to let go of the moment. Could you play once more? Zhao Luchuan was clearly not satisfied with just one rendition. Oh, certainly. For 10,000 yuan, I could play it 10 times without hesitation. Thus, Lin Tian began anew. As the music filled the air once more, Zhao Luchuan closed his eyes. He had been distracted at the outset, but now, with his eyes shut, the entire composition enveloped his mind. When the performance concluded, he remained lost in his reverie. May I request another rendition? Li Xiaolu, noticing her husband's state, turned to Lin Tian with a plea. Lin Tian nodded and began to play again. After performing 5 times, Zhao Luchuan finally opened his eyes, shaking his head in wonder. It is truly magnificent. Mr. Lin, please accept my sincere apologies for my previous rudeness. I regret doubting your abilities. Now he comprehensively understands the profound beauty of this piece, especially under Mr. Lin's skilled performance. It truly transcends the original composition. It's all right, he mused. Does this mean I can take the wedding dress? Lin Tian was particularly concerned about that wedding gown. Of course you can. Quickly, wrap it up for Mr. Lin. Li Xiaolu urged the shop assistant. The attendant promptly began to package the wedding dress. Then Li Xiaolu approached Lin Tian and said, Mr. Lin, I wonder if it would be possible to invite you to our home in the future. My husband has a great fondness for piano music and is quite an aficionado himself. Upon hearing this, Lin Tian glanced at Zhao Luchuan. I am merely an amateur, so please do not hold me in high regard, he replied modestly. Truly, Lin Tian was not exaggerating. His experience with the piano was merely a day old. Compared to Professor Zhao Luchuan, he felt utterly insignificant. Master Lin, you are too humble. I wonder if we could become friends in the future? Zhao Luchuan stepped forward to inquire. Lin Tian scratched his head, of course, but I am just a bun maker. As long as you do not mind, it is perfectly fine. Oh no, Your simplicity and talent reflect your profound appreciation for art, which has reached a lofty realm. I must learn from you more in the future. Hearing Jia Luchuan's words, Lin Tian felt genuinely flattered. Goodness, cultured individuals do possess a remarkable way with words. If it were me, I could hardly articulate such sentiments. Chapter 36. Cosmetics for my wife at this moment. The shop assistant had finished wrapping the wedding dress and handed it to Lin Tian. Mr. Lin, please take care of it. If any issues arise later, feel free to reach out to us. Our service is undoubtedly the best in the entire capital, the young lady said with a smile. Upon hearing this, Lin Tian acknowledged the excellent service. After receiving the packaged wedding dress, he expressed his gratitude to Li Xiaolu and Jia Luchuan. Thank you for granting me this opportunity. If you have time in the future, you are welcome to visit my bun shop for a treat. Lin Tian knew he lacked other capital, so offering buns was indeed feasible. Certainly, Mr. Lin, please take our business card. It contains our phone numbers. Feel free to call if you need anything. Li Xiaolu personally handed a business card to Lin Tian. He accepted it and noticed that their phone numbers were nearly consecutive. It wouldn't cost much at all. It seems it is indeed time to get a phone number with consecutive digits for himself, since there is no real name system in place yet. He could easily acquire another one for his wife and another for his child as well. This way, he could gain an advantage and avoid future price hikes on consecutive numbers, ensuring he could purchase them when needed. After leaving the wedding dress shop, Lin Tian now needed to visit a cosmetics store to buy quality makeup for his wife. At the state-owned First Factory, Gong Linxue had just finished dropping off her child before heading to work. As a new week begins at work, a few of my sisters are nearby, reminiscing about that Saturday when Director Liu invited everyone to the bar. The atmosphere was truly exhilarating. Xiaoxue, you were absent that day, but I must tell you, Director Liu possesses a remarkable singing voice. In fact, he publicly dedicated a song to you. Director Liu genuinely cares for you. Xiaoxue, is your husband still indulging in a hedonistic lifestyle? I overheard several sisters discussing this. Gong Linxue's expression turned cold. Please be mindful of your words. My husband treats me exceptionally well. He is quite ambitious now. Gong Linxue had grown weary of their incessant praise of Director Liu. After all, matters of the heart are not simply about who treats whom better. Moreover, her husband currently showers her with kindness. Xiaoxue, you seem to be somewhat deluding yourself. Let's be honest. If you were to divorce your husband now, do you truly believe Director Liu would not propose to you immediately? Such a splendid opportunity. And if you fail to cherish it, you may regret it for a lifetime. At that moment, Xiaohong arrived and stood beside Gong Linxue, visibly irritated. While Gong Linxue's beauty is undeniable, Xiaohong also possesses her own charm, and many have pursued her. However, when it comes to worth, none can compare to Director Liu. If he were to express interest in her, she would have readily agreed to be with him, rather than being so reluctant with Gong Linxue. The crux of the matter lies in Gong Linxue's husband, who is notorious for his alcoholism and gambling, leading a life of idleness. Xiaohong, if you persist in speaking this way, we may have to reconsider our friendship, Gong Linxue sternly warned. Upon hearing this, Xiaohong shook her head. Let me offer you one last piece of advice. Our factory is about to undergo layoffs. Who knows if Director Liu might dismiss someone on a whim. As soon as Xiaohong uttered these words, the sisters exchanged glances. Indeed, there had been talk of budget cuts leading to layoffs. Let us hope it doesn't affect me. Losing my job now would make finding a stable position exceedingly difficult. They all nodded in agreement, acknowledging the precarious situation. Xiaoxue, you genuinely need to take action. Perhaps you should approach Director Liu and inquire. One sister expressed genuine concern. Gong Linxue was the sole breadwinner for her family. Losing her job would create significant challenges. She shook her head. It's fine. If it were to happen to me, I would simply accept it. She had previously contemplated opening a steamed bun shop if the state-owned factory could no longer sustain her. If funds were limited, she would set up a stall outside. However, she had not anticipated that her husband would secure a job ahead of time, and the profits were substantial. Reflecting on her time at the state-owned factory, her monthly salary barely reached 8 or 900 yuan, hardly comparable to the profits from just 2 days at her potential bun shop. Xiaoxue, please don't despair. It's incredibly difficult to get into our factory now. One must rely on connections and gifts. If you find it hard to speak up, I can approach Director Liu on your behalf, a concerned sister offered. Gong Linxue shook her head. There is no need for that. Oh, very well then. Upon seeing that Xiao Xue had not acquiesced, she reluctantly agreed for the time being. However, she contemplated whether she should discreetly approach Factory Director Liu for clarification. In his office, Director Liu sat with his legs crossed, humming a little tune while glancing over the list of personnel slated for dismissal. Gong Linxue, what are you truly thinking? He mused, feeling a surge of anger as he noted her preference for her alcoholic husband over the opportunity to grow closer to him. With this thought, he picked up a pen and inscribed Gong Linxue's name on the termination list. He was eager to see how she would fare without her job and source of income, and whether she would come to seek his assistance. During lunchtime, Gong Linxue received a call from the gatekeeper, immediately knowing her husband had arrived. She hurried to the factory entrance, and indeed, there he was. What brings you here? Isn't the bun shop busy? She inquired. It is quite busy. Lu Qiangdong is preoccupied. I came to bring you lamb soup and buns, he replied. Also take a look at this. Lin Tian lifted a neatly packaged wedding dress. Upon seeing it, Gong Linxue was taken aback with astonishment. You got it, she exclaimed. Yes, their boss came looking for me today, and, after a few tries, they deemed it satisfactory. I was able to take it home, Lin Tian explained. Gong Linxue beamed, accepting the wedding dress, only to see Lin Tian extend another package towards her. Is this cosmetics? She asked, a hint of surprise in her voice. Indeed, you've been so busy with work that you haven't taken care of yourself, so I bought you some cosmetics. This is a modest brand. We'll splurge on high-end products when we have more money, he said. As she gazed at the cosmetics Lin Tian offered, her eyes began to glisten with emotion. Husband, you're so wonderful. I think this brand is quite good. There is no need to spend excessively. You work so hard for our money, she expressed tenderly, feeling a pang of sympathy for his efforts. It's all right. We'll be prosperous in the future. Once I successfully assemble that mobile phone, I estimate we could earn at least 10,000 yuan in a month, Lin Tian conservatively projected. Chapter 37. The factory is downsizing. Gong Linxue had faith in her husband's abilities, having witnessed the mobile phone he had created, which functioned perfectly for calls. I believe in you. However, a thought crossed Gong Linxue's mind. What is the matter, wife? Lin Tian noticed her hesitation. It's nothing. I'll tell you later, she replied, uncertain of how to broach the topic of her potential layoff. Thus, she decided to postpone the conversation. All right, we'll discuss it later. I need to head back. Dongzi can't manage alone, Lin Tian said as he mounted his motorcycle and departed. Gong Linxue returned to the factory. Meanwhile, as Lin Tian rode his motorcycle and approached a traffic light, a woman suddenly ran towards him, breathless, shouting, You're Lin Tian, aren't you? Turning around, Lin Tian recognized her. She was a close friend of his wife. During Xiao Ying's illness, she had generously lent him 50,000 yuan. Her name is Li Xiaoyan, and she treats her wife like a true sister. This person is incredibly dependable. As Lin Tian contemplated this, he resolved that once the bun shop was properly established, he would invite his wife to join in the venture as a means of repaying her kindness. Yes, I am, Lin Tian affirmed with a nod. That's good to hear. I have something urgent to discuss with you, but I cannot share it with Xiao Xue just yet. By the way, I forgot to mention that Xiao Xue and I work in the same workshop, and we share a close bond. My name is Li Xiaoyan. She introduced herself. Well, what is it that you wish to convey? Lin Tian inquired. Oh, it is concerning the impending layoffs at our state-owned factory. It appears that Xiao Xue's name is included in the list. I just visited Director Liu to inquire, but he was quite firm in stating that it was a decision made from above, and he had no authority to change it. I am reaching out to you to see if you would like me to contact Director Liu for a meeting. Perhaps you could discuss with him the possibility of reconsidering Xiao Xue's layoff. Even if I were to be laid off, I wouldn't mind. Finding another job would not be difficult for me. However, Xiao Xue's situation is different. Losing her job would be tremendously challenging for her. Upon hearing this, Lin Tian finally grasped the situation. The matter at hand was indeed related to layoffs, which was what his wife had intended to communicate. However, she had refrained from doing so. I truly appreciate you informing me. Otherwise, I would have remained oblivious. Lin Tian expressed his gratitude. There is no need for thanks. Xiao Xue and I are good friends, and it is only right that I assist her. But as her husband, should you also do something to help her? Please don't take my words amiss. Lin Tian fully understood Li Xiaoyan's perspective. After all, he had once been a reckless individual. Even if she were to chastise him, he would have to endure it. She was, after all, his benefactor. Although this was in a past life, Lin Tian could not forget her kindness. We are all aware of your frequent drinking, gambling, and idleness. Xiao Xue has truly suffered because of you. If she were to divorce you, there are plenty of good men out there. Yet she has stayed, which proves she still loves you. You must rectify your shortcomings and treat Xiao Xue with more care. Li Xiaoyan understood the depth of Xiao Xue's feelings for her husband, and thus felt compelled to speak candidly. If she did not address this, the man would continue to cause Xiao Xue pain. You are absolutely right. I was indeed a scoundrel in the past. That is why I am striving to change. You will see my future actions. I will never let Xiao Xue down, Lin Tian assured confidently. He was indeed committed to making amends. Having experienced the trials of his previous life, he understood precisely how to navigate his current circumstances. To persist in his former foolishness would mean he was not worthy of being called man. Can you truly change? Li Xiaoyan asked, observing Lin Tian, who appeared remarkably rational and nothing like the notorious drunkard he was said to be. Of course, I am in the process of changing, Lin Tian replied. Oh, that is reassuring. However, the matter of Xiao Xue's layoff truly requires resolution. Before Xiao Xue could finish her sentence, Lin Tian interjected, stating, if she's to be laid off, then so be it. This factory cannot last for long. In 3 to 4 years, it will relocate, and everyone will face dismissal. It will be wiser to resign earlier. Lin Tian recalled that a significant reform had occurred at the state-owned factory after 3 years, necessitating a move for environmental reasons. Some management personnel followed the relocation, while others sought employment elsewhere in the capital. For locals, having a homemade job searching relatively easy. Is it true that the factory will move? Li Xiaoyan asked, somewhat astonished. Indeed, but if my wife is laid off, it coincidentally allows her to assist me with my dumpling shop. Oh, you have opened a dumpling shop? Yes, indeed. You should come by to taste my dumplings sometime. It's south located on Beijing Road, at the century-old dumpling establishment. Ah, I mustn't linger. I have customers waiting. Lin Tian, realizing time was of the essence, started his motorcycle, leaving Li Xiaoyan in a state of surprise. Why did this dumpling shop seem so familiar? Hadn't she heard her father mention it? Could it be the same one? Hesitating, Li Xiaoyan returned to the factory, contemplating the impending layoff of Xiao Xue. It seemed necessary to visit Lin Tian at the dumpling shop one Sunday for a serious discussion. If he intervened personally, it might yield some results. After all, she was well aware of Director Lu's intentions. On his way back, Lin Tian pondered over his wife's potential layoff, undoubtedly linked to Director Lu's machinations. In the past, he was ignorant of labor laws, knowing that after a layoff, one would receive nothing. However, times had changed, and Lin Tian had acquired some understanding. He no longer wished for his wife to continue working at that factory, yet he felt compelled to confront Director Lu for his underhanded motives towards Gong Linxiu. This layoff appeared to be a calculated maneuver aimed at pressuring her to seek his favor. Upon arriving at the shop, he found a bustling crowd of customers, prompting him to dive into work. Lu Qiangdong was already drenched in sweat. Linga, you're back. These gentlemen are eager to sample your lamb soup. He gestured toward a group of elderly men dressed in traditional Zhongshan suits. Young man, we have heard that your lamb soup is exceptional, one of them remarked. Indeed. Chef Luo recommended us to come here. We are curious to see if it lives up to his praise. Chapter 38. It seems I should find a partner. These elderly gentlemen were specifically introduced by Chef Luo. They were frequent patrons of five-star hotels, particularly fond of lamb soup. Earlier that morning, Chef Luo had called to inform them about the dumpling shop on Beijing Road, claiming that the lamb soup was excellent. Given Chef Luo's high regard, it seemed the lamb soup must indeed be remarkable, prompting the gentlemen to gather for a tasting. Upon hearing the name Chef Luo, Lin Tian immediately understood who it was. So, we need 5 bowls of lamb soup, right? He inquired of the group. An elderly gentleman, adorned with spectacles, replied, "Indeed, 5 bowls. I've heard your buns are also quite remarkable, so please bring us 2 bamboo steamers." "Very well, it will be ready shortly," Lin Tian assured them and got to work. After 5 minutes, he first served the buns. The 5 elderly gentlemen picked up their chopsticks and began to savor the buns. Observing their gestures, it was clear they were retired officials. "My goodness, these buns are truly delightful," one exclaimed. "They are even better than those from upscale restaurants." Another added, "I never expected such exquisite flavors in this humble establishment. I must have another." Initially, they had approached with skepticism, but after tasting, they discovered the culinary treasure before them. At that moment, Lin Tian also presented the 5 bowls of lamb soup, placing them before the gentlemen. They took their spoons and began to sip. "Ah, this is indeed splendid," one remarked. "Let me taste." "Delectable," exclaimed another. "I never imagined the lamb soup in this little shop could be so delicious. Perhaps we should make it a point to come here for lamb soup after our morning exercises. Indeed, we should also spread the word among our comrades in the courtyard," one suggested. Lin Tian, overhearing their conversation, realized he would soon be quite busy. He would need to prepare more ingredients for the following morning. Time passed, and as the clock approached 2 o'clock, the customers gradually began to depart. Lin Tian then turned his attention to a few old mobile phones. Lu Qiangdong was engrossed. Playing Snake on the phone Lin Tian had assembled for him. "Lin Gu," he said, "when I returned to the dormitory, everyone was envious of my phone. They even asked where I bought it. I told them I spent 800 yuan. They were all eager to know where they could get one." The phones Lin Tian assembled utilized parts salvaged from Motorola devices, and the system had been updated, enhancing both its fluidity and connectivity. Compared to the counterfeit models available in the second-hand market for 8 or 900 yuan, his creations were far superior. Thus, 800 yuan was a reasonable price for anyone knowledgeable about mobile phones. Once I finish assembling today, I'll see if they're interested in buying one. Furthermore, I can provide after-sales support should any issues arise during usage. "Sounds good," Lu Qiangdong agreed. Lin Tian set to work assembling the phones. In a short span, he completed the first one in an hour. By the time he finished the third phone, he had successfully assembled 2 devices. With a total of 10 old phones, he had invested 500 yuan and produced 3 functional units. This meant he had effectively tripled his investment. Now proficient in the task, Lin Tian resolved to visit the second-hand mobile phone market the following day to acquire several more devices. Moreover, the discarded motherboards were gathered together, awaiting accumulation to a sufficient quantity for alchemy. It was also an opportune moment to inquire at the second-hand mobile phone market about any available discarded motherboards. After all, the secret of alchemizing motherboards had yet to be uncovered domestically, presenting a chance to seize an advantage. A faint smile graced Lin Tian's lips at this thought. After completing the repairs on 2 phones, he handed them over to Lu Qiangdong. Upon returning, he would see who might purchase them, as they could easily fetch 800 yuan. Dongzi accepted the phones, replying, "All right, brother Lin." Lin Tian then immersed himself in his evening work. At 5 o'clock, Lin Tian went to the factory gate to pick up Gong Linxue after a shift. A joyous expression adorned Gong Linxue's face. "You must have been quite busy at noon," she inquired. "Indeed. Do you know how much we sold today?" Lin Tian replied. "How much?" Gong Linxue asked, her curiosity piqued. "We've already made 500 yuan," Lin Tian disclosed. Gong Linxue was taken aback, barely able to believe it. 500 already? "Yes, I added lamb soup today, which significantly boosted our sales. I believe tomorrow will yield even more. You truly are remarkable, dear. By the way, let's pick up Xiaoing from school and head straight to the shop. We'll finish our work together before returning home." "All right," Lin Tian agreed, riding his motorcycle to the kindergarten to collect Xiaoing. Together, they proceeded to the Baozi shop. As the clock struck 6:30, the number of customers began to swell, and many requested lamb soup. By the end of the night, they had sold nearly several hundred yuan, with a profit of 300. Adding the earnings from the morning and noon, they amassed a total of 800 yuan. Gong Linxue gazed at the money earned, marveling at how effortlessly it had come. The day's earnings rivaled that of a skilled technician's monthly wage. "Dear, why don't you consider resigning from your job and working with me at the Baozi shop?" Lin Tian suddenly proposed. Gong Linxue paused, taken aback. Let me think about it. The factory is also planning layoffs, and I might be affected. It would be a good opportunity to join you at the Baozi shop. However, Gong Linxue felt a tinge of reluctance, as her job at the factory came with numerous benefits, including insurance. It was a coveted position that many aspired to, and the workers were apprehensive about the impending layoffs, desperately seeking connections to speak with factory director Liu to avoid being affected. My plan is this. Since we can earn nearly 800 to 900 yuan daily from one shop, opening another could yield over 1,000. If the profits remain favorable after 3 months, we can consider expanding further. What do you think? Gong Linxue had no objections but expressed her concerns. But will we be able to manage alone? In that case, we would need to hire help. Speaking of hiring, Lin Tian had an idea. If he were to impart his skills to someone else, they might not venture out on their own after learning. That would pose a significant loss. But how to find a suitable partner? Discussing the future prospects of the Baozi shop, one can truly inspire others to regard it as their own vocation. At this thought, a particular individual comes to mind. Chapter 39. Do several seasoned veterans meet your expectations? Gong Linxue noticed her husband hesitating to speak and remarked, "You could teach me how to run it, and then each of us could own a shop. Although it may be somewhat demanding, it would undoubtedly yield greater financial returns. I believe the earnings we currently have are already substantial. If this continues, we could earn over 20,000 a month. That is indeed a considerable amount." Gong Linxue thinks that earning over 20,000 monthly is not insignificant. In this era, such an amount is equivalent to 200,000, which is no exaggeration. Saving some money to purchase a property in the capital city would certainly be feasible. However, at this moment, those coming to work in Beijing are not contemplating buying a house there. Firstly, properties are exceedingly expensive, with the most costly reaching 4,000 to 5,000 per square meter. Given their wage levels, they could not afford it. Thus, many are starting businesses in Beijing, saving money to return to their hometowns to buy houses and marry. By the time they realize that land in Beijing is precious, it may be too late. After all, the future is uncertain. Lin Tian is aware of the future value of real estate in Beijing. By merely acquiring a property now, he could simply await its appreciation. By 2008 at the latest, prices are expected to multiply several times. At that point, those who are late to realize this will find the prices daunting. Therefore, Lin Tian's current aspiration is to possess 1 million within 6 months. Purchasing a home in Beijing would first address the need for a more suitable living environment. The current rented flat is rather rudimentary. We can discuss it later, he decided, refraining from mentioning the prospect of partners to his wife. It is better to keep this from her for now. If she were to know of his future plans, she might be overwhelmed. After a long night of work, at 11 o'clock, Lin Tian rode his tricycle home with his wife and child. Upon arriving, he hurried to boil water. His wife was exhausted after a long night and deserved a foot bath. "Dear, just a moment. I will wash your feet," Lin Tian said as he prepared the water. Gong Linxue nodded slightly. Little Ling chuckled beside them. "Daddy is so nice." Indeed, Gong Linxue agreed. Observing her husband's transformation, Gong Linxue felt a sense of disbelief. Her husband had previously been quite lazy and would never have considered the hardships of a day's labor, not to mention washing her feet. Even boiling water for a foot bath seemed beyond him. Yet now, her husband not only boiled the water, but also washed her feet. Such warmth from a husband is indeed rare. She had previously regretted her choices, uncertain if their future held promise. However, witnessing Lin Tian's change, it seemed she had not misjudged him and had not betrayed her initial commitment to stand by him despite familial pressures. Until now, she had not maintained much contact with her family. "Dear, have you not been in touch with your family for quite some time?" Lin Tian asked as he entered with a foot bath, signaling to Little Ling. Sakura approached and offered her little feet to her father. Lin Tian accepted them and gently placed them in the warm water. "Indeed, perhaps I could call later when I have the time." Gong Linxue feigned indifference. "That won't do. How about this? Tomorrow I plan to visit the second-hand mobile market, and I shall buy you a phone. Then we can get a phone number, and it will allow us to stay in touch with the family. We can also reassure them of our well-being." Lin Tian spoke, his brow furrowing slightly. "The truth is, my parents were discontented with my previous lack of ambition and laziness, which led them to oppose our relationship. They only wish the best for you. Why not give them a call? When Xiaoying is on holiday during the Children's Day, we can return to our hometown for a visit. It would also give me the chance to have a good conversation with your father. Lin Tian knew this was a deep-seated concern for his wife. In his past life, his wife had regretted not heeding her family's advice. During her illness, her parents cried inconsolably. He understood the necessity of bridging that love. You plan to buy a phone tomorrow? It's rather pricey. ISNT it? Not too expensive. We'll just get one to share. Besides, as long as I assemble a few phones, I can earn it back. Having a phone will certainly be convenient. Shall I buy you a flip phone? Do you prefer pink or white? Lin Tian asked, upon hearing her husband's intention to buy her a phone. Gong Linxue recalled that several of her colleagues had recently purchased new phones. After acquiring a phone, they no longer needed to use the public payphone. It was incredibly convenient. Who wouldn't desire one? However, the prices were not trivial. She had previously looked, and even the cheapest options were over 2,000. Dear, this time just trust me. Lin Tian urged as he noticed his wife hesitating. After washing Xiaoying's feet, he splashed the water, then prepared more hot water. He brought it over and gently placed his wife's delicate feet into it. Gong Linxue felt the water temperature rising, and her husband's hand massaging her was truly delightful. Gradually, her body began to relax. After a while, Lin Tian deemed it sufficient and took her feet out, beginning to give her a foot massage. However, mere foot massage was insufficient to ease her tension. After a long day at the factory, she still had to work at the bun shop. Thus, he resolved to learn some massage techniques. System: locate the best massage techniques available. Ding! Initiating lottery. Congratulations, host, you have acquired the finest massage techniques in the world. In that moment, Lin Tian felt his mind expand with newfound knowledge of massage. Subsequently, he began to massage his wife's legs with one hand. She gasped in surprise. Oh, darling, you can massage? Indeed, let me give it a try. Tell me if it feels good. Lin Tian replied with a smile. Gong Linxue nodded, and at that moment, Lin Tian commenced his massage. Gradually, with the soothing touch, Gong Linxue felt drowsy and yawned, slowly drifting off to sleep. As Lin Tian observed his wife peacefully asleep, he turned his gaze to their daughter, who was also nestled in slumber. Gently, he adjusted their positions before retreating to soak his feet, submerging them in the warm water. He felt an immediate wave of comfort wash over him. The Baozi shop had kept him occupied for an entire week. Exhaustion was a constant companion, yet his heart brimmed with satisfaction. As long as he could provide a joyful life for his wife and child, he felt that his toil was well worth it. After a refreshing shower, he lay in bed and gradually succumbed to sleep. The next morning, Lin Tian awoke early. His wife stirred as well, yawning softly. I slept so soundly last night. Your skills are remarkable, she remarked. Shall we make this a daily ritual? Wouldn't tea that wear you out? He replied, I don't mind the fatigue. For my wife, I am willing to dedicate myself wholeheartedly, Lin Tian asserted with conviction. Gong Linxue smiled gently, dressing quickly as they prepared to operate the tricycle. Today, we need to purchase a substantial amount of lamb. I anticipate a good number of customers for lamb soup today. Let's see if we can surpass 1,000 yuan, Lin Tian chuckled. Actually, earning 800 or 900 yuan a day would be quite satisfactory. 1,000 would mean a lot more customers, which would be quite taxing for you. His wife expressed concern for him. Ah, it's manageable, Lin Tian replied with a grin, pedaling the tricycle towards the market. Upon glancing at his system interface, he discovered that his points had nearly reached 5,000, indicating that he had earned a considerable sum already. This was merely the beginning. Once his phone assembly was completed, he was confident that his earnings would multiply. Thus, he chose to refrain from rushing into the lottery, opting to wait until he accumulated more points. Arriving at the market, he procured various ingredients, including lamb and pork. He no longer needed to handle the flour, as he had previously arranged with a flour supplier to deliver 10 bags every 3 days. The supplier was pleased to oblige. Consequently, when the flour vendor delivered the bags yesterday, Lin Tian requested an additional bag for future deliveries, which the vendor readily agreed to. Once his shopping was complete, he rode back to the shop, where he continued to instruct his wife on the art of making baozi and other essential techniques. Gong Linxue was an attentive student. By 6:30, customers began to trickle in. Among them were the 5 elderly gentlemen who had visited the previous day, taking their seats at the table. Their first request was for the shop's renowned lamb soup and baozi. As they settled in, a few more elderly patrons followed. One of the older gentlemen turned to another and inquired, "I say, Ma Ju, is this place really as delightful as you claim? Do not deceive us." The elder smiled and replied, "Have I ever misled you? Sit down and await the delicious lamb soup prepared by the boss." The bespectacled Ma Ju chuckled in agreement. Then, he greeted Lin Tian, saying, "Boss, please quickly serve us a mutton soup and buns. The mutton soup and buns at your establishment are truly delectable." Lin Tian nodded in response, expressing gratitude for the support. Gong Lin Xue, who had been responsible for serving the buns since morning, brought 2 baskets of buns to their table. "Please enjoy at your leisure. Should you require more, do not hesitate to inform me," she said graciously. The 5 elderly gentlemen nodded eagerly. "Oh, is this your wife, boss?" one of them inquired. "Indeed," Lin Tian replied while attending to other matters. "She certainly appears to be quite family-oriented." "You are indeed fortunate, boss," they remarked, causing Gong Lin Xue to feel a bit shy. "Take your time eating. The mutton soup will be ready shortly," she added before attending to other tasks. Before long, Li Jiaxian and Chef Luo arrived. Upon seeing the 5 elder gentlemen, Chef Luo exclaimed, "Ah, you have truly come. How does the mutton soup prepared by the boss suit your palate?" Chapter 40. Boss, would 10 yuan suffice? Chef Luo politely inquired of the elderly gentleman. Ma Ju stood up, affirmatively declaring, "This mutton soup is the best I have ever tasted." "De Luo, you have truly outdone yourself." Chef Luo chuckled. "Oh, it was nothing. I only discovered this fantastic culinary gem because Mr. Li brought me here. I merely informed you. By the way, allow me to introduce you to Mr. Li," De Luo said, presenting Li Jiaxian to the 5 elder gentlemen. Li Jiaxian extended his hand. "Ma Ju, I have heard you enjoy mutton soup. I trust this will satisfy your cravings." Ma Ju nodded enthusiastically. "Absolutely splendid. As retired officials, we simply wish to enjoy good food. The cuisine at those grand hotels becomes tiresome after a while. Nothing compares to a small establishment like this." However, Li Jiaxian inquired, "But Mr. Li, if you typically have breakfast at hotels, what brings you here?" To which Li Jiaxian replied, "There is no comparison. The delicacies of Boss Lin are unmatched." "Ha ha, indeed. Boss, please serve them some mutton soup," he requested. "Certainly," Lin Tian agreed, recognizing that De Luo had brought these elderly gentlemen primarily for Li Jiaxian to establish connections. Despite their retirement, they still wield considerable influence. At that moment, Lu Qiangdong arrived with a few of his close friends. "Brother Lin, my 2 buddies would like those 2 mobile phones. They claim they function perfectly, just like the originals. Are we heading to the mobile phone market today? Could you assemble a few more?" "Several more friends are interested," Lu Qiangdong suggested. "Brother Lin, what do you think about starting our e-commerce venture with mobile phones and electronics?" Lu Qiangdong seemed to have identified a promising market. Lin Tian was momentarily taken aback by Lu Qiangdong's words, feeling a sense of déjà vu. It wasn't just familiarity. It was a glimpse of the future, where Jingdong's primary focus would indeed be on electronics, particularly mobile phones and related devices. Ultimately, the Jingdong Express has emerged, capable of reaching even the most remote villages. I believe this is quite promising. Henceforth, I shall rely heavily on your guidance, Brother Lin. I sense that my venture into e-commerce is on the cusp of commencement." Lu Qiangdong, brimming with enthusiasm, continued, "By the way, Brother Lin, I have started creating a website online. However, it appears somewhat unsightly. When you have a moment, I shall show it to you." Brother Lin nodded in agreement. "That sounds excellent. But what is the name of your website?" Upon hearing this, Lu Qiangdong scratched his head, feeling somewhat perplexed. "Brother Lin, could you help me come up with a name? I'm truly at a loss." Upon hearing this, Brother Lin proposed, "How about this? Your name is Lu Qiangdong, correct? And since you started your journey in the capital, I suggest we name it Jingdong. What do you think? Jingdong? Ah, that is a splendid name. Very well. We shall call it Jingdong," Lu Qiangdong chuckled. In truth, this was the name Lu Qiangdong had contemplated when initially building his website, and he was pleasantly surprised that Brother Lin had arrived at the same conclusion independently. It seems they were indeed on the same wavelength. However, Observing the current trend of Taobao, it appears somewhat bleak. I have heard that they are currently seeking funding. Lu Qiangdong almost forgot that during this period, Taobao was merely in its infancy, encountering numerous obstacles. Yet, it was later that they encountered investment from SoftBank, which propelled Taobao to success. If Lu Qiangdong were to invest in Taobao now, it would undoubtedly be an opportune moment. Nevertheless, investing even 1 million would yield little impact, especially considering the potential for exclusion in the future. After all, the intricacies of the industry are beyond the grasp of an ordinary individual. The only viable solution is to create a new platform reminiscent of Taobao, ultimately adopting the model of Pinduoduo. In a few years, there will be a surge in mothers seeking part-time work from home. However, if they can access a platform akin to Taobao that allows them to earn money, it will certainly attract a substantial user base. Therefore, Lu Qiangdong does not wish to interfere with Taobao's development. Rather, he intends to obstruct their path, leaving them with no alternatives. It appears that the landscape of e-commerce is indeed challenging at present. After all, it is still in its nascent stages, compounded by the relatively small number of internet users in the country. Most users are either engaged in work or gaming. Yet, the opportunity at hand is significant, as mobile phones represent a vast market. Thus, Lu Qiangdong plans to first accumulate his initial fortune in the realm of counterfeit phones. By the time 2008 arrives, it will be the ideal moment to expand in e-commerce. At that juncture, smartphones will begin to proliferate, and the user base will undoubtedly surge, exponentially increasing alongside hardware advancements. The market of that time will be incredibly valuable. Seizing that opportunity will equate to securing the future. Regarding the future market for short videos and live streaming, both can be pursued simultaneously. Indeed, the current user base is rather limited, compounded by the sluggish delivery services. Consequently, the enthusiasm for online shopping among consumers remains tepid, as Lu Qiangdong lamented. However, if one were to take action, it would be feasible to establish a dedicated delivery system exclusively for our website's products, thereby significantly reducing delivery times. Upon hearing this, Lu Qiangdong smacked his forehead. "Brother Lin, you are truly a business genius. Why didn't I think of this?" he exclaimed excitedly. "Rest assured, I will incorporate these ideas into our plan." By 8 o'clock, most customers had departed, and Gong Linxue had already gone to work at the factory. At this juncture, Lin Tian still needed to accompany Lu Qiangdong to the mobile phone market in search of more used phones. However, Lin Tian intended to negotiate a lower price, ideally aiming to reduce it to 20 yuan each. Although a price of 50 yuan still yielded substantial profit, an additional 20 yuan per unit would be more desirable. Upon arriving at the mobile phone market, the scene was as usual, with young individuals engaged in trading phones at the entrance. Lin Tian approached and greeted them, inquiring if they were interested in selling phones. However, he and Lu Qiangdong were not there to purchase phones. Lin Tian needed to buy a phone for his wife and also intended to acquire a new number, hoping to secure a desirable sequence. Currently, sequences of 5 consecutive numbers are highly sought after, while 4 consecutive numbers remain largely undervalued. Ascending to the second floor, they reached a familiar mobile phone store where the owner recognized them immediately. "Ah, my friend, you're back. Surely you're still in search of used phones?" The owner inquired with a smile, bemused about what Lin Tian intended to do with the used phones. Lin Tian nodded. "Yes, how many do you have?" The owner grinned. "How many do you need? I recall having over 100 units left. If you're interested, I can offer you a discount." Given that these used phones were virtually worthless to the owner, it was indeed a reasonable proposition. "What if I take them all? How much will that be?" Lin Tian asked. "You want 100? The owner replied, clearly surprised. "Yes," Lin Tian affirmed. "All right then, the last time I sold you 10 for 500. So how about 20 each if you're taking them all?" The owner regarded the used phones as mere scrap. Previously, he had contacted a junk dealer who quoted him 1 million for them. At 20 yuan each, 100 would amount to 2,000 yuan. 20? Lin Tian was taken aback, as he hadn't even initiated the negotiation, yet the owner had offered 20. It appeared there was indeed room for further bargaining. "Is that too expensive?" the owner asked, noticing Lin Tian's hesitance. Let us see what price you can offer. I inquired about the Huiqiangbei area, my boss. If you wish to negotiate further, offer me 10 yuan. Your 20 is rather exorbitant. Lin Tian decisively slashed the price in half. 10 yuan is exceedingly cheap. That won't do, the boss replied deliberately. Lin Tian sighed, stating, if that is the case, I shall take my leave and explore other options. As he prepared to depart, the boss realized he truly intended to walk away. Who would buy his old, discarded phones then? Wait a moment, can we discuss this? When you purchase from Huiqiangbai, you must consider shipping costs as well. How about you cover 200 yuan for shipping? The boss inquired cheerfully. Fine, 12 it is. This price is quite favorable, Lin Tian remarked, feeling no further need to negotiate. Once the boss decided not to sell, the situation would become precarious. All right, I shall package it for you. However, the boss felt something was amiss, yet he could not pinpoint it. He had heard that old phones could have their components reassembled into a new device, but such expertise required considerable skill, along with the need to install a system, which the average person could not accomplish. Those with such skills were likely found in Huiqiangbai. Hence, it seemed improbable. Well, everything is packed. The total is 1,200. The boss announced as he finished bundling 100 phones. Lu Qiangdong accepted the package. Lin Tian acknowledged with a nod, glancing at the phones displayed in the cabinet. A striking red flip phone caught his eye. Boss, could you retrieve that red phone for me? I would like to take a look, Lin Tian requested. The boss nodded. Certainly, this phone is priced at 2,000, but if you buy it, you can have it for 1,000. Lin Tian quickly discerned that it was yet another counterfeit device. Selling it for 1,000 would yield the boss at least half in profit. Chapter 41, My friend, do you possess the ability to assemble phones? Lin Tian held the phone, testing it out. Though the tactile feel was commendable, its responsiveness left much to be desired. Clearly, the technology behind counterfeit phones was still lacking. Boss, this phone is not satisfactory, Lin Tian directly declined. If he were to purchase a phone for his wife, it must be of good quality. The boss accepted the phone back. You clearly know your stuff. It is indeed not up to par. However, acquiring an authentic model would cost a pretty penny, around 4,000 to 5,000. Indeed, a genuine article would require such an expenditure. Currently, Lin Tian did not possess such funds. Nevertheless, he was determined that the phone for his wife should not be of poor quality. If you truly wish to buy, I have a second-hand option. Let me show you. At this point, the boss retrieved a pink flip phone from another cabinet, a Samsung model, and handed it to Lin Tian. Lin Tian took it, testing its responsiveness and admiring its appearance. However, he noticed a slight flaw on the keypad. A minor repair would render it impeccable. How much is this? Lin Tian inquired. The case is not looking particularly promising. If you're interested, a sum of 1,500 will suffice. The owner has stated the price. I will take it for 1,000. Furthermore, I am willing to purchase all your old mobile phones in the future, and I will also acquire any motherboards you have. I offer 5 yuan for each discarded motherboard. The owner was taken aback. 5 yuan for a discarded motherboard? Really? Lin Tian nodded, affirming, indeed. I initially intended to seek other partners, but seeing that you are a decent person, I decided to extend this opportunity to you. All right, fine, that works, the owner conceded. Fully aware that these old motherboards are prevalent on the market and hold little value, often relegated to the trash heap. At 5 yuan each, he could procure them for mere cents, presenting a lucrative opportunity. Okay, no problem. For this phone, you can give me 900, as I won't make a profit. Lin Tian nodded, indicating no objection, and promptly handed the owner 900 yuan. May I borrow your repair station to fix this button? The repair station is stocked with tools that can assist customers with their phones. Sure, the owner agreed. Upon entering, Lin Tian retrieved the repair tools and replaced several malfunctioning buttons. He then inspected the collection of old mobile phones, identifying a Samsung model, which he disassembled to replace the buttons. Instantly, the second-hand phone appeared remarkably appealing. The owner witnessed this spectacle, utterly astonished. Wow, do you know how to repair phones? A bit, Lin Tian replied nonchalantly. Incredible. You're not planning to assemble these old phones, are you? The owner inquired. How could that be? Assembling old phones is a highly skilled task beyond our capabilities, Lin Tian swiftly denied. If he were to divulge this, the owner would surely inflate the prices of the old phones, hoping to profit more and potentially establish a parts manufacturing process. By that time, These old phones would be less sought after and valued at mere pittance, akin to the price of a basin. Ah, I see, the owner nodded, observing Lin Tian and his companion depart. Lin Tian and Lu Qiangdong reached the first floor, locating the mobile service hall to select a phone number. Lin Tian first noticed the price for a sequence of 5 consecutive numbers, which could be purchased for several hundred yuan. However, a sequence of 4 consecutive numbers was free of charge. "Hello, please provide me with this 4-number sequence." "Certainly," came the response. Upon receiving the number, Lin Tian discovered it comprised 4 eighths. In the future, such a number would not only command high price, but also incur a minimum usage fee. After settling the payment, he and Lu Qiangdong exited. Back at the shop, they poured out a collection of discarded phones, beginning to sort through them to determine which ones were functional and which were not, as many remained utterly unusable. However, due to the low price, these 100 discarded mobile phones can be assembled into approximately 30 units. Each unit sells for 800, resulting in a total of over 20,000. Moreover, Lin Tian only requires 4 or 5 days to assemble these 30 units. Presently, he is beginning to sort the components, preparing for the disassembly process. Once categorized, the disassembled parts are placed in a box to prevent any disarray that might lead to the loss of certain pieces. After spending 2 hours, he has managed to dismantle around 10 phones. As noon approaches, Lin Tian busies himself with making buns and preparing the necessary ingredients, while Lu Qiangdong assists him. By 11:30, customers begin to arrive, and by noon, the influx increases considerably. As 2 o'clock approaches, the number of customers gradually diminishes. Lin Tian continues to disassemble phones until 5 in the evening, finally completing 10 units. He feels utterly exhausted, his hands aching from the labor. However, contemplating the potential earnings of over 20,000 for these phones makes the fatigue worthwhile. He picks up a pink Samsung flip phone, assembles it, and rides Lu Qiangdong's motorcycle towards the state-run factory. At that moment, Director Lu is in a rather foul mood and personally seeks out Gong Linxue to discuss the impending layoffs. He broaches the topic of whether she would like to join him for dinner that evening. To his surprise, Gong Linxue bluntly declines, stating, "What if you end up laying me off? Will you come to seek my help when your family loses its income?" She slams her hand on the table as she speaks. Just then, as she prepares to leave, Li Xiaoyan approaches her. "Xiaoxue, are you being a bit impulsive? Director Lu came to find you personally. If you just say a few kind words, he surely won't let you go," Li Xiaoyan urges anxiously. Gong Linxue knows that Li Xiaoyan is a true friend, always considering her well-being. "Xiaoyan, honestly, I have long wanted to leave. If they lay me off, I would receive a severance package. My husband and I can open a bun shop together. Isn't that better than working here?" Gong Linxue responds. Li Xiaoyan shakes her head in disapproval. "How much can you earn from a bun shop in a month? You must realize that even those wishing to join our factory need to offer bribes. And here you are, wanting to leave. Our factory provides excellent benefits, including insurance, and bonuses during holidays." She continues, "Indeed, in this era, working at a state-run factory offers stability. While it may not lead to great wealth, the salary is consistent, especially in this capital city, where living expenses rise each year. Having a formal job is truly enviable." Gong Linxue smiles. "Xiaoyan, do not underestimate the art of making buns. There is much skill involved, and mastering it can be quite lucrative." Gong Linxue once shared the same viewpoint as Xiaoyan, believing that running a bun shop would merely yield a modest income, far inferior to the stability offered by a state-run factory. However, upon witnessing her husband's esteemed bun shop generating nearly 20,000 in just a month, one could hardly believe such rapid profitability. Who would have thought that making buns could be so intricate? I find it hard to believe. By the way, how is it that your husband runs a bun shop?" Li Xiaoyan could discern that Gong Linxue remained resolutely unyielding, which was understandable. "Very well. Shall we pay a visit? You could enjoy free buns in the future." "Humph. Am I worthy of merely a bun? Then what else would you desire? However, there is also a rich bone soup and mutton soup, all complimentary." Your husband can prepare these as well?" Indeed, Gong Linxue affirmed. "Very well. I shall drop by one day to take a look. Not today, though, as my mother has introduced me to a potential match." Oh dear, this is quite significant. You should hurry along. As Gong Linxue and the other conversed, they arrived at the factory entrance. Lin Tian had also arrived, approaching his wife. He presented her with a mobile phone, saying, "Wife, I bought you this phone, and the card has already been arranged." Gong Linxue was momentarily taken aback by the pink flip phone. Li Xiaoyan was equally astonished. "Is this the Samsung model? ISNT at over 5,000? She inquired incredulously. Lin Tian nodded. "Yes, but I purchased a second-hand one. I couldn't afford a brand new one." Li Xiaoyan acknowledged. "Even second-hand, it appears quite valuable. It must be over 2,000, right?" "Not at all. It was merely 1,000. The owner sold it to me at cost price." Lin Tian clarified. Li Xiaoyan felt a twinge of envy, as she currently did not possess a mobile phone. Yet, here was Gong Linxue's husband gifting her one. Though it was second-hand, it was still a phone. "Thank you, dear," Gong Linxue said as she accepted it. "And I have a phone number as well. I will call my parents tonight," Lin Tian added with a smile. Gong Linxue agreed. Li Xiaoyan observed the couple, clearly indulging in their affection, and couldn't help but shake her head. "You two, flaunting your affection before me. I'm off now." With that, Li Xiaoyan rode away on her bicycle. Gong Linxue climbed onto the back of Lin Tian's motorcycle as he revved the engine and departed. However, as they left, she caught a glimpse of a familiar figure in the rearview mirror. It seemed imperative to confront him. If he had behaved himself, it would have been fine. Yet, he dared to threaten my wife with layoffs, and for that, he shall not be spared. Considering Li Jiaxian's frequent visits for meals, it was evident he had some connections, thus ensuring Lin Tian's ability to deal with Director Liu in the near future. Gong Linxue clutched the phone tightly, her arms wrapped around Lin Tian, feeling immensely content. This was the first time her husband had bought her a phone, and a Samsung no less. While it may not be brand new, even a second-hand one was worth 1,000. She felt truly grateful. Chapter 42. Opening a cake shop. Lin Tian noticed his wife's peculiar behavior as she held onto him tightly. It was clear that the gift of a phone had left her profoundly touched. Reflecting on the modest endeavors he has undertaken, Lin Tian felt a profound sense of insignificance in comparison to the sacrifices made by his beloved wife. After arriving at the kindergarten to pick up little Sakura, they made their way to the bun shop, where the influx of patrons had notably increased, particularly those clamoring for lamb soup. In a flurry of activity, they sold 10 bowls, with customers raving about the exquisite flavor of the lamb soup, indicating a promising return of clientele and the potential for attracting even more customers. Given the current trajectory, it seemed feasible that within 3 months, they could open another bun shop. Yet, Lin Tian remained unhurried, aware of the necessity to meticulously scout for a suitable location. The rental prices for storefronts in the capital were notably steep, and there were additional investments required for new equipment. Presently, their finances were insufficient, but upon assembling 30 mobile phones, they would be on the cusp of having enough capital. By 10 o'clock that evening, they had concluded another productive day. Gong Linxue meticulously calculated their expenses and was taken aback, exclaiming to her husband, "Do you know how much we made today?" Lin Tian ventured a guess, and to his astonishment, they had earned 900 yuan. "My goodness, 900 yuan. It seems the profits stemmed primarily from the lamb soup," she remarked after checking the soup's price, which was set at 20 yuan, a figure that significantly boosted their profit margins. Lin Tian nodded in agreement. "That's splendid. It appears our lamb soup is poised to become a signature dish." Gong Linxue's enthusiasm grew as she proposed, "At this rate, we could save enough to purchase a house. Should we consider buying a property in the city center of our hometown?" I've inquired, and the price is only 1,100 per square meter. For 100 square meters, that would amount to around 100,000. She had long harbored the dream of owning a home. Suddenly, Lin Tian posed a question. "Have you ever thought about buying a house in the capital?" Startled by the suggestion, Gong Linxue shook her head. "We cannot afford it. Properties in the capital are priced between 4 to 5,000 per square meter, totaling 4 to 500,000. With our current earnings, perhaps we could manage a few 100,000 over a year, but 4 to 500,000 is truly daunting." Thus, she deemed the prospect of buying a house in the capital utterly unrealistic. "Perhaps we might strike it rich one day," Lin Tian replied with a smile. After tidying up a few items, he and Gong Linxue locked up and rode home on their three-wheeled vehicle, carrying both his wife and daughter. Once home, he followed his customary routine of washing his wife's and daughter's feet before retiring for the night. However, that night, Lin Tian refrained from sleep, instead turning his attention to the system interface, where he found himself with over 5,000 points. It was an opportune moment to initiate another round of intermediate lottery draws. System, please commence the intermediate lottery, he commanded. Ding. Does the host wish to consume 1,000 points for a lottery draw? Yes, he affirmed. Ding. Lottery in progress. Ding. Congratulations to the host for acquiring fried chicken technology and unexpectedly obtaining a cake shop. Ding. The cake shop is located at 49 Yuhe Road, encompassing 200 square meters. With a usage period of 6 months, Lin Tian abruptly sat up, his gaze fixated on the skill bestowed upon him by the system, which also granted him ownership of a cake shop spanning 200 square meters. This establishment was situated on Yuhe Road, the very heart of the capital, where he was aware that renting a storefront required an annual fee of 100,000 yuan. Furthermore, the foot traffic in that area was unparalleled. As long as the cakes were delectable, customers would flock in abundance. However, Lin Tian was acutely aware that the Baozi shop was already quite bustling. If he were to take on the cake shop as well, he would undoubtedly find himself overwhelmed. He pondered how he could possibly generate income if he couldn't team manage both ventures effectively. In the midst of his dilemma, he recalled that his wife was on the verge of being laid off. Additionally, her close friend, Li Xiaoyan, shared a strong bond with her. What if he could impart his skills to them and appoint Li Xiaoyan as a partner? In that case, his wife and Li Xiaoyan could oversee the cake shop while he focused on the Baozi establishment. With a plan solidified in his mind, he drifted into a peaceful slumber. The following morning, Lin Tian rose early, with his wife accompanying him to the market. However, he refrained from mentioning the cake shop to her just yet, for he needed to visit the establishment first to assess its condition and ensure that all equipment was in place. He also wished to practice making cakes to determine their taste before teaching his wife. Upon arriving at the shop, the two of them busied themselves. By 6:30, customers began to arrive. Gong Lixue was diligently packaging orders, while Lin Tian focused on preparing baozi and lamb soup, working up a sweat in the process. Xiaoyan, is that really you? Is this your baozi shop? It was Li Xiaoyan, who had followed the address to find her dear friend, Gong Lixue, hard at work. Yes, please sit down. I'll get you some baozi, and you could try the lamb soup my husband made, Gong Lixue replied, beckoning Lin Tian over. Lin Tian nodded and brought a bowl of the freshly made lamb soup to Li Xiaoyan. As she inhaled its fragrant aroma, she was momentarily taken aback, thinking it must be delicious. After a moment's hesitation, she took a sip and was instantly effusive in her praise. This lamb soup is exquisite. At the same time, Gong Lixue presented the baozi. Now, try the baozi my husband made. Li Xiaoyan nodded eagerly, took a bite, and was equally impressed, giving an enthusiastic thumbs up. This is truly delicious. How is business? There seem to be so many customers. As Li Xiaoyan approached the entrance, she noticed the bustling crowd, confirming that business was indeed thriving. No wonder Gong Lixue was unconcerned about her impending layoff. Observing Lin Tian's demeanor, it appeared that he was genuinely flourishing. It was clear why Gong Lixue had been so cheerful lately. As long as Lin Tian treats Gong Lixue well, Li Xiaoyan will feel at ease. By now, they should have sold over 400 in the morning alone. After deducting the profit, a gain of 200 is assured. Gong Lixue remarked, not exaggerating in the slightest. Hearing that 400 had been sold and 200 earned truly left Li Xiaoyan in disbelief. Really? She questioned, unable to trust the figures. Indeed, the money is right here. Your brother-in-law's buns, lamb soup, and wontons are quite renowned in this area. The returning customers are numerous, which contributes to the good sales. Upon hearing this, Li Xiaoyan was convinced, for the buns were incredibly delicious. She frequently enjoyed lamb soup, but had never tasted one as exquisite as this. It seemed her earlier concerns were unwarranted. Are you full? Shall I get you a few more? Gong Lixue inquired. No, that's enough. If I eat any more, I will burst. I still need to lose weight, Li Xiaoyan chuckled. Gong Lixue nodded. So how did your blind date go last night? Let's not even talk about the blind date. It was utterly bizarre. Let me tell you, the man works in finance and landed a job at the bank right after graduation. His family is quite affluent, yet he speaks with such condescension. So I dismissed him, Li Xiaoyan said nonchalantly. She was someone who pursued a carefree attitude. If anything displeased her, she expressed it directly. That one do. You need to find someone reliable. Gong Linxue thought of her husband, who was quite a good man. I think so too. I wasn't in a hurry at all. It seems you made up your mind. If our factory is willing to lay off, then so be it. Yes, it's true. I might as well help your brother-in-law. Just look at him in the morning. He can hardly keep up. There are many customers at noon and in the evening as well. Oh, indeed, Li Xiaoyan nodded. Actually, working in a factory provides stability, but not much else. The money you earn in a morning is equivalent to the monthly salary of 6 people. It truly is better than working a regular job. Li Xiaoyan spoke the truth. The bun shop earned 200 in the morning, amounting to 6,000 a month, while a worker in the state-owned factory earned merely 1,000. Thus, it was indeed not much. Gong Linxue glanced at the time. All right, let us head to work together. Today they should announce who will be laid off. Well, you are indifferent. You have no idea how anxious our colleagues are, fearing it may fall upon them. Having a stable job in the capital is something they cherish. A woman can't do much else. Earning over 1,000 while working can help alleviate some daily expenses at home. As the two conversed, they left the bun shop. Lin Tian first assembled 2 phones, awaiting Lu Qiangdong to arrive and take the assembled phones to sell. Following that, he needed to check on the cake shop on Yuhe Road. Having stepped outside, I hailed a taxi and made my way toward Yuhe Road. In a short while, I arrived at my destination, where a grand sign boldly proclaimed, Sweetheart Cake Shop. This was indeed the establishment indicated by the system prompt. Upon reaching the entrance, I retrieved the key hidden beneath the welcome mat, as instructed. As I opened the door, I discovered that the interior had been tastefully renovated, complete with an array of display cases and an abundance of cake-making tools. In essence, all that remained was for me to roll up my sleeves and create some delightful confections. Upon entering the kitchen, I noted that it was encased in transparent glass, allowing patrons to observe the bustling activities of the chefs within. This design not only showcased the hygiene of the cake shop, but also created an inviting atmosphere. After a cursory assessment, it became evident that as long as I procured the necessary ingredients, I could commence operations. However, rather than rushing into business, I felt compelled to experiment and ascertain the quality of the cakes I could produce. Thus, I began to jot down the ingredients I would need. Subsequently, I took a taxi to the market, diligently purchasing each item on my list, which included flour, milk, eggs, corn oil, granulated sugar, cornstarch, and lemon juice, among others. To my surprise, I realized that baking a cake was considerably more intricate than making steam buns. The variety of cake types also presented itself, including various pastries that the cake shop would need to offer. These specialties would undoubtedly represent significant profit margins. Given the high foot traffic on Yuhe Road, solely relying on birthday cakes would not suffice. A diverse selection of pastries, sweets, and breads was essential, especially in today's urban landscape. Coffee had become increasingly popular, prompting me to consider adding it to my offerings. Consequently, I spent 200 points to acquire a skill in coffee making. However, I was unable to brew coffee at present due to a lack of beans in the market, and sourcing coffee beans domestically proved to be quite challenging. This predicament reminded me of a certain individual, Zhao Luchuan, the husband of the bridal shop owner. He appeared to be someone who frequently traveled abroad. Perhaps I could consult him for assistance. Returning to the cake shop, I retrieved the business card I had been given and assembled my previously disassembled phone. After visiting the service center to obtain a new SIM card, I dialed his number. Hello, who is this? Zhao Luchuan answered. Greetings, this is Lin Tian, the one who played the piano at the Nomura event, I replied with a smile. Upon recognizing my voice, Zhao Luchuan expressed surprise. Oh, Lin Tian, what can I do for you? With a playful chuckle, I replied, to be candid, I am in the process of opening a cake shop, and I wish to incorporate coffee into my offerings. However, I currently lack a source for coffee beans and was wondering if you might assist me. Without hesitation, Zhao Luchuan responded, not a problem at all. I will contact my friends overseas shortly and arrange for them to send you some authentic coffee beans. By the way, where will your cake shop be located? It was evident that Zhao Lu was quite intrigued. Lin Tian replied, right here on Yuva Road. Oh, that's a splendid location. Shaolin, you truly possess an exceptional eye for detail. Excellent, excellent. Do give me a call when you open. I shall certainly come to support you. Oh, thank you. Lin Tian expressed his gratitude. After ending the call, he began to prepare the flour. Initially, he attempted to create the cake batter, but the result was somewhat unsatisfactory. He made a second attempt, this time adjusting the oven temperature slightly higher. Although the outcome was edible, it still fell short of perfection. He understood that achieving success was not a matter of mere days. Today was merely a preliminary step. He would continue to practice tomorrow. Once everything was perfected, he could invite his wife over to start learning. As long as she could produce the cakes at cost, they would be ready to open. Meanwhile, at the state-owned factory, Director Liu convened a meeting with all the workers, intending to announce who would be laid off. Tension filled the air as everyone arrived, each fearful of becoming a casualty. After all, securing such employment was no easy feat. Losing their jobs left them uncertain about finding another stable position. In contrast, Gong Linxue, though aware that her name would likely appear on the layoff list, remained unfazed. Li Xiaoyan stayed closely by her side. That Director Liu doesn't seem like a good person. He seems to be settling personal scores, Li Xiaoyan remarked disdainfully. Gong Linxue glanced at her and replied, "It's really no big deal. Anyway, if I no longer work here, it gives me more time to help your brother-in-law with the dumpling shop." Well, Sister Xiaoxue, to be honest, I don't want to continue either. Without you, it feels rather dull. Perhaps I should resign? Upon hearing this, Gong Linxue quickly interjected, "You absolutely must not. Your family already has a quota in the capital, and regardless of what happens, you will eventually ascend to a management position. Resigning would be a waste of such a valuable opportunity." Gong Linxue was aware that Li Xiaoyan's parents worked in government positions in the capital. Li Xiaoyan's entry into the state-owned factory was merely a stepping stone. Resigning would undoubtedly hinder her future prospects. "But without you, I find it rather uninteresting," Li Xiaoyan lamented. "You have no idea. Those people are all fawning over Director Liu as if he were their father." "Enough complaining," Gong Linxue said. "Besides, even if I'm not laid off, with your brother-in-law's dumpling shop being so busy, I would still need to resign. If I get laid off, at least I would receive a severance package. Which isn't too bad, right?" Gong Linxue spoke lightheartedly. She had already envisioned that after being laid off, she would join her husband in running the dumpling shop. He had mentioned wanting to open a second location. With 2 shops, they could conservatively estimate an annual income of over 100,000. By the end of the year, they could return to their hometown and purchase a house. After a few more years of saving, I plan to return my hometown and honor my parents alongside Lin Tian. However, Lin Tian expressed his desire to purchase a home in the capital, a notion that I scarcely dared to entertain. Ladies and gentlemen, I must announce the list of those who have been laid off. Among them is Liu Gong and Lin Shui. Those whose names have been called may forego work and proceed to the Human Resources Department to finalize their resignations. Compensation for their dismissal will also be provided. As Director Liu read the names, he deliberately cast a glance toward the crowd, particularly at Gong Lin Shui, pondering whether she was anxious. Indeed, her name was on the list. Colleagues from the same workshop did not approach her to offer comfort, as they feared that associating too closely with her might invite trouble. In contrast, Li Xiaoyan was quite different. She remained closely attached to Gong Lin Shui. "Aren't you going to work? I need to head to HR to handle my resignation. I can also return early to assist your brother-in-law with the dumpling shop," she lamented. "Sure, Xiaoxue, I'll come find you tonight. I'll help too," Li Xiaoyan added with reluctance. "All right, I'll be waiting for you," Gong Lin Shui replied, and with that, she made her way to the Human Resources Department. On her path, she brushed past Director Liu, who had been deliberately waiting. Yet seeing Gong Lin Shui appear utterly unfazed struck him with surprise. How could she remain so composed in the face of such news? The thought ignited a flicker of irritation within him. Upon arriving at the Human Resources Department, Gong Lin Shui completed her resignation procedures. Stepping outside, she confidently hailed a taxi. As she sat in the vehicle, she took a moment to glance back at the state-owned first factory. Leaving it behind stirred a twinge of nostalgia within her. However, when weighed against the importance of her husband, the factory paled in significance. Thus, she resolutely chose to forge ahead with him. Contemplating her husband's daily toil in the dumpling shop, she recognized the hardships hidden behind the facade of profit. Soon, the taxi arrived at the dumpling shop, where Lu Qiandong was inside, engrossed in playing Snake on his phone. "Sister-in-law, you're here," he exclaimed upon seeing her. Where's Lin Ge?" Gong Lin Shui inquired. Noticing her husband was absent, Lin Ge said he went out to take care of some matters, but you can call him. He has a new phone number. Lu Qiandong replied, showing her the page with the number. Gong Lin Shui nodded and dialed. The call connected swiftly. "Hey wife, you called." Lin Tian recognized her number immediately. "Where are you?" she asked. "I'll be home soon." "Why did you finish work so early?" "I was laid off." "Which means I can now work alongside you at the dumpling shop long term." "Is that so?" "Wonderful. Besides, your factory will eventually relocate." "Relocate? No worries, I'm just saying." Lin Tian responded, uncertain how to elaborate. "But realistically, it should be about a year from now, due to the necessity of ensuring air quality for the 2008 Olympics. All highly polluting enterprises within the capital were essentially mandated to relocate. Consequently, the state-owned factory was the first to be moved." "Oh, I see. There's no need to rush. I can first procure some flour." "It is indeed time for us to engage in earnest learning," remarked Gong Lin Shui. "All right, I shall arrive shortly. Let's conclude this call." Gong Lin Shui responded before hanging up. At that moment, she realized it was time to contact her family. Yet, she lacked the courage to reach out to her parents. Instead, she decided to call her sister to inquire about the family's well-being. She retrieved a small notebook with her sister's number and dialed. "Hello, who is this?" came her sister's voice. "Sister, it's me, Xiao Xue," Gong Lin Shui replied. Upon hearing her sister's voice, Gulina was momentarily taken aback. "Xiao Xue, you actually remember to call us. It's been ages since you last reached out. How have you been? That scoundrel, does he still drink and gamble every day? I must tell you, our country now supports divorce. If he doesn't change his ways, we should consider ending it. I can help you find someone better," her sister said earnestly. "Sister, he has improved. He no longer drinks or gambles." "Really? Is it possible for a dog to stop eating excrement?" Her sister expressed disbelief. "Sister, I called to ask about mom and dad. How are they?" "They are quite well, though they worry about you since you never call. You should reach out. They're no longer upset with you." Chapter 44. A surplus of wealth. To be honest, since marrying Lin Tian, she had become estranged from her family, particularly her parents, who had threatened to sever ties if she dared to marry him. As a result, they did not attend her wedding, nor did any relatives. The ceremony was exceedingly modest, reflecting Lin Tian's humble background, making the occasion quite disheartening. For over 3 years, she had not been in touch with her parents. Throughout this time, Gong Lin Shui often yearned to reconnect. "Is that true?" she inquired softly. "Of course. How is your life now? Are you in need of money? If so, I can send you some," her sister asked from the other end of the line. Gong Lin Shui shook her head. "No, we are not lacking funds at the moment." "Sister, I will call mom and dad. By the way, here's my mobile number. Please make a note of it." As she was about to hang up, she shared her number with her sister. "All right," her sister replied. After ending the call, Gong Lin Shui dialed her parents' familiar landline. The buzzing sound resonated, and her heart raced with anticipation and trepidation, fearing her parents' reproach. "Hello, who is this?" came her mother's familiar voice. Uncontrollably, tears began to well up in Gong Lin Shui's eyes, soon cascading down her cheeks. "Mother, it's me, Xiao Xue," Gong Lin Shui said, striving to maintain her composure. A brief silence followed, and then a voice, tinged with excitement, responded, "Ah, Xiao Xue, how have you been in the capital? Are you doing well? By the way, I heard you have children. How is my granddaughter?" Her mother's exuberance was palpable, her words somewhat jumbled in her excitement. For the elderly lady, anticipation had long been building for a call from her youngest daughter, Xiao Xue, but it had never come. She had only received fragments of information from her eldest daughter, learning that Xiao Xue had gone to work in the capital with Lin Tian and that they had welcomed a daughter. There had been several occasions when she wished to reach out to Xiao Xue directly, but lacking her daughter's number left her unable to do so. "Yes, we are in the capital and doing quite well. Mother, I apologize for my past immaturity," Gong Lin Shui expressed regretfully. "Oh, that's all in the past. When will you return? Your father has been thinking of you. He even asked Lin Tian to come." Those were just angry words. Please do not take them to heart, her mother reassured her. Gong Linshue nodded. All right, we will return when we're less busy. Lin Tian and I have opened a steam bun shop, and business is quite good. I have resigned from my previous job. Upon hearing that her daughter and son-in-law had opened a steam bun shop, her mother inquired, Is it profitable? Are you facing any difficulties? If you need money, please don't hesitate to ask. Concern for her daughter's financial well-being was evident, as she had heard that Lin Tian was somewhat irresponsible, often drinking and gambling, leading her to worry that Xiaoxue might be struggling. She had even advised her eldest daughter not to lend Xiaoxue any money, emphasizing that they would provide support, regardless of the amount, to prevent their youngest daughter from suffering. It's profitable, mother. You have no idea. Lin Tian makes the most delicious buns. Our customers love them, which results in many repeat visits. We will soon be busy again. We work until 10 every night. Gong Linshue reassured her, hoping to alleviate her mother's concerns. Oh, I see. If you need any assistance, just call, her mother replied. By the way, is your father home? Gong Linshue inquired. He went fishing. Ever since retirement, he hasn't taken up any other hobbies. He doesn't play cards but enjoys fishing. He goes every day. He will call you when he returns tonight. Do you have a phone number? Her mother asked eagerly, worried about the lack of contact information. Yes, mother, I do. Let me give it to you, Gong Linshue responded, relaying her mobile number. Her mother wrote it down in a small notebook, planning to have her husband call once he got home. All right, I will have your father call you tonight, her mother said, brimming with joy. They continued their conversation until the clock struck 6, signaling the arrival of customers. Gong Linshue reluctantly ended the call, yet a burden in her heart had been lifted. After 3 years of silence, hearing her mother's voice filled her with an indescribable joy. Lin Tian approached her side, inquiring with concern. Did you call Mom? Are they still upset? Not anymore. She'll call back tonight, and we can chat for a while, Gong Linshue replied, preparing to immerse herself in her tasks. At that moment, Lin Tian gently grasped her arm. My dear, I have something to ask you. Oh, what is it? Gong Linshue noticed the mysterious expression on her husband's face. Come here. Lin Tian smiled. What is it? Here, try this and see if it's delicious. He presented her with a cake he had made. Gong Linshue looked at it with curiosity. Is this a cake? Yes, but without cream. Give it a taste and let me know what you think. Lin Tian handed her a piece. She accepted it, unsure of his intentions, and took a bite. After a moment, she nodded and said, Not bad. Where did you buy this? I got it from a newly opened cake shop. How does it taste? Lin Tian asked eagerly. It's good. Are you considering opening a cake shop? Gong Linshue inquired casually. Lin Tian scratched his head. I've thought about it. I did some research, and the profit margins are quite promising. If done well, one could earn 20 to 30,000 a month without much trouble. Gong Linshue shook her head. That requires a lot of skill. If we lack the necessary expertise, we might struggle. Even if we open a shop, if customers find it lacking in flavor, they won't return. It's a risky venture. We should focus on running the dumpling shop properly. Understanding her perspective, Lin Tian recognized the importance of skill in her argument and chose not to press further. He knew he had yet to master the necessary techniques, so he decided to wait a few days before revealing his plans to her. As the customers began to arrive, they both resumed their busy work. By 9 o'clock, the pace had eased slightly. Lu Qiangdong rushed in, announcing, Brother Lin, here is 2,400. We sold 3 phones, and the feedback has been excellent. Lin Tian accepted the money and promptly handed Lu Qiangdong 400. What are you doing, Brother Lin? You deserve this. Lu Qiangdong insisted. In the future, anyone who buys a phone from me will receive the same arrangement. Each sale will earn us a 50 yuan commission, Lin Tian explained. This commission is higher than what those in the second-hand phone market offer. Typically, they only give 20 per phone. However, according to the current market price, it is already quite substantial. If we manage to sell just 2 mobile phones a day, that amounts to 40 yuan. On a good day, some can sell up to 10 phones, which would yield 200 yuan. Brother Lin, others can receive commissions for their sales, but I do not require any. How could you possibly take anything extra? If you do not accept it, it would imply that you no longer regard me as your brother, wouldn't it? Upon hearing this, Lu Qiangdong quickly shook his head, insisting, No, I will take it. Lin Tian smiled slightly. In that case, Let this mark a promising beginning. Once I have assembled all these phones, you can focus on developing a team below. Ideally, we could even recruit some temporary workers for assembly. This way, we could operate on a larger scale. Lin Tian calculated that an individual could assemble 3 phones in one day. If we had 10 people, that would result in 30 phones assembled each day. With a reasonable sales framework in place, we could not directly start a company. Instead, we could adopt a model akin to micro-businesses, where individuals recruit others, by offering them sufficiently enticing commissions, as long as they manage to sell the phones. Lin Tian would profit. All right, I will start looking for people in the coming days. But how should we determine their wages? Lu Qiangdong furrowed his brow and inquired. A guaranteed minimum of 20 yuan a day, and 20 yuan for each phone assembled. So, 3 would total 60 yuan. Therefore, a monthly salary of 1,800 would be quite manageable, Lin Tian calculated. 1,800? That seems rather high, Lu Qiangdong remarked, aware that such a wage is considered generous in the current market. But we will be making a profit, so it is reasonable to offer a higher salary. We cannot let them work for nothing. Agreed. Lu Qiangdong looked at Brother Lin with newfound respect. His willingness to share the profits indicated that Brother Lin would surely accomplish great things in the future. All right, let's tidy up. It is time for us to return and rest. Lin Tian began to clean up, and Lu Qiangdong followed suit. Gong Lixue, along with Xiaoying, was counting the money in the cabinet. Mama, how much have we earned today? Xiaoying asked. As Gong Lixue counted, she replied, we have nearly 1,900. After deducting costs, we still made an 800 profit. Gong Lixue had never anticipated having such a substantial amount of money in her hands. Chapter 45, Sister Xiaoxue. I have resigned. Following this trend, it would take just 1 more year before she could return to her hometown and buy a house. However, she could also see that her husband seemed to harbor great ambitions. He was not satisfied with just this one store. He desired to open a second. Of course, regardless of her husband's pursuits, she would always support him from behind. After finishing his tasks, Lin Tian rode the tricycle home with his wife and Xiaoying. Upon arriving home, Gong Lixue's phone began to ring. She answered, Mom, I knew you would call. We just finished our busy day. The customers left close to 9, and then there was a lot of cleaning up to do. We just got home. It was indeed a call from Gong Lixue's mother. On the other end, Mother remarked, you all must be working very hard. It's quite late. Do remember to rest and do not overexert yourselves. Gong Lixue smiled gently, reassuring her, Mom, you needn't worry. We will balance work and rest. Mother nodded, glancing at the old man on the sofa, gesturing for him to answer the phone. He rose and approached, taking the call. Hey kid, how are you? Came Father's voice. Upon hearing it, Gong Lixue felt a surge of emotion. Although her father was typically stern and quite strict, he genuinely cared for them. Whenever an issue arose, he was always the first to step forward. I'm doing well, Dad, she replied softly. Good, that has settled. You're married now and have a child. You need to focus on your life. He continued, and about Lin Tian. That boy hasn't been out drinking or gambling lately, has he? The old man was well aware of Lin Tian's reckless ways and had once considered rushing to the capital to give him a stern lesson. He has been good. He hasn't been drinking or gambling. We're running a Baozi shop now, and it's going quite well, very profitable, Gong Lixue explained. However, the old man seemed skeptical. Let me speak to him, he insisted. All right, she acquiesced, handing the phone to Lin Tian. Lin Tian took the phone and said, Dad, I'm sorry, it was all my fault. He knew that when speaking to his father-in-law, an apology was necessary. Acknowledging his past misdeeds, he continued, I've heard you're quite the expert in drinking and gambling. If you continue down that path, I won't hesitate to come and take my daughter back. And yes, I will also bring her granddaughter with me. Lin Tian accepted his father-in-law's stern admonition willingly, for in this world, aside from his own parents, it was his in-laws who truly cared for their family. He recalled when Xiaoying fell ill, and his in-laws had contributed all their savings to help. Their love, though often expressed in harsh words, stemmed from a desire to prevent their suffering. Thus, Lin Tian fully understood the sentiment behind his father-in-law's reprimands. Yes, Dad, I was indeed a fool in the past, but I assure you, my future conduct will not disappoint your expectations, nor will I let Xiaoxue down. As he spoke, he glanced at Gong Lin Xue, who blushed slightly at his words. Well, since you say that, I shall not say more. Just focus on your work. If you find yourself in need of money, engage in honest endeavors and let me know. When time permits, you both should visit us. Your mother and I have yet to meet our granddaughter, he concluded. All right, Lin Tian replied, eagerly nodding. He then handed the phone back to Gong Lin Xue, who resumed chatting with her parents. Meanwhile, Lin Tian busied himself with boiling water. Once it reached a boil, he mixed in some cool water and set it by the bedside to wash Xiao Ying's feet. Daddy, you're so wonderful. Today, at kindergarten, I told my teacher that you play the piano beautifully. The teacher also mentioned that she would like you to play the piano at the kindergarten for us. Xiao Sakura whispered. Upon hearing this, Lin Tian responded, Really? Yes, but do you have the time? Xiao Sakura asked sweetly. Of course I have time, Daddy. Tomorrow. You can ask the teacher what time, and I will come. All right, sounds good, she giggled, envisioning the moment when her father would play the piano at kindergarten. She could then tell her friends that her father's music was the most beautiful in the world. Lin Tian understood her sentiments. She merely wanted to prove that her father was the best. After washing and drying her feet, he waved his hand, and his wife sat on the bed. Lin Tian personally removed her shoes and then her socks, placing her feet into the warm water. The instant warmth enveloped Gong Lin Xue, bringing her immense comfort, prompting her to glance at her husband. Mom, I'm going to hang up now. I'll call you again tomorrow, she said before ending the call. Once the call was finished, Lin Tian inquired, How do you feel? I think my parents seem to have aged quite a bit, but they are more understanding now. I think we should go home for Children's Day and visit your parents. They have worked so hard. Should we send them some money? Gong Lin Xue knew her in-laws were ordinary people who earned little throughout the year. To support them in the capital, they had spent all their savings, making sacrifices in their own comfort for her well-being. All right, let us send money back at the end of the month. You should also send some to your parents. No need. I'm afraid my parents will worry about us. It's better to give them the money in person when we return. Lin Tian agreed with this reasoning. He then dried his wife's feet and proceeded to massage her. All right, no massages tonight. I want to hold you while we sleep, Gong Lin Xue said, holding Lin Tian's hand. He glanced at their daughter, who had one eye open before quickly closing it again. Okay, once our daughter is asleep. I wasn't referring to that. Then what were you referring to? Lin Tian teased. In an instant, Gong Lin Xue's face flushed with embarrassment. What I meant was, how should I put it? Hee. Just wait for me. Lin Tian chuckled while pouring out the foot bath water before hurrying back to the bed, a mischievous smile on his face. Ah, you are so naughty. Am I? The next morning, Lin Tian woke up and his wife followed suit. They both headed to the market. Since his wife no longer had to work that day, she could spend the entire day at the dumpling shop, making things much easier there. Lu Qiangdong was primarily responsible for selling phones. Hey dear, I forgot to tell you yesterday. We sold a few phones, and I made about 3,000. I want to give it to you just yet. I plan to collect more phones in a few days, Lin Tian stated. Upon hearing this, Gong Lin Xue remarked, The mobile phones have sold for over 3,000. Is this not exorbitant profit? Indeed, it is quite a lucrative margin, as the costs have been recouped. What follows is an entire realm of profit. However, my dear, are you aware of the profit margin on a new mobile phone nowadays? How much? Taking into account the authentic models currently available, the production cost is merely over 200. Ah, what a staggering profit. Gong Lin Xue was astonished to learn that the profit from a single phone is so substantial. Thus, if we manage to assemble 100 phones each month, we could earn 80,000. 80,000? Gong Lin Xue exclaimed in shock. Yes, but I intend to hire individuals for this task. I discussed it with Lu Qiangdong yesterday. I plan to employ 10 people to assemble the phones. Typically, one person can assemble 3 units a day, leading to 30 units daily. This would secure a steady output of 150 units monthly. Just contemplate the profits therein, Lin Tian calculated, considering the potential future establishment of an industrial chain. Especially with an expanded sales market, it could very well reach over 100,000 monthly, merely as a starting point. Is that truly feasible? 100,000 a month sounds somewhat terrifying, Gong Lin Xue admitted. Indeed, she had never fathomed earning such an amount in a month. Her previous experiences with the dumpling shop yielded merely 18 to 19,000, which was the pinnacle of her expectations. A sum in the realm of over 100,000 felt astronomical. It is achievable, though it will take about a month to scale, Lin Tian replied with a smile. While simultaneously preparing dumplings, he shared some essential techniques with his wife, who quickly grasped the concepts and soon became adept. Subsequently, Gong Linxue took the initiative to knead the dough, producing a texture even superior to Lin Tian's. It dawned on him that his wife possessed a greater innate talent. As time passed, customers began to arrive in increasing numbers. When they did, Gong Linxue promptly served them the dumplings they desired. Just then, Li Xiaoyan rushed in. "Xuejia, I have something to tell you." "Oh, what is it?" Gong Linxue responded, continuing to handle payments while serving dumplings. "I've resigned," Li Xiaoyan stated with a sense of formality. The thought of resigning was easy for her, and she seemed unconcerned. "What? You've resigned?" "Xiaoyan, aren't you being a bit reckless?" Gong Linxue questioned, bewildered by Li Xiaoyan's decision. "Senior, it's rather dull at the factory without you. Therefore, starting today, I shall be your assistant." "Oh, you want dumplings, right? What filling would you like? I'll prepare it for you right away." "All right." At this moment, Li Xiaoyan began to assist with the work. Observing her enthusiasm, Gong Linxue chose not to intervene. Lin Tian witnessed the entire scene, noting how Li Xiaoyan often contributed significantly to his wife's endeavors without seeking any form of recompense. It appears that there is an urgent need to fully comprehend the art of cake making. Once mastered, it could be imparted to them. Chapter 46. I merely mentioned it in passing. Gong Linxue expressed some reproach. "Xiaoyan, you are being reckless. If you continue down this path, your future will be jeopardized. Do you not realize that our state-owned factory is a career establishment? As long as you perform well, after a few years, you can transition into a government position." Li Xiaoyan chuckled lightly. "Sister Xue, I have no desire to enter the bureaucracy. I simply wish to work alongside you." She then shifted the topic intentionally. "By the way, brother-in-law, your dumplings are so delicious. Why not open a branch?" While Lin Tian was busy making dumplings, he replied, "That is certainly feasible. If we open a branch, I want to work with Sister Xue. My salary does not need to be high." Lin Tian smiled. "All right, I will offer you a base salary, and there will also be annual bonuses." Lin Tian was generous with Li Xiaoyan, as she treated his wife with utmost kindness, almost as if she were her own sister. No matter what challenges his wife faced, Li Xiaoyan was always the first to step forward. Thus, for Lin Tian, she was a benefactor to their family. When someone seeks refuge, it is only right to offer a fair wage. Profit sharing is a necessity. As the restaurant business grows, the demand for personnel and talent will inevitably increase, a fact Lin Tian needed to keep in mind. However, the most pressing matter at hand was to familiarize them with the small business. Once he mastered cake making, he could pass on his knowledge to them. When the cake shop opened, he could take a step back and entrust the operation to his wife and Li Xiaoyan. Regarding opening another dumpling shop, he would need a partner, and he already had someone in mind. "Boss Lin, I have arrived. Please serve me the lamb soup." At that moment, Chef Luo entered, unable to resist the temptation of the lamb soup. "All right, it will be ready shortly." Chef Luo entered, followed by General Manager Li. After taking their seats, they awaited the arrival of the lamb soup. Chef Luo then spoke. "Boss Lin, our hotel owner has heard that your lamb soup is exceptional. He wishes to inquire about the price to acquire your recipe." Lin Tian was aware that Chef Luo had long desired to obtain the technique for making lamb soup. Previously, Lin Tian had quoted a price of 500,000, which seemed exorbitant. However, Chef Luo had relayed this to his boss. Initially, the boss was skeptical, but after secretly sampling it once, he became addicted. Therefore, spending 500,000 for a recipe was not an issue for them. Chef Luo approached Lin Tian with the understanding that if they could not negotiate a lower price, they would pay the 500,000. "Chef Luo, you must understand that our lamb soup is a family heirloom. Thus, the price cannot be less than 1 million. "What? 1 million? Chef Luo was taken aback. How did it suddenly escalate to 1 million? Isn't that rather steep? This is precisely what Lin Tian deliberately intended. Although selling the technology could yield 500,000, a substantial sum for him, he was acutely aware that possessing the technology allowed him to wield influence over others. Should he choose to part with it, its value would deplete rapidly. Soon, the streets would be saturated with his lamb soup recipe, eroding any competitive edge he possessed. While Lin Tian did not outright refuse, the price unexpectedly doubled. Chef Luo clicked his tongue and remarked, "Boss Lin, it seems you're raising the stakes here. Didn't you say 500,000 would suffice?" Upon hearing this, Lin Tian explained to Chef Luo, "This is not merely a matter of price inflation. The value lies in its significance, a heritage passed down through generations. How could I allow it to be disseminated carelessly from my hands? Thus, I find it necessary to adjust the price." Lin Tian shook his head with a sense of resignation. Chef Luo, upon hearing this, remained silent, merely smiling, as he still needed to discuss the matter with his boss. If they were to pursue it, spending $1 million would hardly make a dent for the hotel. After they finished their meal, Lin Tian cleared the table. Gong Linxue had just overheard that Chef Luo was willing to pay 500,000 for the lamb soup recipe. 500,000, quite a sum indeed. "Dear, do you truly not wish to sell this recipe?" she inquired. "Indeed," Lin Tian replied earnestly. "Currently, this recipe serves as our signature. Once it's gone, our identity vanishes too, leading to significant losses. 500,000 is considerable. Yet for me, future earnings will be far easier to generate. With this lamb soup recipe and the anticipated brand effect, its inherent value could multiply tenfold, or even 50 or 100 times in the coming years. Consider the brands such as Lantau Ramen, which have carved out vast markets through chain establishments. The impact of branding is indeed profound." "That makes sense. I understand now," Gong Linxue said, grasping the situation. However, Li Xiaoyan seemed puzzled. "If it were me, I would undoubtedly sell it. But listening to you, brother-in-law, it does seem to hold merit," she said, scratching her head. Lin Tian smiled and continued, "The current market is merely in its nascent stages. The future will unveil even more extraordinary opportunities. We need only seize a pivotal moment, an opportunity to unlock the code to precious wealth." At that moment, Lu Qiangdong entered the room. "Brother Lin speaks eloquently," he said. "Indeed, I'm quite excited as well." Following Lu Qiangdong were several young individuals. "Brother Lin, allow me to introduce my friend Jia Liding, who seems to have created a website called Leshi, right? And this is Luo Bo, who works at Baidu, if I recall correctly." "Yes, that's correct. We're currently engaged in internet ventures at Baidu. If you're interested, I can take you to have a look." Upon hearing this, Lin Tian was surprised. Who had Lu Qiangdong brought along? Could it be that Jia Liding is the owner of Le Shi? He had escaped to the other side of the ocean and ventured into the automobile trade. "Welcome, welcome. I was merely speaking casually." Chapter 47. Could it be that he is learning to bake cakes? Lu Qiangdong, accompanied by a few friends, had initially come to savor the dumplings at the shop. To his astonishment, the owner demonstrated a profound understanding of the market. Consequently, they all settled down to chat about future developments. Jia Liding eagerly volunteered his thoughts. "I believe that future advancements will undoubtedly be intertwined with mobile phones and televisions. The television industry will certainly present a vast market. However, personally, I prefer car manufacturing." Upon hearing Jia Liding's words, Lin Tian realized that he had long harbored intentions of creating vehicles. Lu Qiangdong stood up and asserted, "I believe we cannot separate this from e-commerce. In the future, e-commerce will undoubtedly flourish. Just as Lin Ge and I have discussed, the number of internet users is bound to surge. At that point, more business opportunities will emerge." The others readily agreed with Lu Qiangdong. However, they noted that the current number of internet users was rather unimpressive, thus not reflecting the immediate market potential. As they conversed and enjoyed the dumplings prepared by Lin Tian, they praised the deliciousness of the food as they departed. By 8 o'clock, the flow of customers began to dwindle. With his wife as assistance, Lin Tian felt considerably relieved. Utilizing the spare time, he commenced assembling mobile phones. By noon, when the customers arrived, he skillfully completed another assembly. After the busy afternoon, he stepped out of the shop, concocting an excuse to tell his wife that he was going to the second-hand mobile phone market. In reality, he headed to the cake shop to continue honing his cake-making skills. Throughout the afternoon, he diligently recreated the cake base and perfected his cream-making techniques to enhance the visual appeal of his cakes. By 5 o'clock, he returned to the dumpling shop. "Did you buy another cake base?" Gong Linshue noticed her husband bringing home yet another cake base. Yes, I happened to pass by and picked one up. It was inexpensive and practical, Lin Tian replied, crafting an excuse to avoid arousing suspicion in his wife. For now, he could not disclose the matter of the cake shop. First and foremost, he would struggle to explain the funding aspect, as the rent there was around 50 to 60,000 a year. His wife was unaware of how much money he possessed. Therefore, the only course was to maintain secrecy for the time being. Once the mobile phone sales increased and the finances balanced out, he would reveal the truth to his wife. For an entire week, Lin Tian devoted his afternoons to the cake shop, and he eventually produced a variety of styles before commencing a soft opening. However, on the first day of trial operation, there were no customers. Of course, Lin Tian merely opened a shop while he continued to refine his skills. At other times, he had to close the door and attend to the affairs of the dumpling shop. You bought another batch of cake bases. I cannot eat any more. Dongzi, you take them. Lu Qiangdong shook his head anxiously from the side, saying, I can't eat any more, Lin. Why are you so insistent on buying these? It's not feasible to buy them every day. I might end up feeling sick. Recently, Li Xiaoyan had also been helping out in the shop, wearing a look of helplessness. I won't eat any more. Please stop bringing them to me. Lin Tian, noticing their disdainful expressions, scratched his head and said, Then I won't buy them tomorrow. However, today, there was hardly any waste regarding the cake bases. Thus, the reality was that even if one desired to take some back, it was not feasible. Yet the following day, Lin Tian returned with a truckload of finished cakes. The cake shop was offering a discount. He brought each cake into the dumpling shop, leaving Gong Linshue almost dumbfounded. She sensed something was off with her husband. After all, he had been bringing home cake bases for an entire week, raising her suspicions. But now, he was directly bringing home cakes. She knew cakes were expensive, typically costing dozens of yuan each. No shop owner would offer a discount like that. Therefore, something must be amiss with her husband. Honey, are you hiding something from us? Gong Linshue inquired curiously. Upon hearing this, Lin Tian scratched his head, recalling that there had been some increase in the expenses related to purchasing mobile phones lately. This somewhat aligned with the expenditures at the cake shop, but it was still lacking a bit. Hence, he could not disclose anything yet. There's nothing to it. The cake shop is simply running a promotion. I just brought some back. If you don't believe me, I can take you there. In the next moment, Lin Tian appeared completely nonchalant. There was no indication that he was lying. Mom, this cake is delicious. You should try it. At that moment, Xiao Ying suddenly held out a piece of cake to her mother. Let me have a taste. Gong Linshue nodded and took a bite. After tasting it, her brows furrowed slightly. To her surprise, it was indeed quite flavorful. Such a delectable cake, could it possibly not sell? Gong Linshue felt a pang of curiosity. Li Xiaoyan and Lu Qiangdong also took a bite and nodded in unison. It really is delicious. Lin, where's that cake shop? I'd like to buy a few for my mother's birthday. Li Xiaoyan asked Lin Tian. Sure, on your mother's birthday, I'll bring some over. You shouldn't feel like you're helping us for free. He had not yet fully confirmed the situation, so he could not reveal the cake shop's location. If discovered too early, he would have no way to explain. Upon hearing this, Li Xiaoyan replied, I'm just helping out. It's no trouble at all. Just let me know how much it costs. Hey, Xiaoyan, Lin said he would cover the expenses. Don't feel like you're being a burden, Gong Linshue quickly interjected. All right, Xiao Shui, I'll listen to you, Li Xiaoyan responded, nodding eagerly. At that moment, Gong Linshue was intentionally providing Lin Tian with an alibi. Lin Tian's character is such that she undoubtedly would not bring back the cake without a reason. Moreover, considering the exquisite taste of the cake, it is likely that customers wishing to place orders would find themselves in a queue. Thus, the entire scenario seems implausible. This implies that Lin Tian's actions are merely a prelude to a more significant revelation. She is simply allowing Lin Tian the time needed to reveal his intentions. Yet, one cannot help but ponder, is he perhaps learning to bake cakes? She understands that the profit margin on cakes is considerably higher than that of a bun shop. She finds herself somewhat perplexed by her husband. Nonetheless, as long as he is progressing in a positive direction, that suffices. Lin Tian appears to have successfully navigated the situation, which brings her a sense of relief. Brother Lin, today I have secured 10 friends willing to come and work part-time. However, we do need a venue. Lu Qiangdong informed Lin Tian, having recruited 10 individuals for mobile phone assembly. Chapter 48. Let me take you to a good place. These individuals indeed require a space for assembling phones, and renting a storefront is simply not feasible. A location with reasonable rent that can accommodate 20 to 30 workers would suffice. He has thought of a suitable place that is not far from the bun shop. It is a newly developed office building, which, due to its less desirable location, has not sold well, thus making the price relatively affordable. I will make the necessary arrangements and have them start work in a few days, he continued. We need to rent a space and purchase some equipment, so this will take a few days. The upcoming days will undoubtedly be busy. In this period, he has already completed the assembly of 100 discarded mobile phones. Thanks to their superior quality and competitive pricing compared to the second-hand market, they sold out swiftly, yielding a profit exceeding 20,000 yuan. Of course, he will also need to visit the mobile phone market to acquire more discarded phones. Additionally, Lin Tian must explore ways to innovate in the casing of the devices. The assembled phones currently lack a fresh aesthetic. If he can address the casing issue, it would undoubtedly boost sales and allow for a higher price point. Recently, he learned that there are manufacturers in the capital specializing in mobile phone casings. However, as they're just starting out, their business is not thriving. This presents an opportunity for Lin Tian to negotiate. As long as the price remains reasonable, the quality must be ensured. Otherwise, if customers purchase the phones and find the quality lacking, negative reviews will ensue, deterring future clientele and resulting in significant losses. Now, with over 20,000 yuan in hand, Lin Tian contemplates how to quickly double this amount. This would enable him to have an earlier discussion with his wife regarding the cake shop. The matters concerning the cake shop cannot be delayed any further. Earning money sooner would be advantageous. As he grappled with this dilemma, he recalled that during this period, there were numerous shareholders in Panjiayuan, indeed, quite a significant number. In a few years, it would all be a thing of the past. However, he had no experience in this realm, so he had to shift his focus towards a system. Did he possess any skills related to the system? Ding. Yes. There was a skill for drawing lots, requiring the expenditure of 5,000 points. To his astonishment, it indeed required 5,000 points to participate in the lottery concerning antiques. Initially, he had nearly 30,000 points accumulated. Yet, the thought of sacrificing 5,000 points for just this one skill was somewhat painful. Nevertheless, high expenditure promised high returns. System, grant me the lottery skill for antiques. Ding. 5,000 points deducted. Commencing the lottery. Ding. Lottery in progress. Ding. Congratulations, the host has acquired the divine eye skill. Ding. Currently at level 1, capable of appraising ordinary cultural relics. Ding. To appraise jade and bronze artifacts, it requires leveling up to level 2. Lin Tian was momentarily taken aback. He was aware of the divine eye. It was akin to the ability of X-ray vision, allowing one to see through objects. However, this too was tiered. Presently, it was at level 1. Subsequently, he felt a burning sensation in his eyes. In the next moment, they felt as if enveloped in warm water. When he opened his eyes again and gazed at the cup before him, he discovered that the date of manufacture had appeared. For instance, this cup was produced on December 13th, 2003. He looked at the flower beside him, and its production date was also revealed. The effectiveness of level 1 could actually discern the date of manufacture. Upon reaching level 2, he would be able to appraise bronze artifacts and jade. But what about level 3? Curiously, Lin Tian inquired, System, what can be appraised at level 3? Ding. After reaching level 3, one could appraise stocks, futures, and patterns for the next 3 months. To say Lin Tian was exhilarated upon hearing this would be an understatement. It is known that while one can occasionally find bargains in antiques, the profits are modest. For substantial gains, one must delve into stocks and futures. Consider stocks. Their fluctuations are daily occurrences. A rise of 10 points today could lead to a steep decline tomorrow. Even the legendary Warren Buffett cannot predict the future trajectory of stock. Yet, with the divine eye at level 3, one could foresee changes over 3 months. This was more than sufficient. With prior knowledge of trends, maximizing profits was entirely feasible within that time frame. How does one level up? Lin Tian felt a surge of impatience. Ding! To reach level 2 requires 20,000 points, while level 3 demands 500,000 points. Lin Tian glanced at the points balance displayed on the system interface. The 20,000 points could be accrued by the end of the month. However, the prospect of amassing 500,000 points seemed daunting. Thus, he had no choice but to set that thought aside for the time being. After a long day, I glanced at the clock, and it was only 9 o'clock. Dear, would you like me to take you somewhere entertaining? At this late hour, where could we possibly go? Gong Lin pondered the options for an evening outing. I'll take you to a night market. I recently discovered that there's a ghost market on Sanchi Street. Let's go check it out. Perhaps we might find some hidden treasures, Lin Tian suggested with a smile. Although Gong Lin was not familiar with the concept of finding treasures, she was intrigued by Lin Tian's enthusiasm. It had been quite a while since they had taken little Sakura out for some fun anyway. All right, it would be nice to take Sakura out and perhaps buy her a few outfits. Are there clothes for sale there? Gong Lin asked eagerly. Indeed, at that ghost market, there are not only antiques and second-hand items, but also stalls selling clothes, as well as food stands, Lin Tian assured her. Very well. Let us go, Gong Lin agreed. They closed the shop, and Lin Tian hopped onto his tricycle, heading towards Sanchi Street. The distance was not great. It would take only about 30 minutes to arrive. With his strong legs pedaling vigorously, they reached Sanchi Street in just 20 minutes. From a distance, they could see numerous stalls and crowds bustling about. The area was brightly lit, a vibrant corner of the capital that never slept. Mom, it looks like there's cotton candy over there. I want some. Little Sakura exclaimed, pointing excitedly at a stand selling cotton candy. Gong Lin nodded. All right, now that we have some money, we can buy whatever you want. She took her daughter's hand and walked towards the stall while Lin Tian secured the tricycle. Chapter 49. My wife is also watching. Gong Lin and her daughter approached the cotton candy stall, where an elderly man was preparing the sweet treats. Seeing the young girl, he chuckled. Would you like some cotton candy, little one? Yes, please. Sakura replied, looking up at her mother. Gong Lin nodded. Sir, we would like 1 cotton candy, please. Sure. It's 50 cents each, the old man said with a smile as he began to create the fluffy confection. Moments later, a cotton candy was ready, and the grandfather personally handed it to little Sakura. Gong Lin produced 50 cents to pay him. Previously, she had hesitated to buy cotton candy because every penny counted. She had to stretch a single dollar to afford necessities like rice and oil. But everything had changed since her husband had turned over a new leaf. Their lives had improved significantly. In fact, life was comfortably prosperous now. Not an exaggeration at all. They could earn in a day what others made in a month. Lin Tian quickly approached, noticing the cotton candy in his daughter's hands. He crouched down and asked, Is the cotton candy tasty, little Sakura? Yes, it's delicious. Daddy, do you want a bite? Lin Tian nodded, reminiscing about the last time he had cotton candy, which was back in school when his wife had bought him a couple of heart-shaped ones. Come, let's go buy some cotton candy, he said, grasping his wife's hand and leading her back to the stall. Boss, could you make us 2 more? However, we would like them to be couple-themed cotton candies, Lin Tian requested. Upon hearing this, the elderly man nodded vigorously. No problem, just a moment. With a smile, he began his work. After a short while, 2 rabbit-shaped cotton candies were crafted. Lin Tian took both, handing one to his wife while keeping the other for himself. He fished out a 1 yuan note and gave it to the elderly man. Gong Lin felt a rush of warmth to her cheeks. Once upon a time in their school days, it was she who had taken the initiative to buy couple cotton candies. It seemed Lin Tian still remembered. Do you recall? Gong Lin suddenly asked. Lin Tian took a bite and replied, Yes, it's truly sweet. Of course, I remember, back then, you were the one who treated me to meals, making me nearly a chubby fellow. You certainly spoiled me. Lin Tian vividly remembered how Gong Lin had pursued him. Coming from a modest background, he had only a few yuan of pocket money each month, while Gong Lin family was somewhat better off. She often bought him food and even covered his meals. It was only later that Lin Tian discovered that the money she used was earned from collecting and selling scraps after school. He appreciated just how kind she had been to him. Yet, he couldn't help but feel remorseful, reflecting on how he had treated such a wonderful wife poorly. Thankfully, He had been granted a second chance at life. Otherwise, the weight of his guilt would have been unbearable. "My love, what troubles you?" Gong Linshua noticed the change in her husband's expression and asked with concern. "It's nothing, really. Let's go treasure hunting," he reassured her. "You see, night markets can hold many hidden gems. If we find the right items, they could fetch a good price." Currently, Lin Tian lacked the ability to appraise antiques or jade, but could identify comic books and ancient texts. He believed there might be valuable items hidden among the stalls, and if he were lucky enough to find them, fortune could smile upon him. He recalled an incident from his previous life when someone had stumbled upon an ancient book at a night market for just a dozen yuan, only to discover it was a relic from the Kangxi Emperor's era, later selling for a staggering amount. With this in mind, Lin Tian felt inclined to test his luck. Especially with his unique vision, he was confident he could spot treasures among the stalls. "I'm not unfamiliar with treasure hunting. Does it mean finding something seemingly worthless that later turns out to be incredibly valuable?" He mused. That is one way to put it, though it's not always as dramatic. Usually, the price difference is only in the hundreds or thousands, although there could be rare finds worth tens of thousands or more. But luck plays a significant role. As Lin Tian explained, he gazed at the various stalls around him. Nearby, there was a clothing stall where Gong Linshua glanced over, measuring a piece for little Sakura. However, upon hearing the price was over 10 yuan, she deemed it too expensive and continued deeper into the market. Upon arriving at a bookstall, Lin Tian encountered an elderly proprietor, bespectacled and engrossed in a book. Utilizing his divine gaze, he surveyed the volumes present, some from 50 years ago, others from the previous week, and many from a decade past. However, none evoked any excitement, prompting him to shake his head in resignation and continue his stroll. At that moment, Gong Linshua's attention was captured by some jewelry reminiscent of a previous outing with her daughter. "Mom, this little bracelet is lovely. How much for this, sir?" she inquired. "1 yuan, replied the vendor. "All right, I'll take one. Here, the money," she said, handing the vendor a yuan. Casually, she slipped the bracelet onto her daughter's wrist. "Xiaoying, isn't it beautiful?" "Yes, Mommy, it's so pretty. You're the best." Gong Linshua then turned her gaze to other adornments. As a woman, she had long been enchanted by exquisite jewelry, but previously, she had hesitated due to financial constraints. Now, with a bit more wealth, she felt liberated to indulge in such affordable treasures. Lin Tian noticed his wife's delight in the jewelry and contemplated purchasing her some gold or silver ornaments in the future. Especially given the current low gold prices, an investment worth considering. Crouching down, he glanced at another bookstall. "Hey buddy, looking for a book? We have some intriguing titles here. Want to take a look?" a man asked, grinning mischievously. "Interesting, is it?" "Let me see," Lin Tian replied. "Sure, just a moment. I'll tell you. This book is something I read every night. It's absolutely captivating," the man said, handing Lin Tian a volume. Upon seeing the title on the cover, "The Essence of Plum," Lin Tian felt a surge of anxiety. It was his first encounter with such literature. Just as he was about to decline, he noticed a prompt before him. Qing Dynasty literature. Goodness, could this be an authentic edition? He mused. We're all men here. It's harmless to browse. Even my wife reads it. It's a couple's educational book. I find it quite useful, though some of the text can be a bit challenging to grasp. Nevertheless, I managed to understand it. The vendor continued to speak, gesturing toward the book. "It's reasonably priced. I'll let you have it for 50 yuan. Lin Tian was taken aback. This book's true worth was at least 50,000 yuan. Yet, the vendor believed he was making a substantial profit at 50 yuan. Having likely acquired it for just a few, he might even have another book to sell afterward. "All right, I'll buy it," Lin Tian agreed, handing over the money without hesitation. The vendor, momentarily stunned by the swift transaction, had anticipated some haggling. But Lin Tian's readiness to pay 50 yuan caught him off guard, as he had initially hoped to sell it for just 20. "Regardless, I have accumulated a plethora of books, among which lies one hidden gem. Typically, I peruse it for amusement, yet ever since the advent of videotapes, this book has diminished in significance." The vendor of the bookstall, with a jovial demeanor, remarked, "Indeed, the boss is quite affluent. Congratulations on your prosperity." Lin Tian nodded in agreement, affirming the prospect of wealth. He carefully placed the book back, ensuring it remained unscathed. Otherwise, its value would undoubtedly diminish. I had just inspected it closely, and it was preserved remarkably well, devoid of missing pages or any stains. Thus, the selling price would be somewhat elevated. Would you like a videotape? The vendor inquired at that moment. A videotape? Lin Tian asked with curiosity. Indeed, it contains captivating and thrilling footage from the islands. It's truly exhilarating. If you're interested, I can sell it to you at a discounted price, the vendor replied, producing a bag. Lin Tian waved his hand, saying, "No, thank you." He then turned to his wife, who was selecting bracelets and necklaces. Although they were modestly priced, his wife displayed great enthusiasm in her choices. "Do you think this looks nice?" Gong Linshua asked, adorning herself with a silver necklace for Lin Tian to see. He nodded in approval, exclaiming that the necklace was simply perfect on her. Her beauty accentuated the necklace's brilliance, prompting the vendor to give a thumbs up. He remarked that he had witnessed romance, but never so profoundly. The warmth of Lin Tian's words was undeniable. At that moment, Gong Linshua felt a bit bashful. "The way you speak makes me feel like a great beauty." "You are indeed a great beauty. Even top stars like Zhao Wei pale in comparison," Lin Tian replied. "At that time, my fair princess was at the height of its popularity." "Do not speak such nonsense. She is indeed a superstar." "That may be, but in the future, we might discover that Roan Mama is the true good person," Lin Tian said with a wry smile, shaking his head. His wife paid no mind and continued selecting necklaces and bracelets. After half an hour of deliberation, she finally made her selections, paying the vendor 5 yuan, and they proceeded onward. "What did you buy, dear?" Gong Linshua curiously inquired, noticing Lin Tian's empty hands. "Oh, I merely purchased a book." "You enjoy reading? Let us buy a few more," she suggested, pointing to a book on the stall titled The World's Top 10 Mysteries and another Demigods and Semi-Devils. Lin Tian turned to examine them, utilizing his discerning eye, but found them lacking in value. Thus, he shook his head, "Not really my cup of tea." "What do you enjoy reading?" Gong Linshua asked with curiosity. "I enjoy reading you," Lin Tian replied. Upon hearing this, Gong Linshua instinctively grasped Lin Tian's hand tightly. Although it was somewhat of a corny expression, it warmed her heart nonetheless. After wandering around and discovering nothing particularly remarkable, they decided it was time to return home. Nevertheless, Lin Tian felt a sense of contentment, because this exquisite book can fetch a handsome price. However, for Lin Tian, there remained a pivotal question: how to sell this book. It was essential to find a suitable opportunity for publication. At that moment, a fitting option came to mind: the elderly gentleman who frequented the mutton soup stall. They were cultured individuals and naturally familiar with the upper echelons of the collector's circle. Through their introduction, he could surely connect directly with potential buyers, thereby eliminating middlemen and maximizing profit. On the way back, he noticed stalls selling jade and antiques, but alas, his discerning eye could not identify their worth. He could only admire them for now. Perhaps, once he upgraded his skills, he might return and uncover some treasures. As he continued his journey home, his wife spotted a children's garment and insisted on purchasing it for Xiaoying, followed by a pair of shoes. With their purchases in hand, they finally reached the exit. Lin Tian carefully secured the book in wrapping. "Dear, this book is the treasure I unearthed today." "What book is it? Let me see." Gong Linshua inquired, intrigued by her husband's evident excitement. "Are you sure you want to look?" Lin Tian asked, a hint of shyness in his demeanor. "Yes," she affirmed with a nod. However, she noticed a slight unease in Lin Tian's expression. Was the book not of good quality? If it weren't valuable, he wouldn't have been so enthusiastic. "After you see it, please don't scold me," Lin Tian said, handing the book to her with a touch of trepidation. Upon seeing the title on the cover, Exquisite May, Gong Linshua began to grasp the situation. "Oh dear, why did you buy such a book? Is it because I haven't been performing well?" she questioned, her mind racing with thoughts. Lin Tian quickly shook his head. "No, my dear, it's not that at all." Interrupting him, Gong Linshua continued, "In the past, we faced much pressure, and I simply lacked interest in that area. So, I wasn't as naive as before." "Oh, I feel so embarrassed." As she spoke, her face flushed with warmth. Lin Tian realized he had inadvertently created a misunderstanding. "My dear, it's nothing serious. We are all quite busy, and besides, the environment isn't ideal. Let us consider buying a house in the capital in the future, he hastily explained. That's far too expensive. We can't afford it, she replied, feeling overwhelmed by the thought of such financial commitment. No, there are options for down payments. I inquired the other day, and around 200,000 should suffice. If we continue on this path, we could manage it in about 6 months. Lin Tian skillfully redirected the conversation towards the prospect of homeownership, hoping to alleviate her misunderstanding. Really? But I still feel that buying a house back home makes more sense. Since we will eventually return, there is no need to buy in the capital, especially since I don't particularly enjoy living here. I prefer our hometown, she expressed. Chapter 51. Neglecting work as a distraction in this era. The average person remains unaware of how many times property prices will multiply in the future. In the capital, the current housing prices of 4,000 to 5,000 feel exorbitant. After all, it is rare for individuals to amass 400,000 to 500,000 at this time. Most of those who come to Beijing are driven by the desire to earn money and subsequently return to develop their hometowns. It was around 2008 that the trend of rising housing prices began. It was only then that people realized the relentless ascent of real estate values. Consequently, the affluent commenced purchasing properties, reaping substantial profits. Those who missed the opportunity could only watch as prices skyrocketed. Particularly during this period, the newly constructed properties remained unsold, with developers desperately promoting various incentives. Lin Tian's plan was to first acquire a residence and, when financially able, to buy several more in the capital. As for purchasing properties in his hometown, he deemed it essential as well, anticipating a future surge in value. Come, dear, let me wash your feet. After Lin Tian finished washing Xiao Ying's feet, he proceeded to do the same for Gong Linxue. Upon completion, Gong Linxue turned to her husband and asked, "Should I wash yours?" To which Lin Tian replied, "Absolutely not. My duty is to serve you. You should simply enjoy." Gong Linxue responded, "That cannot be. You work hard enough as it is." Lin Tian leaned closer. "My dear, you must heed my words. I intend to devote myself entirely to your well-being." Gong Linxue felt his breath upon her and found herself momentarily weakened, gently nodding, "But we must also contribute equally. I cannot allow you to tire yourself too much." "Can I?" "Oh dear." Xiao Ying is still awake. The next day, Lin Tian and his wife rose early to visit the market. After procuring suitable ingredients, they returned to the Baozi shop. While waiting for the buns to steam, several elderly gentlemen arrived. Upon entering, one of them eagerly called out, Come, bring us the lamb soup. We've been craving it." "Just a moment, it will be right up," Lin Tian replied, nodding as he began preparing the lamb soup. This time, Lin Tian employed a different technique, opting for a small pot that would keep the soup piping hot. This way, it would be truly enjoyable to drink. The elderly gentlemen, witnessing this, nodded in approval as they took their small spoons and tasted the soup. "Oh my, this soup is exceptionally flavorful today. Indeed, it seems different from usual. Boss, you truly have a knack for making lamb soup. We feel unsettled if we don't come here daily." Listening to their praises, Lin Tian smiled and said, "As long as you enjoy it, feel free to come by any time. My lamb soup offers more than just these two flavors. There are many varieties." The elderly gentleman responded with eager anticipation. "Is that so? We are looking forward to it." Lin Tian recognized that it was time to address a more pressing matter. "By the way, gentlemen, I wish to inquire about something." He was eager to sell a particular book, first needing to settle accounts with a nearby bakery. Holding on to it could lead to greater appreciation in value in the future. However, Lin Tian was also aware that he would have many opportunities ahead, and one book was not a significant loss. "Oh, Lin boss, please do tell." The elderly gentleman, adorned with spectacles, spoke. "Recently, I have come across an ancient book in my home. I wonder if any of you are acquainted with collectors in this domain." Upon hearing this, several elderly gentlemen paused momentarily before one of them, with a serious demeanor, inquired, "From which era does it originate?" "From the Qing dynasty, the reign of Qianlong." Lin Tian replied candidly. When they learned it was from the Qianlong period, they were momentarily taken aback. Subsequently, a slender elder asked, "Is it truly authentic?" "Indeed, it is genuine. However, the title of the book is rather peculiar." "Oh, do elaborate," the slender elder urged. It is called Jingping Mei, and I trust you gentlemen are familiar with it. In fact, this particular work was once considered an art form. The subsequent negative perception towards it was largely influenced by modern interpretations. Is it genuinely from the Qing dynasty under Qianlong? The elder's interest was piqued, for a book from that era could possess immense value, with current market prices ranging from 50 to 60,000 or even higher. Such unique volumes, despite their unusual nature, command even greater worth. Yes, if you have connections, I would like to sell it, Lin Tian expressed to the elders. Very well, I shall provide you with an address. You can take it there today, and I will accompany you. What time can you go? The slender elder queried. Lin Tian responded, in the afternoon. I am available then. All right, the elder agreed, scribbling an address on a piece of paper. Upon seeing it was located in Hadian, Lin Tian noted it down and proceeded with his tasks. As the clock struck 8, the number of guests dwindled significantly. Gong Linxue had just overheard Lin Tian discussing the book with the elderly gentleman. Is it true that the book you purchased can fetch a substantial price? She asked, astonished. Yes, and it should command a considerable sum, perhaps several tens of thousands. Lin Tian replied. Gong Linxue was taken aback. What do you mean, several tens of thousands? She questioned, struggling to believe it. She had initially thought it would be worth only a few hundred at most. However, her husband's claim of tens of thousands seemed rather exaggerated. Yes, you, dear. That is why I brought you along. In the evenings, once we finish our work, we can explore and perhaps stumble upon valuable treasures, Lin Tian encouraged. Gong Linxue nodded vigorously. All right, I will learn more from you in the future. But why do I feel that making money this way seems too easy? It feels somewhat unsettling. Her previous understanding of earning was rooted in diligent work, receiving a stable monthly salary. She had never considered that small businesses could be so lucrative, especially with Lin Tian's myriad of money-making strategies. Even a visit to a night market could yield a book worth tens of thousands. Her husband's approach to earning was truly eye-opening for Gong Linxue. In the future, there may be even more astonishing opportunities. You must be prepared, my dear, Lin Tian remarked, to which Gong Linxue shook her head. Let us proceed cautiously. I am a bit apprehensive. Lin Tian fully understood his wife's sentiments. She was already quite content with her current circumstances, which could be considered a modestly affluent household. The idea of great wealth seemed to her a distant dream. At that moment, Li Xiaoyan hurriedly entered. Sister Xiaoxue, you wouldn't believe how annoying my mother is, always insisting that I work in the government. In a fit of anger, I've decided to move out and rent a place of my own. She keeps telling me that if I don't work diligently, I'm merely being idle. Chapter 52, My goodness, this cake is delectable. At that juncture, Li Xiaoyan began venting her frustrations to Gong Linxue. Upon hearing that Li Xiaoyan had yet another disagreement with her family, Gong Linxue offered her counsel. In truth, they're only looking out for your best interests. For my best interests? They should allow me to pursue my passions, Li Xiaoyan retorted. Sister Xiaoxue, I have no desire to become a civil servant. What I truly yearn for is to open a shop of my own just like you. Li Xiaoyan's envy was palpable. As a native of the capital, she was accustomed to a life within the system, where locals enjoyed various privileges and convenience, making it common for them to seek employment in government roles. Individuals like Lu Xiaoyan were indeed a rarity. We have it tough, Gong Linxue lamented. We rise at 4 in the morning to head to the market and often work until 8 or 9 at night. It's no easy feat. She articulated the hardships of their profession. From the outside, it appeared lucrative, yet it demanded significant sacrifice. She understood all too well how arduous her husband's daily grind was. Lin Tian observed the two young women engaged in their discussion and deemed them well suited to manage the cake shop. By noon, after attending to the customers, Lin Tian returned home at 2, retrieving the exquisite plum. Subsequently, he took a taxi to the address provided by the old man, whom he referred to as the thin elder. Upon arrival, he spotted the elder standing at the entrance of an aged residential complex, which, despite its dilapidation, was remarkably clean, a clear indication that it was inhabited by retired officials. Come along, Boss Lin, the thin elder invited with a smile. Lin Tian followed him inside, entering a block of flats and ascending the stairs behind the elder. The elder then produced a key and unlocked the door. Please come in. I merely wish to peruse this book. If it meets my expectations, I shall purchase it, the thin elder remarked with a grin. Indeed, when the thin elder initially provided Lin Tian with the address, he had already formed a rough idea of what to expect, and he was not mistaken. Well done, old Chun, you've truly outdone yourself, Lin Tian acknowledged, knowing the elder's surname was Chun and that he had previously served as the head of a financial department. It's no trouble at all. I enjoy collecting, the elder replied. Allow me to show you my study. Lin Tian followed him into Chen's study. Upon entering, Lin Tian employed his keen insight and was astonished to discover that the books within were of considerable historical significance. One volume even dated back to the Qianlong period, while the others boasted histories exceeding a century. It appears that Mr. Chun is, in fact, an avid collector of rare books. Here, Mr. Chun, take a look at this. At that moment, Lin Tian presented a fine plum blossom edition to Mr. Chun. Mr. Chun accepted it and began to examine it closely. First, he inspected the cover, nodding in approval, seemingly satisfied. Then he turned to the first page and, using a magnifying glass, scrutinized it intently. Ah, Mr. Lin, you possess remarkable discernment. This book is fundamentally sound. However, one must be cautious, for sometimes a counterfeit may present a flawless exterior yet conceal hidden flaws within. A careless glance could lead to a misjudgment, Mr. Chin remarked, diligently flipping through the pages. After completing his thorough inspection, he nodded in satisfaction. Indeed, this is an authentic piece. Do you realize that if you were to hold on to this book for another decade, its value could easily multiply tenfold or more? Are you truly resolved to sell it? Mr. Chun inquired earnestly. Lin Tian, understanding the urgency of his financial situation, acknowledged that while the book would undoubtedly appreciate in value over time, his current need for funds compelled him to part with it. In truth, he felt little remorse, having acquired the book for merely 50 yuan. As long as he could sell it for a price that met his expectations, he would be content. Mr. Chun gestured with his fingers, indicating a figure. How much? Lin Tian asked, intrigued. Mr. Chun smiled, 80,000. However, if you were to keep it for another decade, it could be worth 800,000. Do you still wish to sell? He spoke candidly, without reservation. At that moment, Lin Tian began to appreciate Mr. Chen's profound insight. Having returned to this life, he was aware of the book's future worth. Yet Mr. Chun, relying solely on his experience, had discerned its value with such clarity. Lin Tian felt a deep respect for him. Is it truly worth that much? I initially thought it was merely a few thousand, he admitted, scratching his head. A few thousand? That would only be the price offered by second-hand dealers. Once it reaches our hands, the scenario changes entirely. The longer it is preserved, the greater its value becomes, Mr. Chin explained, wrapping the book in a cloth. If you agree, I can arrange for the payment, he proposed. Very well, Lin Tian replied. Subsequently, Mr. Chin accompanied Lin Tian to the bank, where he withdrew 80,000 yuan and handed it to him. Now that you have the money, the book is mine. Do not harbor regrets. Of course, should you choose to keep it for a decade, I would not object. You still have that opportunity, Mr. Chin added kindly. Lin Tian shook his head. No need, I won't regret it. Indeed, he felt no remorse, knowing that opportunities like this would arise again. Very well then, Mr. Chin responded. Moments later, Lin Tian departed with the 80,000 yuan in hand, heading to another bank to deposit the money. He thought to himself that he could not entrust this to his wife, as he needed to explain the situation when the cake shop was finally established. After completing the deposit, he proceeded to the cake shop. He had long mastered the art of cake making. The creations he produced were not only delectable, but also aesthetically pleasing. At this moment, a customer entered the shop to purchase a cake. I'll take one of these, please. The customer was a woman, adorned with spectacles, likely a teacher by appearance. All right, here you go. That will be 20 yuan in total. He handed a slice of cake to her, and she promptly paid Lin Tian, who accepted the money with gratitude. The woman exited with the cake and hailed a taxi at the door. Once inside, she instructed the driver, please take me to Qingbei. Understood, the driver nodded. The woman was indeed a professor at Qingbei, though only 30 years of age. She had just returned from abroad and specifically sought a bakery to indulge in a dessert. However, she did not hold high expectations, as there were few establishments in the capital known for exquisite cakes, particularly Western pastries. Before long, she arrived at the Qingbei campus and entered her office. Upon unwrapping the cake, she took a bite. My goodness. Chapter 53. It feels as though money is being earned too easily. Li Mudong was momentarily stunned after tasting the cake. Could it be that there exists such delicious cake in the country? She was astonished, taking another bite. After her second taste, she realized it was indeed delightful. In her mind, cakes made domestically were generally mediocre, especially desserts that merely imitated Western styles. Yet this particular cake presented an entirely different flavor profile. To think there could be such scrumptious cake. It seemed she would need to pay another visit soon. Should she go back now? With that thought, she immediately set off, exiting the campus and hailing a cab to Yuhe Road. However, upon arrival, she discovered the shop was closed. A sign indicated it was in a trial phase of operations, with the opening date still undecided. Reluctantly, Li Mudong had no choice but to return home. Lin Tian returned to the Baozi shop, refraining from mentioning the sale of the book to his wife, as he needed to allow some time to pass. At this moment, he noticed that his system points had increased by an impressive 80,000. This was truly exhilarating. Just then, Lu Qiangdong arrived. Brother Lin, I have negotiated the rental for that property over there. It's 1,000 yuan per month, totaling 12,000 a year. Is that too expensive? Lu Qiangdong inquired, glancing at the newly constructed small office building across the street. The studio, he noted, spanned over 100 square meters. While 12,000 a year might seem substantial, it was relatively reasonable given the location. Lin Tian understood that this price was quite affordable by today's standards. As in the future, this prime area would likely command annual rents in the hundreds of thousands. Indeed, this is the future center, he mused. Let us secure the lease and sign a 20-year contract, with an annual rent increase of just 10%. Should the other party breach the contract, the property would be sold to us at the price established in 2004. Buying a house. Lu Qiangdong inquired with a hint of curiosity. Indeed, he has agreed for us to lease it, Lin Tian replied, well aware that this newly constructed office building had yet to attract any tenants. Thus, the owner of the property was in desperate need of renters. This request, at present, seemed somewhat amusing. However, in 4 years, by 2008, with the Olympic Games approaching, the situation would undoubtedly transform. Acquiring the property at the 2004 price would be a remarkable windfall. Were it not for Lin Tian's current financial constraints, he would have undoubtedly purchased it outright. Very well, I shall prepare the contract and inquire whether they agree, Lu Qiangdong confidently stated. Lin Tian nodded reassuringly. All right, you go handle that. Understood, Brother Lin. I shall proceed, Lu Qiangdong affirmed. In the ensuing hours, Lin Tian busied himself with preparing buns for the evening meal. Before long, a day slipped by. The next day, Lin Tian reviewed the contract Lu Qiangdong had brought back. The owner was quite amenable to the terms and even expressed indifference regarding the arrangement, inquiring if Lin Tian wished to make a purchase at a discounted rate. Clearly, Lin Tian lacked the financial means at present. If he had the capacity, he would certainly acquire it. Little did he know the future escalation of property prices would be astonishing, particularly in the precious real estate market of the capital. Failing to prepare now would render future endeavors exceedingly inconvenient. Thus, Lin Tian was strategically positioning himself for the future, anticipating a formidable rise in 4 years' time. Subsequently, he began organizing the part-time workers Lu Qiangdong had found, assigning them tasks within the studio. Their primary responsibility was to disassemble old mobile phones for reassembly. In the initial days, their inexperience was evident, resulting in a sluggish assembly process. However, as they grew more adept in the following days, their productivity increased to 15 units per day, generating a gross profit of 12,000 yuan daily. After accounting for labor costs, the net profit hovered around 10,000 yuan. Lu Qiangdong coordinated a portion of the workforce for sales, operating on a commission basis without offering a base salary. For each phone sold, they would earn a commission of 20 to 30 yuan. This arrangement proved highly convenient for those juggling part-time work alongside their primary jobs. Thus, a seamless production and sales chain was established. Of course, during the initial week, sales were modest, with 5 to 6 units sold per day. However, as the quality of hardware improved and prices remained competitive within the second-hand market, daily sales surged to 8 or 9 units. Lin Tian observed the steadily increasing revenue, which had now accumulated to nearly 100,000 yuan, including the 80,000 yuan for the previous investment in exquisite plums. The bakery business was also finding its footing. Lin Tian contemplated revealing his plans to his wife. That evening, upon returning home, he followed his usual routine of preparing foot baths, first for Xiaoying, and then for his wife. "Dear, based on our current progress, we should be able to accumulate over 200,000 next month." Over 200,000? Gong Linxue expressed her astonishment. She had always been responsible for the revenue of the Baozi shop, which typically earned around 800 to 900 a day, occasionally surpassing 1,000 on weekends. Having operated for half a month, they had made approximately several thousand already. Hence, she remained unaware of the immense profitability of the second-hand phones Lin Tian was handling. "My second-hand phone business is now generating 5,000 to 6,000 daily." 5,000 to 6,000? Gong Linxue could hardly believe it. While she understood that mobile phones were lucrative, especially the counterfeit ones her husband dealt with, the profit margins were staggering. A device costing 20 yuan could be sold for 800. What a remarkable markup. Indeed, I have collaborated with Lu Qiangdong to establish a workshop. The individuals there learn quickly, managing to produce about 10 units a day. Sales also pose minimal difficulty, with approximately 8 to 9 units sold daily. Lin Tian elaborated on the recent sales performance of the second-hand phones, having already earned several tens of thousands. Is it truly that easy to sell? Gong Linxue was unaware of the high demand for second-hand devices. Due to their affordability and our robust hardware, Lin Tian explained, the current mobile market is continuously phasing out brands. Given this trend, the market for phones will remain substantial. Indeed, the mobile market had entered a phase of rapid expansion, with the most explosive growth occurring around 2008, until the advent of smartphones disrupted the landscape. If that's the case, we could return home and purchase a house in a few months. Nevertheless, is it truly so easy to earn money? It feels as though we are making it too quickly. Chapter 54. Partners, How to Proceed. Gong Linxue felt that the speed of their earnings was rather alarming. Gripping Lin Tian's arm tightly, "Shouldn't we slow down our earnings a bit? What is wrong? Are you complaining about having too much money?" Gong Linxue shook her head like a delicate bird. "No, it's just that it feels surreal to have earned so much in just 1 month. I used to think my parents were impressive for making several thousand a year, yet we have nearly reached 100,000 in a single month. That is astonishing." Gong Linxue counted on her fingers, realizing they had accumulated a significant sum. At that moment, she felt a blend of surprise and joy, wishing to shout out loud, yet refraining from doing so, as this achievement felt extraordinary to her. She tightly held Lin Tian's hand, her sparkling eyes fixed on him. Noticing her gaze, Lin Tian understood that she felt a mix of excitement and apprehension regarding their newfound success, as they had never experienced such a situation before. "My dear, tomorrow I will present you with a surprise," Lin Tian assured her. Upon hearing this, Gong Linxue's eyes widened in curiosity. "Really? What kind of surprise do you have in store for me?" Gong Linxue, deep within her heart, harbored a conjecture. For instance, Lin Tian had been bringing home cakes daily. But gradually, this ritual ceased, particularly during the nights. She could still detect the lingering scent of cake on her husband. Thus, she formed a tentative hypothesis. Given her husband's character, he would not confine himself to merely esteemed bun business. He was bound to explore other avenues. For instance, she was aware that Dongzi was engaged in e-commerce. Lin Tian had always shown a keen interest in this field, suggesting that her husband likely shared a similar intrigue. However, it seemed he had yet to cultivate the requisite strength, or perhaps the timing was simply not right. Therefore, when her husband returned home with cakes, she sensed that matters were far from ordinary. Perhaps he was diligently mastering the art of cake making. Yet, Gong Linxue chose not to seek confirmation, knowing that when her husband wished to share, he would undoubtedly do so. "Is it something significant? Can you tell me?" she inquired with an eager gaze. Lin Tian waved his hand, replying, "For now, it remains a secret, so I cannot disclose it to you just yet." He had planned to reveal everything to his wife the following day. Although discussing it a day earlier would pose no issue, Lin Tian preferred to wait until tomorrow. All right, I shall await your revelation, Gong Linxue responded. At that moment, she mused whether her suspicions were correct, that her husband truly intended to open a cake shop. Although the market was saturated with cake establishments, she had heard that their business prospects were rather mediocre, with only a few excelling. Nevertheless, her confidence in her husband was immense, for whenever he devoted himself to something, he invariably excelled. Fear not, my dear. The answer will soon be unveiled, Lin Tian assured her. Gong Linxue nodded, and they conversed for a while before retiring for the night. The following day unfolded as usual, with a trip to the market to procure ingredients. Once the shopping was complete, they returned to the bun shop to commence their preparations. At this stage, Gong Linxue had acquired ample knowledge and had thoroughly learned the intricacies of bun making. Rolling the dough had become her responsibility, while the task of preparing the filling also fell to her. Lin Tian had to acknowledge his wife's confidence and remarkable aptitude for learning. With just a brief lesson, she grasped the essentials. Thus, during this phase, Gong Linxue rapidly advanced in her understanding. At this juncture, Chef Luo arrived before Lin Tian, smiling as he said, "Mr. Lin, I have long wished to request something from you." At that moment, Chef Luo's greatest desire was to learn Lin Tian's techniques, for mastering them would undoubtedly yield immense benefits in the future. Therefore, he was eager to receive Lin Tian's legacy. "Do you wish to learn?" Lin Tian inquired. "Indeed, I am genuinely eager. Please state the price. I am willing to pay any amount." Previously, Lin Tian proposed 500,000. Chef Luo found it challenging to produce such a sum, yet he did discuss the matter with the boss. The boss personally sampled Lin Tian's lamb soup, dumplings, and wontons, which were undeniably exquisite. If he could master Lin Tian's skills, the boss would have already learned them, and as long as the amount remained under 1 million, they would be amenable. In fact, even if it exceeded 80%, they would still be inclined to accept. Mastering this technique would undoubtedly pave the way for a prosperous future in the culinary realm. Lin Tian was well aware of this. As for Chef Luo, the monetary aspect was of little concern to him. What Lin Tian sought was not mere money. Although 500,000 was substantial, when viewed holistically, it was not insignificant. However, for Lin Tian, expanding his influence necessitated strengthening his abilities and finding a competent partner. Currently, he deemed Chef Luo as the most suitable candidate. This individual excelled in both character and management skills. With his assistance, everything could be set back on the right track. "Chef Luo, are you interested in learning some of my techniques?" Lin Tian inquired. Of course, Chef Luo replied affirmatively. He then added, "As long as Mr. Lin is willing to share his expertise, I am open to any financial arrangement." Lin Tian understood that while this statement appeared flawless to Chef Luo, it was a complex matter for him. There could be no room for error. Any misstep could lead to significant repercussions. Money was not his priority. What he truly desired was a partner. Lin Tian laid his cards on the table at that moment. "A partner?" Chef Luo seemed slightly bewildered. "It's quite straightforward. I can impart my skills to you, but for 3 years, you cannot depart. Additionally, you have the right to choose your level of involvement. It is clear to me that if you wish to work with me, you must relinquish your current position and become part of our venture. You may choose to be an investor or a partner," Lin Tian articulated clearly. He genuinely admired Chef Luo's foundational skills, as this would provide significant advantages for Lin Tian. "How does one become a partner?" Chef Luo inquired with curiosity. Chapter 55. Could this be our opportunity? Lin Tian noticed Chef Luo's growing interest. At that moment, Chef Luo was primarily focused on how he could acquire Lin Tian's skills. After all, Lin Tian excelled in making dumplings, lamb soup, and wontons. Mastering just one technique would be invaluable for a lifetime. "We shall open a second dumpling shop together, and I will teach you all the techniques I know," Lin Tian stated simply. However, upon hearing this, Chef Luo was initially taken aback. "But shouldn't you consider that if I learn all the techniques, I might venture out on my own?" This was indeed a crucial point. If Chef Luo were to proceed in such a manner, it would indeed undermine Lin Tian's position. Upon hearing this, Lin Tian merely smiled lightly and remarked, "In truth, you could also take such an approach. I have no objections. However, I wish to convey this. A century-old Baozi shop cannot simply be established as a solitary entity. The future market demands that we open at least 100 branches nationwide. In that case, you would be one of the founders of this illustrious establishment. Should we excel in our endeavors, we could become the most renowned Baozi shop across the entire country. The profits you would earn would far exceed your current earnings. It would be exponentially more lucrative than your role as a chef in a grand hotel. May I inquire what your current salary is at the hotel? Lin Tian asked with utmost certainty. Upon hearing this, Chef Luo replied, "My current salary is 2,000 a month. 2,000 yuan is quite considerable at this time, placing him in an upper-middle-class bracket. For Chef Luo, this amount enables his family to enjoy a modestly prosperous life. The stability of such a job is certainly more reassuring. Although he aspires for greater wealth, opportunities are essential to achieve that. 2,000? I must inform you that my earnings in just 2 days surpass your entire monthly salary. Regardless of how one calculates it, isn't it best to work alongside me?" Lin Tian articulated various factors influencing the situation. Chef Luo listened intently and nodded vigorously, acknowledging, "What you say makes perfect sense. However, if that is the case, I would need to completely sever ties with the hotel. May I take some time to contemplate this?" Chef Luo exhibited a degree of hesitation. Working at the hotel is undoubtedly precarious, and relinquishing this stability could pose significant risks for him in the future. Thus, he wishes to deliberate thoroughly. "Very well," Lin Tian assured Chef Luo, "I will grant you ample time to reflect. Currently, it is not an opportune moment." After their conversation concluded, customers began to arrive in succession, prompting Lin Tian to immerse himself in work. Once the patrons were attended to, only he and Gong Lixue remained in the establishment. At this moment, Gong Lixue was counting the money from the drawer. "Darling, I must say, although our foot traffic has diminished slightly compared to before, our lamb soup has become exceedingly popular. The revenue generated this morning is primarily attributable to the success of our lamb soup," Gong Lixue remarked. Lin Tian listened attentively and nodded in agreement. "That is indeed splendid. Given this, it seems our future business will flourish even more. With your adept management via the mobile phone, it will undoubtedly improve further." Gong Lixue did not harbor grand plans. She merely wished for their current life to improve gradually, avoiding the hardships of the past. However, for Lin Tian, he remains unsatisfied. He is acutely aware that when the opportune moment arises in the coming years, a lack of sufficient capital would be a significant impediment. After all, those who have achieved great success are often those fortified by substantial financial resources. Therefore, what Lin Tian currently lacks is indeed funding. With the current funds at our disposal, it feels like a mere drop in the ocean. "My dear wife, after our midday endeavors, I shall take you to a special place." Lin Tian busied himself with preparing the ingredients for lunch. Although Gong Lixue harbored some suspicions, perhaps it truly had something to do with the cake. Nonetheless, doubts lingered in her heart. As noon approached, guests began to arrive in succession. Once the lunchtime rush subsided, Lin Tian diligently attended to several tasks, such as ensuring cleanliness. For the evening promised more visitors, and preparations were imperative. Without his wife's assistance, the cleanliness of their Baozi shop would hardly have reached its current standard. At this moment, Lin Tian turned to his wife and said, "We shall depart shortly." "All right," she replied. Though her expression remained unchanged, excitement bubbled within her. She pondered what her husband might have in store. After wrapping up some tasks, Lin Tian awaited Lu Qiangdong's arrival to discuss the basic circumstances of the part-time workers. He felt a sense of satisfaction, albeit initially, those individuals lacked direction. However, under Lu Qiangdong's leadership, they had formed a basic understanding. Now, managing 8 or 9 mobile phones a day was no longer an issue. "Dear, let us get in the car," Lin Tian said with a playful grin. Okay." Gong Lixue responded, glancing around, still uncertain of her husband's intentions. At that moment, Lin Tian instructed the driver to take them to Yuhe Road. Upon hearing the destination, Gong Lixue recalled that Yuhe Road was home to a grand shopping mall, frequented by those of some standing for their apparel. "You intend to buy me clothes, don't you?" She expressed a hint of concern. She already possessed an ample wardrobe and felt no pressing need for more. Lin Tian, however, was oblivious to his wife's simplicity. She typically embraced a modest lifestyle. Thus, despite their newfound financial success, she remained unpretentious, exhibiting no extravagant behaviors. Generally, those who suddenly acquire wealth display overt excitement. Yet Gong Linxue remained remarkably composed. Witnessing her calm demeanor eased Lin Tian's worries. "Rest assured, when we arrive, you shall be pleasantly surprised," he assured her. Gong Linxue nodded slightly, naturally closing her eyes. The sight of her endearing reaction nearly brought a smile to Lin Tian's face. Yet he was acutely aware of the hardships she had endured since their marriage. Soon enough, the taxi arrived at the hotel, Jumin, as Lin Tian had directed. When Gong Linxue alighted from the vehicle and looked up to see a towering structure exceeding 30 meters, she was momentarily taken aback. "My dear, what do you think of this place?" At that instant, Lin Tian pointed to a pastry shop ahead. The next moment, Gong Linxue was astonished. "What does this signify? You cannot be suggesting that this cake shop is ours." Chapter 56. This is our cake shop in truth. Gong Linxue had harbored doubts as she observed Lin Tian continuously bringing cakes home. Yet, she refrained from questioning him, firmly believing that his actions were undoubtedly justified. Since his transformation, Lin Tian had dedicated himself wholeheartedly to his endeavors. Initially, when he opened a Baozi shop, the dumplings he produced were nothing short of extraordinary. He then ventured into assembling counterfeit mobile phones, managing to sell 7 or 8 units daily. Their family, once living modestly, had now experienced a remarkable surge in wealth. Indeed, they had become affluent. In the year 2004, possessing tens of thousands of yuan in savings allowed for numerous possibilities. Thus, for Gong Linxue, the changes were indeed monumental. "Darling, let us go inside and talk," Lin Tian said, grasping his wife's hand as they approached the cake shop. "All right," Gong Linxue nodded, following him into the establishment. Upon entering, she was struck by the exquisite decor, immaculate counters, elegant tables and chairs, complemented by a coffee machine. The ambience exuded sophistication. She recalled a previous visit to a high-end dessert shop in a grand mall, where the pastries were astonishingly expensive. "Darling, I want to tell you that this cake shop is now ours," Lin Tian admitted. Upon hearing this, Gong Linxue was not overly surprised, as this had long been her unspoken expectation. However, she was acutely aware that acquiring the cake shop must have required a substantial financial investment. "Did it cost a lot?" she inquired. All in all, nearly 100,000 yuan, Lin Tian replied. "But my skills in cake making have not been in vain, as you have previously tasted." Gong Linxue nodded in agreement. "The cakes are indeed quite good, but I am somewhat concerned. Have we invested too much? If things do not go well, we could end up with nothing." Her apprehensions were valid. The differences between a Baozi shop and a cake shop were profound. The investment in a Baozi shop was relatively modest, at most 5 or 6,000 yuan. In contrast, a cake shop demanded an investment of around 100,000 yuan, with future expenditures likely to increase. Moreover, a stable customer base was essential, along with maintaining the quality of the cakes and adapting marketing strategies. Any failure to keep pace could lead to unpredictable repercussions. "Yes, dear, while I wholeheartedly support you, I believe we could manage a Baozi shop quite well. Coupled with your phone assembly business, we could still earn a considerable income each year." Gong Linxue had calculated that, combining the Baozi shop and the phone assembly, they could feasibly earn several 100,000 yuan annually. Several 100,000 yuan, a minimum of 500,000, was an extraordinary sum for an ordinary family. For Gong Linxue, being content with an annual income of 100,000 yuan was already a fulfillment of her aspirations. Thus, Lin Tian's fervent desire for expansion genuinely concerned her. "My dear, I understand your concerns, yet I implore you to trust me. If, after 6 months, our cake shop shows no promise of success, we shall revert to operating a bun shop and assembling mobile phones," Lin Tian affirmed resolutely. Gong Linxue nodded in agreement. "Very well. But we must determine whether our focus will be on the bun shop or the cake shop. A division of labor is essential. My plan is thus: I shall impart the skills of cake making to you and Li Xiaoyan. From then on, you both will oversee the cake shop while I manage the bun shop," Lin Tian articulated. This was merely his initial blueprint. He envisioned expansion in the future, aspiring to open branches not only for the bun shop, but also for the cake shop. This strategy would enable him to accumulate capital over the next 4 years, allowing him to step into the era of internet proliferation. All right, Gong Linxue agreed, glancing around the cake shop, which was fully equipped with all the necessary apparatus. Additionally, the coffee beans Lin Tian had procured through Jia Luchuan's connections in Europe would arrive within a week. Lin Tian's goal was to serve patrons the most authentic coffee. Now, he needed to wait for his wife and Li Xiaoyan to master the techniques of cake making and coffee brewing before selecting an auspicious day to open. Boss. At that moment, a bespectacled woman entered, the very same Li Mutong who had come to buy a cake previously. After returning to Qingbei school and savoring the cake, she had yearned for another slice. However, upon her arrival, she found the shop closed, with a sign indicating it was in a trial operation phase. Left with no choice, she had returned home. She visited several times afterward, only to find the doors still shut. Recently, busy with matters at school, she had not had the opportunity to check if the shop was open. This time, she had come in hopes of luck. "Who are you?" Lin Tian inquired curiously. "I came to buy the cake you made the other day. It was delicious. Do you have any available now?" Li Mudong asked directly. Upon hearing this, Lin Tian recalled that indeed, a woman had come to purchase a cake. "I apologize, we will not officially open for another week," he explained in detail. Given the learning pace of his wife and Li Xiaoyan, he believed they would grasp the basics within that time frame. Lin Tian planned to juggle responsibilities on the opening day. Once his wife and Li Xiaoyan were proficient, he would manage the bun shop independently, leaving the cake shop in their capable hands. "Oh, I see. Then I shall return in a week," Li Mutong said, a hint of disappointment in her voice. Lin Tian reassured her, "I sincerely apologize. On the day of our opening, I will provide you with a complimentary membership card, granting you a 50% discount on all purchases." "Is that so? You truly know how to conduct business," she replied. "By the way, do you also serve coffee?" At that moment, Li Mudong noticed the coffee machine in the shop. Lin Tian nodded indeed. "We will introduce coffee when we open." "Great. I look forward to tasting it," she said enthusiastically. After Li Mudong finished speaking, she turned and departed. Gong Linxue observed from the side, pleased. "Not bad. We have gained a customer." Indeed, during the trial operating phase, she had visited once. It seemed she was quite satisfied with our cakes. Gong Linxue nodded in agreement. Subsequently, the two of them closed the door to the cake shop and headed to the bun shop. They anticipated that tomorrow, both the wife and Li Xiaoyan would arrive to learn cake making, while also commencing their trial operations. After all, with only 7 days left until the grand opening, they could not afford to keep the shop closed for too long. They hailed a taxi on the roadside, instructing the driver to take them to the bun shop. Chapter 57. Regrettably, thank you for your patronage on the way. Lin Tian still believed that purchasing a vehicle was necessary. He considered that the most suitable option at present would be a van. In the morning, he would no longer need to ride a tricycle to procure supplies. A van could not only transport people, but also carry goods, proving to be incredibly practical. Furthermore, it would not be excessively costly. At this moment, the predominant models available were from Songhua River and the famed Wulinghongguang. However, new vehicles were currently priced around 40 to 50,000. Acquiring one was certainly feasible, yet he would need to discuss it with his wife beforehand. "Xiaoxue, what have you two been up to?" "We just had another wave of customers," Li Xiaoyan remarked, busy with her tasks upon seeing Gong Linxue and Lin Tian return. Gong Linxue smiled. "We just want to check out a new shop." "A new shop? Are you not opening it here?" Li Xiaoyan asked with curiosity. Gong Linxue shook her head. "We are planning to open a cake shop. Would you be interested?" "Ah, a cake shop. Does that mean there will be delicious cakes to taste?" Li Xiaoyan responded enthusiastically. "Indeed, indulge as much as you like. Your appetite is quite evident." Gong Linxue teased. "Hee, Xiaoxue, you're truly impressive. This bun shop has made quite a profit over the year, and now you're opening a cake shop. Are you aiming to make a fortune?" Li Xiaoyan expressed, aware that the bun shop could earn several tens of thousands a month. She felt a pang of envy, realizing that even skilled technicians did not earn as much. Yet, here was someone running a bun shop and achieving such success. Meanwhile, Lin Tian was assembling phones, having already established a modest scale of operations, generating several thousand in sales daily. Soon, We will need your help, he remarked. We will manage the cake shop while your brother-in-law handles the rest alone. All right, I have no objections as long as I can be with Xiao Xue, Li Xiaoyan affirmed, truly treating Gong Lin Xue like a sister. In fact, in their past lives, whenever there was something important, Li Xiaoyan was the first to arrive for Gong Lin Xue. That would be a great help, and you shall receive a share of the profits, Lin Tian added. Wow, brother-in-law, you are quite generous, Li Xiaoyan exclaimed. Hee. I will definitely work hard. With that, they began to get busy. The assembly of phones continued to be overseen by Lu Qiangdong. In terms of shipping and sales, Lu Qiangdong bears full responsibility. He has excelled in this role, with daily mobile phone sales increasing to 10 units, and this scale is on the rise. However, astute proprietors in the second-hand mobile phone market have already noticed the establishment of this small organization. Yet, they regard the team of merely a dozen individuals as inconsequential, believing that no significant profits can be garnered from them. Indeed, the second-hand phones that come into their possession must undergo a certain process, which inevitably leads to a loss of profit. Each phone yields a profit of only 400 to 500 yuan, with some even netting merely 100 or 200. This is precisely why Lin Tian's advantage is considerable. Through self-manufacturing and subpar hardware support, he can minimize costs to the greatest extent. Each phone can effortlessly yield a profit of 600 to 700 yuan. Of course, Lin Tian understands that the current situation is not optimal. He needs to elevate the price of the phones. The key lies in seizing the moment when major brands launch new devices, imitating their designs promptly. New models typically retail for 5,000 to 6,000 yuan, while imitation models can be priced around 2,000. If the quality and functionality surpass those of the originals, customers are likely to favor them. Lin Tian opened his computer and began to input a website. Indeed, it was the latest model from Motorola. This particular smartphone boasts enhanced battery life and a plethora of innovative features, instantly generating significant buzz among users who eagerly anticipate its release. The launch price remains a mystery, though speculations suggest it will be around 5,000 to 6,000 yuan. Lin Tian resolved to create a high-quality imitation of this phone. The Motorola 3, crafted from metal, features an impressively thin body measuring only 139 millimeters at its slimmest point, with an exceptional design that had initially conquered the market upon its release. As Lin Tian pondered on his computer, he recognized that the greatest advantage of this smartphone was its ultra-slim profile. To gain a competitive edge in the market, he must innovate technologically. Touchscreens? Suddenly, Lin Tian contemplated the idea of introducing a touchscreen ahead of schedule, which could captivate customers with a sense of novelty. However, this technology presents a considerable challenge, particularly in sourcing superior touchscreens. Currently, very few laptops are equipped with touchscreens, unless one possesses the technology to manufacture them, which in turn necessitates a production line. Lin Tian was aware that his demand was not substantial. What if he could produce them himself? This thought piqued his interest greatly as he glanced at the system interface. He currently had around 100,000 points. System, please check how many points are required to draw for touchscreen technology. Ding, querying now. Ding, the query reveals a requirement of 50,000 points. 50,000? Lin Tian expressed his astonishment. Ding, indeed, and whether one can actually win is still a matter of uncertainty. In other words, despite the presence of touchscreen technology, there remains the possibility of not winning it. Thus, this 50,000 points could potentially be wasted. However, possessing touchscreen technology would undoubtedly yield future benefits. Currently, the domestic research on touchscreen technology is virtually non-existent. Even in the future, the reliance will primarily be on foreign technology imports. If one were to acquire touchscreen technology now, substantial profits could certainly be anticipated. Therefore, Lin Tian recognized that this was not a losing investment. As long as he could win, expending several 100,000 points would not be a loss. System, initiate the lottery. Ding, do you wish to consume 50,000 points? Yes. Ding, commencing the lottery. At that moment, a spinning wheel materialized before Lin Tian. It whirred into motion. Soon, Lin Tian noticed the wheel slowing down, with a large pointer beginning to rotate over the options above. Whoosh. In the next instant, the spinning ceased. The pointer glided past touchscreen technology and landed on "Thank you for your patronage." Lin Tian couldn't help but clench his fists tightly. It was so close. Ding. It is regrettable that you did not win. Would the host like to consume the remaining 50,000 points to try again? Chapter 58. Do you really enjoy eating? Lin Tian gazed at the remaining 50,000 points, feeling quite distressed. If he spent them now, he would indeed be left with no points. Yet, if he could secure touch-screen technology, it would be akin to an early advantage. Presently, touch-screen technology only encompasses single-point touch. This refers to the technology used in laptops currently. In contrast, the future of touchscreen technology on mobile devices involves multi-touch capabilities, which are exponentially superior to single-point touch technology. Furthermore, when applied to mobile phones, it would instantly garner public favor. Of course, Lin Tian did not harbor such grand aspirations at the moment. His sole desire was to earn his first pot of gold in this era of mobile phone proliferation. Thus, he resolved to take the plunge. Draw. Lin Tian decided to go for it. Ding, do you wish to consume 50,000 points for the lottery? Yes, Lin Tian replied, wincing at the thought. Ding, commencing the lottery. At this juncture, Lin Tian fixated intently on the pointer on the wheel, which was spinning rapidly. He watched as the touchscreen technology options whizzed by, genuinely fearing it would land on "thank you for your patronage" once more. That would truly be a bitter disappointment. At this moment, the pointer began to decelerate. The final result was approaching. Ding! Congratulations to the host for acquiring touchscreen technology. Upon hearing the system's notification, Lin Tian was instantly filled with excitement. Incredible! Lin Tian couldn't contain his exuberance and exclaimed loudly. At that moment, Gong Linxue and Li Xiaoyan turned their attention towards him. What happened? Gong Linxue curiously inquired, noticing her husband's sudden enthusiasm. Lin Tian quickly shook his head, saying, Nothing. I was just playing a mobile game and got a bit carried away. Lin Tian fabricated an excuse. Before him lay the marvel of touchscreen technology. In an instant, a torrent of knowledge surged into his mind, encompassing all facets of touchscreen innovation. Yet, the sheer volume of information was overwhelming, and he recognized that it would take several days to fully comprehend the intricacies involved. However, he was certain that he had acquired insights into the multi-touch technology. This meant that he could incorporate this cutting-edge feature into the counterfeit smartphones he was crafting, instantly appealing to customers. Even if priced slightly higher, the clientele would undoubtedly be satisfied. His preliminary understanding revealed that touchscreen technology was stratified into levels. Currently, he needed to grasp the fundamentals of Level 1 technology, which still required the assistance of stylists for operation. Level 2 eliminated this necessity, but fell short in sensitivity. Level 3 exhibited significant advancements in responsiveness, while Level 4 not only excelled in sensitivity, but was also applicable to smartphones, reaching a remarkable standard. In essence, the technology featured in the iPhone 4 would be categorized as Level 4. Beyond this, there existed Levels 5, 6, 7, and even 10, each with their own associated costs. Level 1 was economically feasible, while Level 2 necessitated the expertise of specialized scientists for development. Levels 3 and 4 were far beyond what Lin Tian could achieve alone. Nevertheless, for the time being, Lin Tian only required Level 1 technology. The integration of this foundational technology into his smartphone screens promised to elevate their appeal. With minimal investment required, he merely needed to procure materials and could then create them himself. Observing all this brought him a sense of reassurance. Gong Linxue was engaged in conversation with Li Xiaoyan about the affairs of the cake shop. Li Xiaoyan possessed some knowledge of marketing in this domain and inquired about the shop's location. Upon learning, it was situated on the esteemed Yuhe Road. She felt even more confident. As long as the cakes were delectable, there would be no shortage of customers. Darling, is it difficult to make cakes? The ones I had before were made by you, right? She asked, her curiosity piqued. Previously, Lin Tian had brought home cakes daily, leading her to suspect he had been secretly learning to bake. Yet, she understood that since it was her husband's passion, there was no need for further inquiry, as long as he wasn't abandoning his original profession. Indeed, I learned to bake cakes, but I felt it was a pity to let the leftovers go to waste. So I brought them home, Lin Tian admitted. Upon hearing this, Li Xiaoyan was initially taken aback, as she had genuinely believed there was a discount at a cake shop. She had even inquired about which shop was offering the promotion. It all made sense now. Lin Tian had been discreetly honing his baking skills. "Brother-in-law, your cakes are truly delicious," Li Xiaoyan praised. Lin Tian chuckled softly, expressing his gratitude for the compliment. At that time, he truly knew nothing, which resulted in some shortcomings in his work. However, after dedicating half a month to learning, he had made considerable progress. In fact, the task was not as daunting as it initially seemed, Lin Tian remarked. He then turned to Gong Linxue and Li Xiaoyan, informing them that he would soon teach them the art of cake making. In approximately a week, they would be proficient. Furthermore, Lin Tian would be balancing both ventures until they stabilized, primarily overseeing the dumpling shop and the counterfeit mobile phone business. Gong Linxue and Li Xiaoyan nodded in agreement, eagerly anticipating the market's response to their cakes. Nevertheless, they were aware that the initial market would be quite basic, as a newly opened cake shop would lack a loyal customer base in terms of taste and quality. Thus, it would not be an easy endeavor. It would take several months to establish a steady clientele before a market could truly develop. Lin Tian shared this sentiment, recalling that in his previous life, it was only later that cake shops introduced innovative designs appealing to the youth. Especially in a metropolis like the capital, the trend was decidedly avant-garde. Therefore, Lin Tian planned to focus on these aspects. That evening, customers began to arrive. After a bustling period, by 9 o'clock, the clientele began to dwindle, though they remained busy until 10. Li Xiaoyan left early to manage her newly rented home. Thus, after 10, Lin Tian rode the tricycle home with his wife and the others. Upon their arrival, little Sakura was brimming with excitement, anticipating the cakes her father would make. "Daddy, are you really going to make cakes?" she eagerly inquired. "Yes, indeed. Don't you love them?" Lin Tian asked his daughter. Chapter 59. Can I speak the truth? Sakura giggled. "Can I speak the truth?" "Yes, children must not lie," Lin Tian affirmed. Sakura replied, "I really enjoyed the cake you made that time. It was delicious. I wanted to ask for a second one, but was too shy." "Oh, is that so? Then I shall bring you one tomorrow." "How does that sound?" Lin Tian asked. Upon hearing that her father would bring her a cake the next day, Sakura could hardly contain her joy. She excitedly nodded. Yes, I will wait for it." Seeing his daughter so happy, Lin Tian was suddenly reminded of her previous life, where she was often discontented because she lacked what other children had. However, things were different now. She possessed what others did not. This newfound advantage instantly filled Sakura's heart with a sense of satisfaction, especially the affection that her father showers upon her. During school, when others see Xiaoying donning new clothes, many children express their envy. This is because Xiaoying's kindergarten is primarily attended by children of migrant workers from Beijing, who are often financially constrained and exhibit great reluctance in spending. Consequently, their expenditure on children's clothing is rather limited. In this context, Xiaoying enjoys a considerable advantage. At this moment, Gong Linxue remarks, "You certainly spoil her. Just look at what our little girl has become. Her wardrobe is practically overflowing. Whenever there is free time, she tends to stroll through the night market." Lin Tian also wishes to see if there are any treasures to be uncovered. However, after browsing for a while, he finds nothing of value. It seems he must next enhance his skills in the appraisal of jade and antiques to discover something precious. Today's points have all been spent on a lottery for touchscreen technology. Regrettably, he cannot upgrade his divine eye today. He must wait until tomorrow. Naturally, Xiaoying's wardrobe has not been lacking in new additions, especially with several new backpacks acquired. "Dear, I believe we truly need to prepare to buy a house in the capital. I want Xiaoying to attend a local elementary school. In the capital, it has become evident that without a local household registration, one cannot enroll in local schools. To obtain a household registration, purchasing property in the capital is essential. Fortunately, current property prices are not as exorbitant as one might anticipate. With diligent effort, acquiring a home by year-end should not be overly challenging, but it is quite expensive." Gong Linxue muses, noting that prices in the capital now hover around 5,000 to 6,000 per square meter. To purchase, one would require a down payment of at least 200,000 to 300,000. Furthermore, securing the current down payment is no easy feat. A full payment would necessitate over $1 million. Gong Linxue also feels that buying a house in the capital seems somewhat unnecessary. Of course, Lin Tian understands that acquiring a home now is crucial, as future property prices in the capital are likely to be astonishing. Let us go for it, my dear. With our combined efforts, we should be able to manage by the end of the year. We must provide our child with a conducive learning environment. Lin Tian deliberately uses this excuse, knowing that if he presented alternative justifications, such as the anticipated surge in property prices in a few years, his wife might not be convinced. Thus, he frames it in terms of their daughter's education. Let us wait until we have sufficient funds before making plans. Gong Linxue concludes. Lin Tian nods in agreement, choosing not to elaborate further. They will wait until the funds are adequate. He intends to act decisively when the time comes. He cannot afford to delay. Lin Tian then brings over the foot bath water, just as he is about to help his wife with a foot massage when their neighbor, Grandma Wang, arrives. Aren't you two asleep yet? Grandma Wang greets them with a polite smile. Lin Tian recognizes Grandma Wang, who usually helps look after the children. However, since Xiaoying started kindergarten, they have not troubled her much. Grandma Wang is exceptionally kind to the children. Recently, she has been quite busy and hasn't had the chance to greet you, Lin Tian remarked to her. I understand you are quite occupied. I heard you open a bun shop that is doing well, correct? Yes, indeed, it has improved significantly compared to before, Grandma Wang replied. At that moment, she spoke up. I came to seek your assistance with a matter. Oh, Grandma Wang, please do tell. We are neighbors, and if there is anything we can help with, just say the word, Gong Linxue interjected. Grandma Wang nodded and said, the situation is this. My son has just graduated from school, where jobs used to be assigned upon graduation. However, now, post-graduation, there is no such guarantee, and finding a job has become quite challenging. I had hoped he would aim for a civil service position, but his major is not aligned with that. Grandma Wang furrowed her brow as she spoke. Upon hearing her words, Lin Tian realized that in this era, university graduates no longer have job placements guaranteed, which indeed poses a significant challenge. Many graduates struggle to secure employment after graduation. What is your son's major? Lin Tian inquired curiously. Grandma Wang replied. He mentioned something about electronic computing. However, finding a job in that field is exceedingly difficult. Lin Tian acknowledged. Indeed, electronic computing is rather challenging at present. It will undoubtedly be a sought-after skill in the future. Has your son come to the capital? Lin Tian asked. He initially planned to, but he heard a job in Shenzhen that aligns with his major. He's inclined to go there, yet I think staying in the capital would be better. He is getting older and should consider settling down. If he goes too far, who knows when he might marry? Look at you all, marrying young and with children already. Grandma Wang said with a hint of envy. Lin Tian reflected on the potential of hiring someone skilled in computing. If his expertise is substantial, he can indeed be a valuable addition to Lin Tian's team. Grandma Wang, I am currently involved in the computing business. I wonder if you would be interested. The salary would certainly be decent, with a base of 2,000 yuan, Lin Tian mentioned. Upon hearing the figure, Grandma Wang expressed surprise. 2,000 yuan as a base salary? So, that means at least 2,000 a month? Yes, but he must possess the requisite skills. Furthermore, my operation is more akin to a workshop than a large company. However, if he aspires to work for a larger firm, I could assist in facilitating that as well. Chapter 60. The Dragon Kingdom will always be the strongest. Grandma Wang is a genuinely kind person, and Lin Tian wishes to extend his help to her. This endeavor is not insurmountable, considering that the clientele of the bun shop includes not only ordinary patrons, but also bosses from major companies. It is rather peculiar that these executives often make time to enjoy buns and lamb soup each week. Lin Tian understands that this is likely linked to the promotion of the shop among its customers. This is how one prepares the ingredients, leaving the promotion to the patrons to share amongst themselves, is it not? I shall make a call to inquire with my child. Very well. Upon finishing her words, Granny Wang turned to depart. As she left, Gong Linxue shook her head and remarked, it is indeed quite challenging for the recent graduates. In the past, there was job placement assistance, but now one must solely rely on oneself to seek employment. When Gong Linxue and Lin Tian graduated, job placements were still provided. Gong Linxue secured a position at the state-owned first factory, while Lin Tian found himself at the forestry bureau, only to later fall in with a bad crowd. Thus began his descent into the vices of drinking and gambling, spiraling out of control. He relinquished his job and earned nothing at all. Had Lin Tian not succumbed to those detrimental habits, he might have continued in stable employment. Their lives would have undoubtedly been quite ordinary. While they may not have enjoyed the wealth they have now, it would have been a case of having enough to get by. Indeed, it is not insurmountable. Nearly all sectors are in need of talent today. Although it may seem daunting given the lack of job placements in this era, it is also a time ripe with opportunity, especially for those who seize it. Those who grasp these chances often find themselves significantly rewarded. It is in the later generations, when graduates are plentiful, that the real challenges begin. While the two conversed, Xiao Ying had already drifted into slumber. Lin Tian glanced at his daughter and adjusted her position. Look at this little one. She has played so energetically throughout the day. Isn't it you, as her father, who led the way? Gong Linxue remarked with a huff. She is our only daughter. I must provide her with the very best. Lin Tian declared with pride. Ah, do you think we should have a second child? Gong Linxue suddenly inquired. Lin Tian replied, if that is what you desire, I would not hesitate. Heh, dear husband, what are you trying to say? I merely. As the tranquil night unfolded, a gentle breeze swept through, and the stars twinkled above. A loving couple was envisioning their future, while not far off. The sounds of a quarrel erupted. A man, intoxicated and leaning against a wall, shouted boisterously, "What is wrong with a few drinks?" Meanwhile, a woman tugged at his ear, demanding loudly, "Are you looking for someone else after drinking too much?" The man's face twisted in discomfort. At that moment, the woman could not help but chuckle. As dawn broke, the sun rose early in the east, casting a light on the streets where sanitation workers wielded brooms, diligently clearing away the refuse. Their faces were adorned with smiles of happiness, for it had just been announced that the capital would host the Olympics in 2008. The taxi radio was broadcasting this historic moment. Lin Tian awoke to the news of the upcoming Olympics displayed on his phone. "Wife, the Olympics are to be held in 2008, he exclaimed while tidying up. Gong Linxue, however, seemed indifferent, responding, "What relevance does this Olympic event hold for us? We still require essential condiments such as oil, salt, soy sauce, and vinegar." Lin Tian nodded in agreement with his wife's assertion. However, she remained unaware that following the Olympics, a monumental transformation swept across the Dragon Nation. It was from that moment that the great dragon began to stir. The subsequent advancements in technology seem to have been accelerated, with each passing year ushering in significant change. Naturally, during that period, the real estate market also underwent a profound metamorphosis, with prices doubling dramatically each year. Lin Tian understood that he was not far from seizing that opportunity. For years would pass swiftly, and within that time, he needed to amass sufficient capital to embrace the forthcoming era of upheaval. "Honey, what is wrong? Why you seem so eager about the Olympics?" Gong Linxue inquired, noticing her husband's expectant demeanor. Of course I am looking forward to it. It will be a chance to see many foreigners," Lin Tian replied, deliberately offering an excuse. "Hey, what do you think foreigners look like? I heard from my colleagues at work that foreigners are all very tall, and their countries are quite developed," he continued. "Indeed, they are advanced, but only for the moment. The future will reveal the trajectory of the Dragon Nation," Lin Tian remarked. "Although our nation has endured a century of humiliation, it is precisely at this juncture that we will awaken. We are the awakening dragon, destined to showcase our exceptionalism to the world." Gong Linxue felt a surge of excitement upon hearing her husband's words. "Really?" she asked. "Absolutely. Consider the 4 great ancient civilizations. Only our Dragon Nation remains." "What does that signify?" "What? It signifies that our Dragon Nation has always been a civilization of resilience and diligence. Although we have lagged behind in this century, we have been at the forefront for 5 millennia, the center of the world. The future will be no different." Lin Tian spoke passionately, pedaling the tricycle with vigor. "Honey, you ignite my fervor. But I've read in the newspapers that America is incredibly wealthy. When will we be as affluent as they are?" Lin Tian lifted his chin and declared, "We will be, and it won't take long. Their wealth has been seized, while our people earn theirs through hard work, cleanly, not through their unscrupulous means. You're right, dear, Gong Linqiu nodded. Yet, we are still constrained by many of their technological advancements, he lamented. For instance, high-tech innovations like chips and various advanced technologies, including lithography machines. As Lin Tian spoke, he pondered a day when his points would be sufficient to redeem them, even selflessly donating to the Dragon Nation to prevent those ruffians from tightening their grip. They stood there, arrogantly proclaiming themselves as saviors, when in truth, they were merely a band of robbers. Wife, do you know what the best way to deal with these bandits is? What is it? Thus, we possess sufficient strength to vanquish the bandits, ensuring they will forever recognize that the Dragon Clan reigns supreme. Chapter 61. What is the price for this model? Lin Tian pedaled vigorously on his tricycle as he spoke, his exertion evident. Gong Linqiu listened with excitement, truly surprised that her husband possessed such knowledge. With a swift motion, Lin Tian continued to pedal, the tricycle gaining speed and overtaking a sedan. They soon arrived at the market, where they procured their ingredients, then made their way back to the bun shop. Upon reaching the shop, Lin Tian hoisted bags of flour onto the counter. Simultaneously, he needed to finish his morning tasks and deliver some flour to the bakery. The flour for cakes differs from that for buns, being of a higher grade and consequently more expensive. At that moment, Lin Tian pondered a matter. Dear, I would like to discuss something with you. Yes, go ahead. Gong Linqiu replied, nodding as she tidied the table and retrieved a pot to prepare the vegetable filling. I wish to purchase a vehicle. Our tricycle no longer suffices. As he spoke, Lin Tian began to open a bag of flour, pouring it into a large basin to prepare the dough. Oh, what kind of vehicle do you wish to buy? Gong Linqiu inquired curiously. I am considering a van to transport goods. I previously looked at two models, the Songhua River van and the Wuling Hongguang. Which one do you think we should choose? Lin Tian asked. Gong Linqiu shook her head. I have little knowledge of vehicles, so please choose whichever you deem best. All right, I find the Wuling Hongguang appealing, so let us opt for that van. The choice of the Wuling Hongguang was logical, given its durability and capacity for hauling more goods. In contrast, the Songhua River model did not appeal to him as much. What is the cost? Gong Linqiu was aware that vehicles are quite expensive, estimating a new one to be around 50 to 60,000. Since we intend to use it long term, I believe we should invest in a new car. That sounds reasonable, but do we have enough funds? This month, we've earned over 20,000, yet your 80 to 90,000 has been invested in the bakery. Gong Linqiu calculated that it indeed seemed insufficient. My dear, have you forgotten that I sold the book? Ah, you mean the exquisite plum book? Gong Linqiu asked somewhat shyly. Indeed, do you know how much it sold for? How much? Gong Linqiu asked with curiosity. 90,000. After investing in the bakery and spending a bit, we still have about 50 to 60,000 left. That should be enough for us to purchase a vehicle. Lin Tian recounted the financial situation, ensuring it aligned with their prior accounts. Gong Linqiu nodded very well. You may proceed with the purchase. Agreed, Lin Tian replied. He plans to make the purchase today, as the cake shop is quite distant from the vegetable market. Without a vehicle, it is indeed quite inconvenient. However, having a car would significantly ease the task. After the morning rush, Lin Tian proceeded to the car market. Upon arrival, he was immediately greeted by the sight of dealerships for Mercedes and BMW. At this time, there were still many affluent individuals in the capital who could afford such luxury vehicles. Generally, those with limited means would opt for more economical choices, such as the Xiali or Santana. Typically, those seeking transportation would purchase models like the Songhua River or Wuling Hongguang. During this period, another type of vehicle was particularly conspicuous, the jinbei, often associated with transporting the deceased in coffins. However, it seemed that whenever a jinbei appeared, people would instinctively steer clear, as its occupants were often rough characters. Sir, are you looking to buy a car? Our Santana is excellent, and you can take it for a test drive. A man approached Lin Tian with a friendly greeting. Lin Tian shook his head, glancing ahead in search of the Wuling Hongguang sign. After searching for a while, he could not find it. Could it be that the Wuling Hongguang had little market presence in the capital at this time? If that were the case, Lin Tian would have to settle for the Songhua River. After all, the most suitable options for hauling goods were the Songhua River and Wuling Hongguang. If neither was available, he would have to consider the Jinbei, but he truly could not afford a new vehicle. Excuse me, could you tell me where I might find the Wuling Hongguang? Lin Tian inquired politely. The Wuling Hongguang? Yes, that vehicle isn't particularly impressive. You might be better off at the Songhua River. Would you like me to take you there? Discounts are available, the young man replied, somewhat impatiently. Lin Tian simply shook his head. No, I specifically wish to choose the Wuling Hongguang. It is a remarkable vehicle. Those who have never driven one truly do not comprehend its durability. It was only after the rise of online discussions that the Wuling gained its reputation as a divine vehicle. Just head straight ahead and take a left into the alley. The young man instructed. Lin Tian nodded in acknowledgement. Thank you. He then walked diligently along the path until he spotted the alley. Indeed, had it not been for the man's guidance, he would have been unaware that vehicles were sold within this alley. As he entered, he saw the long-awaited sign for the Wuling Hongguang. At that moment, a staff member was seated at a chair, engrossed in a game of Tetris. Hello, is this the Wuling Hongguang dealership? Lin Tian asked. The staff member paused momentarily before vigorously nodding. Yes, yes. Please come in. Who referred you to us? The staff member appeared quite excited. I came on my own, Lin Tian replied. Oh, very well. Allow me to introduce you to our Wuling models. The staff member enthusiastically began, clearly eager to assist. For the staff, it is truly exhilarating when a customer arrives, drawn by reputation. The Wuling brand has only recently commenced vehicle production, and its recognition pales in comparison to more established brands. Typically, attracting customers requires considerable effort. Business has not been particularly thriving, so the unexpected arrival of an intrigued customer is a delightful surprise. Lin Tian immediately spotted the Wuling Hongguang van. He opened the door, settled into the seat, and experienced its comfort firsthand. It truly lives up to its reputation as a remarkable vehicle. The seating and gearshift were exceptionally comfortable, and the sturdy steel construction is impressive, making this model particularly adept at cargo transport. Boss, are you interested in this model? The staff inquired. Yes, this one seems good. It should handle over 2,000 pounds without issue. How much is it? Chapter 62. This price is quite reasonable with a smile, the staff replied. I usually sell it for 63,000, but since you've come here today and are interested, I can offer it to you for 55,000. Upon hearing the price of 55,000, Lin Tian thought it genuinely reasonable. Therefore, he made no attempt to bargain. After all, this is a remarkable vehicle, worth every penny. All right, 55,000 it is. I happen to have the cash. Could you assist me with the registration? Lin Tian retrieved 60,000 from his bag, handing over 55,000 to the staff. The staff accepted the money, verified it with the counting machine, ensured everything was in order, and then produced the contract. They each affixed their signatures and sought someone to assist with the registration. During this period, acquiring a license plate in the capital was relatively straightforward. With the help of intermediaries, they could secure a plate for Lin Tian. Soon, the license plate was ready, and Lin Tian had acquired his very first vehicle. Looking at the remarkable car in his possession, he exhaled deeply. Shifting in a gear and pressing the accelerator, he drove onto the highway. A brand new Wuling Hongguang cruised down the road, with a young man inside, smiling as he envisioned a bright future. He firmly believed that his efforts would ensure a happy life for his wife and child. However, he still had one more task to complete. He drove to the post office, entered, and requested a form. He selected an amount of 5,000, filling in his home address. He reflected on his parents who continued to live modestly. During his years away, he had not sent them any money and had even spent a considerable amount of their savings. It was time to send a little something back. He decided on 5,000, not wanting to send too much, as he feared it might cause his parents to worry. Once the form was completed, he handed the money to the post office staff. The staff confirmed the details and stamped the package with a couple of swift motions. All set, the staff said, expressionless. Lin Tian nodded and turned to leave the post office. He then took out his phone and dialed a number. The call connected quickly. Luma, it's Lin Tian. Oh, it's little Tian. How are you and your wife doing in the capital? Your parents were trying to reach you, but they didn't have your contact information. Luma, their neighbor, inquired. Because work is good, it has enabled the installation of a landline. Typically, I contact my parents through this number. Please assist in reaching out to them, Luma. However, previously, Lin Tian would call solely to borrow money from his parents. Recently, we have been fortunate enough to earn some income, and I even sent 5,000 yuan to my parents. Luma, why don't you take a moment to see how my parents are doing at home? Lin Tian said with a smile. Upon hearing that Lin Tian had sent 5,000 yuan to his parents, Luma was somewhat taken aback. In her mind, Lin Tian was merely a scoundrel who neglected his parents' well-being, constantly calling to solicit funds. The money earned by the elderly couple had all been borrowed by him, forcing them to work as sanitation workers even in their 60s. Your parents are at work. I must ask, Lin Tian, did you truly earn that money? Luma expressed her concern. Of course, Luma. I was indeed a scoundrel before, engaging in gambling, but I have changed now. I am working diligently, and now that I am earning, I send money to my parents, Lin Tian explained, understanding Luma's skepticism, which was solely for his benefit. If you say so, I will believe you. However, let me remind you to work hard. Your wife is wonderful, and if you do not put forth effort and she decides to leave, finding another partner will not be easy. Do you understand? Luma admonished sternly. Yes, Luma, I understand. I have truly changed, Lin Tian assured her confidently. That's good to hear. I will inform your parents once they finish work tonight. You must work diligently, she added. Indeed, Luma, Lin Tian replied before hanging up. Reflecting on his parents still working as sanitation workers in their 60s, he recognized that it was a result of his past negligence. Therefore, he resolved to earn money diligently. As the Mid-Autumn Festival approached, he planned to return home with his wife and Xiao Ying to celebrate with his parents and also visit his in-laws, who must be concerned about whether Gong Linxue would face hardships with him. He started the car and drove back to the bun shop. Upon arrival at 10 o'clock, he saw Gong Linxue and Li Xiaoyan stepping out of the store, their eyes lighting up upon spotting Lin Tian's van. What do you think? Lin Tian asked with a smile as he stepped out of the vehicle. Gong Linxue nodded vigorously. It looks really beautiful. Now we want to have to wait for that tricycle in the mornings. Lin Tian nodded in agreement, wife. Let me take you for a ride and enjoy our new car. Gong Linxue agreed and turned to Li Xiaoyan. Come on, let us get in the car. Wow, Xiao Shui, you are so lucky to have a new car, Li Xiaoyan said, filled with admiration. Previously, she had heard rumors that her brother-in-law was a scoundrel, often indulging in drinking, but now she was witnessing his hard work. It seemed that even a wayward son could find redemption. Most importantly, Xiao Shui would no longer have to struggle so much in the future. Recalling the past, Sister Xiao Shui would dine on nothing more than a bun and some pickles, which evokes a profound sense of sorrow. The journey to this day has been arduous. As Gong Linxue boarded the car, Lin Tian started the engine and drove down the road ahead. Gripping the steering wheel, he remarked, this vehicle was originally priced at over 60,000, but after some negotiation, we managed to acquire it for 55,000. From now on, it can carry a greater load. You know, this car can hold up to 2,000 jin. Hearing this, Gong Linxue and Li Xiaoyan furrowed their brows. Perhaps it would be wise to load less. Damaging the car would be detrimental. Indeed, is it a pity to use such a new vehicle for hauling? They pondered the incredulity of utilizing a new car for such purposes. But this car is designed for carrying cargo. Its durability is remarkable. You needn't worry about quality. Lin Tian reassured them as he circled back to the entrance of the Baozi shop. At the same time, Lu Qiandong arrived, circling the new vehicle with admiration. Brother Lin, the tasks you asked me to handle are all completed, he whispered as he approached Lin Tian. Excellent. When they strike, aim for the backside, Lin Tian instructed. No problem. Damn it. How dare they target my sister-in-law? Chapter 63. A call from the eldest sister Lin Tian had long intended to deal with Director Liu. Although his wife had been laid off, Director Liu continued to stir up trouble. He believed that with Gong Linxue's dismissal, she would inevitably seek his assistance due to financial strain at home, thus granting him considerable leverage. However, Gong Linxue did not approach him, leaving him infuriated and intent on creating issues regarding her wages and severance. He falsely claimed that Gong Linxue's lack of diligence led to substantial losses for the factory. As a result, not only were her wages and severance withheld, but she also faced potential compensation claims against the factory. It was already excessive to withhold payment. To deliberately instigate further trouble was unconscionable. Lin Tian initially thought that as long as Director Liu ceased his meddling, he could let things be. Yet, this individual persisted in his harassment, which was intolerable. Thus, he enlisted Liu Qiangdong to see if any reliable friends could assist in giving Director Liu a lesson that evening. After all, in 2004, there were only a few surveillance cameras on the streets. They simply needed to find a secluded spot to confront him without consequence. Liu Qiangdong had already identified the right individuals for the task. He had assumed that a few of them could handle it without Lin Tian needing to intervene. However, Lin Tian disagreed. This matter was personal, tied to his wife. How could he remain passive? Very well, we shall meet at midnight. That fellow has been frequently seen entering the small UNZ alley lately. It is rather surprising that such a seemingly genteel person frequents such establishments daily. Furthermore, we have already contacted the police station, and we shall reach out to the newspaper later. A classmate of mine over there has also been informed, and they assured me that everything is perfectly fine. Lin Tian agreed, saying, "All right." Gong Linxue disembarked from the vehicle, glancing at Lin Tian, who was engaged in conversation with Liu Qiangdong. Approaching them, she inquired, "What are you discussing?" Liu Qiangdong appeared slightly anxious, as this matter must not reach his sister-in-law's ears. Lin Tian chuckled and replied, "We're planning to visit a client's home this evening. They require several mobile phones." "Oh, I see. Then you should go," she said. "But remember, you must not cause any trouble," Gong Linxue cautioned. Both Lin Tian and Liu Qiangdong nodded in unison. This affair must remain a secret from Gong Linxue. If she were to find out, she would undoubtedly disapprove. They then resumed their midday tasks. Later, in the afternoon, Lin Tian drove Gong Linxue and Li Xiaoyan to the bakery. Upon arrival, Lin Tian began explaining to them how to prepare bread, and soon he immersed himself in the process. After preparing the dough, he utilized an automatic mixer to achieve a perfect consistency, adding sugar gradually as he mixed. Once that step was complete, he proceeded to whisk egg whites and combine them with milk. After everything was prepared, he placed the mixture into the oven. Gong Linxue and Li Xiaoyan observed closely, noting Lin Tian's earnestness in baking the cake. "Do you like egg tarts?" Lin Tian asked, setting aside some leftover dough in a small plate. "Where are egg tarts?" Gong Linxue inquired. Lin Tian smiled. "They are a delightful delicacy. My dear, once I've finished making them, you must try one." All right," Gong Linxue nodded. Given their frugal lifestyle and previously modest living standards, it was understandable that they were unfamiliar with egg tarts. Watching her husband so dedicated to his task, she felt an innate fondness. Her choice of Lin Tian had indeed been the right one. Just as she was admiring her husband's work, her phone rang, displaying a familiar number. "Sister, aren't you working today?" Gong Linxue answered the call. "Yes, I'm accompanying your brother-in-law to the capital tomorrow for a meeting. And we could also visit the Forbidden City and enjoy some sightseeing," her sister cheerfully responded. "Oh, you're coming? Then you must visit us. Lin Tian and I will treat you to a meal," Gong Linxue exclaimed, thrilled at the prospect of seeing her sister after 2 years. "No, let us treat you," her sister replied. "How much can you earn at that little shop?" It's evident that my sister and brother-in-law have no high hopes for their bun shop. They eat buns from the street daily. The owner hardly profits at all, merely scraping by. Hence, their lives must be quite challenging. Fortunately, my brother-in-law has refrained from further gambling, which has allowed my sister to lead a somewhat improved life. Our Bowsy shop. Well, by the way, Mother called me, mentioning that you had tried to reach her several times. She also said that if you were in need of financial assistance, you should let her know. Are you in need? If so, my husband and I could visit and leave you some funds before we depart. Gong Linmei inquired somewhat coolly. Gong Linxue replied, "No, we are fine. I even wish to send a little money back to Mother. There is no need for that. Mother has her pension and does not require your assistance. You both simply need to focus on living well. And as long as Lin Tian does not cause any trouble, that is sufficient." After saying this, Gong Linmei ended the call. Gong Linxue felt a tinge of disappointment. She had hoped to share with her elder sister that her life with Lin Tian had improved. Yet her sister's demeanor remained unchanged, suggesting that she believed Gong Linxue and Lin Tian were still struggling, almost as if she were offering charity. "What is wrong?" Lin Tian noticed his wife's discontented expression. It's nothing. It's just that my sister and brother-in-law are coming tomorrow. I mentioned that I would treat them to a meal. Gong Linxue spoke in a subdued tone. Upon hearing this, Lin Tian responded, That sounds good. Shall we go pick them up? Since they are visiting the capital, we must extend our hospitality. Yes, indeed, Gong Linxue replied. However, she was aware that they would likely critique the Baozi shop, as she was all too familiar with her sister and brother-in-law's personalities. Her brother-in-law came from a wealthy family and was the heir to a large enterprise, primarily involved in business dealings, and in recent years, they had prospered enough to own a car. She remembered that before their marriage, her sister and brother-in-law would return home laden with gifts, and their parents would praise their success, urging that once Gong Linxue graduated, they could help her find a job for support. Chapter 64. Rest assured, this matter is in my hands. Since marrying Linxue, she had not returned home. Did she not miss her parents? Yet, her own life was a mess, leaving her too embarrassed to go back. She longed for the day when Lin Tian would turn around and they could enjoy a better life, allowing for a dignified return home. Finally, in her darkest hour, her husband truly came back, and their little life together was not lacking in comparison to others. If anything, they were thriving. Dear, are you feeling homesick? Lin Tian asked, noticing her expression. A little, Gong Linxue nodded in response. Lin Tian recognized her genuine longing for home. Should we plan a trip back someday? Perhaps we should wait until the cake shop stabilizes. Gong Linxue understood that there were still many matters to attend to as the business was just starting, and only Lin Tian possessed the necessary skills. She and Li Xiaoyan were still learning. Very well, I will defer to your wishes, Lin Tian smiled. Next, they awaited the emergence of the cake batter from the oven. Lin Tian began to elucidate to the two of them the intricacies of managing time and temperature, alongside the necessity of precise measurements in the use of flour. As long as these measurements were adhered to, the process of creation would fall into a harmonious control. While Lin Tian engaged in the task at hand, he simultaneously imparted his knowledge. It was noteworthy that Gong Linxue and Li Xiaoyan were quick learners. By the end of the first day, they had grasped the fundamentals and were already adept at kneading the dough. The next step involved mastering the temperature control of the oven. As they wrapped up their lessons at 5 o'clock, it was time to return to the Baozi shop. Upon their arrival in the evening, the influx of customers was substantial, yielding an impressive revenue of nearly 300. After the last guest departed, Li Xiaoyan headed home, while Lin Tian first escorted his wife and daughter back. Following that, he contacted Lu Qiangdong. Are you all set? Lin Tian inquired over the phone. Lu Qiangdong responded. Of course, Brother Lin, just come over. All right, Lin Tian affirmed, starting his vehicle toward the designated location. Upon arrival, Lu Qiangdong, accompanied by several friends, boarded the car. Brother Lin, allow me to introduce you to a few of my friends from our school days in martial arts, Lu Qiangdong announced. Guys, this is Brother Lin, the leader. A muscular man. Spoke up, Brother Lin, you can call me Leopard. Your phone is truly remarkable. I bought one a couple of days ago. Brother Lin, should I demonstrate some of my martial arts skills today? They held Lin Tian in high regard, marveling at his ability to create such sophisticated technology. In their eyes, he had already ascended to the status of an idol. When Lu Qiangdong mentioned someone troubling his sister-in-law, they were resolute in their intent to teach that individual a lesson. Gentlemen, I appreciate your willingness to help. Rest assured, after we're done, I will arrange for everyone to have shower. At this moment, a meal pales in comparison to a refreshing bath, which will also allow for some relaxation on the second floor. Brother Lin, you're being too polite. We are merely here to assist voluntarily. I've heard that you treat your sister-in-law exceptionally well, truly a paragon of a husband in our eyes. Thus, we aspire to learn from you and forego our showers. Upon hearing their remarks, Lin Tian recognized that they were not of dubious character. Lu Qiangdong further clarified. Leopard primarily runs a gym, and his business is doing reasonably well. We were once good classmates, so there is no need for any misunderstandings. Lu Qiangdong understood Lin Tian's concerns about associating with unsavory individuals. Thus, it was essential to make proper arrangements. In that case, we should be friends. Should you ever require my assistance, do not hesitate to reach out. Lin Tian addressed Leopard and his companions. Understood, they replied with enthusiasm. Afterward, Lin Tian set the van in motion toward the alley Lu Qiangdong had previously scouted. Upon reaching the alley, they all disembarked simultaneously. Lu Qiangdong stood beside Lin Tian, remarking that the scoundrel visited this place every night. This alley was an essential route. Lin Tian acknowledged with a sound, casting a glance towards the direction the alley led. Instantly discerning the destination Lu, the factory head, intended to reach. He was taken aback by the revelation of this man's peculiar penchant. It appeared that in his previous life, he had maintained a facade of modesty, yet beneath the surface, he was a hypocrite, espousing one set of principles while practicing another. Lin Tian had once told him that if he were to be with Gong Linxue, he would not behave as despicably as Lin Tian had. He had claimed to be a person of integrity. At this thought, Lin Tian could not help but smile derisively. In truth, had Lu not sought trouble with Gong Linxue, he would not have resorted to such schemes. However, Lu was relentless. If he did not teach him a lesson, one could only speculate what mischief he might undertake next. For the sake of his wife's safety, action was imperative. At that moment, in a Santana car, Lu held his phone, speaking to Xiao Hong. "Listen, you aspire to become a director, correct?" "Yes, Lu," she replied eagerly. "Could you assist me in this matter?" "Rest assured, I shall handle the situation with Gong Linxue. Are they operating a steam bun shop? I know a leader within the health department. Once I intercede, they will undoubtedly shut down their establishment." "Ah, splendid. If you can bring about the closure of their shop, I will certainly reserve that director position for you," Lu said with a lecherous grin. Initially, he had thought that merely dismissing Gong Linxue would compel her to retreat, as the lack of financial support would surely prompt her to seek his aid. However, he was unaware that she and her husband had opened a thriving steam bun shop, reportedly quite lucrative. Faced with this unexpected turn, he contemplated how to achieve his objectives. Thus, he resolved to employ underhanded tactics, contacting Xiao Hong to orchestrate a plan. Once successful, he would fulfill his promise of a directorship. Yet, he alone was privy to the clandestine meetings held above, where it was discussed that prior to the impending Olympics, their state-owned factory would need to relocate from the capital, contributing to environmental efforts. This implied that the factory would not close this year or the next, but rather move outside the city, likely leaving the workers in the capital without priority for reemployment. He remained indifferent. Should the state-owned factory close, he could easily transition to another position. Thus, granting Xiao Hong the directorship was merely a means to an end. After all, when the relocation occurred, her future was of no concern to him. Chapter 65. Shall we rent a fine house? Lu's primary concern was achieving his objectives. The aftermath of Xiao Hong's assistance was of no consequence to him. He had, after all, promised her the directorship. Following the call, he chuckled sinisterly as his phone rang once more. Upon encountering a familiar number, a mischievous voice inquired, "Ah, darling, have you been missing me?" "Of course I have. Hurry and come find me," came the eager reply. "By the way, you haven't forgotten your promise to buy me a phone, have you?" "Not at all. Such a task is but a trifle for me. However, it depends on whether you can make me happy tonight." Director Lu grinned lewdly. A gentle voice responded from the other end. "I assure you, you will be thoroughly satisfied." "That's splendid," Director Lu remarked as he exited the vehicle and proceeded toward the dimly lit alley. The absence of streetlights rendered the alley somewhat obscure. Yet it was a path Lu traversed daily, now well acquainted with its twists and turns. As he walked, his gaze was fixed on the messages on his phone, his heart brimming with joy. However, just as he reached the middle of the alley, darkness enveloped him abruptly, and in the next instant, he was forcefully pushed to the ground. What is the meaning of this? Who are you? Director Lu struggled, but soon found himself subjected to a barrage of punches and kicks. The blows rained down upon him, causing him to cry out in pain. "Please don't hit me. If you want money, I can give it," he shouted, but his pleas fell on deaf ears. At that moment, Lin Tian relentlessly kicked at the assailants, fuming internally. "Damn it, how dare you treat my wife so harshly? You even dared to dock her wages." With each kick, Lin Tian vented his fury, until eventually, Director Lu ceased his struggles, gasping for breath. Observing this, Lin Tian gestured for departure. However, this was merely the prelude to further action. Once they returned to the vehicle, Liu Qiangdong's classmates from the police station had already arrived with their team. They entered the alley, seizing Director Liu. "You lot, head ahead and raid that den at once." "Yes." The team members responded promptly. Soon, several women were escorted out, among them a strikingly beautiful woman whose presence made Director Liu's heart race. "Take them all back," commanded the officer. Just as he finished speaking, a group of journalists arrived, cameras in hand. "Excuse me, are you here to dismantle a criminal operation?" one reporter asked. The officer assessed the situation and replied, "Indeed, I just arrived, and this individual appears to have been pursued after failing to pay for services rendered." As the officer elaborated, the journalist began to capture images of Director Liu's distressed face, already envisioning their articles. Within the vehicle, Lin Tian and Liu Qiangdong observed the unfolding scene. The leopard raised a thumb in admiration and remarked to Liu Qiangdong, "Wow, you're incredible. This is all something you could have anticipated." Indeed, that despicable individual, having been taught a lesson by us, will undoubtedly remain unscathed and continue to lead a carefree existence. However, should this incident be exposed by the media, his employment would be irrevocably jeopardized, and he would no longer be able to serve as the director of the state-owned enterprise. Thus, his professional journey would be effectively curtailed. Liu Qiangdong possesses a comprehensive understanding of such matters. Individuals like Director Liu must be dealt with accordingly, as it is imperative to eradicate the root of the issue. Lin Tian is exceedingly pleased with Liu Qiangdong's arrangement, having never anticipated such a course of action. Even if he had, he would lack the means to execute it. Consequently, with this commotion, Director Liu shall surely make headlines by tomorrow. Observing as he is taken away by the authorities, they cannot help but feel uneasy. They drive back, with Lin Tian ensuring that each of them returns home safely. Upon his return, he glances at the time on his phone. It is already past 1 in the morning. His wife and child are long asleep. Standing outside his house, he reflects on the skill he has acquired. Indeed, it is the touchscreen technology. Despite having obtained this skill, he has yet to put it to use, having been preoccupied with the cake shop's affairs in recent days. Fortunately, there remains some time before Motorola unveils its latest smartphone. He must first produce the touchscreen, which requires certain materials. Once these materials are procured, he can commence the project. His initial venture involves creating a basic touchscreen, a task not overly complex in terms of technology or materials. However, the initial cost is approximately 100 yuan, which might be reduced as the technology matures. After exiting the vehicle, he strides toward the room. "You're back," his wife, Gong Linxue, surprisingly awake, greets him. "You're still awake?" Lin Tian inquires, knowing she must be concerned for him. "I couldn't sleep without you here. How'd it go? Are the clients satisfied with the phones?" As she speaks, she moves to boil some water. Lin Tian gently stops her. "Don't bother with the water. It's so late. Let me wash your feet instead. After a long day, a foot soak could provide some relief. Besides, we bought enough ingredients yesterday, so we can afford to sleep in a little tomorrow." He had calculated the ingredients needed for 3 days, ensuring he had purchased them in advance. This means that for the next 3 days, there would be no need to visit the market in the early morning, allowing them to enjoy a bit of extra sleep. Lin Tian originally wished to spare his wife from unnecessary fatigue, yet she has already begun boiling water. The new electric kettle simplifies the process significantly. However, he muses about their living conditions. "My dear, what do you think about looking for a better 2-bedroom apartment near the bun shop in a few days?" Gong Linxue boiled water, shaking her head as she remarked, "Isn't that rather expensive? From what I gathered earlier, it seems to cost around 500 per month. That totals to 6 or 7,000 a year, which is rather excessive, don't you think?" Reluctant to part with her funds, Gong Linxue felt that living in such a manner was acceptable. However, given the cramped conditions, and knowing they had sufficient finances, she suggested, why not rent a larger place? Upon hearing Lin Tian mention renting a house, Gong Linxue contemplated the current economic situation, realizing it was indeed time to consider such arrangements. After all, their parents did not have significant concerns regarding their living conditions. Yet, for the children, whether it was attending kindergarten or simply playing outside, limitations existed. Conversely, A new residential community not far from the dumpling shop boasted well-constructed buildings and excellent landscaping and facilities. Let us make time to visit it, she agreed. Lin Tian responded affirmatively. All right, we should go take a look in a few days. There's quite a bit to manage right now, including picking up my sister and brother-in-law tomorrow. That evening, Gong Linxue called her sister, Gong Linmei, who confirmed their arrival time in the capital. Initially, they intended to fly, but ultimately opted for the train. Thus, they would arrive around 8 o'clock the following evening. There was no need to worry about accommodations, as her brother-in-law's company had arranged that. The next day, Lin Tian and his wife awoke at 6 o'clock, 2 hours later than usual, and headed to the dumpling shop to tend to business. When it was time for Xiaoying to finish school, Lin Tian drove home to pick her up. Xiaoying, with her small backpack, held her father's hand. Daddy, I learned 100 characters at school yesterday. The teacher rewarded me with a little red flower, she exclaimed, presenting the flower to him. Lin Tian accepted it, praising her. Xiaoying is remarkable. I've never received a little red flower at your age. Really? Xiaoying asked with curiosity. Absolutely, but you were incredibly clever. Now let us get in the car. He lifted Xiaoying into the passenger seat and fastened her seatbelt. She sat obediently, glancing at her father as he entered the vehicle. Daddy, are you going to take me to school from now on? She inquired. Do you like it when I take you to school? Yes, I do. Lin Tian affectionately ruffled her hair before driving towards the kindergarten. Daddy, with Children's Day approaching, will you come to school to play the piano for us? Xiaoying had been thinking about this. In fact, if she hadn't mentioned it, Lin Tian might have forgotten. Of course I will. This is your best opportunity to shine. At such a young age, your parents serve as your role models. As long as we uphold the right values, you will learn from us and be inspired, which will greatly aid your future education. Who wouldn't he wish for their daughter to thrive? Lin Tian felt the same way. However, he understood that he must allow his daughter to choose her preferred hobbies. That sounds wonderful, I remarked to the teacher. My father's piano playing is exquisite. Yet, the teacher remained unconvinced. Little Sakura pouted slightly, clearly harboring admiration for her father. She yearned for him to visit the kindergarten and perform a piano piece that would leave everyone astounded. Naturally, a child's thoughts are rather straightforward. She simply wished to showcase her father's prowess to her teacher and friends, thus enhancing her own standing among her peers. Lin Tian drove Sakura to the kindergarten entrance, personally escorting her inside. As he watched her enter, a smile of satisfaction graced his face. He recalled that in his past life, he seldom accompanied his daughter to kindergarten. In fact, by the end, she hesitated to even mention the word father, harboring feelings of inferiority. In stark contrast, she now exuded confidence. It seemed prudent to schedule a health check for her. Better safe than sorry. The memories of his daughter's illness in his previous life still haunted him, making an early examination all the more necessary. Lost in thought, he drove back toward the bun shop. Upon arrival, he noticed an influx of customers, prompting him and Gong Linxue to become busy. Shortly thereafter, Li Xiaoyan rushed in, breathless. Oh no, there's been an incident, she exclaimed. Gong Linxue observed Li Xiaoyan's urgency and inquired, What's wrong? You look as if you've lost several thousand yuan. Not quite, Sister Xiaoxue. I have something to tell you that will surely astonish you. Oh, do tell. Gong Linxue was puzzled by Li Xiaoyan's breathlessness and her apparent attempt to build suspense. The director Liu from the State-owned No. 1 factory is in trouble, Li Xiaoyan quickly divulged. Upon hearing Liu's name, Gong Linxue recognized it immediately. He had shown a particular interest in her, but she had never entertained his advances. He had even attempted to pressure her into seeking him out by threatening her job. Little did he know, her bun shop was thriving far beyond her employment at the factory. What has happened to him? Gong Linxue harbored disdain for Liu, particularly due to his persistent harassment despite her clear rejection. Such behavior revealed a lack of integrity. If one were to pursue someone already committed to a spouse and children, it crossed an ethical line. I find this type of person quite bothersome, she thought, yet she was nonetheless curious about the unfolding situation. He was caught soliciting. Li Xiaoyan burst out, giggling. What? Soliciting? Gong Linxue was taken aback. Yes, indeed. He was apprehended in the act and apparently had some sort of altercation as well. The newspapers are filled with reports about him. It seems he is in serious trouble. Li Xiaoyan is aware of the situation. Being merely apprehended would be manageable, but if it is reported in the papers, it could significantly impact the National First Factory. Thus, Director Liu faces not only the loss of his job, but also repercussions for his future employment, as he now bears a stain on his record. It is indeed surprising that this situation has arisen. How should we proceed now? Gong Linyue inquired curiously. Li Xiaoyan, feeling a sense of vindication, replied, "He truly deserves it. Consider how diligent you are in your work, and yet you were the one laid off. Sister Xiaoxue, I must tell you, this is undoubtedly the doing of Director Liu behind the scenes. He deserves to be punished. If I were there, I would certainly confront him fiercely. He is nothing but scum." The more Li Xiaoyan spoke, the more her indignation grew. "Sister Xiaoxue, why don't we report some of his unsavory deeds as well?" Chapter 67. When we arrive, let's have a taste. Director Liu has always relished wielding his power within the factory. Those who maintain a good relationship with him invariably reap benefits, while those who do not face various forms of targeting. In the beginning, to pursue Gong Linyue, Director Liu offered her the best positions and even proactively applied for bonuses on her behalf each month. However, once Gong Linyue firmly rejected him, he underwent a drastic transformation, beginning to nitpick her performance. Li Xiaoyan observed all of this closely, and it became clear to her that Director Liu's character was far from admirable, which she deeply resented. Isn't that inappropriate? Gong Linyue, being a kind-hearted person, did not wish to escalate matters. "Sister Xiaoxue, if you choose not to act, then I shall take it upon myself. I have long found him displeasing." Li Xiaoyan, being a local from the capital, had little fear of Director Liu and had confronted him on several occasions. Due to this situation, she had become a target of his ire. Moreover, Director Liu had approached her personally, offering her the position of team leader in exchange for her assistance in winning over Gong Linyue. However, Li Xiaoyan refused to betray her dear friend for any personal gain, which established a rift between them. Consequently, Director Liu began to scrutinize her more closely. Gong Linyue, feeling uneasy about the unfolding events, suggested, "I believe he has learned his lesson. Perhaps we should let it go." "Sister Xiaoxue, you are far too kind. You do not realize that excessive kindness often invites exploitation. Regardless, I am determined to take action." Lin Tian, listening intently, agreed with Li Xiaoyan's perspective. Gong Linyue's kindness often led her to endure personal hardships rather than allow others to suffer, keeping her own struggles bottled up inside. At that time, Lin Tian was indeed a person who would take advantage of every opportunity. He showed no signs of remorse whatsoever. It was only in the end that he realized just how remarkable his wife was. "Come, let me prepare some buns for you." Lin Tian noticed that Gong Linyue was decidedly opposed to Li Xiaoyan's malicious comments. He deliberately approached to entertain the guests, steering the conversation away from the two. Li Xiaoyan was aware that continuing the discussion would surely provoke Gong Linyue's disapproval. Thus, she decided to proceed quietly on her own, keeping her actions from Gong Linyue. Before long, a noon had passed, and in the afternoon they visited a cake shop. Lin Tian began to explain the process of cake making and other related details. The following day, it was evident that Gong Linyue and Li Xiaoyan had made considerable progress. Ultimately, they successfully created a cake base by themselves. Although the flavor did not quite match that of Lin Tian's creations, it was still acceptable. Compared to other cake shops, it was of a similar caliber. This marked a significant improvement for them. Consequently, Lin Tian commenced to describe how to adorn the cake with cream and various patterns. Mastery in these techniques was essential for achieving a flawless outcome. As the two listened intently, they began to grasp that while these designs appeared simple, executing them required considerable skill. Just a minor technique could yield a multitude of intricate patterns. At 4 p.m, Lin Tian received a call from Mr. Jia, informing him that the coffee beans they had requested had arrived. Initially, Lin Tian had intended to retrieve them personally. However, Jia Luchuan, on the phone, stated, "We are already on the road. Please provide us with the address of your shop." Lin Tian, upon hearing this, had no choice but to share the address with Jia Luchuan. Driving towards Yuhe Road, Jia Luchuan was accompanied by his wife, Li Xiaolu. As she sat in the car, she gazed at the coffee beans shipped from Italy. "You see, these foreign coffee beans are exceptional," Just one brew reveals their rich, authentic aroma. Zhao Luchuan nodded in agreement. Indeed, however, grinding coffee beans requires skill as well. I recall you excel in this. Why not assess how Boss Lin grinds them when you arrive? We could sample it, and you might provide some pointers if there are any shortcomings. I have taken quite a liking to this young Lin. Ever since I heard him play the piano that day, I've been eager to hear him perform again. Yet in our subsequent meetings, I've realized he is quite busy. Not only does he manage the bun shop, but he has also opened a cake shop. Oh, and he has even ventured into assembling mobile phones, which I hear is quite lucrative. This is high technology that I greatly admire. Currently, the expertise in mobile phone manufacturing is concentrated only in Huiqiangbei, Shenzhen, yet even there, the technology is rather ordinary. At present, the advanced mobile technology remains monopolized abroad. There are indeed quite a number of individuals in the country who possess a profound understanding of mobile technology. Zhao Luchuan is exceptionally perceptive, recognizing that in the future, technological prowess will undoubtedly prevail over all else. It seems you truly admire him, Li Xiaolu inquired with a smile. Indeed, Zhao Luchuan affirmed. This young man Lin possesses an extraordinarily unique aura. Let me put it this way. When have you ever encountered a dumpling shop owner who can play the piano and assemble mobile phones? Now, he is even venturing into cake making. You should be aware of the significance of the location on Yuhe Road, right? Li Xiaolu nodded, whether now or in the future. Every place is a center. Moreover, most foreigners tend to frequent that street. Zhao Luchuan parked the car at the intersection and remarked, in that case, that location not only demands high spending, but also requires high quality. If the quality is subpar, I fear customers might only make a single purchase before departing. Li Xiaolu wholeheartedly agreed, as she had previously observed the market on Yuhe Road. The consumption level there is remarkably high. Without superior quality, one would hardly dare to establish a shop. After all, if the quality is lacking, patrons are unlikely to return. The essence of running a store lies in attracting repeat customers who prioritize quality above all else. Consequently, Lin Tian had already confidently resolved to open a cake shop on Yuhe Road, certain that it would thrive, perhaps even flourish. Indeed, Zhao Luchuan responded, I am willing to wager that his cake-making skills are exceptional. Once we arrive and sample them, we shall see. Chapter 68. How do you find it? Li Xiaolu concurred wholeheartedly, expressing that if the cakes were indeed delectable, she would not hesitate to recommend them to her friends. After all, she is quite discerning. If she finds satisfaction, it would undoubtedly attest to the quality of Lin Tian's cakes. In light of this, as they awaited the green light, Zhao Luchuan started the BMW, heading towards Yuhe Road. After approximately 10 minutes, they arrived at the address Lin Tian had provided. The two exited the vehicle, and upon seeing Zhao Luchuan and Li Xiaolu approach, Lin Tian stepped out of the shop to personally retrieve 10 bags of coffee beans, each weighing 5 kilograms. Additional shipments would follow. If you ever find yourself in need, just let me know, and I will arrange for my friends to send more, Zhao Luchuan informed Lin Tian. Lin Tian gratefully responded, You have truly gone out of your way for me. Otherwise, I would have been at a loss for where to procure such exquisite coffee beans. He recognized that these imported coffee beans were exceptionally rare. In this era, possessing wealth does not guarantee access to authenticity. The labels on these bags assured him of their legitimacy. Zhao Luchuan and his wife entered the cake shop, and upon stepping inside, both exchanged satisfied nods. The layout was undoubtedly unique along this street. The establishment is not your typical cake shop, characterized by a singular aesthetic. Rather, it exudes a sense of refined enjoyment, reminiscent of a KFC located in the vibrant heart of Beijing. Nevertheless, Lin Tian has thoughtfully furnished the space with tables and chairs, the latter being genuine leather, providing a truly comfortable seating experience. Such an achievement is indeed rare within the country. Mr. Lin, have you truly never traveled abroad? Zhao Luchuan expressed his surprise at the design of the cake shop. Not all. I grew up here in China. Moreover, my family was quite impoverished, so there was little possibility of traveling overseas, Lin Tian candidly replied. As for the design, it certainly reflects a selection style chosen during a lottery at the cake shop. Lin Tian naturally opted for a more playful and simplistic aesthetic, one that appeals to the youth who come to sit and enjoy a warm cup of coffee. Though somewhat avant-garde, this style is destined to be popular in the future. Coupled with the presence of young patrons and fashion-conscious customers along this street, it was essential to curate an environment tailored to their tastes, ensuring that their experience would be one of utmost enjoyment. Please, take a seat while I grind some coffee for you. I would love for you to sample the coffee I prepare, Lin Tian said with a smile. Zhao Luchuan and Li Xiaolu nodded in agreement, eager to taste Lin Tian's coffee. As he began operating the coffee machine, Gong Linxue took the opportunity to personally deliver the cake and egg tarts she had crafted to Zhao Luchuan and Li Xiaolu. Although she was somewhat unfamiliar with them initially, Lin Tian's introduction clarified that they were the proprietors of the wedding dress shop. Mr. Jia, Mrs. Li, please indulge in the cake we made. I trust your discerning palates will provide me with valuable feedback. Gong Linxue smiled as she placed the cake before them. Zhao Luchuan and Li Xiaolu exchanged glances, recognizing her as Lin Tian's wife. Lin Tian had indeed orchestrated nostalgic melody in honor of his beloved. Furthermore, Zhao Luchuan discerned from Lin Tian's performance a sense of reminiscence and regret concerning a particular matter. Mrs. Li, you are too kind. By the way, I wanted to inquire about the piano piece I heard Mr. Lin play the other day. It clearly conveyed a sense of nostalgia and regret. I imagine it was inspired by you? With this question, Gong Linxue nodded, responding, Indeed, but he is doing remarkably well now. At that moment, Li Xiaoyan chimed in. You see, my brother-in-law was not always like this. Oh, please, do share. Zhao Luchuan expressed keen interest. My brother-in-law had a penchant for drinking and gambling, which placed the burden of our family's livelihood squarely on my sister, Xiaoshue's shoulders. Their lives were fraught with hardship. However, my brother-in-law eventually turned his life around, leading to the present circumstances. Therefore, I must say, he has truly worked hard. Zhao Luchuan listened intently to their poignant story. It was only then that I comprehended the nostalgia and regret embedded within that melody from that day. This narrative is simply exquisite. I turned my gaze towards Lin Tian, who at that moment was meticulously attending to the coffee machine with great care. He began by preheating it, thoroughly sanitizing the interior with hot water before embarking on the grinding of coffee beans. The beans were swiftly ground, and Lin Tian pressed them down with a tool, glancing at the result with satisfaction. He then placed the ground coffee into the holder and commenced the process of pouring hot water over it. Gradually, liquid began to flow forth, and he deftly positioned a cup beneath it. Next, he turned his attention to the milk. Throughout this process, Zhao Luchuan observed in astonishment. Look at Xiao Lin's technique. He must be quite experienced, he remarked to Li Xiaolu. Li Xiaolu, who had been about to indulge in a piece of cake, lifted her gaze at her husband's prompt and was equally taken aback. Indeed, where on earth did he learn this? She mused. I must say, the finesse demonstrated here must have taken at least 3 to 4 years of practice. This is truly remarkable. Initially, Li Xiaolu had thought that even if Lin Tian could grind coffee, it would be merely the basics. Yet witnessing his skillful execution now revealed him to be a seasoned expert. Just how many hidden talents does this Lin Tian possess? As Zhao Luchuan spoke, he recalled Lin Tian's confidence and proficiency while playing the piano that day, which had led him to question whether Lin Tian was indeed a seasoned professional. Madam Gong, may I inquire whether Lin Tian has ever apprenticed in a coffee shop? Ah, I don't believe so, replied Gong Linxue, recalling no such experience. Oh, is that so? Zhao Luchuan felt a sense of unease. It seemed implausible for someone to be so adept without prior training. Just then, Lin Tian skillfully poured the milk into the cup, gradually creating an intricate design. He nodded in satisfaction and approached with 2 cups of coffee, placing one before Zhao Luchuan and the other before Li Xiaolu. Please, do try my coffee and let me know your thoughts. Do not hesitate to express any criticism. Your insights as coffee connoisseurs are invaluable. Chapter 69. Is this coffee truly magical? Both Zhao Luchuan and his wife were seasoned individuals with a refined palate for coffee. Thus, their tasting would undoubtedly reveal the nuances of its flavor. They nodded in agreement and lifted their cups to take a sip. Upon tasting, Zhao Luchuan's expression shifted momentarily, and after another sip, he nodded silently before glancing at his wife. Li Xiaolu, on the other hand, sipped cautiously, taking several more tastes before looking up at Lin Tian with surprise. "Where did you learn to make coffee?" she inquired curiously. Lin Tian smiled gently. "Oh, I worked part-time at a coffee shop during my university days." Later, he purchased several books to enhance his knowledge, pondering how the final product would turn out. Lin Tian inquired politely, aware that if he revealed he had only studied for half a month, no one would believe him. Stating that he had worked part-time during university seemed far more plausible. Li Xiaolu smiled subtly, remarking, "It appears you possess remarkable talent. The flavor of this coffee is truly delightful. You must have prepared an espresso. Am I correct?" Lin Tian nodded in affirmation, replying, "Indeed. This is traditional Italian coffee, brewed with extremely hot but not boiling water, using high pressure to extract finely ground coffee. A standard Italian espresso should take between 25 to 30 seconds, characterized by its bitter yet aromatic essence." As Li Xiaolu spoke, Lin Tian couldn't help but marvel at her extensive knowledge, considering he had merely scratched the surface of his studies. Yet, upon tasting it, she effortlessly identified the coffee's variety. "Is my preparation satisfactory?" Lin Tian asked nervously. "Indeed, it is quite commendable. Even a connoisseur would be thoroughly impressed," Jia Luchuan exclaimed, giving Lin Tian a thumbs up. "It seems I was not mistaken. You truly understand coffee," he added, addressing his wife. Jia Luchuan continued, "It appears we shall be frequent patrons." Li Xiaolu nodded in agreement and inquired, "Would you mind if I sample the cake you made?" She gestured towards the cake on the table. Lin Tian eagerly consented. "Of course, I welcome your feedback. It will help us improve." He was grateful for their discerning palate, as their evaluation would reflect the quality of his creations. Li Xiaolu took a bite of the cake and was momentarily taken aback, savoring a second bite before nodding in enthusiastic approval. "Delicious. Darling, you must try this. I've never had such exquisite cake," she urged. Jia Luchuan, initially stunned, thought, could it be? The coffee is exceptional, and the cake is equally impressive. Lin Tian's abilities are astounding. Knowing his wife's approval meant it must be good, he quickly took a bite himself and nodded in agreement. "Indeed, it is delightful." At this point, both of them were oblivious to any semblance of decorum and devoured the cake heartily, finishing it in no time. Once they had finished, Jia Luchuan shook his head in disbelief. "I never anticipated it would be this good. Little Lin, how have you accomplished this? Your buns are exquisite. You play the piano, and I've heard you can assemble phones. You bake cakes and brew coffee as well. I have never encountered someone so exceptionally talented." Lin Tian quickly waved his hands in modesty, replying, "Mr. Jia, you flatter me. I am not that remarkable. It is merely for the sake of livelihood. Thus, out of necessity, I have embarked on this journey of learning, albeit with moderate success." Lin Tian embodies humility, recognizing the importance of maintaining a low profile in the presence of others. This is not just mere mediocrity, it is truly commendable. "I have a premonition that your cake shop will undoubtedly flourish. I am filled with envy," Li Xiaolu chimed in, saying, "It seems I need to recommend your cake shop to my sisters. With such delectable cakes, not sharing it with them would surely invite their ire." As Li Xiaolu spoke, she inquired, "Shaolin, when do you plan to open?" Lin Tian glanced at the calendar and replied, "If all goes well, we intend to open in 5 days." "Sounds good. I will come to support you then and bring my sisters along," Li Xiaolu declared as she stood up and checked the time. "All right, it's time for us to pick up the children from school. By the way, where do your children attend school?" Li Xiaolu was aware that Lin Tian and his wife have a daughter, currently in kindergarten. She will not enter first grade until the latter half of next year. Lin Tian responded, "Yes, when the time comes, I will leave the matters regarding your daughter's schooling to you." "Well then, we shall take our leave," Li Xiaolu said. Lin Tian nodded and accompanied Jia Luchuan and Li Xiaolu to their car as they drove away. Taking a deep breath, Lin Tian reflected on the high praise he had just received, confident that his coffee and cakes were indeed up to par. With this in mind, he felt assured that opening in 5 days would pose no issues. However, there remained one task. He needed to teach his wife and Li Xiaoyan how to make coffee. Therefore, it was imperative that they not only master cake making, but also delve deeper into the art of coffee brewing. Upon returning to the shop, he found the two women engrossed in the study of the coffee on the table. "Sister Xiaoxue, you say this stuff is so bitter. What makes it enjoyable?" "I am curious too. They just mentioned something about Italian espresso. It's so strong. Want to be excessively bitter? Should we perhaps make one to taste? Sister Xiaoxue replied, I can't drink it. I've heard that consuming this leads to sleepless nights. It would be dreadful if we were to stay awake all night. Ah, is it that serious? Then it's best not to drink it, came the response. Lin Tian, overhearing their discussion, chuckled softly. I'll make each of you a cup. Would you care to try? He asked his wife and Li Xiaoyan. Gong Linxue immediately shook her head. No way. If I drink this, I won't be able to sleep. If I can't sleep all night, how will I manage to work tomorrow? Yes, Sister Xiaoxue, I won't drink it either. The two were resolute, leaving Lin Tian in a state of bemused disbelief. Chapter 70. The arrival of sister and brother-in-law Lin Tian, in his earlier days, shared a similar ignorance. He believed that drinking coffee would truly prevent one from sleeping for an entire night. However, that is not the case. While coffee does possess invigorating properties, its effects are temporary. As the hour grew late, Lin Tian began to prepare coffee, knowing that it was time to succumb to fatigue. After a brief interval, he brewed 2 cups and placed them before the 2 women. This is a latte I made for you. Please indulge and savor it. Rest assured, consuming it now will not disturb your slumber later tonight, he assured them. Upon hearing this, his wife raised an eyebrow in surprise. Is that true? Brother-in-law, won't we feel overly energized after drinking this? I have heard that coffee can make one quite spirited, even preventing sleep for an entire night. There is indeed some truth to this notion, particularly when consumed in the evening and in a stronger brew. However, Lin Tian's coffee was not particularly potent, and thus would not have a significant impact. Not at all. You will understand once you try it. Besides, you both need to learn the art of grinding coffee. It is an essential step, Lin Tian encouraged them. Hesitant at first, the 2 women eventually lifted their cups and took a sip. Lin Tian's wife grimaced immediately. Why is it so bitter? Is it supposed to be this way? Shouldn't we add sugar? Lin Tian promptly retrieved the sugar container and offered it to them. They eagerly added sugar, finally managing to sip the coffee down. After finishing her cup, Gong Linxue let out a satisfied burp. I must say, this coffee does taste quite unique. Indeed, Sister Xiaoxue, it has a rather peculiar flavor, Xiaoyan remarked. How about you make me coffee every day, sister? Must we? Lin Tian observed their reactions with a shake of his head before returning to his tasks. Once everything was in order, he drove them back to the Baozi shop. As they arrived, the shop was bustling until 7 in the evening, when they closed early to head to the train station to meet his elder sister and brother-in-law. They were arriving at Beijing North Station, near Zizaman. As Lin Tian drove, he noticed his wife appeared somewhat anxious. What's wrong? Are you feeling nervous? He inquired. Gong Linxue nodded. I'm indeed a bit on edge. After all, it has been a long time since we last met. My elder sister treated me well in the past. As she spoke, her mind drifted into contemplation. Lin Tian chose not to interrupt, knowing the complexity of her feelings. For her, being with Lin Tian had meant severing ties with her family. However, her elder sister often kept in touch, inquiring whether Gong Linxue was in need of financial assistance. Each time, she reported only good news, avoiding any mention of her struggles. Eventually one day, her sister called Gong Linxue's workplace, learning from her colleagues that she was not faring well. This revelation incited Gong Linmei's anger, prompting her to urge Gong Linxue time and again to consider if Lin Tian was truly dedicated to his work. The situation remains as frustrating as ever. Divorce seems inevitable. After all, Gong Linxue is still young, and it would be quite easy for her to find a good man once she entrusts the child to Lin Tian. However, Gong Linxue remains steadfast, insisting that Lin Tian will improve and expressing her deep reluctance to part with their child. Thus, divorce is simply out of the question. On one occasion, when Gong Linxue found herself in dire financial straits, she borrowed 500 yuan from her elder sister. On the train, her sister, Gong Linmei, sat comfortably beside her husband, resting her head on his shoulder. Her striking visage bore a profound weariness. We're almost there. Wake up, the man urged. Gong Linmei yawned. We will soon see my sister. She truly suffers, having chosen such a wretched husband. He never works and spends his days drinking and gambling, leaving my sister to toil at 3 jobs. As she spoke, Gong Linmei's spirits lifted. Her husband, Chun Fan remarked, if your sister wishes. She could easily find a good man among the many eligible bachelors at my workplace. With her beauty, it wouldn't be difficult. Gong Linmei concurred. Let us see what Lin Tian is truly like. If he continues his drinking and gambling, we shall take measures to extricate my sister from his grasp. She must not endure such hardship. Chun Fan agreed. Indeed, my dear, you have my support. I know several good friends in the capital. Well then, it shall depend on you, Gong Linmei replied, nodding in agreement. At that moment, she gazed out the window, catching sight of the bright lights of the city flickering by. Look, this is the capital, Chun Fan pointed out, noting when I was here a few years ago there were no buildings. The development has been astonishing. Indeed, our small town has not progressed nearly as swiftly. The capital is remarkable. It's no wonder everyone is drawn here, Gong Linmei mused. Chun Fan nodded in affirmation. At that juncture, the announcement of their arrival began, and passengers with bags in tow jostled toward the exit. Chun Fan and Gong Linmei, however, remained unhurried. As it was the final destination with no pressing schedule, Gong Linmei felt a surge of anticipation, eager to see her sister, who had endured much hardship throughout her life. Growing up in her sister's embrace forged a strong bond between them. Soon, they disembarked the train and made their way toward the exit, with Chun Fan firmly holding Gong Linmei's hand. As they progressed, she looked up, hoping to catch a glimpse of her sister amidst the throng of people. Just then, Gong Linmei pointed toward the entrance of a nearby shop. Chun Fan also looked over. Gong Linxue and Gong Linmei bore a striking resemblance, making it easy to recognize her at first glance. At that moment, Gong Linmei was waving her hand. Gong Linxue noticed her as well. "Darling, look at my sister," she said, pointing towards the direction of the waving hand. Lin Tian also spotted her, tightly holding on to Gong Linxue's hand as they made their way through the crowd. They soon arrived in front of Gong Linmei and her companions. Chapter 71. Is the latest model very expensive? Sister, Gong Linxue called out, her eyes suddenly moistening. Tears began to fall uncontrollably. Seeing her sister in such a state, Gong Linmei hurriedly embraced her. "Xiaoxue, it's all right, sister is here. Look at you. You've lost weight," Gong Linmei said, tears streaming down her own cheeks. "No, I think I've actually put on a bit of weight recently. Sister, I've longed for you to come. I've finally waited for you," Gong Linxue replied, her tears covering her face. Observing her sister's distress, Gong Linmei quickly wiped her tears away. "Yes, sister is here. It's all my fault. I should have come sooner." She then glanced at Lin Tian, her eyes narrowing with a fierce intensity. Knowing her sister was so heartbroken, she attributed it to Lin Tian's shortcomings. This fellow, instead of working diligently, squandered money on gambling and drinking, causing her sister to endure so much hardship. The thought kindled a fierce anger within her. "Sister, please get in the car. Lin Tian and I have arranged a hotel for you. You must be very hungry," Gong Linxue said, hastily wiping her tears and addressing her sister. Gong Linmei nodded, all right. She followed Xiaoxue and Lin Tian to the parking lot. Lin Tian smiled slightly. "You all get in. The car isn't in the best condition." Gong Linmei and Chun Fan exchanged a glance at the van, but said nothing as they got in. Gong Linxue and her sister took their seats in the back, while Chun Fan occupied the front passenger seat. "Did you buy a new car?" Chun Fan inquired. "Yes, we purchased it a few days ago. It will be convenient for us to buy ingredients in the morning," came the reply. Chun Fan nodded in understanding. "I heard you opened a Baozi shop. How's business?" As Lin Tian drove onto the highway, he responded, "It's decent, just enough to get by, but it can't compare with your formal jobs. Xiaoxue was laid off, so we're running the Baozi shop together, a family business." Lin Tian had yet to mention the cake shop to them. Even if the Baozi shop was doing well, there was no need to boast about it. "Oh, that's fine, but it's just a little money. My sister and I often visit the Baozi shop for a meal. The elderly couple who run it makes delicious Baozi, but when I inquired about their income, it's only around 500 to 600 a month. If the quality isn't good, with the rent and utilities, they still struggle to make a profit." Chun Fan shook his head and said, "Brother-in-law, I actually heard from Xiaomei that you graduated from university, studying something related to engineering. Have you considered joining our company? You could earn over 1,000 a month." Upon hearing her brother-in-law's words, Lin Tian smiled faintly, expressing his genuine thought. Running a steam bun shop is quite enjoyable. He truly lacks interest in conventional employment. However, Chun Fan, upon overhearing this, discerned that such a person seemed utterly beyond redemption. A mere bun shop, yielding only a meager profit, could hardly provide Gong Lin Xue with happiness. It appeared imperative to discuss with Gong Lin Mei during the evening how to extricate Gong Lin Xue from this predicament. Otherwise, remaining with Lin Tian would simply entail enduring hardship. Later, Gong Lin Mei addressed her sister, inquiring, "You must have endured quite a bit over these past years, haven't you?" Gong Lin Xue shook her head and replied, "It hasn't been too harsh. Our lives were just a bit difficult before. Ever since Lin Tian opened the bun shop, our situation has improved somewhat. Initially, while working at the state-owned first factory, I earned around 600 or 700 a month. However, if there were opportunities for a raise, it could exceed 1,000 monthly." Gong Lin Mei responded, "Isn't that quite good? Why were you laid off then? Should we search for another job? It's better to secure a position in a public institution. They offer social security, retirement benefits, and housing provident funds. The latter is particularly significant, as it greatly reduces interest when purchasing a home in the future." Gong Lin Mei's intentions were straightforward. She wished for Gong Lin Xue to accompany her to Rongqing, where she could join Chun Fan's workplace for additional support. Of course, Lin Tian's behavior would be pivotal. If he was willing to improve, she could recommend him for a good job. If he persisted in his old ways of drinking and gambling, she would undoubtedly insist on a divorce, for she could not bear to watch her sister live in that inferno. "Sis, what era are we in? Why are you still advocating for public institutions? I must tell you, I genuinely enjoy running a business. It's far more profitable than traditional employment," Gong Lin Xue asserted, reflecting her reality. Currently, her and her husband's daily earnings matched that of a laborer. Her husband sold phones worth 8,000 to 9,000 daily. And with the bun shop's income of 800 to 900, that equated to what an ordinary worker might earn in a year. Thus, conventional employment held no allure for Gong Lin Xue. Gong Lin Mei, upon hearing this, expressed her surprise. "Sister, you must heed my advice. I would never allow you to settle for less. Moreover, Lin Tian, you two should contemplate whether to accompany us to Rongqing in the coming days," she stated in a commanding tone. Lin Tian nodded in response, acknowledging, "All right, we will consider it over the next few days." He understood that his sister and brother-in-law were primarily concerned for Xiao Xue's welfare. Any explanations he might offer would likely fall on deaf ears, so he opted to acquiesce for the time being. Just then, Lin Tian's phone rang. He glanced at the caller ID and saw it was Lu Qiangdong. "Oh, Dongzi, what brings you to call? You mean that the newly released Motorola phone should be closely monitored for its recent launch? Well, after its release, we must be among the first to purchase one, regardless of the cost." Lin Tian, upon hearing that it is Motorola's latest model, feels an urgent need to acquire the device. He intends to dismantle it and thoroughly research its components to further his development efforts. However, this time is different from the assembly of previous counterfeit devices. He requires entirely new parts. Consequently, a trip to Shenzhen is necessary, as only there can he find the needed components. Chun Fan, seated in the passenger seat, overhears his brother-in-law's intention to buy the latest Motorola model. "Brother-in-law, I believe the latest model is the 3, which isn't inexpensive, is it? Around 5,000 to 6,000, I presume?" Lin Tian sets down his phone and starts the car. "Yes, approximately 5,000 to 6,000. It is quite expensive." Chapter 72. This phone boasts impressive specifications. Chun Fan shakes his head and remarks, "Not only is this phone's configuration remarkable, but I had also considered purchasing one. Are you planning to buy it too?" He doubts Lin Tian's financial capacity, reasoning that a small dumpling shop earns only a modest income of about 1,000 yuan a month. Acquiring a phone costing 5,000 to 6,000 yuan seems utterly unrealistic. He believes Lin Tian must be trying to flaunt his capabilities in front of him, as men often understand the flaws of other men, particularly those who, like Lin Tian, are prone to valuing appearances. Lin Tian, however, has no time to explain himself to his brother-in-law. Soon, they arrive at the hotel they had booked, which is considered a mid-range establishment in the capital. Lin Tian exits the vehicle first, and at that moment, Li Xiaoyan is waiting at the entrance, holding Xiao Ying's hand. Upon seeing Sister Xue and her husband arrive, she approaches them with Xiaoying. Sister Xue and brother-in-law, I've already reserved a private room for you. Please do come in. Is this the eldest sister and brother-in-law? Li Xiaoyan greets them warmly. Gong Linxue responds affirmatively, saying, yes, this is the eldest sister and brother-in-law. Eldest sister, brother-in-law. Allow me to introduce my good friend, Li Xiaoyan, who has been helping us at the dumpling shop, she adds. Gong Linmei smiles politely, though she finds it somewhat curious that a mere dumpling shop would require assistance. It is indeed her first encounter with such a scenario. Let's hurry inside. You must be hungry, Lin Tian says, holding Xiao Ying's hand. He then turns to Xiao Ying, saying, Xiao Ying, this is your aunt and uncle. Quickly greet them. Hello, aunt and uncle, Xiao Ying says obediently as she steps forward to greet them. Gong Linmei crouches down to look at the little girl. Oh, aunt has missed you dearly. Come, let me carry you inside. She lifts Xiao Ying into her arms. Aunt, today is the first time I've come to such a large hotel. I wonder if the dumplings here are as delicious as the ones my dad makes. Upon hearing this, Gong Linmei can't help but smile. It goes without saying that the dumplings crafted in grand hotels are the most delectable. The chefs and pastry masters employed there are highly compensated, and the flavors of their dumplings are unmatched by those from small street vendors. Otherwise, why would affluent patrons choose to dine in such establishments? Indeed, I must take the opportunity to sample the cakes made by your father, Gong Linxue remarked politely. Xiao Ying nodded enthusiastically. Auntie, let us go tomorrow. I'll treat you to dumplings. Oh, Xiao Ying is so kind, her aunt. You have no idea. My father's dumplings are absolutely delicious. Even the uncles and aunts have to queue up to buy them. If you arrive late, you might not get any at all. A hint of doubt flickered in Gong Linmei's eyes. It is said that children do not lie. Could it truly be as her sister described? Previously, her sister had mentioned over the phone that their dumpling shop was thriving, with customers lining up well before opening every day. They were so busy that there was hardly any time to breathe, working from dawn until 10 at night. Initially, Gong Linmei was skeptical. She was not oblivious to the workings of a dumpling shop. While some do flourish, such success is typically seasonal. It is virtually unheard of to sustain such demand daily. It seemed unrealistic. To be precise, even with such a hectic schedule, the profit from a mere handful of dumplings each day cannot be substantial. Observing their contentment, Gong Linmei felt a pang of concern. It was indeed time to find an opportunity to discuss matters with her sister. Perhaps even accompany her to Rongqing to secure a formal position. Securing a stable job is akin to having a guaranteed livelihood. Upon entering the private room, the server followed suit. Hello, may I present the menu for your selection? The server warmly placed the menu before everyone. Lin Tian handed it to Chun Fan, brother-in-law. Take a look at what you would like to eat. Chun Fan took the menu. Considering his brother-in-law's capabilities, he decided to forego politeness. He was curious to see what his true demeanor would be when it came time to settle the bill. Hence, he perused the menu and ordered directly. Let's have this one. The bullfrog looks excellent, and also this Beijing-style hot pot. I've heard it's quite distinctive. Additionally, let us try the specialty called flour chicken and the boiled meat slices. Chun Fan ordered nearly 10 dishes and then inquired of the server. Do you have any fine wines? Yes, we offer the finest Ningxing Laojiao. Very well, bring 2 bottles, Chun Fan replied. Will you be having some, brother-in-law? He asked. Lin Tian shook his head, saying, I need to drive. No drinking and driving. Ah, I see. In that case, I shall indulge without hesitation. I'm eager to taste this Ningxing Laojiao. I've heard it rivals the quality of Maodai and even featured in a CCTV advertisement. As he spoke, the dishes were finalized. The total for the meal would amount to around 500 or 600, and with the addition of the 2 bottles of Laojiao, it would likely reach 700 or 800. In this era, spending 700 or 800 for a meal is quite extravagant for the average citizen. Gong Linmei knew precisely what Chun Fan was up to. As the moment approached, if Lin Tian failed to settle the bill, they would take the initiative to do so. After all, who could blame him for his tendency to boast? Did he not recognize his own shortcomings? Lin Tian glanced at the menu, fully aware that this was a deliberate act by his brother-in-law. In the past, a meal would easily cost 700 or 800, an extravagant indulgence indeed. Finances were truly tight. It was not merely a matter of producing 700 or 800. Even 100 yuan felt like a luxury. However, times had changed. 700 yuan now equated to the daily earnings of a dumpling shop. Coupled with the profits from assembling mobile phones, affording 10 stews was hardly an issue. Brother-in-law, do you think this is sufficient? If not, we can order more. I have heard the abalone rice here is exquisite. Let us each have a portion. It will be a nice treat for my little Sakura as well, Lin Tian intentionally inquired. Xin Fan was momentarily taken aback. The request for abalone was rather excessive, almost as if it were not he who would be settling the bill. Would they indeed dine and then expect him to pay? Well, let us order then. Chun Fan hesitated. Observing Chun Fan's flustered demeanor, Lin Tian could not help but shrug. Addressing the waiter, he instructed, when it comes time for the meal, please prepare a serving of abalone rice as my main dish. Oh, and see if there are any beverages suitable for children. Thank you for your efforts. The waiter smiled and nodded. Certainly, I will attend to it right away. With that, the waiter exited, relaying the orders, and the kitchen sprang into action. Chapter 73. It's Chef Luo. At that moment in the kitchen, the chefs were busily engaged in their duties. Suddenly, a master chef entered. Upon his arrival, the other chefs gathered around him, eager to curry favor. "Ah, master, you've come. It's been ages since your last visit. You gained some weight." They expressed their admiration for this man, who was none other than Luo Guangda, coming in after his shift to check on his apprentices. "How have you all been performing lately?" Luo Guangda inquired as he glanced at the menu. To his surprise, he noticed the order for abalone rice. This dish demanded meticulous attention. Entrust it to me. The preparation of this dish was critical. If executed poorly, the essence would be lost. Yet if done right, it could become an unforgettable culinary delight. "Master, we've heard you're planning to resign," one apprentice ventured. "How did you come to know?" "Well, we have our sources. Will you continue to guide us?" They implored, eager to learn more under his tutelage. Luo Guangda contemplated for a moment, responding, "I am resigning not to join another establishment, but to embark on my own venture." "A venture?" "Indeed. I believe this presents a remarkable opportunity. Have you visited the dumpling shop I recommended?" "Not yet." Previously, Luo Guangda had urged them to visit the century-old dumpling shop on Beijing Road to experience the masterful creations of its owner. A chance to elevate their culinary skills and truly understand the essence of fine cuisine. "Master, we find it quite perplexing why we must visit that century-old bun shop. Could it truly be that their buns are exceptionally delectable?" The reputation of the century-old bun shop has long since spread, and they have certainly caught wind of it. Everyone knows which establishment attracts a multitude of patrons. Of course, the century-old bun shop does not solely specialize in buns. They also prepare mutton soup, a signature skill of Luo Guangda. Those wishing to grasp the fundamentals often find it elusive. Yet, Luo Guangda claims that his own mutton soup pales in comparison to that of the bun shop owner. Such commendation is truly unexpected. Hence, some disciples yearn to personally sample the offerings, but due to time constraints, this desire has slipped their minds. Certainly, the allure of exquisite flavors is undeniable. Once I resign, I plan to collaborate with that owner to establish a second bun shop, Luo Guangda stated earnestly, his sincerity evident. The disciples were momentarily taken aback, finding it hard to fathom. Who is their master, after all? A renowned chef in the capital, earning a salary exceeding 2,000, along with various year-end bonuses. Totaling 30 to 40,000 a year is no trivial matter. They simply cannot comprehend the notion of relinquishing such an income to open a bun shop. "Master, this seems rather sudden, don't you think? Shouldn't you ponder this a bit more?" The eldest disciple inquired. Luo Guangda, while tending to the pot, replied, "There is no need for contemplation. You do not understand the rarity of this opportunity, particularly the foresight of this owner. I believe that following him will surely yield great achievements." As he spoke, his eyes gleamed with hope. Ever since he first met Lin Tian, he recognized the remarkable vision possessed by such a young individual. Previously, he had always hesitated to take that leap into entrepreneurship, but this time he resolved to pursue it. Observing their master's unwavering conviction, the disciples refrained from dissuading him. After all, they were well aware of his character. Once he sets his mind to something, he will undoubtedly pursue it. Nevertheless, should the endeavor falter, it matters not. There will still be numerous hotels extending invitations. "Ah, this bullfrog dish, master, what do you think?" At that moment, a disciple approached, presenting it before him. Luo Guangda glanced at it, nodding in satisfaction. Very good. Serve it up. Please hold on to it for me. I wish to observe the diners at this table. Their choice of dishes reflects a discerning taste, and I must gauge their level of satisfaction. You all need to refine your skills as well, he remarked, carrying the dish out of the kitchen. He then instructed the server to accompany him to the private room. Luo Guangda understood that after his resignation, his disciples would likely behave like unbridled wild horses. Thus, he aimed to observe the guests' reactions in advance, allowing for timely feedback. Otherwise, once he departs, his disciples might run amok. The future will undoubtedly be influenced by these experiences. As a master, he treats his apprentices as if they were his own children, exhibiting a rigorous and even harsh demeanor. His fervent desire is for his disciples to ascend to the pinnacle of their profession. At that moment, a waiter gently pushed open the door to the private dining room. Smiling as he announced, "Our hotel's distinguished head chef has come personally to serve you." Indeed, Luo Guangda is the esteemed head chef of this establishment. Although he does not work here full-time, the hotel compensates him for his contributions, largely due to the multitude of his apprentices. Particularly, his reputation attracts a significant number of patrons. At this juncture, Luo Guangda entered, only to be momentarily stunned. "Mr. Lin, you are here too?" he exclaimed in surprise. Lin Tian, upon recognizing Chef Luo, felt a twinge of astonishment. "Yes, my elder sister and brother-in-law are visiting today, so I brought them here for a meal." "Are you working here now? I thought you were at the Beijing Grand Hotel?" Lin Tian queried, slightly puzzled. Luo Guangda set down the bullfrog he was carrying and replied, "I am serving as the distinguished head chef here. After my regular work hours, I come here to assist. I was unaware you were dining here. How about this? I shall treat you to tonight's food and drinks." Luo Guangda smiled warmly. "That is not necessary." Lin Tian began to protest. "Please, Mr. Lin, do not decline. Just wait a moment. I will prepare some of my signature dishes for you to taste and provide your insights." Luo Guangda understood that Lin Tian's culinary skills were exceptional. Any advice he offered would undoubtedly elevate the prowess of his apprentices. After expressing this, Luo Guangda turned to the waiter and instructed, "Please fetch the finest wine from our hotel. Also, bring out my private stock of mitai." The waiter recognized that this must be a distinguished guest of Chef Luo, for even the owner would not be granted access to that private collection. This was ample evidence of Mr. Lin's remarkable status. Meanwhile, Gong Linmei and Chun Fan were left in a state of bewilderment. What was happening? Why did it seem that Lin Tian held such a high position? If memory served correctly, only the company president would receive such enthusiastic treatment from the chefs at a hotel. Chapter 74. Is it as simple as pressing on a screen? Chun Fan, having witnessed much in the world, understood that if this were merely a chef, it might indicate a good mutual rapport. However, if it were the head chef, it raised questions about the nature of the hotel's standing, which was rather modest. Yet, reflecting on Lin Tian's position, merely the owner of a bun shop, one would not expect such influence. Perhaps it was merely a connection through mutual friends or gaming acquaintances. As Luo Guangda spoke, he glanced at Gong Linxue, saying, "Madam Lin, please enjoy your meal. I shall attend to matters in the kitchen." And, "Little Sakura, do you remember Uncle Luo?" "Yes, I do. Uncle Luo, I would like some cake." "Is that possible?" She replied, "Of course it is. Just wait a moment." Luo Guangda responded before exiting the private room, heading to the kitchen to instruct the pastry chef to make the most delicious cake possible. This is meant for Sakura. It serves as a gentle reminder to craft the finest cake possible, ideally adorned with chocolate. The pastry chefs certainly know how to execute this. Yet they are equally intrigued by the esteemed guest who has kept Chef Luo so occupied. Chef Luo holds a significant reputation in the capital, and few command such attention from him. In the private dining room, the dishes have largely been served. Lin Tian, being the designated driver, abstains from alcohol, opting instead for plain water. "Brother-in-law, sister, welcome. We have arranged a simple gathering," he says. "Xiao Xue has eagerly anticipated your arrival. Though I have been a scoundrel in the past, I have turned over a new leaf, and I assure you I will treat Xiao Xue well henceforth. You can rest easy." As Lin Tian raises his glass of water and drains it, Gong Lin Mei and Chun Fan refrained from commenting, merely nodding and taking a sip of their drinks. However, Gong Lin Mei is not easily placated. While Lin Tian's demeanor appears genuine, she questions whether he can truly bring happiness to her sister. Lin Tian, while your transformation is commendable, life must go on. You are aware of how challenging it is nowadays to secure employment. My point is Xiaoxiu has also been laid off. Why not consider moving to Rongqing? Your brother-in-law's workplace, there is hiring. It offers a stable position, far superior to running a dumpling shop. Upon hearing this, Lin Tian responds, ultimately, it depends on Xiaoxiu's decision. Wherever she chooses to go, I shall follow. Indeed, everything hinges on my wife's wishes. I shall fully comply with her desires, for she is the one I have wronged the most. Thus, the decision must rest with her. Sister, I have already told you that Lin Tian and I are doing well in the capital. I have no desire for a stable job. So relocating to Rongqing is simply out of the question, Gong Linxue asserts decisively. Gong Linmei's brows furrow at this revelation, realizing that Xiaoxiu is resolute in her stance. Very well, she concedes, but I will need to visit their dumpling shop in the next couple of days to see what it is truly like. If the situation aligns with what you both have described, I shall not interfere. However, if it does not, I will insist on taking my sister away. As the conversation unfolds, the final dishes are served, culminating in a delightful abalone rice, personally prepared by Chef Luo. Lin Tian takes a bite and nods in satisfaction, confident that it is indeed the finest, as per the knowledge imparted by the system. Once the meal concludes, everyone prepares to depart. Lin Tian first drives his sister and brother-in-law to the hotel they booked, before taking Li Xiaoyan back to her residence. Finally, he returns home alongside Gong Linxue, with little Sakura peacefully asleep in her embrace. Honey, Gong Linxue said thoughtfully, it is quite evident that my sister does not believe in the success of our steam bun shop. Therefore, I would like to invite them over to witness it for themselves, which would alleviate their doubts and put their minds at ease. Lin Tian nodded in agreement. That sounds reasonable. When do you think we should invite them? All right, Gong Linxue replied, feeling a weight lift from her heart. Although it was clear that after their meeting today, her sister and brother-in-law were not particularly warm towards Lin Tian, this stemmed from his past misdeeds. They were merely apprehensive of being wronged, which was a perfectly normal reaction. Thus, it was essential for them to see the thriving business of the bun shop to gain reassurance. My dear, I might need to travel to Guangdong in a few days, Lin Tian suddenly announced. Gong Linxue, surprised by the news, inquired, why do you need to go to Guangdong? Isn't it quite far? Lin Tian nodded, yes. It is indeed far, but the mobile phone industry chain there is well established. I need to create my own technological products and require their component support. Therefore, I must visit the market there. He understood that the mobile phone parts available in the capital were insufficient for his next assembly project, necessitating a trip to Guangdong, particularly Shenzhen and Huiqiangbai. All right, you can go, and we will manage the bun shop in your absence. But you'll be gone for quite a while, won't you? Gong Linxue asked, her concern evident. Yes, I need to secure a reliable supply of components, so they can ship them directly to me for assembly here, Lin Tian explained. If we succeed in assembling the phones this time, we could potentially earn around 2,000 yuan per unit. 2,000 yuan? Gong Linxue exclaimed. Yes, I plan to sell them for 3,000, Lin Tian clarified. 3,000? Will people actually buy them? She asked, a hint of anxiety in her voice. They should, as I have incorporated a new technology that is quite groundbreaking and likely unprecedented in the country. What kind of technology? Gong Linxue asked, her curiosity piqued. Lin Tian then paused the car and took out his phone. Press the screen, he instructed. I did, but what happens now? She replied, puzzled. In the future, when you press the screen, you'll be able to interact with the displayed interface. For instance, to open a folder, you simply press the screen. To make a call, you can do the same. Gong Linxue listened intently and pressed the phone screen again. That doesn't work. You still need to use buttons, she remarked. Oh, I see. She realized. You mean that your invention will allow users to make calls just by pressing the screen? Lin Tian scratched his head. That's roughly the idea. Once it's developed, I will let you try it first, and you'll understand its remarkable nature. This could be a monumental transformation, potentially revolutionizing user perceptions. Chapter 75. No, I can't help but worry. At that moment, Gong Linyue was filled with anticipation. Eager to experience the ability to make calls just by touching the screen, it was indeed her first time hearing of such a concept. Although it may seem somewhat enigmatic, she is indeed quite extraordinary. Yet, when she thinks of her husband possessing such remarkable abilities, she cannot help but feel an immense sense of pride. For he is her beloved spouse. When you complete your first creation, you must allow me to be the first to experience it. I want to be the pioneer. Gong Linxue earnestly implored. Lin Tian nodded vigorously in agreement, assuring her, of course, you shall be the first to try it. However, he added, we must also strive to develop even more advanced smartphones in the future. More advanced? Gong Linxue pondered, feeling that the touchscreen capabilities already felt quite sophisticated. What could be more advanced than this? Her heart brimmed with anticipation and curiosity. Let me put it this way. In the future, our devices will lack physical buttons. Instead, all functions will be executed through direct touch on the screen. For instance, to make a call, one simply taps the screen. Additionally, our devices will become incredibly thin, with pixel resolutions reaching hundreds of thousands. Numerous exciting features will also be introduced. Lin Tian elaborated on the future of smartphones. Gong Linxue listened in astonishment, marveling at the multitude of functions a phone could possess. The ability to chat, play games, and capture photos rivaling digital cameras was beyond her comprehension. Most importantly, she learned that our shopping experiences would undergo significant transformations. Shopping? Are you referring to online shopping? I've heard of it, but it seems quite inconvenient, she remarked, somewhat familiar with the concept. The changes to come are beyond your imagination. Even if I elaborate now, it will be difficult for you to grasp. However, I assure you, the future will hold surprises that you cannot fathom. Gong Linxue gazed at Lin Tian with wide eyes, akin to bells, realizing how much her husband understood. She felt utterly oblivious to these advancements, while he seemed to possess an abundance of insight regarding the future. No wonder he had managed to accumulate wealth in such a short span, especially with his innovative smartphone project. Her interest piqued. She anticipated that its market debut would surely garner attention. Husband, do you have many aspirations for the future? Gong Linxue inquired. Lin Tian nodded affirmatively, stating, indeed, there are numerous endeavors awaiting us. He continued, do you know why I intend to purchase a house in the capital? Sensing her curiosity, he decided to provide a thorough explanation. Why is that? Gong Linxue had always struggled to understand why her husband wished to buy property in the capital. Previously, due to financial constraints, she believed that even a year's savings would not suffice. However, circumstances had changed. They could comfortably reside in the capital for a year. Yet, she could not wrap her mind around the exorbitant prices there, with homes costing $400,000 to $500,000 compared to the mere $100,000 for properties in their hometown. With their resources, they could easily acquire 2 homes back home. My dear wife, let me share my thoughts with you. The property prices in the capital will undoubtedly continue to escalate. The pace of development in the capital is such that each year brings significant changes. With the impending Olympic Games, the city's influence on the international stage will be extraordinary. In due course, the outskirts where we reside will inevitably transform into a central hub. Consequently, property values will naturally soar. This is a simple observation for me, and there is no need for excessive elaboration. After all, delving too deeply may lead you to skepticism or even a hint of anxiety. Given this, we should proceed with our purchase. If our investment of $400,000 to $500,000 were to double by the time of the Olympics, it would amount to $800,000 or $900,000. When that moment arrives, we could sell and return to our hometown to acquire a lovely home, with ample resources left over. This is how Gong Linxue envisions things. I understand that you are likely to think along these lines, so I do not anticipate any surprises. Indeed, I will defer to your judgment. There is no need for me to over-explain, as you will come to realize the staggering reality of property prices in the capital by the time the Olympics arrive. Your perspective will surely shift by then. As we conversed, we arrived home. Exhaustion weighed heavily upon us, prompting a hasty tidying up before succumbing to slumber. Meanwhile, in a hotel room, Gong Linmei paced restlessly. Unable to find sleep, she turned to Chun Fan and said, this matter cannot simply be dismissed. What do you propose? Chun Fan replied, I I sense that this brother-in-law possesses some capabilities. Could we have misunderstood? Chun Fan recalled the scene at the hotel, particularly the chef's respectful demeanor towards Lin Tian, which indicated a level of esteem typically reserved for individuals of significant stature. Do not be deceived by appearances. Am I not aware of Lin Tian's family circumstances? My sister mentioned the location of the Baozi shop today. We should discreetly investigate tomorrow to ascertain the situation there. Gong Lin Mei's apprehension lingered. She felt compelled to uncover the truth. Otherwise, she would remain uneasy, determined to expose any potential issues with Lin Tian. Very well, I shall accompany you tomorrow. You may assist at the Baozi shop, while I attend to client meetings. Chun Fan agreed, stifling a yawn. The fatigue from a lengthy train journey was palpable, and he preferred to set aside those concerns. Ultimately, the well-being of Gong Linxue and Lin Tian bore no relevance to him. Their lives must improve independently. Indeed, we must make our way there tomorrow morning, he concluded. Now, let us retire for the night. I am truly weary, he said, yawning once more. Gong Linmei shot him a disapproving glance and remarked, You only think of sleep. Do you not realize how vital my sister's happiness is? I should have intervened when our parents disapproved back then. However, at that time, my failure to intervene has led my sister to endure such hardships. She lacks even a formal job and is compelled to open a steamed bun shop. The toil of waking up early and working late is indeed arduous. As Gong Linmei spoke, she couldn't help but reflect on the unfortunate circumstances her sister faced, especially with someone like Lin Tian by her side, which only fueled her frustration. Yet, she was about to continue speaking when she was interrupted by Chun Fan's snoring, forcing her to relent. Chapter 76. The Malice of Some Hearts. The following morning, the streets of the capital were already bustling with traffic. Ever since the announcement of the upcoming Olympics, construction around the city had surged, with plans for structures like the Bird's Nest and the Water Cube. This spurred lively discussions among the city's residents, each pondering the true nature of the Bird's Nest and the Water Cube. Particularly, the retired gentlemen standing on street corners, tending to their birds while rubbing their walnuts, were engrossed in conversations predominantly revolving around the Olympics. Lin Tian drove the van, while Gong Linxue yawned beside him, as they had stayed up late the previous night. With their supplies dwindling, they needed to rise early to procure the necessary ingredients from the market. Upon arriving at the market, Lin Tian greeted the familiar security guard, bundled in a thick coat, waved him in. He then proceeded to his usual vendors, meticulously gathering the required items. Having completed his shopping, he loaded the goods into the vehicle. By the time everything was ready, it was 5 o'clock. He drove to the shop and began the day's work anew, preparing for the influx of customers expected at 6. A mix of regular patrons and newcomers arrived, anxious not to miss out on the buns. After all, the renowned steamed buns from the Baiyan Bao Zipu were a hot commodity, and arriving late could mean disappointment. Gong Linxue was tasked with packaging the orders, while Lin Tian prepared lamb soup and other dishes. They continued their bustling activities until 7 o'clock, when the stream of customers showed no signs of abating. At that moment, Li Xiaoyan arrived, entering the shop and immersing herself in the day's chores. As the crowd began to dwindle, a taxi pulled up outside, for which a man and a woman alighted. Upon stepping out, they gazed up at the shop sign, confirming it to be the very Baiyan Bao Zipu mentioned by Lin Tian's sister. The sign, adorned with distinctive artistry, indeed gave the impression of a century-old establishment. However, being a purveyor of steamed buns, the quality of the food was paramount. Subpar offerings would undoubtedly earn the disdain of customers. Upon entering, they found a lively atmosphere with numerous patrons relishing their lamb soup. Among them, several elderly gentlemen were thoroughly enjoying their meals, and they called out to Lin Tian, inquiring when he might open a second location, preferably closer to their homes. I still need to ride my bicycle over. I said to Lao Lu, not only does this exercise my body, but I also get to enjoy such delicious buns. Isn't it a win-win situation? Upon hearing this, Lao Lu chuckled, acknowledging the truth in my words. In the past, I believed that the Gubuli buns from Tianjin were the best. However, I did not anticipate that those made by Lin Tian would surpass them in taste. Compared to Gubuli, Lin Tian's buns are indeed superior. Lao Lu remarked with a smile. A few elderly gentlemen, upon hearing Lao Lu's statement, recognized the weight of his words. If he claimed that Lin Tian's buns were better than those from Tianjin, it was sufficient proof of their quality. At that moment, Gong Linxue noticed that her sister and brother-in-law had arrived. Sister, brother-in-law, you're here. Please, have a seat while I fetch some buns for you. Would you like a bowl of the lamb soup made by Lin Tian? It's quite good. Seeing her sister and brother-in-law, Gong Linxue hurriedly greeted them. Gong Linmei nodded. All right, please bring us a few buns. We would like to try the lamb soup as well, to see how it is. Gong Linmei and Chun Fan, who bought buns every day for work, were curious to taste Lin Tian's buns and determine if they were truly as delicious as her sister claimed. At that moment, Gong Linxue served 5 buns, and Lin Tian began preparing the lamb soup. Soon enough, the soup and buns were presented before them. Gong Linmei glanced at the buns. They appeared similar to those she had eaten before, with no remarkable features. She was eager to discover whether they were indeed as good as they had been described. Taking a bite, and then another, Chun Fan was initially taken aback. They were truly delicious. He continued eating, quickly finishing one bun and moving on to the next. He began to feel astonished. He had consumed many buns in his lifetime, yet had never tasted any as delightful as these. He then took a sip of the lamb soup. After the first taste, he was momentarily stunned, but soon resumed eating. Sister, brother-in-law, how do you find the buns and the lamb soup? Gong Linxue sought their affirmation. However, at that moment, Gong Linmei and Chun Fan exchanged a knowing glance. If they were to admit their enjoyment now, it would be somewhat embarrassing. They're acceptable, quite similar to the buns I usually eat. As for the lamb soup, the flavor is a bit too strong for my liking, Chun Fan remarked, though he couldn't help but take a few more sips. The elderly gentlemen, overhearing this exchange, were initially taken aback. Could it be that someone would speak so? Yet, from the tone of the proprietress, it was evident that they were relatives. Clearly, they were feigning dissatisfaction. If they were truly displeased, why would they have finished every last bun? Particularly, both bowls of lamb soup had been emptied, which was ample evidence of their enjoyment, even if they were reluctant to admit it. Such a sentiment is indeed quite commonplace. After all, some relatives exhibit such behavior. Generally, when one excels or thrives, others may succumb to jealousy and resort to disparaging remarks about your achievements. It is truly perplexing why one would have such relatives in their life. Shaolin, are these your family's relatives? Old Lu inquired deliberately. Lin Tian nodded and replied, indeed. This lady is my wife's elder sister, and this gentleman is my brother-in-law. Old Lu, how has your dining experience been? Lin Tian was aware that these elderly gentlemen were quite esteemed figures in the capital, frequenting his bun shop as loyal patrons nearly every day. Oh, I see, said Old Lu. Shaolin, you are a good person. Upon finishing his statement, he rose and continued. However, being virtuous also necessitates vigilance. Some individuals display poor manners and may engage in rather distasteful actions. Alas, shall we head to the riverside for a game of chess? I cannot. I must return home to watch over our eldest grandson, who has not ventured out in 3 or 4 days. Old Joe, are you attempting to detach from the organization? They all shared a laugh and left the bun shop together. Chapter 77. A bet sure to win once the elderly gentleman departed. Lin Tian turned his attention to Gong Linmei and Chun Fan. He understood that the elderly men were referring to the two of them, given that they had devoured the buns and lamb soup entirely, yet still claimed it was merely average. This was nothing short of blatant dishonesty. Unfortunately, they had initially held no expectations of these two. Sister, what do you think of our bun shop? Gong Linxue inquired cheerfully of her sister. Hearing this, Gong Linmei stood up and surveyed the surroundings, replying, "It is quite acceptable. However, regardless of how well it is decorated, it ultimately requires foot traffic." Gong Linmei spoke with a serious demeanor, almost as though she were preparing to offer sage advice. She continued, "Take a look at how disorganized your tables are. What are these little signs for?" Suddenly noticing some disarrayed, small signs on the tables, with numbers like 1 and 2, she remarked on their untidiness. These signs are meant to be distributed to customers upon their arrival. Only those with a sign may purchase buns, Gong Linxue explained. Gong Linmei, feeling a bit incredulous, nonetheless, sensed that her sister was simply trying to convince her of the shop's thriving success. Oh, I see. That sounds quite laborious. Xiaoxue, let me tell you, my primary responsibility at work is accounting. I am so idle that I could grow moss. Look at how much effort you put in. You'll be better off joining me at the company. Gong Linmei continued to advocate for her sister to work at a formal establishment. But Gong Linxue remained steadfast in her response. Shaking her head, she said, "No, sister, I truly appreciate your concern, but it is quite troublesome." Upon hearing this, Gong Linmei furrowed her brow, realizing that her younger sister was rather naive. She was unwilling to seek employment in a formal establishment, choosing instead to toil alongside Lin Tian at the Baozi shop. At that moment, Chun Fan glanced at the time. "Xiaomei, while you assist here, I must visit a client. I shall take my leave," he stated, already making his way towards the door of the shop. Gong Linmei called out, "Do remember to purchase a few fine bottles of wine for the old leader." "Of course, I won't forget," Chun Fan assured her. Casting a glance at the old leader's address, which bore his esteemed surname, Zhou, the retired chairman of a major corporation in the capital. Nevertheless, the operations of the conglomerate remained under the elder's purview. To secure the business from this corporation, obtaining the elder's approval was paramount. Successfully negotiating this collaboration would herald a new phase of growth for their company, elevating his status and paving the way for a managerial position in the near future. Such an opportunity must be seized, otherwise it would slip away. Hailing a taxi, he relayed the destination to the driver, who set off towards the address. Meanwhile, in the Baozi shop, Lin Tian busied himself, preparing to drive Gong Linxue and Li Xiaoyan to the cake shop, ensuring that his sister would accompany them. "Ah, you have opened a cake shop as well?" Gong Linmei exclaimed in surprise. "Indeed, the location is quite favorable, though it has yet to commence operations. We are still in the learning phase, and in 4 days, we shall open," Gong Linxue explained. Hearing this, Gong Linmei frowned. "You all certainly know how to stir things up. Running a cake shop is no easy feat. I've seen many that failed," she remarked, voicing her skepticism. Gong Linxue, however, smiled confidently. "It will be splendid. Lin Tian makes exceptional cakes." "Is that so?" Gong Linmei replied with a tone of disdain. Li Xiaoyan, observing the situation, noted her sister's condescension, which seemed particularly directed at Lin Tian. "Sister, I assure you, once the cake shop opens, it will undoubtedly be a hit. Earning several thousand yuan a day will not be a problem," Li Xiaoyan interjected boldly. Gong Linmei scoffed at the notion of earning such sums in a day, dismissing it with a laugh. "Is there truly that much money to be made? If so, I shall sponsor you a computer." Her tone hinted at a touch of irritation. "All right," Li Xiaoyan responded promptly, not waiting for Xiaoxue to speak, recognizing that Gong Linmei was intentionally seeking to provoke. If they did not make her aware of how much Xiaoxue and Lin Tian could earn in a day, she would certainly continue her antagonism. Gong Linxue remarked, "Actually, it is unnecessary." "How can it be unnecessary? This computer poses no challenge for my sister," Xiaoxue replied. "However, opening a shop is far from simple. It is not merely a matter of earning several thousand in a single day," Gong Linmei deliberately stated. She then turned to Lin Tian, earnestly expressing, "Lin Tian, I understand that you are working hard. Nevertheless, my sister wishes to see you thrive. However, whatever one undertakes must be grounded in reality. It is not as straightforward as it seems." Gong Linmei intentionally pressed Lin Tian. Lin Tian discerned her intent, recognizing that Gong Linmei was deliberately confronting him. He initially thought it best to keep the conversation light without delving too deeply. Yet, it was evident that Gong Linmei had come with the intention of taking his wife away. "Sister, when do you plan to leave the capital?" "It should be in about a week, right?" he inquired. "Very well, we shall open in 4 days. You can come by then to see how much profit we make in a day. If we earn 3,000, you will agree to buy us a computer. If we do not reach that amount, then we will abide by your terms. Is that acceptable?" Lin Tian asked Gong Linmei. Upon hearing this, Gong Linmei readily agreed. "All right, let's see if you can achieve that. If you do, I will apologize and purchase a computer on the spot, and it will be the best one available." Gong Linmei was resolute. She truly did not believe that a newly opened cake shop could generate 3,000 in a day. Currently, an individual's salary is a little over 2,000. Earning 3,000 in a day, even after deducting costs, would still yield a profit of over 1,000. That would imply a monthly income of 40 to 50,000. Such a scenario seemed utterly improbable. If it were that lucrative, surely everyone would pursue it. Thus, Gong Linmei was confident in her victory in this wager. Chapter 78. Greetings, your coffee Lin Tian, however, remained entirely unperturbed, feeling rather at ease. He was certain he would win this bet. Given the current pricing of cakes, coupled with the advantageous location, standard cakes are priced at 10 yuan, while premium ones reach 20. Coffee would also be priced around 20 yuan per cup. Although this may appear somewhat expensive, it is justified by the fact that the coffee beans are imported directly from Italy. Any customer who appreciates coffee would undoubtedly recognize the value for money. Based on this calculation, if the first day's revenue reaches 50% of the target, the gross profit could amount to 3,000 yuan. After costs, a net income of 1,500 would be commendable. Of course, should the revenue achieve 100%, it could reach 6,000. After deducting costs, half of that will be profit. Therefore, Lin Tian planned to commence trial operations a few days prior to the official opening to build up popularity and initiate various promotional activities. To facilitate this, he would need to enlist the help of individuals to distribute flyers, a task well suited for Gong Linxue, as she had connections with those who could assist in this endeavor. Indeed, given the geographical location, Lin Tian intended to visit the entrances of several prominent companies, particularly those within the high-tech industry. The employees there possess a more advanced mindset and exhibit considerable purchasing power. Upon arriving at the cake shop, Gong Linmei stepped out of the car and was initially taken aback by the establishment before her. She had anticipated a rather ordinary cake shop, yet was surprised to find it quite expansive. Upon entering, she was enveloped by a refreshing ambience, even setting aside the delectable nature of the cakes. The environment itself was inviting enough to linger a while. Of course, he would not admit this just yet, instead observing quietly without uttering a word. At that moment, Gong Linxue and Li Xiaoyan also began to busily engage in their tasks. Lin Tian had decided to commence the trial operation in the afternoon. Thus, he opened the shop door and placed a sign announcing the trial operation at the entrance. This was a meticulously crafted sign, featuring a black door with embossed golden lettering, exuding an air of sophistication. Gong Linmei watched from the side. "Sister, may I prepare a cup of coffee for you?" Although the term sister felt slightly pointed, Lin Tian could not take it lightly. "Oh, that would be nice." At this juncture, Gong Linmei was still somewhat surprised, nodding eagerly as she observed Lin Tian busily preparing a cup of coffee, which he subsequently presented to her. "Sister, how does it taste?" Lin Tian inquired. Gong Linmei nodded and took a sip of the coffee. Quite good." After another sip, she realized that this coffee was indeed well-crafted. Typically, when they felt fatigued, their superiors would fetch coffee for them, so she was no stranger to it. Her familiarity with coffee quality afforded her some insight. Lin Tian's brew was undoubtedly superior to what they usually consumed. "Where did you source this coffee?" Gong Linmei asked curiously. "I procured the coffee beans directly from Italy through a friend," Lin Tian replied. The primary clientele on this street consists of advanced professionals who are well-versed in such novelties. They can easily discern ordinary coffee beans, so I must offer only the finest. After tasting it, they will surely return," Lin Tian explained patiently. Upon learning that the coffee beans were shipped directly from Italy, Gong Linmei grew significantly more interested. She approached and peered into a bag filled with dark coffee beans. "Is this truly from Italy?" she inquired. Indeed, Lin Tian confirmed. "It must be quite expensive, then," she mused, recognizing that shipping from Italy would hardly be economical. "Yes, the costs are not trivial," Lin Tian admitted. "And how much will you charge per cup?" She pondered, feeling that even 10 yuan a cup would be steep, considering they usually purchase coffee for merely 5 yuan. 20 yuan, Lin Tian stated candidly. Upon hearing the price of 20 yuan, Gong Linmei could not help but furrow her brow. It was indeed exorbitant. She feared that potential customers would turn away upon seeing such a steep price. At that moment, the workers responsible for creating the price list arrived. "Hello, boss. Where would you like the price list to be placed?" They held the price board that Lin Tian had previously provided, ready to hang it in an appropriate location. Perhaps here, overhead," he suggested. "And you have the transparent price list I requested?" Lin Tian wanted it to showcase fresh products. Yes, this is actually the first time we've had such a request from a customer. We are eager to see how it turns out, the workers replied. Lin Tian then indicated that the large price list should be positioned above, allowing customers to easily discern the offerings upon entering. Lacking electronic screens, they opted for wooden boards instead. Above the board, a row of small lights was installed to ensure the prices were clearly visible. The transparent list was to be placed on the display counter so that customers would notice it immediately. Additionally, a single price list was positioned near the cash register. Lin Tian, familiar with the task, directed the workers with ease. Within half an hour, everything was completed. At that point, Lin Tian settled the payment and headed to the kitchen to begin his work. After nearly an hour, he finally produced the first batch of cakes, which he arranged neatly in the display case. He then commenced cleaning, as the first day of trial operations had begun. Initially, passers-by merely glanced at the shop without entering. However, after about half an hour, a young woman finally stepped inside. Dressed in jeans with a fresh, youthful visage, she was clearly a university student. She looked up at the price list, seemingly taken aback by the costs. Nonetheless, her curiosity piqued. She wondered if the high prices might correspond with exceptional taste. "Boss, may I have a cup of coffee, please? By the way, is it possible to rest here?" she inquired softly. "Of course," Lin Tian replied, gesturing toward a chair. The young woman nodded and settled into the seat, feeling quite at ease. After studying for an extended period, she sought a pleasant place to relax. Initially, she had intended to visit KFC, but it was too far. While walking, she stumbled upon this charming cake shop, which exuded a refreshing atmosphere, especially from the outside. Hence, she decided to enter. "Hello, here's your coffee." Lin Tian personally handed it to her. The lady smiled slightly. "Thank you." Chapter 79. Chef Luo arrives. As the young woman lifted the cup and took a sip, she was taken aback. "Boss, your coffee is truly excellent," she exclaimed, her southern accent evident. Upon hearing her praise, Lin Tian replied, "If you find it delightful, do come often. I can offer you a discount." "All right. I will bring my classmates next time, and I hope you can extend that discount," she said. Lin Tian nodded, "Absolutely." "Thank you, boss." The young woman expressed her gratitude. Sipping coffee, she perused a plethora of materials. She was an ardent student with a passion for learning, currently preparing for her graduate entrance examinations while also planning to study abroad. Having traveled overseas with her parents, she had tasted the finest coffee, only to return home and discover that the coffee made domestically was often tainted with peculiar flavors. However, upon visiting this particular CF, she found the coffee to be truly exquisite, reminiscent of its original essence. The ambience of the establishment was particularly conducive to studying. Lin Tian had also thoughtfully set up a sound system, playing soothing piano melodies that enhanced the atmosphere for learning. Consequently, the young woman resolved to return to school and share her experience with her classmates, suggesting they frequent this CAF during their free time for a delightful cup of coffee while perusing their books, an extraordinary indulgence indeed. Although the CAF did not attract a significant number of patrons at that time, customers trickled in primarily to sample the cakes. As the clock struck 5, Lin Tian needed to head to the Baozi shop, leaving the CAF in the capable hands of Gong Linxue and Li Xiaoyan. Gong Linmei sat observing the ebb and flow of customers, noting the sparse attendance. She estimated that the day's earnings might barely reach a few hundred yuan, far from the ambitious target of 3,000. As the opening day approached, she pondered how Lin Tian might overcome the challenges ahead, contemplating how to make him face some difficulties after her anticipated victory. Upon returning to the Baozi shop, Lin Tian quickly immersed himself in work. At that moment, Luo Guangda arrived. "Boss Lin, I'm here," he announced as he entered. "Ah, Chef Luo, it's good to see you. I appreciate your generosity yesterday. When you have time, let's have a meal together." "My treat," Lin Tian replied, aware that he must reciprocate the kindness shown to him. "Oh, Boss Lin, you're being too polite. From now on, I intend to work with you." "I've resigned," Luo Guangda said with a smile. Lin Tian was taken aback. He hadn't expected Luo Guangda to actually quit his job. "So, you decided to partner with me in the Baozi shop?" Lin Tian inquired. "Yes, tell me what I should do next," Luo Guangda responded, ready to begin working. "All right, Since you're willing to collaborate, I'll be open with you. My ambition extends beyond merely opening a Baozi shop, Lin Tian explained. Oh, not just a single shop? Lin Tian nodded. Indeed, my vision is to establish 50 locations within the capital over the next 3 years. After that, we aim to expand nationwide and firmly establish our brand. Lin Tian recognized that a chef of Luo Guangda's caliber would be highly sought after in any major hotel. Since he had resigned to partner with Lin Tian, it was essential to be transparent about his plans. I knew I was right about you. I can see that you have grand aspirations, Boss Lin, Luo Guangda acknowledged, feeling confident in his decision. He is not merely seeking to open a bun shop, where he would only earn a few times more than his previous salary in a month. What he truly desires is a promising future. In Lin Tian, he perceives that the future is undoubtedly distant. Thus, he resolved to resign and collaborate with Lin Tian. However, at this moment, we must diligently work on establishing our second storefront. I have my eyes set on a particular location. I wonder if Chef Luo is familiar with Wangjing? Ah, yes. I am aware that the foot traffic there is substantial, and the local economy is currently thriving. Naturally, Chef Luo recognizes the economic vitality of Wangjing. Therefore, we shall select a shop in that area. In terms of renovations, we need to embody a fresh and minimalist aesthetic, ensuring that our unique style is evident, and our signage remains uniform. Furthermore, we will need to cultivate our own skilled pastry chefs. Their salaries cannot be meager, and they must also share in our profits. This implies that as long as they work with us, they too will have the opportunity to open their own establishments in the future. We will provide financial support, but it is imperative that they operate under our brand. Lin Tian recalls that in his previous life, a chain hotel thrived by adopting such a model, ultimately leading to the expansion of their enterprise with minimal initial investment. A crucial aspect is that management must remain firmly in our hands. Upon hearing this, Luo Guangda remarked, "Boss Lin, your foresight is truly remarkable. I had never contemplated such extensive possibilities. If that is the case, let us commence. Please, tell me how much investment a new store will require." "No, what do you need right now?" "I will withdraw all my savings to invest," Luo Guangda stated earnestly. "Chef Luo, if you intend to invest, we must first establish a company. Moreover, our accounts must be meticulously maintained. We will need the most professional accountant to ensure that there are no discrepancies. Otherwise, while we are friends now, should our finances become tangled in the future, we could easily turn into adversaries." Lin Tian was acutely aware of the numerous instances where friendships have soured over financial disputes. Thus, he understood the necessity of clarity from the outset to avert potential pitfalls down the line. After all, as times change, the business landscape is fraught with both triumphs and failures. Even though the bun shop is currently thriving, one cannot predict that it won't falter one day. At that juncture, financial disagreements could indeed breed animosity. Luo Guangda acknowledged, "Boss Lin, your long-term considerations are truly commendable. I had not anticipated such depth of thought. Yet, the young Lin Tian has foreseen everything. It seems I have indeed chosen the right path. Very well, we shall proceed as you suggest. From today onward, I will come to the shop daily to assist. By the way, could you share some tips on your lamb soup technique? I have always struggled to grasp the essence of your recipe and have failed to achieve success after numerous attempts." A glimmer of yearning shone in Luo Guangda's eyes. "Of course, but first, we must complete our tasks. Customers will soon arrive." Lin Tian gestured towards the pile of steamers that needed washing. All right, I'll take care of it," he chuckled. Chapter 80, Why Discard It? Lin Tian observed Chef Luo as he began to wash the steamers. At that moment, anyone familiar with Chef Luo would undoubtedly be astonished to see him engaged in such menial tasks. After all, it was quite a rarity for a renowned chef from the capital to be scrubbing steamers in a bun shop. With just a word, he could become the head chef at any major hotel. Yet, Chef Luo felt a sense of joy within. For as long as he followed Boss Lin, the future promised boundless opportunities. It was a little hardship now. It mattered not at all. At this juncture, Lin Tian commenced the making of buns, while also discussing the methods of preparation and key considerations for the fillings with Chef Luo. He needed to impart this knowledge to Chef Luo, as the latter would be solely responsible for the bustling activities of their upcoming second establishment. Above all, the flavors must not falter, as this would draw a substantial number of customers. Soon, patrons began to arrive, forming a long queue once more. It wasn't until nearly 8 o'clock that the flow of customers gradually diminished. Lin Tian needed to head to the cake shop to pick up his wife and Li Xiaoyan. Gong Linmei had already taken a taxi back to the hotel. Upon seeing her husband sitting on the bed with a furrowed brow, she inquired with curiosity, "What's the matter? I visited Chairman Zhou today, but he wasn't home. I'll have to go again tomorrow," Chan Fan replied. A hint of tension etched on his face. If matters with Chairman Zhou were not handled properly, he anticipated reprimands from his workplace, and most importantly, the prospects of promotion would be bleak. This was a golden opportunity. "Oh, it's no problem. Just go again tomorrow. By the way, Lin Tian and my sister have opened a cake shop." Gong Linmei shared the happenings of the day with her husband. Upon hearing this, Chun Fan shook his head and remarked, 3,000 a day? If it were that easy, why would anyone struggle to join the workforce? Thus, during the grand opening, they likely boasted exaggerated figures. Realistically, it would be around 1,000. Gong Linmei concurred. "Indeed, I noticed the customer turnout was quite limited. The prices are exorbitant. The smallest cake, so modest in size, is priced at 10 yuan, while the better ones reach 20. That would certainly deter customers." Chun Fan chuckled at the prices. "It seems they are quite deluded about making money. It won't be long before their cake shop faces losses. They must have invested a considerable amount, right?" Gong Linmei confirmed, "Yes, they invested quite a bit. Now we just wait and see how it unfolds." When Lin Tian arrived at the cake shop, he glanced at the unsold cakes, which were only half gone. Gong Linshue stepped out and said, "Our first day of trial operation hasn't gone as well as expected, has it?" Lin Tian smiled gently. "It's all right. Come, let us take the remaining cakes with us. We can't possibly eat all of them, can we?" Gong Linshue believed her husband intended to bring the leftover cake home for consumption. Lin Tian replied, "I want to eat it. I'll discard it all." "Discard it? Why?" Gong Linshue felt a deep reluctance. It would be better to give it away than to throw it out. The sanitation workers on the street work hard. Why not offer it to them? She continued, "We could also organize an event at the school, providing them with free samples. If they find it delicious, they might just frequent our shop." Li Xiaoyan, who was listening, found it difficult to comprehend why Lin Tian would choose to throw away the remaining cake. "Dear," he reminded her, "you must understand that we would rather throw away our surplus than give it away. If we start doing that, our shop will be out of business within a month. If you genuinely want to provide something for those sanitation workers, we could prepare more buns tomorrow and offer them hot soy milk instead." As Lin Tian spoke, he began to gather the leftover cakes into a garbage bag. Gong Linshue watched, her heart aching at the waste. "Isn't this too wasteful? What if we took some home instead? How much can you eat? If you want to indulge, let us savor the freshest. However, we can take a few small cakes for Xiaoying. Xiaoyan, you can also take a couple, just enough to satisfy." Lin Tian instructed. Both Gong Linshue and Li Xiaoyan remained perplexed by Lin Tian's actions. Only he understood that if they gave the cakes away freely by the next evening, a crowd of aunties would likely gather at their door, anticipating free cakes. And those students who received the complimentary treats, despite their deliciousness, would likely express gratitude outwardly while inwardly criticizing the exorbitant prices. Human nature is indeed most frightening. The clientele of their cake shop was not merely sanitation workers or ordinary students. They were predominantly middle to high-income individuals who had a taste for quality. They would hardly appreciate receiving something for free. In business, one cannot afford to be overly compassionate or soft-hearted. Such leniency would inevitably lead to ruin. Reluctantly, Gong Linshue selected a few small cakes, while Li Xiaoyan took 2. They watched as Lin Tian filled the garbage bag with leftover cakes, ultimately disposing of it at the weigh station before driving to the bun shop. Upon their return, Luo Guangda had tidied up the shop impeccably. "Chef Luo?" Gong Linshue exclaimed in surprise to see him cleaning. "Ah, Mrs. Lin, you're back. I'll be here regularly from now on. Just ensure the cake shop is well managed," he responded with a grin. "By the way, I have many friends who are business owners. Tonight, I'll send them a message with your cake shop's address, so they can support you when you open." Gong Linshue expressed her gratitude. "Thank you so much for your help. Indeed, do you indulge in cake at your home?" Just now, Lin Tian did not mention it, but he brought back several pieces for you. Half of it remains, most of which he disposed of in the trash. Upon hearing this, Luo Guangde gazed at Lin Tian with admiration, convinced that Lin Tian is destined for greatness. Boss Lin, indeed, you are a natural in business, he remarked. Both Gong Linxue and Li Xiaoyan were perplexed by his statement. Master Luo, why do you also agree to discard the leftover cake? Would it not be better to give it away? Gong Linxue inquired, genuinely confused. Luo Guangde smiled. You will understand in due time. Chapter 81. The grand opening. After a brief tidying up, everyone returned home. Lin Tian drove alongside Gong Linxue. During their journey, Gong Linxue remained curious about why Lin Tian chose to dispose of the cakes. Darling, could you explain to me why you prefer to throw away the leftover cakes instead of giving them away? She couldn't help but ask. Lin Tian, while driving, responded, It's quite simple. Our business caters to a mid to high-end clientele. If we were to give away the cakes, they would likely end up in the hands of lower-tier individuals. Upon seeing the price of the cakes, they would be taken aback, as the cost is rather steep, leading to a sense of aversion. Additionally, they might speculate that we are making excessive profits. There are also those who would take the opportunity to make a fuss over the cakes we discarded. In the realm of video, safety is paramount. If an issue arises, our establishment could falter in no time. Lin Tian elucidated the rationale behind his decision. At this moment, Gong Linxue grasped the situation and nodded in astonishment. You truly are considerate, dear. Had you not explained, I would have been oblivious to these critical aspects. Had it been up to me, I would undoubtedly have given them away, and the consequences would have been dire. Lin Tian acknowledged her words with a nod. Rest assured, once our customer flow stabilizes, we will have a set budget in place, eliminating any wastage. Gong Linxue began to comprehend the situation better. Upon arriving home, Lin Tian and Gong Linxue visited Grandma Wang's house to fetch Xiaoying. Upon seeing the cake, Xiaoying gleefully exclaimed, Daddy, did you make this yourself? Yes, indeed. Quickly, taste and see if it's delicious, Lin Tian encouraged. Xiaoying joyfully accepted the cake, opened the box, and took a spoonful. She nodded vigorously. It's truly delicious. Daddy, you are a wonderful cook. Can I have this every day? Her pleading demeanor resembled that of a little princess. Lin Tian knew that allowing Xiaoying to enjoy cake daily was not an issue. However, excessive consumption might not be beneficial for her development. Eating every day is not feasible. However, indulging once a week. What do you think? Lin Tian inquired, crouching down to face Xiaoying. Though Xiaoying was somewhat reluctant, she nodded in agreement, as her father had suggested. After all, compared to the past, when she had gone an entire year without such treats, she was quite understanding. Lin Tian felt a strong sense of companionship akin to that of a spouse. Following this, they heated water, washed their feet, and began to rest. The next day unfolded like any other, with a visit to the bun shop. By 8 o'clock, he took his wife and Li Xiaoyan to the cake shop. Lin Tian busied himself upon returning, entrusting the remaining tasks to Luo Guangde, who still needed to prepare at the cake shop. The days swiftly passed, and the opening day of the cake shop approached, heightening everyone's nerves. Although Lin Tian had prepared, he still felt a tinge of apprehension about potential disappointment. The goal of 3,000 yuan for the first day was not overly ambitious, yet translating that into reality posed significant challenges, as demonstrated during the trial run. Some customers were quite discerning, though they expressed satisfaction with the cake's flavor, primarily concerning the pricing. Yet, Lin Tian felt no anxiety, confident that perseverance would lead to flourishing business. The quality was assured, and it would be unrealistic to expect an explosive success on the first day. On the third day, the bun shop was mainly overseen by Luo Guangde, while Lin Tian focused on preparing the buns and lamb soup, delegating the responsibility to Luo Guangde. He purchased firecrackers and fireworks, eagerly awaiting the auspicious moment to create a lively atmosphere on opening day. At that moment, Lin Tian arrived at the cake shop, where flowers and greenery adorned the entrance, creating a beautiful setting. Jia Luchuan and Li Xiaolu had already arrived, accompanied by a group of friends to show their support. Inside, they savored the coffee, expressing their satisfaction with its flavor. Simultaneously, classmates from university also visited, including the girl who had come for coffee earlier, accompanied by her close friends. To their surprise, the shop had just opened. Subsequently, Luo Guangda's friends, having heard his enthusiastic endorsements, arrived to experience the cakes personally crafted by Chef Luo. At this juncture, Gong Linmei urged her husband to hurry downstairs, determined to witness how Lin Tian and Gong Linxue could possibly earn 3,000 yuan in a single day. An impossible feat. Interview. All right, let us head downstairs. Why are you in such a rush? Chun Fan replied, slightly exasperated. Gong Linmei was typically like this, always in a hurry regardless of the task at hand. However, due to her fiery temperament, Chun Fan refrained from expressing too much. They could only obediently follow behind. Arriving downstairs, hastily, they hailed a taxi to Yuha Road. Upon reaching the entrance of the cake shop, they noticed a small crowd had already gathered. However, most were acquaintances of Lin Tiankai from his Baozi shop, including the couple Jia Luchuan, who had brought along some friends, as well as Luo Guangda and his companions, all eager to sample the cakes being made. Mr. Jia, you truly went through a lot of trouble to come here. Lin Tian expressed his gratitude to the couple. Xiao Lin, you are quite the conversationalist. We must forge a friendship with you, especially since your brewed coffee is exceptional. Just look at how impressed my friends are. Jia Luchuan replied. At that moment, Luo Guangda began introducing Lin Tian to his friends. Wow, the boss is so young. Surely he can't be older than 27? A female friend remarked, scrutinizing Lin Tian. He nodded, affirming, indeed, I have not yet reached that age. Truly remarkable for someone so young. The coffee you make rivals the quality we experience abroad. We shall taste your cake shortly, Li Xiaolu's friend added. Hearing this, Lin Tian promptly brought out the pastries. You can sample them now and see how they taste, he invited, having prepared some for tasting in advance, mindful of the pricing and the necessity for samples. Chapter 82. The customers keep coming at this time. Customers began sampling the cakes, and upon tasting, they found the flavors delightful. Nodding in approval, they requested the staff to package the cakes, leading them to select their favorites. With the support of Jia Luchuan and Li Xiaolu's friends, the grand opening of the cake shop was bustling with activity. Later, students arrived, ordering coffee and cakes. Concurrently, passers-by also entered to sample the cakes. Some, feeling the prices were too high, turned away, while others, perceiving the value, purchased a few to take home. This surge in foot traffic was instantaneous. When Gong Linmei and Chun Fan witnessed the scene before them, they were utterly stunned. They never anticipated such a thriving turnout on the very first day. So many people, Chun Fan exclaimed in astonishment. Indeed, Gong Linmei responded, equally bewildered. However, before they could fully grasp the situation, Lin Tian called them over to assist. He had no time to discuss any bets. The number of guests was overwhelming, and he needed to manage the kitchen. Gong Linxue and Li Xiaoyan were already struggling to keep up. Fortunately, with the arrival of the elder sister and brother-in-law, they could lend a hand in packing bags for the customers. Reluctantly, they joined the ranks of helpers. It was evident that even before the official opening time, a considerable number of customers had arrived. Gong Linxue took charge of the cash register, and soon the money in the cash box began to pile up rapidly. The cake shop and the steam bun shop are quite different. In a steam bun shop, prices usually range from 1 to 2 yuan, with a maximum being 10. However, in a cake shop, the highest price can reach 100 yuan, with 10, 20, and 50 yuan options being more common. Initially, Gong Linxue found herself somewhat unaccustomed to this. On several occasions, she nearly miscalculated the bills. Nevertheless, the patrons displayed commendable integrity. Upon noticing an error, they would return to inform her. Thus, Gong Linxue recalculated the amounts. She had considered offering discounts, but the customers seemed indifferent to such trifles. By noon, the number of customers increased significantly. Some patrons came merely to partake in the lively atmosphere, purchasing a cake to sample its flavor. Oh, this is delightful. Since Xiaomei's birthday is the day after tomorrow, let's inform the owner and place an order for a cake here, one young man suggested. Indeed, that sounds good. Two young men approached Gong Linxue and articulated their request. For a moment, she hesitated, but fortunately, the trial operation over the previous 3 days had equipped her with the necessary experience. Please take a look at the options and let me know what kind of cake you desire, she said. The two male students perused the cake prices on the menu, which ranged from 30 to 50, with premium options reaching 100 and even 500 yuan. After deliberation, they ultimately decided on a cake priced at 100 yuan. Following the terms outlined in an agreement provided by Lin Tian, Gong Linxue presented it to the two young men. Upon reviewing it, they discovered the shop's policy. A deposit was required for cake orders, specifically 50 yuan. Should they fail to collect the cake as agreed, they would bear any resulting consequences. The young men nodded in understanding and signed the agreement, selecting an appropriate cake and handing Gong Linxue the 50 yuan deposit. Generally, a 30 yuan birthday cake would only require a 15 yuan deposit, meaning the deposit represented half the total price of the cake. They were to return at the designated time to collect the cake and pay the remaining balance. After paying the deposit, they left, agreeing to return the following day. Once they departed, Gong Linxue busied herself with other customers. By 10 in the morning, Lin Tian stepped outside and set off firecrackers, instantly capturing the attention of a sizable crowd. Some entered the shop to see what it was all about, while others, upon viewing the prices, opted to leave. During the remaining time, Lin Tian diligently prepared ample cake bases, along with egg tarts and other items. Once everything was ready, he needed to return to the steam bun shop, as it would also be bustling during lunchtime. Upon his return, Lin Tian was drenched in sweat. Luo Guangda, seeing Lin Tian back, approached him and inquired, "Was the opening smooth?" Lin Tian nodded. There were quite a few customers. It was essentially a success. "Boss Lin is truly remarkable. I admire you," Luo Guangda sincerely remarked. Generally speaking, if this were in the hands of Luo Guangda, he would undoubtedly consider numerous factors. He might even deliberate on whether to open a cake shop. A bun shop yields a net income of about 17 to 1800 a month, which could be deemed quite favorable. However, Lin Tian felt unfulfilled. At noon, Lin Tian finished preparing the buns. Soon after, Lu Qiangdong arrived to assist him, as there were still many tasks requiring Lin Tian's personal touch at the cake shop. Upon arriving at the cake shop, he observed a slight decrease in foot traffic compared to before. Nonetheless, there were still 7 or 8 customers placing orders, all for birthday cakes, seemingly of a youthful demographic. Notably, a female student accompanied by her friends came in, ordered coffee, and praised its flavor after tasting. At that moment, Gong Linmei intentionally approached her sister, inquiring cautiously, "How much have we sold so far?" Gong Linxue turned to see her sister and replied, "I just did a rough calculation. It should be around 1500. Upon hearing this, Gong Linmei's brows furrowed in disbelief. She had never anticipated such sales. As she pondered the situation, a feeling of impending loss crept into her mind. However, she was not overly anxious at that moment. Meanwhile, Chun Fan was less occupied, attempting to reach Chairman Zhou, who was notoriously difficult to meet. Frustration mounted as he made calls to various numbers, hoping to connect with the elusive chairman, indifferent to how much Lin Tian and Gong Linxue would sell on their opening day. "Xiao Lin, why didn't you mention that you opened a cake shop?" Just then, a familiar figure entered. Lin Tian recognized the elderly gentleman immediately. It was the frequent patron of the bun shop, Chairman Zhou. Lin Tian had previously gifted him a book, which Zhou had shown great appreciation for, indicating his fondness for antiquities. "Ah, Chairman Zhou, you've come." Lin Tian smiled warmly and asked, "Which type of cake appeals to you?" At that moment, Chairman Zhou stepped into the cake shop, holding the hand of a young girl, his granddaughter, who gazed curiously at the cakes displayed. "Wow, Grandpa, the cakes here look amazing." The little girl had accompanied her grandfather upon hearing about the opening of Lin Tian's cake shop, eager to show her support. This was primarily due to Lin Tian's commendable work ethic, especially his renowned lamb soup, which was truly impressive. Furthermore, Lin Tian's respectful demeanor towards the elderly and his inspiring spirit of perseverance resonated deeply with Zhou, evoking memories of his own youth. He visited the Baozi shop just a few days after its grand opening by Boss Lin. Initially, he merely observed with keen interest, not anticipating that Lin Tian not only crafted exquisite Baozi, but also excelled at preparing a delectable mutton soup. In his spare time, he could even assemble complex mobile phones, truly embodying the spirit of repurposing waste. Such a talent was a rarity in his eyes. Remarkably, in just a month, Lin Tian's earnings soared to several hundred thousand. If this trend continues, the future promises to be even more astonishing. Thus, he held Lin Tian in high regard. Should the young man ever require his support, he would not hesitate to convene the board to provide maximum assistance. However, judging by Lin Tian's current trajectory, it seemed he might not require such aid. He was genuinely curious to witness how far Lin Tian could ascend, wondering if he might indeed reach the pinnacle he envisioned. Meanwhile, his granddaughter clamored for cake, prompting him to visit Lin Tian's newly opened cake shop. Upon hearing the news, Lin Tian smiled and remarked, "Old Joe, your presence here is the greatest encouragement for us. I will fetch a cake for the little one, free of charge, as a gift for her." Lin Tian then presented a beautifully crafted cake to the young girl, who gratefully responded, "Thank you, uncle." "You can't do that, Xiao Lin," Old Joe interjected. "You are in business, and it is no small feat. You must account for the cost." Lin Tian reassured him, "Old Joe, you and your granddaughter are welcome to visit often. I do not seek to profit entirely from this." Old Joe, appreciating the sentiment, replied, "Then I shall not be polite. But truly, you won't charge me?" "Of course not. Now, please have a seat and rest a while. I will drive you home shortly." Lin Tian was aware that Old Joe's residence was quite distant from Yuha Road. "No need. Her father will come to pick us up soon. I am also here to keep an eye on your business, to see how diligently you are working," Old Joe said with a chuckle. "Very well." Lin Tian nodded, then busied himself with his tasks. As noon approached, customers continued to flock to the shop. Lin Tian felt it necessary to check on the Baozi shop, fearing that Luo Guangde might be overwhelmed. Sure enough, Luo Guangde was indeed swamped, but fortunately, Lu Qiangdong had arrived just in time. Seeing Lin Gu return, Lu Qiangdong exclaimed while multitasking, "Lin Gu, our mobile phone sales are phenomenal. We've already sold 10 units today. If this trend persists, we could easily reach around 15 by day's end." Upon hearing this impressive figure, Lin Tian couldn't help but admire Lu Qiangdong's exceptional sales prowess. With such capabilities, achieving a daily target of 15 units seemed feasible. This translated to a daily profit exceeding 10,000. Coupled with the income from the Baozi shop and cake store, earning around 18 to 19,000 daily appeared entirely achievable. Thus, amassing 50 to 60,000 monthly was well within reach. In this day and age, generating such an income annually was indeed noteworthy. Let's not even mention the prospect of earning 5 to 600,000 in just a month, truly a figure that embodies the essence of affluence. However, Lin Tian is acutely aware that reveling in joy at this moment is rather premature. The immediate task is to produce a high-quality replica of the Motorola 3, accompanied by an upgraded touchscreen, which is essential for captivating customers. Naturally, the anticipation of launching this touchscreen mobile phone is palpable, as it is expected to attract the attention of second-hand mobile phone market vendors. At that juncture, engaging in wholesale transactions for mobile phones will become feasible, promising substantial profits. As the day progressed, Lin Tian busied himself, making yet another visit to the cake shop in the afternoon. He found himself shuttling back and forth between the two locations. The cake shop's revenue for the day had yet to be assessed by Gong Linxue, but it was evident that they had surpassed 3,000, a significant milestone that lent a sense of stability. At the very least, he had won the bet against his sister. The influx of customers today had truly exceeded their expectations. Initially, they had anticipated a disheartening turnout, especially after the lackluster trial operation days. Yet, to their astonishment, the response was overwhelmingly enthusiastic. Although the afternoon saw fewer patrons, those who did visit displayed remarkable purchasing power, each spending considerable sums on various cakes. They appeared undeterred by the prices, particularly drawn to the exquisite designs that adorn the cakes. At that moment, Gong Linmei observed her sister counting the money, her anxiety palpable. "How much have we made?" she inquired. Gong Linxue, upon hearing her sister's question, responded with a smile, "We have over 3,200. Sister, I told you, we would encounter no issues. See, we truly have no problems, right?" Lin Mei's heart sank at her sister's words, for she had lost the wager and had to concede, even though it left her feeling quite uneasy. "However, dear sister, you must understand that while today's revenue is promising, it does not guarantee that future earnings will mirror this success. I believe a steady and cautious approach is advisable, Gong Linmei cautioned. Acknowledging her sister's wisdom, Gong Linxue replied, "Yet, I have great faith in Lin Tian. He assured me that once we commence operations, the quality of our cakes will undoubtedly attract a substantial clientele. Those who savor our cakes will surely return in the future." Upon hearing her sister's conviction, Lin Mei found herself at a loss for words. "Very well, sister. I shall not press you further. Just remember, I only wish what is best for you. If one becomes too anxious, it may lead to missteps." Lin Mei continued to seek excuses, grappling with the sting of having been proven wrong. Truth be told, a computer is quite a costly investment. Nevertheless, having lost the bet, she had no choice but to accept the outcome. "All right then, I will have your brother-in-law purchase a computer for you tomorrow. However, let me emphasize that the work he is currently engaged in is of utmost importance. If he excels in this endeavor, his future prospects will be exceedingly bright." Chapter 84. "I come to see Chairman Zhou." "Oh, that's quite impressive," remarked Gong Linxue as she organized the cash box. Gong Linmei nodded in agreement, saying, "Of course. Your brother-in-law is currently the most capable employee at his workplace. The leadership frequently praises him for his remarkable abilities, asserting that he will undoubtedly become a backbone figure in their circle. With diligent effort, he is bound to achieve even greater success. The leaders hold him in high regard." Gong Linmei's voice grew louder as she spoke, particularly when Lin Tian arrived. She specifically added, "Although you have opened a cake shop with commendable revenue, I must emphasize that having a stable job is far more advantageous. Consider what you might be doing in the future. Without connections in the bureaucracy, wouldn't you stumble? Your brother-in-law will be an integral force within his organization, which will surely prove invaluable. Although he has faced setbacks, they are of little consequence." Lin Tian and Gong Linxue merely engage in opportunistic trading. Business can flourish one day and falter the next. It is fundamentally unstable. How does that compare to a secure job? Therefore, regardless of the cake shop sales, significant risks persist. Upon hearing his sister's words, Lin Tian remained silent. There was truth in her statement, yet there were also contradictions. He understood that his brother-in-law's superiors were likely indulging in grandiose promises. Typically, leaders paint an optimistic picture to inspire hard work, only to later require personal sacrifices and take credit for the accomplishments. They would assert that such is the nature of the workplace, a rule from which one cannot escape. Lin Tian had experienced this firsthand. However, those who truly possess capabilities were often from families connected within the organization, thus receiving considerable favoritism. Naturally, there were evaluations in place. This culture had long since worn on Lin Tian's nerves. In contrast, the business world operated differently. Success was determined by one's abilities, rewarding those who excelled with the highest profits. This reality was indeed motivating and devoid of the burdensome complications stemming from connections. Meanwhile, Chen Fan hailed a cab to visit the residence of old Master Zhou. Upon knocking on the door, a servant opened it and, upon recognizing the familiar figure, furrowed his brow. "Ah, you're here again?" "Yes, yes. May I inquire if Chairman Zhou is at home?" Chen Fan asked politely. The servant replied, "Yes, he's home. I will inform him." "Thank you." Chen Fan expressed his gratitude. The servant said nothing further and walked toward the room. After a brief moment, he returned, stating, "Our master invites you inside." "Thank you," Chen Fan replied, following the servant into the spacious and elegantly European-style living room. As he settled onto the sofa, a sense of nervousness washed over him. After all, Chairman Zhou was a prominent figure in the capital. As long as he nods, there is nothing that cannot be accomplished. Chen Fan sought an audience with Chairman Zhou primarily to garner his support for their company's project. With Chairman Zhou's endorsement, the project would be revitalized, and Chen Fan would earn significant merit for his efforts. Inspired by the words of his superiors, he was filled with enthusiasm. Although his father had retired from a prominent institution, his position was modest. Chen Fan's entry into this esteemed organization was largely attributed to inheriting his father's role. He had toiled diligently, gradually ascending to the office level and interacting with senior leaders. Previously, He had merely been an employee with little rapport with the higher-ups, prompting him to resolve to alter this dynamic. As he waited, an elderly gentleman approached, prompting Chun Fan to rise immediately. A servant announced, "Hello, this is our esteemed master." Upon hearing this, Chun Fan realized he was in the presence of Chairman Zhou. "Greetings, Chairman Zhou. I'm a staff member from the Sonlian factory in Rongqing. I have come to pay my respects," Chun Fan said with utmost courtesy. However, at that moment, Chairman Zhou scrutinized him and felt an uncanny familiarity. Suddenly, he recalled their previous encounter at a dumpling shop, where Chun Fan had been critical of his wife's cooking, claiming it was subpar despite having devoured it completely. His purpose for being there was to gain Chairman Zhou's recognition, for Sonlian urgently needed the backing of Zhou's conglomerate. Otherwise, Sonlian would face numerous challenges ahead. "So you are from Sonlian Group?" Chairman Zhou remarked, no longer holding back. Indeed, Chairman Zhou. Here are the comprehensive details of our Sonlian Group, along with our impressive investment returns in recent years." Chun Fan presented a document, but Chairman Zhou did not even glance at it, placing it directly on the table. "You are Chun Fan, correct?" Zhou inquired. Yes, Chun Fan responded promptly. "Do you realize that when making decisions, I place great importance on a person's character? If there are any doubts regarding one's integrity, I will think twice." Recalling the incident with Chun Fan and his wife's critical remarks about the dumplings and mutton soup, Zhou felt a surge of irritation. "Chairman Zhou, my character is beyond reproach. Whenever I encounter opportunities for donations, I always take the initiative to contribute." Chun Fan continued, but was interrupted by Zhou. "No need to elaborate further. If you wish to prove yourself, I have a suitable venue for you. Tomorrow morning, at that place, I shall observe your performance. If it is commendable, I will sign." Chun Fan recognized this as an opportunity. With great delight, he nodded vigorously and replied, "Absolutely, Chairman Zhou. Please provide the address." "All right, I shall give you the address. It is here, at the Centennial Bun Shop. Tomorrow morning at 7, please wait for me there." After finishing his words, Chairman Zhou stood and headed upstairs, leaving Chun Fan in a state of astonishment. The Centennial Bun Shop, a place he was quite familiar with. Indeed, was it not the very establishment owned by Lin Tian and Gong Lin Xue? Puzzled, he could hardly fathom why Chairman Zhou would choose such a location. Yet, amidst his confusion, he could only speculate that perhaps Chairman Zhou simply had a fondness for buns. The reasons eluded him, but he knew he needed to prepare adequately for the next morning. Chapter 85. My imitation, how could it be? After departing from Chairman Zhou's residence, Chun Fan found himself mired in perplexity on his way back to the hotel. Why had Chairman Zhou opted for the Centennial Bun Shop? It was indeed the establishment run by Lin Tian and Gong Lin Xue. Could it be that Chairman Zhou was particularly fond of the buns prepared by his brother-in-law? It seemed plausible. It appeared he would need to exert some effort. Perhaps he should converse with his brother-in-law about taking over the shop. Such a tranquil setting would surely appeal to Chairman Zhou. With this thought in mind, he first made his way to the cake shop. His brother-in-law would certainly be there at this hour. Upon arriving at the cake shop, he found it bustling as ever. He recalled that his wife was currently engaged in a bet with her brother, and it seemed she was destined to lose. However, what Chun Fan truly wished to accomplish was far more critical than merely acquiring a computer. If successful, he wouldn't mind purchasing 2 computers for his brother-in-law. Entering the cake shop, he eagerly approached Lin Tian. "Brother-in-law, I need your assistance with something. Would you be willing to help?" "What is it?" Lin Tian asked curiously, wondering what his brother-in-law required. "Today, I had the pleasure of meeting Chairman Zhou, who has a great affinity for buns and lamb soup. I thought that if this business were to be given to someone else, it would not be considerate of your interests. You must understand, if Chairman Zhou enjoys his meal, he will undoubtedly provide immense recognition for your bun shop. At that point, if you speak to individuals from large corporations, I believe they will surely acknowledge your establishment. Wouldn't that be quite profitable for you?" As Chun Fan's mind raced, he devised this rationale. "Huh?" Lin Tian was taken aback, somewhat bewildered by his brother-in-law's line of reasoning. To be frank, he did not particularly covet customers from large corporations. His shop was already at its peak capacity. If the customer base grew any larger, they would truly be overwhelmed. "Thank you, brother-in-law, for considering our bun shop." Lin Tian expressed his gratitude initially. However, Before he could elaborate further, Chun Fan continued, "However, there's one request. Our chairman Zhou prefers a serene atmosphere, so you must refrain from attending to other customers tomorrow morning. Rest assured, I will cover whatever sales you make in the morning." Chun Fan perceived the moment as opportune and promptly made his request. Lin Tian, upon hearing the proposal to monopolize the bun shop for the entire morning, recognized the commitment of his brother-in-law, yet remained steadfast in his decision. He was unwilling to exclude other patrons for the sake of a mere chairman. It was essential to remember that those seeking buns were everyday citizens, predominantly laborers arriving in the capital. They came during the morning to purchase a few buns for sustenance before embarking on their workday. To close the shop for an entire morning to cater exclusively to one individual would inevitably lead to dissatisfaction among other customers and subsequent losses. Moreover, Lin Tian was indifferent to the potential influx of additional patrons. The current foot traffic had already reached its zenith. Thus, he resolutely rejected the suggestion put forth by his brother-in-law. "My apologies, brother-in-law, but I find myself unable to accept your proposal," Lin Tian stated, shaking his head. Chun Fan was taken aback. "Sister's husband, this is a splendid opportunity. Do not let it slip away," he urged, surprised by Lin Tian's outright refusal. "Ah, brother-in-law, you might consider offering this opportunity to other bun shops. Their buns are quite commendable as well. Mine simply possess a slightly unique flavor," Lin Tian elucidated, firmly opposed to the notion of exclusively contracting the bun shop for a single morning. Seeing his brother-in-law's unwavering stance, Chun Fan felt a pang of disappointment but was at a loss for words. He could not reveal that Chairman Zhou had initially opted for the century-old bun shop, as that would diminish his own standing. Since his brother-in-law would not acquiesce, he would have to put the matter on hold for the time being. Tomorrow, when he spoke with Chairman Zhou, he would certainly promote his brother-in-law's bun shop with vigor. At this moment, Lin Tian had no time to entertain his brother-in-law's concerns. He had other pressing matters to attend to. It had been quite some time since he last visited the night market. With its recent reopening, he sought to generate revenue that could be converted into points. His current points were sufficient, and he desired to exchange them for an upgrade to the intermediate divine eye. With this upgrade, he would be able to uncover valuable antiques and jade. Additionally, he needed to venture to Shenzhen, where securing sources would require a substantial amount of money. Thus, finding hidden treasures was the most effective means of monetization. Once he acquired valuable antiques, he could present them to Chairman Zhou, who undoubtedly had contacts within the industry and would facilitate a profitable sale. As he pondered this, he directed his attention to the system interface. System: initiate the draw for the intermediate divine eye. Beep, drawing in progress. Beep, congratulations to the host for acquiring the intermediate divine eye. As the announcement concluded, Lin Tian felt a tingling sensation in his eyes and instantly noticed a different perspective before him. The counter appeared with enhanced clarity compared to the data provided by the primary divine eye. In the early stages, the divine eye could merely discern the production date of an object. However, it has now evolved into something more profound. Suddenly, the quality of the counter becomes vividly apparent. This counter is crafted from premium solid wood. Turning to the coffee machine, he also realizes that it is indeed an authentic product. His gaze then shifts to the phone of his brother-in-law resting on the table. A counterfeit? Upon encountering this realization, Lin Tian is momentarily taken aback. It turns out that the phone used by his brother-in-law is a knockoff. At that moment, Gong Linmei approaches and picks up her husband's phone. "Darling, your phone is truly beautiful," she exclaims. "I just glanced at Xiao Xue's phone, and it's still the old circulating version. It pales in comparison to ours." Gong Linmei speaks with a sense of pride, asserting that her belongings are superior. Even in the realm of mobile devices, she feels that her phone is exceedingly impressive. She recalls that her husband's phone was personally gifted by his superior, who had advised Chun Fan to work diligently, assuring him that he would have whatever he desired in the future. Chun Fan felt immense gratitude at the time and became even more industrious. "Lin Tian, what kind of phone are you using? It wouldn't happen to be one of those popular knockoffs, would it?" Gong Linmei inquires intentionally. Lin Tian glances down at his phone and confirms, "Indeed, it is a counterfeit. However, my knockoff surpasses yours by a considerable margin." "My knockoff? How is that possible?" Such statements should not be made lightly, brother-in-law. Chapter 86. The key issue is Chun Fan's irritation. Both Chun Fan and Gong Lin may become flustered, particularly Gong Lin Mei, whose agitation is palpable. If her husband's phone is indeed a counterfeit, it would be quite embarrassing. She retorts vehemently, Lin Tian, you must take a good look. This is a Nokia 7610, which I've verified costs over 3,000. Lin Tian chuckles softly, acknowledging that this model does indeed retail for that price. Yet, it is a legitimate phone. In contrast, Chun Fan's version of the 7610 is clearly a high imitation. The first clue lies in the central button. The authentic model has the power button positioned on the upper left, while Chun Fan's power button is located on the upper right. This discrepancy reveals it to be a counterfeit. As for the quality, upon employing the divine eye, he discovers it to be quite satisfactory. Manufactured in the bustling district of Huiqiangbai, he cannot help but marvel at the prowess of Huiqiangbai in mobile phone production. Were it not for patent protections, it is likely that a prominent domestic brand would have emerged from there. In this moment, Lin Tian asserts, sister, brother-in-law, I am not deceiving you. If you doubt my words, you may visit a mobile phone store to ascertain whether it is a counterfeit. Evidence will be unmistakable. Lin Tian speaks with unwavering confidence. Gong Lin Mei glares at him. I refuse to believe that your brother-in-law superior would gift him a counterfeit phone. That is simply impossible. Gong Lin Mei is resolute in her disbelief. Lin Tian chooses not to press the matter further. At this moment, Chun Fan began to harbor doubts in his heart. After several uses, he felt that the pixel quality was somewhat problematic. He had visited a mobile phone store, where the owner, after a brief inspection, revealed an inscrutable smile. At the time, he did not pay much attention to it. However, upon Lin Tian's reminder, he truly felt that something was amiss. Yet, he was apprehensive. If he went to the store and confirmed that his phone was counterfeit, it would suggest that his superiors regarded him with indifference. For Chun Fan, engaging with his superiors was quite challenging, especially regarding promotions in certain areas. Most of his colleagues, who had joined the company at the same time, had already been promoted. He was left alone, diligently performing his duties. Initially, he had a few doubts. Could it be that his leaders had truly forgotten about him? In terms of work, he had nothing to complain about. He was undoubtedly one of the best. Whenever there was any task or challenge, he would be the one to resolve it, earning the affirmation of his superiors numerous times. Later, he approached his superiors to inquire if there was any possibility of a slight promotion. The leader, acknowledging Chun Fan's work, encouraged him to continue his efforts, assuring him that if he performed well, a promotion would surely follow. At that moment, Lin Tian felt invigorated. However, half a year passed, and he remained in the same position, while even new colleagues received promotions. He could not comprehend where he had fallen short. Thus, he sought out his leader once again, who assigned him a task in the capital. If he excelled, a promotion would be directly forthcoming. This was precisely why Chun Fan had come to the capital to seek out Chairman Zhou. Meanwhile, Lin Tian had no time to concern himself with them, as he was busy attending to customers. By 6 p.m, the cake shop closed its doors promptly after a bustling day of business. Gong Linyue was behind the counter, reviewing the day's earnings. When she counted to 6,000, she was utterly astonished. Could it be 6,000? Initially, Gong Linyue and her team had budgeted for a maximum of 3,000, yet they had astonishingly reached 6,000. After deducting costs, the net profit for the day was 3,000 yuan, equivalent to a white-collar worker's monthly salary. Gong Linyue was amazed and looked at Lin Tian in disbelief. Could there really be so much? She calculated that if the daily net profit remained at 3,000, it could amount to 90,000 a month. Over a year, the cake shop's profit could exceed 1 million. This was astonishing. Stunned, she gazed at the money in her hands. However, her thoughts soon settled. It was just the opening day. Sustaining this income was crucial. If they could not maintain it, the revenue might plummet dramatically. Indeed, it seemed that their efforts had not been in vain. Darling, you all have worked so hard, Lin Tian said, patting Gong Linyue on the shoulder. There is no denial. Our efforts are indeed warranted. By the way, could Master Luo from the bun shop manage to come over? Gong Linyue thought that the bun shop must be experiencing a peak period now. Then, let us hasten our visit. Very well. Gong Linyue and her companions began to tidy up. Once they finished, They inquired whether her sister and brother-in-law would like to join them. However, they declined outright, stating they wished to return to the hotel. The crux of the matter was that Chun Fan was quite irked. Firstly, Lin Tian had refused to grant him exclusive rights to the bun shop for a day. Secondly, Lin Tian had derisively remarked that Chun Fan's phone was a counterfeit. These 2 points had provoked considerable ire in both men. Nevertheless, Lin Tian and Gong Linxue were not in a rush to press the matter, as they too had their own affairs to attend to. Upon arriving at the bun shop, it was bustling with activity. Gong Linxue and Li Xiaoyan stepped forward to lend a hand. Meanwhile, Lin Tian needed to drive to the kindergarten to pick up Xiaoying. Upon reaching the entrance of the kindergarten, they waited for a moment until school was dismissed. At that moment, Xiaoying joyfully emerged from the school. "Daddy, I'm done with school," she exclaimed. "Daddy, today I learned a poem." Lin Tian, intrigued, inquired, "What poem did you learn?" "The river flows," Xiaoying replied obediently. "Oh, how is your learning going, my dear?" Lin Tian asked, holding his daughter's hand. It's all right. I haven't memorized it yet, but I really like this poem." "Daddy, can you teach me?" Xiaoying implored. Lin Tian nodded. "Of course, I remember the first line. Do you not see the yellow river's waters come from the heavens?" "Daddy, why do the yellow river's waters come from the heavens? Does that mean it descends from the sky?" Xiaoying asked curiously. Lin Tian seated Xiaoying in the car and explained this water from the heavens, to elaborate, pertains to its source, which is said to be quite close to the sky. "Oh, I see. Daddy, you are so amazing." Hearing Xiaoying's compliments filled Lin Tian with a sense of accomplishment. As they drove, they passed a toy store. He then parked the car and said to Xiaoying, "Let us go. Daddy will buy you a toy." "Daddy, are you really going to buy it? Mommy says I already have so many toys." Indeed, there were plenty. As Lin Tian had been fervently purchasing toys for Xiaoying over the past month since he began earning money. Chapter 87. This stone is quite nice. Indeed, since Lin Tian came into some money, he recalled that previously his daughter's toys were merely those discarded by others. Thus, he would almost routinely buy a few every few days. Consequently, Xiaoying's collection of toys had become quite substantial. Xiaoying, should we perhaps buy something else?" Lin Tian inquired, scratching his head. Xiaoying, her little hand firmly held by her father, replied, "That sounds good. Daddy, I really want some cotton candy." "Cotton candy?" Such a simple request. Lin Tian recognized that his daughter, much like his wife, generally made modest requests. In their eyes, even the slightest gesture of kindness sufficed to bring them joy. Thus, possessing such a wonderful wife and daughter truly feels like a divine blessing. "All right, let's proceed now." Lin Tian considered that the nearest place was the night market, which had already begun to buzz with activity. After all, there were several individuals at the bun shop who could manage without him for a while. He decided to take his daughter to explore the night market, while also observing the effects of his upgraded divine eyes. Little Sakura hopped into the car as Lin Tian started the engine, steering towards the vibrant market. Upon arriving at the night market, he was greeted by a plethora of stalls. He parked the car and, taking little Sakura's hand, they ventured towards the lively scene. Simultaneously, he employed his divine eyes to scan the ground for potential treasures. After walking a short distance, they stumbled upon a cotton candy vendor. At that moment, Lin Tian and his daughter each ordered one, eagerly anticipating their sweet treats. Little Sakura was overjoyed, her tiny hand clasped in her father's as they meandered through the market. Lin Tian's gaze frequently drifted to the items scattered on the ground. Some indeed appeared to have aged well. Yet the evaluations from his divine eyes were less than promising. They were merely remnants left behind by the shrewd merchants. Aware that his patience was paramount, Lin Tian understood that these vendors were astute and would rarely display anything of true value. Typically, only the lesser items made it to the stalls. As they approached the jade section, Lin Tian scrutinized with greater care, but the results remained disappointing. Nothing perfect, merely stones valued around $100, with the rest being utterly unremarkable. Hand in hand with little Sakura, he continued to observe the wares lining the stands. As they neared the end of the market, Lin Tian began to lose hope. However, in an unexpected moment, he spotted an unattractive stone concealed beneath a stack of books held by a vendor. At the same instant, his divine eyes revealed the stone's data. Though it appeared to be an ordinary rock, it was evident that it harbored significant secrets within. Supreme jade? And of the coveted imperial green variety? Lin Tian assessed that this imperial green could yield at least 4 bracelets. Given that a single bracelet of this quality could fetch over $100,000, he realized he had stumbled upon a lucrative opportunity, $400,000 to $500,000 in potential profit. Yet, Lin Tian was acutely aware that he must not alert the vendor to his interest in the imperial green. If the proprietor sensed his fascination, it would undoubtedly attract excessive scrutiny. Therefore, at that moment, he crouched down to examine the books atop the stall. Picking one up, he discovered it was a copy of The Legend of the Condor Heroes. "Boss," he remarked, "this novel is quite good. I've read it countless times. And The Return of the Condor Heroes has even been adapted into a television series, which I particularly enjoy. However, it pales in comparison to the book. Would you consider selling me a copy?" The proprietor, with a cheerful demeanor, inquired. Lin Tian took a glance. "I like it too, but how much does it cost?" Lin Tian casually asked. "It's not much, just 5 yuan, the owner replied. Upon hearing this price, Lin Tian did not find it exorbitant. 5 yuan is indeed reasonable, but I wish to purchase several copies. Could you offer me a discount? Lin Tian picked up other books, examining them as he spoke. The proprietor nodded, saying, "Of course, I could provide a discount. How many would you like?" "I suppose I'll take 10, Lin Tian responded. "For 10, I can offer you 45 yuan. I'll even gift you one," the owner proposed. For the proprietor, these books were acquired at a low cost. Selling them for 45 yuan would still yield him a substantial profit. Upon hearing the price of 45 yuan, Lin Tian did not feel it was excessive. However, at that moment, he picked up a stone from the ground. "Let me take a look at this book below," Lin Tian asked. "Sure," the owner replied. Lin Tian glanced at the book beneath and inquired, "How much is this one?" "This one is 10 yuan, a fine book indeed. The male protagonist has a harem and collects many women. You would surely enjoy it," the owner chuckled. Lin Tian understood the implication. "That's fine, but it's often windy, and reading in the yard can be troublesome without something to weigh the pages down. Just like you, I could use a stone like this to hold down my books," the owner suggested, lifting the stone from the ground. "Ah, this stone is rather nice, so smooth," Lin Tian remarked. "Indeed, I found it by the roadside a while back. I've been using it to keep my books from being blown away. How about this? If you purchase a few more books, I'll gift you this stone. It'll save you the trouble of finding a suitable one." The owner envisioned earning an extra 50 or 60 yuan from this customer today. "Oh, is that possible? You know, I really like this stone. Do you think it could be a treasure? Perhaps it contains some jade?" Lin Tian feigned curiosity, observing the owner's reaction. "Huh, my friend, to be honest, I initially thought this stone might be a hidden gem. It resembles the gambling stones I've encountered in the past. However, following the advice I received, I tried to open a window and examined it with a flashlight. I did so, only to discover it was just an ordinary stone. The light couldn't penetrate at all, proving it to be nothing special," the owner recounted. Lin Tian scrutinized the stone as well. It indeed appeared quite ordinary, lacking any allure. Its surface was too thick for the current flashlight to penetrate. Only a high-intensity flashlight might suffice. Thus, it was understandable that the owner had not recognized its true nature. "Very well, I shall purchase a few more books. Please bring me 10 copies of these too," Lin Tian instructed. "Certainly," the owner agreed, promptly gathering the books and placing them alongside the stone. Chapter 88. 10,000 users. Lin Tian, having secured the stone, found the books utterly devoid of appeal. The stone held paramount importance, for once the coveted imperial green was revealed, it could fetch a handsome price, certainly in the hundreds of thousands. He pondered how his employer would react upon discovering the stone's potential. Nevertheless, Lin Tian maintained an air of casual indifference, determined not to betray his knowledge. After collecting a box of books and the stone, he proceeded to the parking area. Upon reaching his vehicle and opening the door, his daughter curiously inquired, "Daddy, why did you buy so many books? And that stone looks so beautiful." L'ancien replied, "Ah, Xiaoying, this stone is quite valuable." He then lifted her into the car and drove away. Once Lin Tian departed, a BMW arrived. An elderly man, supported by a cane, alighted from the vehicle, and proceeded toward the end of the night market, flanked by two men in black who vigilantly surveyed their surroundings. Upon reaching the bookstall, the old man addressed the vendor. "Do you remember me? I was the customer from the day before yesterday." The vendor, upon hearing this, nodded vigorously. "Yes, I remember, but I've already given that stone away." The old man's expression darkened at this revelation. "You sold it?" He had initially considered purchasing the stone directly, but hesitated, uncertain if it was indeed the legendary old strain of Imperial Green. Subsequently, he had taken photographs and consulted several experts. After a week of deliberation, the experts concluded that the stone was likely the famed Imperial Green, noting its remarkably hard exterior, which rendered it impervious to standard flashlight illumination, making it appear merely as an ordinary stone. Thus, it was understandable that the old man had failed to recognize its true value. However, upon learning of its fate, he urgently instructed his driver to come over, determined to acquire the stone at any cost. "Given away?" the vendor queried, surprised. "Is it really that valuable?" The old man nodded emphatically. "I am willing to offer you $1,000. $1,000? The vendor, taken aback by the sudden valuation, felt a surge of excitement. He quickly rose, eager to locate the customer who had just purchased the books, but after scanning the area, he found no trace of him. "Please wait a moment. I will go and look for it. The boss is quite anxious. It is a matter of $1,000. If I can obtain it, the profits will be substantial. Certainly better than giving it away. As long as I find that individual, even offering them $100 would be worthwhile." However, after searching around, I still could not locate them. So I returned. Upon seeing the boss's demeanor, the old gentleman sensed that something was amiss. "What is it?" he inquired hastily. "I am sorry. I truly could not find the person. It seems they are no longer at the night market." Nevertheless, it was evident that they were interested in my book, the boss asserted with certainty, though his heart grew heavy with complexity. Recalling the tone of the other person's voice, he fixated on the stone before him. Initially, the boss held no regard for the stone's worth, and thus dismissed it. However, when the old gentleman arrived and immediately offered $10,000, it became clear that the stone possessed significant value. In that moment, the old gentleman felt an unsettling premonition. From another perspective, why would a customer in search of books be so taken with an ordinary stone? This indicated that the individual must have discerned some hidden intricacy. "Boss, you must find it for me immediately. If you locate that stone, I will give you $10,000. "Really?" The bookstall owner was filled with excitement. "Indeed. Go and search," the old gentleman resolved, determined to uncover that stone. Once it was in his possession, the Imperial Green would reveal its true worth. At that moment, Lin Tian arrived at the dumpling shop. It was evident that there were fewer customers now, and they had begun to relax, discussing the bustling opening of the cake shop that day, which had generated sales of $6,000. Luo Guangda, listening nearby, felt assured that following Boss Lin would lead to a promising future. His bet had paid off. Just then, Lin Tian entered, holding Xiao Ying's hand. Xiao Ying rushed to her mother, exclaiming, "Mom, Daddy and I just went to the night market, and I had cotton candy. It was so delicious." Gong Linxue looked at her daughter, finding her utterly adorable, completely satisfied by something as simple as cotton candy. "Was the night market crowded today?" "Very much so," Xiao Ying nodded. Lin Tian interjected, "We should refrain from going to the night market for now." "Ah, why not?" Gong Linxue had initially wished to explore the night market for some nice hairpins. Lin Tian smiled. "Because I have unearthed a treasure. If that owner discovers it, they will surely want it back. Therefore, we must avoid going." Upon hearing Lin Tian's words and recalling the good price he had fetched for the book he previously found, Gong Linxue realized he must have stumbled upon another gem. Naturally, she understood that Lin Tian had his reasons for saying so. "All right, I will listen to you," she agreed. Meanwhile, Lin Xiaoyan, curious, asked, "Brother-in-law, what treasure have you found?" Lin Tian chuckled softly. "This I cannot disclose at the moment. Once I validate it and sell it for a handsome price, I shall reward you all with a red envelope." Upon hearing this, Li Xiaoyan understood that her brother-in-law was deliberately being cryptic. She recognized that, given his temperament, no amount of questioning would elicit further information. However, Her curiosity was piqued, and she eagerly anticipated the revelation of this precious treasure. At that moment, Lu Qiangdong rushed in. Breathless, "Brother Lin, take a look at the website I've created. I just published it on my phone, and already there are inquiries from customers about the pricing." Lu Qiangdong then showed Lin Tian the data on his laptop. Lin Tian observed that Lu Qiangdong's project, Jingdong, had already attracted over 10,000 users. Chapter 89. What happened next? At this juncture, it was evident from Lu Qiangdong's computer data that the user count had indeed surpassed 10,000. However, the astute Lin Tian noticed that despite the impressive number, active engagement was alarmingly low, with only around 100 users participating. This ratio was significantly inadequate, clearly indicating that Jingdong's allure was still insufficient. Users merely glanced at it without any lasting interest. Thus, it became apparent that Lu Qiangdong needed to introduce products. "Let us wait until the new imitation phone is ready. We will launch it through your website," Lin Tian proposed. Lu Qiangdong, taken aback, exclaimed with excitement, "Brother Lin, is that for real?" "Absolutely," Lin Tian replied without hesitation. Lu Qiangdong, filled with enthusiasm, continued, "You can't imagine how much I need a flagship product to generate interest. Your newly developed imitation phone could very well break through their technological barriers. I researched and discovered that among global mobile manufacturers, none have successfully advanced touchscreen technology. Although some have suggested this innovation, they deem it impractical due to inherent complexities. Awaiting the debut of your touchscreen phone will indeed create a sensation." Lu Qiangdong exuded confidence, bolstered by a series of data-driven conclusions. Lin Tian nodded in agreement. "Well then, it's settled. You must create an eye-catching promotional page. Since we are crafting an imitation, find a handsome young man on the street to star in our advertisement. It won't cost much. 100 yuan should suffice." Lu Qiangdong was momentarily stunned, questioning, "Is that truly feasible?" "Of course, just go ahead and do it," Lin Tian encouraged. "Oh, all right," Lu Qiangdong replied, though a hint of doubt lingered in his mind regarding the choice of a handsome young man from the street. Lin Tian's reasoning was drawn from past experiences. Women have always held a fondness for attractive men, irrespective of the era. Handsome individuals invariably possess a magnetic appeal. It was merely a matter of ensuring they knew how to present themselves and apply makeup effectively. With the right grooming, any average young man could emerge as a striking model. Please write an elegant signature. According to the nature of women, they cannot help but steal glances at handsome men, inevitably drawn to their captivating features. This plan also requires a compelling narrative. Consequently, we shall await Lu Qiangdong's discovery of a suitable gentleman before proceeding. After the evening's events, everyone will return to their respective homes. On the drive back, Lin Tian deliberately passed by the night market. As anticipated, he spotted several individuals clad in black surrounding an elderly man, incessantly making phone calls. Lin Tian surmised that this must be connected to the stone he had acquired. It appears he must refrain from visiting the night market for the time being. Otherwise, he risks being recognized and attracting unnecessary trouble. The next step involves finding a location to cut the raw stone, unveiling the wonders concealed within. Gong Linshuan noticed her husband circling the night market again, filled with curiosity and astonishment. "Darling, what treasure have you obtained that necessitates another visit?" she inquired, perplexed. At that moment, Lin Tian merely smiled faintly, replying, "That stone." Gong Linshuan glanced at the stone on the back seat, her brows furrowing in confusion. "What's so special about this stone? Isn't it just an ordinary rock?" she questioned. Picking it up for a closer inspection, she found nothing remarkable about it. To her, it seemed like an unexceptional stone, leaving her bewildered as to why Lin Tian regarded it as a treasure. Lin Tian turned to his wife and explained, "I assure you, this stone can fetch a price of 4 to 500,000. In prime condition, it could even exceed 1,000,000. 1,000,000? Gong Linshuan gasped in astonishment. In her understanding, 1,000,000 was an enormous sum. Earning several 100,000 in a year already astonished her. So the notion that a stone could be worth 1,000,000 was simply unbelievable. "Are you joking with me? How could it possibly be worth that much?" "Please don't frighten me," she said, a hint of fear in her voice. Observing his wife's reaction, Lin Tian struggled to suppress a laugh. She was inherently kind-hearted, yet somewhat timid, especially since $1 million was indeed a substantial amount for her. I'm truly not trying to scare you, and rest assured, we acquired it through legitimate channels, so there's nothing to fear. Upon hearing this, Gong Linxue felt a bit more at ease, but cautioned him, you must be careful. If things become dangerous, we can always return to the village and hide it for a while. Once the situation settles, we can unearth it to sell. As she spoke, she lowered her voice, wary of being overheard. Also, we must keep this matter discreet. If others learn that we possess such a treasure, it will surely attract unwanted attention. Gong Linxue pondered, her concern evident as she furrowed her brows. What if we return to Rongqing? She suggested. Lin Tian couldn't help but chuckle softly. His wife was truly delightful. However, her demeanor was irresistibly endearing. No, my dear, you must heed my words. I am filled with trepidation. You cannot comprehend the risks. If we were to attract unwanted attention, any unforeseen incident could spell disaster. You see, in our former workplace, there was the Wang family, embroiled in a similar predicament due to a golden Buddha. An outsider, a collector of antiquities, discovered it and inquired about its price. Wang said 1 million, yet the visitor departed without making an offer. Lin Tian, driving, inquired what happened next. Well, for a month, nothing occurred, until one fateful night when several strangers visited their home, claiming to be experts in cultural relics, seeking to examine the golden Buddha. Wang, aware of the regulations, adamantly denied its existence, knowing that acknowledgement would necessitate its surrender to the authorities. And then, Lin Tian prompted. Eventually, the cultural relics officials left, but on a dark, stormy night, 5 or 6 burly men invaded their home, searching every nook and cranny, yet found nothing. Lin Tian's brow furrowed in concern. And what became of the Buddha? Wang never disclosed that information. Ah, I see, Lin Tian replied, feeling a sense of loneliness wash over him. Darling, my main point is that we must remain discreet. Gong Linxue emphasized. Lin Tian grinned. Of course, I will follow your lead. Upon arriving home, they noticed little Sakura had fallen asleep in the car. Lin Tian gently lifted her and placed her on the bed, where she continued to sleep soundly. He then set about boiling water, knowing his wife had toiled throughout the day and would surely be fatigued. Gong Linxue approached, noticing her husband preparing hot water. She picked up a stone and lifted the lid of the rice jar, carefully placing the stone inside. She whispered to her husband, I've hidden it in the rice jar. It's safer this way. When we have time, we shall return to the village and bury it beneath our house. 1 million. With great caution, Gong Linxue deposited the stone into the jar, a gesture that left Lin Tian both amused and bewildered. While he continued to boil water, his thoughts drifted to their upcoming trip to Shenzhen, which would likely take some time. The supply of components there would be reliable, yet they would need an enterprise for touch-screen technology processing. He had to ensure that the technology shared would not lead to his replacement, at least not within the coming year, as domestic manufacturers were capable of producing anything. Once he shared his technology, there would be no turning back. They may turn around and sell him at any moment. Therefore, at this juncture, what he must do is seek out a suitable processing factory. He also needs to present an enticing incentive. In other words, Lin Tian needs to paint a grand vision for the other party. Only then will they perceive hope. And upon seeing this hope, they will continue to collaborate with Lin Tian. After preparing the hot water, he served it to his wife. Gong Linxue dipped her feet into the water. Darling, the water you've boiled is wonderful. Is it? Yes, my dear. I've come to realize that you are the best husband in the world. But it's quite a chore for you to wash my feet. Gong Linxue felt deeply touched. Her husband almost always insisted on washing his own feet daily. She knew that her friends' husbands did not share this habit. Thus, she truly felt fortunate. Moreover, her husband was working so diligently now, earning tens of thousands in a year. Tens of thousands is indeed a significant amount. After Lin Tian finished washing his wife's feet, he also soaked his own. Honey, I should be heading to Shenzhen in about a week. By then, I will likely spend a week there. At that time, perhaps the Baozi shop and the cake shop will be entirely in your hands, Lin Tian said. Gong Linxue nodded. You can rest assured. I will manage everything. Well, that will keep you quite busy. By the way, I also want to recruit part-time help for the cake shop. We can't always have you burdened with the kitchen and front desk duties. Lin Tian agreed. All right, you can arrange that. Okay. We will post part-time job notices at the university entrance. This way, we can attract a significant number of students. Sounds good. Lin Tian made note of it. The next morning, Chen Fan woke up early in the hotel. At this moment, he recalled that he needed to discuss matters with Chairman Zhou at the Century Baozi shop. Feeling quite excited, he believed that if he succeeded, it would bring him great hope. This hope was extremely important to him. Lin Mei at this time also awoke. Why is Chairman Zhou at your sister's Baozi shop? I don't know. By the way, about your phone, I went to the mobile shop yesterday to check with the owner. What did he say? Chen Fan asked while tidying his clothes. He said it's a counterfeit. Lin Mei replied, clearly displeased. I see. Chen Fan sighed. Upon hearing this, Lin Mei was instantly surprised. Why would your boss give you a counterfeit phone? Doesn't that show he doesn't value you? Chen Fan chuckled. Value me? Let me be honest with you. If he truly valued me, why would he send me to the capital for a task that is utterly unfeasible? Unfeasible? Yes, you saw it yourself. Chairman Zhou has been continuously evading responsibility. Moreover, I've learned from other colleagues that many salespeople have already come to persuade Chairman Zhou. Chairman Zhou maintains a consistent demeanor towards everyone, unwavering in his disapproval. Chen Fan let out a sigh and settled onto the bed. But why do you persist? He questioned. Do you think I desire this? Just look at how long I've held my position, yet there has been no sign of agreement or support. Those who joined after me have now ascended to managerial roles, while I remain merely an employee. Indeed, others may view my presence in the workplace as commendable, but the reality is known only to me. In this moment, Chen Fan expressed his frustrations. Hearing this, Lin Mei nodded sympathetically, saying, My dear, you've truly endured much. However, I have faith in you. You are destined for greatness. Today, I shall accompany you, and I am certain we can persuade Chairman Zhou. Once he gives his nod, it will signify success. Indeed, Chen Fan replied. Yet at that moment, he withdrew a cigarette, lit it, and took a deep drag before exhaling. However, I can't shake the feeling that the odds of success are slim. I've often wondered why Chairman Zhou chose to meet at my brother-in-law's Baozi shop. Yes, I'm curious too, she replied. As they spoke, they began to dress and make their way downstairs. Upon reaching the ground floor, they hailed a taxi heading toward the Baozi shop. Meanwhile, Lin Tian and Lin Tian had already driven to the market, loading their vehicle with the necessary ingredients for the day. As Lin Tian started the car, he glanced over at his wife, who had dozed off in the passenger seat. Her head tilted in slumber. A subtle smile crept across his lips as he observed her exhausted posture. The recent flurry of activity between the Baozi shop and the opening of the cake store had truly worn her out. Yet, this fatigue was accompanied by a sense of hope, for despite her tiredness, a glimmer of happiness remained in her expression. Upon arriving at the Baozi shop, they opened the doors, and Luo Guangda arrived shortly thereafter, ready to assist Lin Tian. The two began their preparations, with Lin Tian sharing some of his Baozi-making techniques and the secret recipe for his lamb soup. Upon hearing the recipe, Luo Guangda gasped in astonishment. What seemed like a simple soup had layers of complexity he had never anticipated, particularly in the nuances of the seasoning. While he had assumed that a general understanding would suffice, Lin Tian revealed the intricacies involved in the seasoning process. He listened intently as Lin Tian demonstrated, discussing the recipe as he worked. Initially, Lin Tian had worried that sharing his secret with Luo Guangda might lead him to pursue his own venture. But now such concerns were entirely unfounded. The dumpling shop possesses the remarkable ability to replicate itself infinitely, with its ingredients readily available to the public. Consequently, there is no fear of Luo Guangda venturing out on his own. In fact, he had entertained such thoughts in the past. However, upon hearing Lin Tian's strategy, he was intrigued. Are you suggesting that when we open branch stores, the secret recipe will be disclosed? Indeed, Lin Tian replied. This way, our chefs will all be privy to the method of utilizing the secret ingredients, ensuring that the flavor of our century-old dumpling shop remains consistent. Luo Guangda furrowed his brow, posing a curious question. Could this lead to some chefs taking the secret and starting their own ventures? I have considered that, Lin Tian acknowledged. But think about it. If I make the recipe public, then no one has an advantage. Ah, that is indeed true. But what will give us our competitive edge? Luo Guangda was somewhat perplexed. Very simply, it lies in our sales philosophy. We are original. Remember, no one can surpass originality. Even if the secret recipe is disclosed, the flavors they create will still differ to some extent. Thus, our loyal customers will always crave the authentic experience. Luo Guangda gradually began to comprehend. It appeared that his previous thoughts had indeed been rather naive. Lin Tian had anticipated these issues and devised further measures. This one initiative would render those who obtained the secret recipe incapable of replicating Lin Tian's level of excellence. He felt a deep admiration for Lin Tian. Initially, he had contemplated the possibility of venturing out on his own if following Lin Tian did not yield any prospects. However, it was now evident that aligning with Lin Tian was the wisest choice. At this moment, he harbored no doubts. "Boss Lin, your foresight truly impresses me," Luo Guangda remarked. Lin Tian shook his head, responding, "Master Luo, I will still need your assistance to develop our stores further and better. As long as you work diligently alongside me, the future will undoubtedly bring you greater achievements." Lin Tian's ambitions were not confined to just a few small dumpling shops. Given his rebirth and the support of the system, he felt it imperative to make a significant impact. Thus, he understood precisely what steps he needed to take moving forward. As the hour approached 6, customers began to arrive in a steady stream, consistent with previous traffic levels, maintaining optimal patronage. Lin Tian recognized that with such a volume, his focus should be on avoiding any significant alterations. Rather, he should concentrate on enhancing service and catering to the needs of longtime customers. Following this, preparations for opening branch stores commenced. A location had already been selected in Wangjing, and as long as there were no issues, they were ready to proceed. This new branch would primarily be overseen by Luo Guangda. Luo Guangda may enlist the help of a shop assistant to assist him with the task. Meanwhile, Lin Tian continues his search for a suitable candidate. Once he finds someone, he can entrust the shop to them. Subsequently, he plans to open additional branches. Shortly thereafter, Gong Linmei and Chun Fan have arrived. Upon entering, Chun Fan and Gong Linmei appear considerably less haughty than before, having been humbled by witnessing Lin Tian and his sister's remarkable ability to generate income. To continue to look down on them would be a form of self-deception. At this moment, Lin Tian notices his sister and brother-in-law's arrival. "Have you eaten? We could prepare 2 bowls of lamb soup for you," Lin Tian inquires. During this time, Gong Lin Xue and Li Xiaoyan have already gone to the bakery to begin their work. In the morning, they needed to prepare various ingredients, particularly the grinding of coffee beans, which requires a substantial quantity. Consequently, they contacted Professor Zhao Luchuan, who subsequently reached out to his friends in Italy to send a fresh batch of coffee beans. This way, once the current batch is depleted, a new one will be on the way, alleviating any concerns about running out of coffee when customers arrive. It is essential that they do not substitute ingredients indiscriminately, as such changes could significantly alter the flavor of the coffee, which customers would undoubtedly notice, adversely affecting their experience. Therefore, Lin Tian adheres to the highest standards in terms of ingredients and preparation methods. Lowering these standards would certainly have far-reaching consequences. "We're not eating just yet. Let's wait for others," Chun Fan states, his voice lacking conviction. Over the past few days, he has observed that the brother-in-law he once looked down upon is engaged in quite fascinating endeavors, particularly in his ability to earn money, which has left him somewhat dumbfounded. For instance, at the bun shop, there is a long line of customers in the morning, clearly demonstrating the shop's popularity and the loyalty of its patrons. The shop can generate around 8 or 900 yuan a day, amounting to nearly 18 to 19,000 yuan a month. Such income is remarkable, even by the standards of the capital city. Consequently, Chun Fan has grown increasingly silent. Chapter 92. The art of passing the buck. Chun Fan now eagerly hopes that his conversation with Chairman Zhou will proceed smoothly today. If so, his promotion will be secured. Otherwise, he is uncertain how long he will remain in his current position, perhaps even for a lifetime. The sight of his brother-in-law's thriving bun shop and bakery has obliterated any sense of superiority he once held. Initially, he believed his job was quite respectable, far superior to running a bun shop. Yet, Upon reflection, he realizes that the income generated in a month by the shop far surpasses what they earn in an entire year. This is incorrect. It has even been several years. Such changes made Chun Fan contemplate whether he should resign. However, he lacked the courage to do so. At that moment, Chairman Zhou and a few friends arrived. Upon entering, they spotted Chun Fan, who promptly approached them, saying, "Chairman Zhou, you have arrived. I have been waiting for you." Chairman Zhou glanced at him and then addressed Lin Tian, saying, "Shaolin, we still require the previous standards. I hear you're planning to open a branch?" Lin Tian smiled and replied, "Indeed, having just one store is insufficient. I am considering expanding with another location. From now on, Master Luo will be in full charge." Zhou nodded, expressing his approval of Lin Tian's decision. If Lin Tian were to confine himself to a single dumpling shop, he would likely remain just a dumpling shop owner in the future. However, from Lin Tian's strategy, Zhou could see a reflection of himself. What he aimed for was to see dumpling shops blooming everywhere, thereby maximizing revenue. Of course, there is another critical consideration: how Lin Tian would ensure that the new branch would be as popular as this one. After all, he had witnessed many owners who, in their reckless pursuit, opened 3 or 4 branches only to close down within a year. This was because the quality of a single dumpling shop had to be exceptional. Yet by the time they reached the 2nd or 3rd location, others would need to take over. If one imparts their skills to another, wouldn't that individual eventually venture out on their own? Such a scenario could lead to significant problems. Thus, while opening a branch appears to be a scalable endeavor, it also presents numerous challenges. Very well, when the time comes, we old friends will see who lives nearby and come to support you. However, the flavor must not change too drastically, Chairman Zhou stipulated. Lin Tian nodded in agreement, saying, "It absolutely must not change. I will impart all my techniques to Master Luo. Consequently, the same will apply to any future branches. My techniques will be made public." Lin Tian spoke casually, as if he were utterly unconcerned. Chairman Zhou and the elders were momentarily taken aback. One elder curiously inquired, "What if Master Luo learns the skills and decides to go solo?" Lin Tian replied, "I would support that, as long as they wish to venture out on their own. However, those who learn my techniques must adhere to the unified brand of Bai Nian Dumpling Shop." Lin Tian had already contemplated this. If anyone wished to acquire these techniques, they would need to sign a contract. Should they violate the terms, they would be liable for a substantial penalty. "Oh, this approach is indeed innovative. It sounds promising," another elder remarked. "In this case, it could enhance the reputation of Bai Nian Dumpling Shop. It seems Shaolin is determined to make the dumpling shop renowned." Yes, it appears to be the case. The elders chatted amicably while Lin Tian continued his diligent work. Chun Fan stood beside old Zhou, hesitant to speak. Old Zhou glanced over and said, "What are you all standing around for? Sit down quickly. You mentioned that your unit wishes to collaborate with us. It cannot be without compensation, but as I told you yesterday, you must first learn the art of humility. Take a lesson from Boss Lin." After speaking, old Zhou turned his gaze toward Lin Tian, who immediately grasped the situation. No wonder Chun Fan had reserved the dumpling shop for an entire morning. It was all tied to old Zhou. "Old Zhou, this is my brother-in-law," Lin Tian remarked with a smile. "Yes, I know. But if he had even a modicum of humility, I would agree. However, he is utterly lacking in that regard. Shaolin, can you assure me? If so, I will consent to him." Old Zhou was keenly interested in Lin Tian's opinion. As long as Lin Tian agreed, he would not hesitate for a moment, for he held great satisfaction in Lin Tian and harbored expectation for the young man's future. It was merely a collaboration. After all, just a word from him would suffice. "Old Zhou, you truly hold me in high regard." Lin Tian understood the situation perfectly. Yet, he could not agree outright. It would not serve the educational purpose for his brother-in-law. Sister-in-law, please speak on my behalf," Chun Fan implored, beads of sweat forming on his brow. At this moment, a single word from his sister-in-law could sway old Zhou. Finally, he understood why old Zhou insisted on meeting in the dumpling shop. It was all contingent upon Lin Tian's perspective. Thus, his understanding was quite profound. Moving forward, he could only hope that his sister-in-law would engage old Zhou in conversation. Lin Tian glanced at his brother-in-law, and soon his eldest sister joined them, saying, Lin Tian, you must assist your brother-in-law. Just one word from you, and we will accommodate any request you have. At this moment, Gong Linmei's attitude toward Lin Tian had shifted dramatically. Oh, is that so? But my word alone does not carry weight. Lin Tian genuinely wished to distance himself from this matter, thus returning the responsibility to Old Zhou. Old Zhou was indeed a cunning old fox. Should any issues arise from their collaboration in the future, he would not shoulder the blame. Therefore, it was best to decline. Ah, Shaolin, do not be shy. I am entrusting this authority to you. Rest assured, even if problems arise from the collaboration, I will not blame you. Old Zhou tossed the matter back to him. Lin Tian furrowed his brow. Indeed, he was a crafty old fox. However, a thought struck him. So you wish to secure this collaboration, do you? Yes, indeed. Chun Fan whispered. It all rests on you, brother-in-law. We are family. All right, how about this? You could take care of those steamer baskets that need washing, as well as the dirty dishes. There's also the rubbish that is yet to be cleared. Why don't you handle it? The two men were momentarily taken aback. They had never engaged in such menial and laborious tasks, so their instinct was to refuse. Observing their reluctance, Lin Tian shook his head and said, Old Zhou, it appears they truly do not wish for my assistance, so I'm left with no choice but to defer to you. Chapter 93. The Master's utter shock. If you aspire to achieve certain results, it necessitates a degree of effort, particularly if you are unable to endure hardship. This also serves as evidence that they truly lack remorse. Zhou Lao was quite pleased with Lin Tian's arrangements. He did not show leniency simply because they were his sister and brother-in-law. Rather, this decision earned him Zhou Lao's profound admiration. Upon observing this, Gong Linmei and Chun Fan realized that if they did not take action, they would undoubtedly fail to earn Zhou Lao's esteem. Yet, they remained perplexed as to why their brother-in-law acted in such a manner. He could have easily secured Zhou Lao's approval with just a few words. But now they were compelled to take action. We shall proceed, brother-in-law. We shall proceed, Chun Fan readily agreed, beginning to wash the dishes in the sink. Simultaneously, Gong Linmei set about tidying the steamer. Lin Tian, noting the time, turned to Zhou Lao and inquired, Zhou Lao, do you think a week of their labor here would suffice? Yes, that will do, Zhou Lao affirmed. At the same time, he recognized Lin Tian's cleverness. It was evident that Lin Tian was quite astute. Had he suggested that they had acknowledged their faults and deserved leniency, Zhou Lao would certainly have found another excuse. However, by making such a request, Lin Tian effectively eliminated Zhou Lao's opportunity to seek other justifications. After Zhou Lao and a few old friends finished their meal, they gradually departed. Meanwhile, Gong Linmei and Chun Fan continued their tasks. However, upon seeing Zhou Lao leave, they set down their work. Brother-in-law, now that Zhou Lao has departed, may we take a short break? You can inform him that we have been most diligent, can't you? Rest assured, as long as you assist us with this matter, we shall be most grateful. Upon hearing their words, Lin Tian's previously cheerful demeanor turned serious. Sister, brother-in-law, if you choose to act in this manner, you might as well give it a try. However, I will report your recent conduct to Zhou Lao honestly. In the future, should you require my assistance again, do not expect me to intervene. Lin Tian's statement was straightforward. The choice lay with them, and he was indifferent. Hearing this, the two clenched their teeth and resumed their tasks. As Lin Tian shook his head while exiting the store, he addressed Luo Guangda, saying, keep a watchful eye on them. If they attempt to slack off, be sure to inform me. I am not one to tolerate negligence. Understood, Luo Guangda was willing to undertake such a task, especially since it was evident that these two possessed a rather opportunistic character. If they were not taught a lesson, they would remain oblivious to the consequences of their actions. At this moment, Luo Guangda began to assert his authority over them, which infuriated Gong Linmei and Chun Fan, who felt like retaliating. Nevertheless, they suppressed their anger. Mindful of Zhou Lao, Lin Tian drove to the bakery. Although the shop was not particularly crowded at this hour, however, passing patrons would still enter to purchase a cup of coffee. Particularly, some university students would come in to enjoy a cup while perusing their books. Lin Tian took the opportunity to impart some technical knowledge. Subsequently, for 3 consecutive days, the cake shop entered a period of stability. with daily profits hovering around 2 to 3,000. Calculating over the course of a month, this would amount to 70 to 80,000. Lin Tian was quite astonished and proceeded to open a Union Pay account at the bank, allowing customers to pay directly with their bank cards at the cake shop. Moreover, she diligently deposited money into the bank every day. Next, Lin Tian needed to travel to Shenzhen, as the Motorola 3 was soon to be launched. If he did not act swiftly, he would lose any competitive advantage post-launch. He briefly discussed the matter of the Jade Stone with his wife, considering the numerous expenses that awaited them. Currently, their available funds were not substantial. If the stone yielded imperial green jade, it would surely fetch a handsome price. Thus, the following day, Lin Tian did not engage in any other activities. Instead, he went directly to the jade market. He conducted a preliminary observation and found no suspicious individuals, which gave him the confidence to bring the stone today. "Boss, please cut this stone for me," Lin Tian said as he arrived at the jade cutting area, handing the stone to the craftsman. The craftsman accepted it and examined it with a bright flashlight, furrowing his brow. This master craftsman, in his 50s, was evidently a professional in the field. Shaking his head, he remarked, "I must tell you, young man, this stone is merely an ordinary rock. There is no need to waste your money." Based on his extensive experience, he believed the stone would not yield anything of value. Upon hearing this, Lin Tian understood that the master did not want him to spend unnecessarily, recognizing that cutting the stone would be a mere expense. "Please do cut it. Rest assured, I will not shortchange you," Lin Tian insisted, revealing his money. His intent was clear. He was prepared to accept any outcome. The master craftsman scrutinized Lin Tian, sighing, "You young folks are so impatient, thinking any stone can be valuable. Have you been misled?" From the master's years of experience, a simple flashlight examination could reveal much. However, the stone Lin Tian brought was evidently nothing more than an ordinary specimen, unlikely to yield anything of worth. It was merely a waste of time. "Master, it matters not. Please proceed with the cutting," Lin Tian replied with a smile. "Very well, my fee remains the same. Should nothing be revealed, do not blame me for not forewarning you," the master said as he accepted the stone and placed it on the cutting stand. After donning gloves, he activated the motor. The sound of the machine began, accompanied by the whirring of cutting tools as the craftsman commenced his work. As the saw gradually made contact with the stone, a fissure slowly began to emerge. The master craftsman did not rush. Instead, he lifted the blade and inspected the stone with a powerful flashlight. Suddenly, his brow furrowed as he discerned something amiss. Without hesitation, he resumed his work. The sound of the blade slicing through the stone filled the air, accompanied by wisps of smoke as the blade penetrated deeper. "This raw stone is quite intriguing," he remarked. "If there were no changes at all, it would indeed appear somewhat green. However, having opened many raw stones before, I have never encountered such a situation." Driven by curiosity, he continued his work. As the process neared completion, he halted the blade, carefully extracting the stone and gradually revealing its contents. At that moment of revelation, the master was utterly astonished. Chapter 94. Provide me with your bank card number. The master had opened numerous raw stones in his time, yet this particular specimen truly broadened his horizons. As he slowly unveiled it, he was greeted by a vibrant green hue that invigorated him, a glimmer of green light sparkling in his eyes. "Could it be?" he exclaimed in disbelief. Lin Tian, noticing the master's astonished expression, leaned closer to observe. Indeed, as the raw stone was revealed, it was filled with a rich, verdant glow. It appeared that his mystical vision had not deceived him. It was indeed imperial green. Given its quality, it would undoubtedly fetch a handsome price if sold. Although he had mentally prepared himself, the excitement was palpable. After all, while his divine sight had confirmed the presence of imperial green, he could not be entirely certain until now. Finally, he had confirmation of its authenticity. "Congratulations, young man. Your eye for quality is exceptional. This piece alone could command such a price," the master indicated with a gesture representing 10,000? Lin Tian inquired, intrigued. The master vigorously shook his head. "No, it's 1 million. The minimum is 1 million. You're in for a windfall. Once you've made the purchase, You must prepare a generous red envelope for me. The master adhered to certain protocols, primarily ensuring confidentiality for his clients and refraining from contacting the seller directly. Typically, the buyer was responsible for handling such matters independently. Otherwise, should any issues arise, they would not be held accountable. All right, if I can indeed sell it for a good price, I shall return with a substantial red envelope for you. Yes, just be sure to wrap it carefully in cloth and keep it discreet. Otherwise, if it attracts unwanted attention, it could spell trouble. In this bustling market, once someone set their sights on a valuable item, they would undoubtedly resort to various means to acquire it, often offering little in return. Thus, the master's warning was well intended. After all, 1 million was no small sum, sufficient to purchase an entire house in the capital. Thank you, Master. Lin Tian expressed his gratitude as he paid the cutting fee. After carefully wrapping the raw stone, he exited the shop and headed toward the raw stone market, where he made a phone call as he drove away. Old Joe, I might trouble you once more. There is something I would like your assistance with. Oh, what is it? Inquisitively asked Old Joe upon answering the phone. He was taken aback when I directly presented Lin Tian's exquisite book on May plum blossoms. If this book were to be sold, it could fetch a 2-digit sum at the very least. However, Old Joe was in no hurry to part with it. It's the Imperial Green, Lin Tian stated bluntly. What? Old Joe was astonished. Indeed, it is the Imperial Green just freshly cut. Its density and color are superb. I shall bring it to you for your appraisal. Lin Tian knew that Old Joe had a keen eye. Once he examined it, a fair price would surely follow. Very well, bring it over, Old Joe agreed, subsequently providing Lin Tian with his address. Lin Tian drove to Old Joe's residence. Upon arrival, Old Joe invited Lin Tian inside. Have you truly acquired the Imperial Green? Old Joe inquired, gazing at Lin Tian. Yes, Old Joe, take a look. Lin Tian nodded, placing the stone wrapped in cloth upon the table and slowly unwrapping it. As the cloth fell away, a vibrant green stone was revealed. Wait, let me put on my glasses, Old Joe said, well aware of the significance of the Imperial Green. He donned his glasses, retrieved a magnifying glass, and used a strong light to inspect it. This is indeed a remarkable piece, Old Joe affirmed, scrutinizing it closely. He shook his head in astonishment, exclaiming, this truly is an exceptional find, and it is quite sizable. It could potentially yield 4 bangles. For you say? Lin Tian remarked. You should truly consider keeping it. Its value is bound to double in the future. Lin Tian was confident of this. With the impending economic growth of the Dragon Kingdom, now would be the opportune time to preserve such a treasure, as its worth would undoubtedly change. Old Joe, I'm also aware that its value will differ in time. However, I am in need of funds at present, Lin Tian candidly expressed. In need of funds? Are you planning to expand your store? Old Joe asked with curiosity. Lin Tian shook his head, replying, not quite. You should know that I've been engaged in producing imitation phones. However, I do not wish to continue on this path indefinitely. Thus, I am contemplating the possibility of pursuing some independent innovation. Ah, splendid. How do you intend to innovate? Old Joe inquired. Lin Tian elaborated on his plans, and Old Joe was taken aback. Is that true? Indeed, I now possess the technical know-how. I merely need to find a capable manufacturer. We can undoubtedly overcome this technical barrier, and our phones will feature touch technology. Old Joe had never anticipated this. Initially, he thought Lin Tian was merely focused on business, but now he realized it was far more profound. Lin Tian was seated upon core technology. Indeed, this touchscreen is the core technology. Once mastered, it will undoubtedly become a pivotal innovation, akin to the currently known chip technology, which has long been under foreign control. The Dragon Kingdom aspires to break through, yet faces numerous challenges. If technology is embodied within oneself, it can undoubtedly provide an explosive advantage for future electronic products. Excellent. Xiaolin, you are absolutely right. Very well then, I shall purchase this Imperial Green. How does 1.5 million sound? Mr. Zhou directly quoted a price. Lin Tian was astonished. Mr. Zhou, isn't that a bit excessive? Lin Tian felt that this price might be reasonable in 7 or 8 years. However, currently, it is merely worth around 1 million. With 1 million, Lin Tian would indeed have a solid foundation. It is not excessive at all. I must also consider the potential appreciation in value. I'm offering you $1.5 million, but it is contingent upon you developing those technological industries. I eagerly anticipate the touchscreen phone you will create." Upon hearing this, Lin Tian nodded emphatically, saying, "All right, Mr. Zhou, I shall certainly achieve that." He understood that Mr. Zhou had deliberately quoted a price reflecting the value of the Imperial Green a decade into the future. Ultimately, he intended to provide Lin Tian with the utmost financial support. However, Mr. Zhou refrained from making a direct investment because he knew that such an action would impose the greatest constraints on Lin Tian. What he needed now was to operate without any shackles. Once shackled, he feared that Lin Tian would be unable to unleash his full potential. "Then I shall seize this opportunity. I will have the Group S secretary transfer the funds to you immediately. Please provide me with your bank account number." Lin Tian nodded and retrieved his bank card to hand it to Mr. Zhou. Mr. Zhou accepted it and promptly contacted the finance department. Chapter 95. Is it truly delicious? Mr. Zhou called the finance department and relayed the specific details. After a brief wait, Lin Tian's account received a deposit of $1.5 million. The speed was astonishing. Lin Tian was somewhat incredulous. Initially, he believed it could be worth $1 million. In reality, given the current market prices, even $500,000 would be quite impressive. Yet, it was astonishing that it was directly valued at $1.5 million, which was entirely beyond his expectations. "Mr. Zhou, I feel you have given me far too much." Upon seeing the funds credited to his account, Lin Tian was slightly taken aback. Mr. Zhou, however, shook his head and replied, "I have not given you a penny more than what is due. Just consider the appreciation potential of this Imperial Green. I stand to profit significantly. Earlier, I also suggested that you might wish to keep it for yourself. I can assure you that this piece of Imperial Green will undoubtedly double in value over the next decade." Mr. Zhou had a remarkably keen sense, able to anticipate the price trajectory for the next 10 years. If Lin Tian were not someone who had been reborn, he would likely remain unaware of the impending doubling in value. Indeed, such exquisite Imperial Green will, after 10 years, be a true rarity. A price of $3 million is by no means an exaggeration. Mr. Zhou, being an experienced veteran who has navigated the complexities of business to reach his current standing, is well acquainted with the operational rhythms of various enterprises. Naturally, he also possesses a predictive insight regarding the future price trends of this jadeite. "Then I shall accept it." Lin Tian responded with a smile. "Yes, accept it. You will need to handle many matters when you go to Shenzhen, all of which will require funds. If the funds prove insufficient, do not hesitate to give me a call. Assistance is always at your disposal. However, bear in mind that the money is lent to you, with only standard interest applicable. Old Zhou does not take on excessive burdens, for he understands that such an endeavor might instill a sense of restlessness in the young Lin Tian. It would also remove any concerns he may have in handling affairs, which could lead to dire consequences in the future. Thus, this approach is indeed the most prudent choice, offering Lin Tian a brighter prospect." Lin Tian conversed with Old Zhou for a while, mentioning Gong Linmei and Chun Fan. Glancing at the calendar, Old Zhou noted that there were still many days remaining. Should he persevere, Old Zhou might consider acquiescing to Chun Fan's request. "Well, I must express my gratitude," Lin Tian said appreciatively. "Ah, do not thank me. It is your own efforts that have brought you here. Of course, should they accept my collaboration and continue in the same manner, I will terminate our partnership." Old Zhou remarked sagely. He possesses an acute ability to discern character and does not extend his help indiscriminately. His willingness to assist Gong Linmei and Chun Fan is largely due to Lin Tian's influence, a fact Lin Tian is acutely aware of. After expressing his gratitude, he departed from Old Zhou's residence and made his way to the cake shop, preparing for the upcoming journey to Shenzhen. Despite the many inconveniences, including a train journey that would take nearly 36 hours, almost a full day plus half, this prospect was daunting. Moreover, at this time, the trains were predominantly older models, making the journey quite uncomfortable due to their swaying motion. Lin Tian resolved to purchase a sleeper ticket in advance to alleviate some of the discomfort. Upon arriving at the cake shop, he found Gong Linxue and Li Xiaoyan diligently engaged in their tasks, along with a new part-time female employee, who was courteously attending to customers with grace. Upon entering, patrons were immediately captivated. Naturally, the success of such a cake shop hinges on the quality of its offerings. If the tastes were lacking, customers would not return. Fortunately, the cakes from this establishment were exceptionally delightful, ensuring that all who visited would become repeat customers. At that moment, a young man entered. "I would like several cakes, please. This one and that one as well." "Yes, please pack them up for me. I have heard wonderful things about your cakes, and I am eager to try them. I wonder if they live up to the hype," he said curiously to the female employee. She smiled gently and replied, "You can be assured there is no mistake. Once you take them home, you will understand why our cakes are so delectable." The young man nodded, taking his cakes. "All right, I shall savor them, and if they are as good as I expect, our family's cakes this year will all be from your shop." Upon finishing his statement, he exited and hailed a cab. Just as he settled into the vehicle, he received a phone call. "Hello, sis. Rest assured, I have secured the cakes. They will absolutely suit your taste," the young man declared. A voice of perplexity soon arose. "Indeed, I have indulged in numerous cakes within the capital, yet none have satisfied my cravings. My dear brother, I must candidly admit that there are truly no professional patisseries in our country, and the offerings pale in comparison to those I have savored abroad. However, if you have the time, do bring me a portion of KFC." "Ah, very well," the young man acquiesced. At that moment, he instructed the driver to head to the shopping mall. Upon arrival, his eyes immediately fell upon KFC. He alighted from the vehicle and strode purposefully towards the establishment. Once inside, he ordered 2 burgers along with chicken wings and drumsticks. After completing his purchases, he hailed a taxi to continue his journey. After half an hour, he finally arrived at the residential complex. He disembarked at the entrance and entered the building, ascending the stairs with determination. After a brief interval, he stepped into the apartment. At that moment, his sister was clad in a pair of exceedingly short shorts. "Oh, dear brother, you truly brought me something," she exclaimed. "Excellent, excellent. And you even got KFC." Upon seeing the fast food, her hunger was instantly piqued. "Sister, I am aware of your discerning tastes. I prepared some KFC just for you. But I know your true preference lies with cake. Do give the cake I purchased a try," the young man suggested. His sister shook her head, replying, "It's just mediocre. Even if I were to wander to Wang Fujing, I still wouldn't find authentic cake. Let me tell you, the only place in the country with genuine patisseries is in Shanghai. As for the capital, it still falls short." As she spoke, she opened the cake box, glancing inside with a hint of surprise. However, the packaging appears quite appealing, and the surface has been meticulously crafted. Yet, I've seen many like this before, and the taste is typically lackluster. With that, she took a piece and placed it in her mouth. To her astonishment, she exclaimed, "No way. What is this?" "Sister, it's not dreadful, is it? I've heard from many that this bakery produces delectable cakes. Perhaps you've grown accustomed to the flavors abroad. The taste at home may no longer resonate with you." He speculated nervously. Chapter 96. A genuine revelation. The young man felt a twinge of anxiety. It can't be truly unpalatable, can it? That would indeed be disappointing. This particular bakery came highly recommended by a good friend, who assured him that their cakes were absolutely delightful. His sister, having returned from studying overseas, possessed a distinctive appreciation for cake flavors, which inspired him to bring her a treat. No, it's not that," she said, slightly flustered as she took another bite. "To be honest, the flavor of this cake is simply exquisite. It's the best cake I've tasted in this country." She couldn't help but sing its praises. The young man was taken aback. To receive such commendation from his sister was truly a rarity. "Really?" he questioned, skepticism creeping in as he picked up another cake and took a bite. Upon consuming the delicacy, an expression of disbelief washed over my face. My goodness, it was truly exquisite. Where's that shop located?" "Is on Yuha Road." My brother elaborated on the cake shop's location to my sister. She nodded vigorously. "All right, let's visit again. If it tastes this good, it must be crafted by a foreign chef." Indeed, in the cake shop, when Gong Linxue discovered that the stone Lin Tian had procured was sold for 1,500,000, her astonishment was palpable. She gazed at Lin Tian in disbelief and asked, "You can't be pulling my leg, can you?" "Absolutely not. This is genuine. 1,500,000 has already been credited. You can verify it at any time," Lin Tian assured her. Upon hearing this, Gong Linxue hurried to check Lin Tian's text messages. Indeed, there was a notification indicating that 1,500,000 had been deposited into the bank account. 1,500,000, a staggering figure for her, almost incomprehensible. For her, even 50,000 would be considerable. Yet now there was this windfall. She began to feel a sense of anxiety. Darling, how do we suddenly acquire such a sum? There must be some risk involved, right? Gong Linxue expressed her concern. Lin Tian chuckled lightly and replied, My dear, rest assured, there is no risk involved. As long as our earnings are legitimate, no one will come to scrutinize us. Furthermore, I fear that this 1,500,000 will primarily be spent on acquiring technology and various components. Whether we can succeed remains uncertain. Lin Tian aimed to create a replica of the latest smartphone while also incorporating some technologies he was familiar with. This endeavor would require a significant investment. Seeing Gong Linxue's frugal nature, he found it somewhat amusing. He even thought that with this money, it might be wiser to leave the capital and return to their hometown to forge a new path. Darling, what if we sell the cake shop? Let's return to our hometown. Having this much money makes me uneasy. Gong Linxue expressed her genuine feelings. Noticing his wife's anxious demeanor, Lin Tian firmly grasped her hand. My love, do not be afraid. We intend to use this money for legitimate purposes. I plan to travel to Shenzhou to invest in smartphone components, which will undoubtedly require a portion of our funds. Whether this will succeed remains an open question. If we were merely refurbishing old models, I would not be worried. However, this time is different. We aim to innovate, which naturally demands substantial investment. Nevertheless, if we succeed, we can recoup this sum in the shortest time possible, and quite effortlessly at that. After hearing his explanation, Gong Linxue conceded, All right, I will follow your lead. However, should any risks arise, we will cease immediately. I do not fear hard times. I dread the thought that if we continue down this path, we might end up with nothing. She expressed her apprehension. Lin Tian discerned his wife's anxiety as she tightly grasped his hand. Do not worry, my dear. We shall undoubtedly thrive in the future. He spoke with unwavering confidence. Having been reborn, he understood that many ventures began in this manner, gradually expanding from modest beginnings. Nevertheless, his current approach held a degree of risk. Should he falter, it might lead him back to square one. Yet, Lin Tian remained unperturbed, having traversed that very path before. Even in failure, he could rebuild. Beloved, do not be anxious. Once I depart for Shenzhen, I entrust you with the affairs here. Therefore, there is no need for undue stress. As they conversed, Li Xiaoyan approached. Observing their discussion regarding Shenzhen, she chose not to interject, for she had come to believe in Lin Tian's ability to achieve whatever he set his mind to. Perhaps this was his unique charm. By 5 in the afternoon, Lin Tian returned to the Baozi shop. Upon arrival, he found Gong Linmei and Chun Fan already proficient in their tasks. They had progressed from initial skepticism to genuine admiration, particularly after witnessing the bustling business over the past few days. Gong Linmei calculated their earnings for the day, estimating a profit of 500 yuan. If they continued at this pace, they could potentially earn 800 or 900 by nightfall. Initially, when Gong Linxue had mentioned this prospect, they had been doubtful. However, seeing the reality before them dispelled any disbelief. Brother-in-law, you're here. Chun Fan greeted him with a cheerful smile. Yes, you both have certainly worked hard today. If you feel weary, do take a moment to rest. Lin Tian encouraged them kindly. Chun Fan shook his head. At first, we were reluctant, but we soon discovered the Baozi shop is quite enjoyable. Brother-in-law, you truly are remarkable. His words, though complimentary, masked a desire to connect with Zhou Lao through Lin Tian. Given their evident rapport, a word from Zhou Lao could significantly impact his own prospects. If you're tired, take a break, Lin Tian reiterated. All right, it's almost time for us to start. At that moment, everyone began to bustle about, for Sunday brought a considerable influx of customers. After a short while, Lin Tian needed a drive to pick up Xiao Ying from school. The atmosphere in the Baozi shop felt less tense, thanks to Gong Linmei and Chun Fan's assistance, which alleviated many challenges and improved efficiency. Arriving at the kindergarten, he saw Xiao Ying joyfully emerging. Upon spotting her father, she dashed over to him. How much for 10 pieces? Xiao Ying inquired, bouncing excitedly in front of Lin Tian, resembling a little princess. She wore a delightful pink dress that Gong Linxue had recently gifted her, which suited her adorably. Seeing her father come to pick her up filled her with excitement. In her memory, he used to be a man consumed by his addiction to alcohol. Yet, the father she now perceived radiated warmth. "Father, is it you who has come to fetch me again?" Little Sakura exclaimed adorably. Lin Tian crouched down and embraced her, asking, "Do you not wish for your father to come and collect you?" "Not at all. I simply feel so overjoyed," she replied. "Today, my teacher praised me once more, saying my studies have been excellent." Sakura seemed to take pride in her achievements. Lin Tian knew his daughter well. At such moments, she was likely to have some small request. Indeed, her desires were modest, merely yearning for a cotton candy or ice cream. "Would you prefer cotton candy or ice cream?" Lin Tian asked as he placed Sakura in the passenger seat of the car. She blushed, as if her secret thoughts had been uncovered. "I want ice cream. However, father, the chocolate we had last time was quite sweet." It was truly delicious. Sakura reminisced about their previous ice cream experience. Lin Tian knew exactly which ice cream shop she referred to on Wangfujing Street, where he had first bought her ice cream. They had returned a few times since, but she had always longed for it. "All right, let us go there today," he agreed. "And afterward, I will take you for a stroll on Wangfujing Street." "Yes, yes," Sakura replied joyfully, though she soon settled down, anxious that her excitement might dissuade her father from going. Lin Tian chuckled softly, shaking his head, and started the car toward Wangfujing. After approximately half an hour, they arrived at their destination. He parked the car and took Sakura's hand as they walked toward the shopping district. Even in 2004, Wangfujing had become synonymous with the capital. It was a place every visitor, aside from the Forbidden City and the Great Wall, felt compelled to explore. The clothing and goods here were not inexpensive, comprising mainly luxury items. Lin Tian could afford them now, but he was aware that their prices were exorbitant. Despite recently purchasing a stone that left him with over $1 million, he was reluctant to squander it on luxuries. Hence, he was more interested in observing the changes in Wangfujing. As they ventured to buy ice cream, he noticed a new liquor store had opened on one of the side streets. Upon seeing the name on the sign, Lin Tian was taken aback. It was Matai. It was common knowledge that the price of Matai had soared to 350 yuan per bottle, a considerable sum. As prices continued to rise, the following year it reached 500, then 1,000, and eventually 3,000 or even 4,000 yuan. In essence, if one were to collect a bottle of Matai now, in the next decade or so, its value could potentially multiply tenfold. Unavoidably, Lin Tian began to feel intrigued. If he could stock up on some Matai now, he could subsequently relax and reap the rewards. "Sakura, is the ice cream delicious?" he inquired. "Yes, it's really good, Daddy, you're the best," replied Sakura obediently. "Come on, let's head to that newly opened shop," Lin Tian said, taking Sakura by the hand. Sakura noticed a hotel that had recently opened ahead, and suddenly the ice cream in her hand lost its appeal. "Daddy, you're not thinking of drinking again, are you? If you drink, you'll turn into the old daddy again." She immediately grasped her father's hand, refusing to walk further. Lin Tian, feeling her tug, turned around and saw that Sakura had stopped eating her ice cream. He instantly understood what was troubling her. "Are you worried that Daddy will drink again?" he asked. Sakura nodded slightly. Lin Tian couldn't help but chuckle. "Don't worry, sweetheart. Since Daddy has promised not to drink, he will keep that promise. I assure you, even if I buy the alcohol, I won't drink it, okay?" He valued his daughter's feelings greatly. If she disagreed, he would simply turn around. After all, making money could be achieved in other ways. He had no intention of fixating on alcohol. However, he could not bear to see his daughter sad. "Really?" Sakura's bright eyes sparkled with curiosity. "Of course," Lin Tian affirmed. "Well, that's fine, but you can only have a tiny sip," Sakura said, expressing her concern that if he drank too much, he would no longer be the same father. Lin Tian squatted down and assured her, "All right, I will listen to Sakura." "Okay," she responded promptly. They then entered the newly opened hotel together. Inside, there were a few customers, but upon seeing the prices, they hesitated and shook their heads. After all, a bottle cost over 300, which was quite a stretch. Given the current wage levels, the disparity compared to Matai was significant. Thus, the customers entering the store were merely browsing, with very few inclined to make a purchase. Lin Tian observed the situation and used his divine eye to check, confirming that the liquor was genuine, which put him at ease. The price of Matai had risen to over 300 a bottle, and the market was rife with counterfeit products. The price of fake liquor wouldn't be low either, often matching that of the authentic variety, making such occurrences understandable. "Boss, how much for a bottle?" Lin Tian inquired. The owner replied, "It's 350 per bottle now." "Oh, is there a discount for buying in bulk?" Lin Tian asked, curious about potential savings. The owner explained that buying a case would save 10 yuan per bottle. "Are you looking to buy a case?" the owner asked, intrigued. Lin Tian calculated that Matai typically came in 2, 4, 6, or even 12 bottle cases. If he were to buy a 6-bottle case, it would cost 2,100 yuan. Buying 10 cases would amount to 21,000 yuan. Since he intended to make a purchase, he resolved to buy in quantity. Thus, Lin Tian intended to purchase 10 bottles. By storing the liquor, he anticipated that in 10 years' time, its value would multiply several times over. "How much for 10 bottles?" he inquired. 10 bottles? The proprietor was taken aback. Typically, patrons would be content with a single purchase, and he had never encountered anyone requesting 10 at once. "Indeed, 10 bottles. Please show me the price for 10. "Are you truly certain you wish to buy 10? That amounts to over 20,000. The owner, who had recently opened his establishment and had spent several years in the industry, was astonished. While it was not uncommon for customers to request 10 bottles of cheaper wines, a single bottle of this specific Maodai was priced at over 300. It was exceedingly rare to meet someone who would order 10 bottles outright. Initially, he wondered if the customer was jesting. "Of course I want 10, but perhaps you could provide a discount?" Lin Tian inquired teasingly. Even without a discount, he would still profit handsomely. However, given the quantity, the owner ought to offer a more favorable price. "How about I throw in a complimentary bottle of Maodai and reduce the price by 10 per bottle?" the owner proposed. Lin Tian agreed. "That sounds acceptable. Please prepare the 10 bottles, and I will need your assistance with loading them into my vehicle." "Absolutely, no problem," the owner replied promptly. He then retrieved the 10 bottles from the storeroom, assuring Lin Tian, "Rest assured, these are the most authentic Feitian Maodai, each bottle equipped with anti-counterfeiting labels." Lin Tian, having employed his divine vision for verification, confirmed their authenticity and felt at ease accepting them. He proceeded to pay via card, and upon seeing the funds transfer, the owner helped him load the bottles into his vehicle. "Still curious, if you don't mind my asking, why do you intend to buy so much liquor? Are you expecting guests?" Purchasing 10 bottles of Maodai certainly suggests you are a significant figure. Although Lin Tian drove a modest van, it was not unusual for wealthy individuals to prefer low profiles. The owner noted the ease with which Lin Tian had paid 20,000, indicating his substantial means. "I simply wish to keep it at home," Lin Tian replied casually. "Ah, you have a keen eye. Many say that now is an excellent time to store Maodai, as prices are sure to rise in the future. However, I believe the increase will not be excessively wild. Compared to previous prices, they have already multiplied significantly. Thus, I doubt there will be any outrageous surges." The proprietor, having years of experience in the liquor business, was quite knowledgeable. Lin Tian nodded in agreement. "Yes, that is true, but I simply enjoy it." After bidding farewell to the owner, he departed in his vehicle with Xiaoying. The employer remarked that the increase was not substantial, yet he certainly had his reasons. After all, prices can be exorbitant. Should the inventory accumulate excessively, a sudden decline in the market could lead to significant losses. Numerous instances of this have occurred recently. Particularly in the liquor industry, one distillery may thrive this year, only for it to face misfortune the next. The closure of one distillery often leads to the demise of affiliated brands as well. However, for Lin Tian, who has experienced a rebirth, he comprehends the appreciation potential of Matai liquor. By purchasing more now, he believes it will yield profit in the future. He remained reticent, feeling no need for elaboration. Upon arriving at the cake shop, he found Gong Linxue diligently at work, although it was 7 o'clock, and the number of customers had noticeably dwindled. Gong Linxue and Li Xiaona commenced tidying up. "Mom, I want to eat the cake you made," piped up Xiaoying, who had rushed to her mother's side. Gong Linxue, noticing Xiao Ying, gently patted her head, saying, "You can't indulge too often. Eating too much cake will make you gain weight. Didn't we agree that you could have some only once a week? So, resist the temptation." Though Xiao Ying was slightly reluctant, she dared not disobey her mother's words. Giving a slight nod, "All right." Seeing her daughter assent, Gong Linxue encouraged her to play nearby. She then approached Lin Tian and said, "Today I discovered something significant." "Oh, what is it?" Lin Tian inquired, intrigued. "While managing the shop, I've realized that although our business is thriving now, if we limit ourselves to just one store, can we truly continue to grow in the future?" Recently, Gong Linxue had observed changes in her husband and recognized the necessity to keep pace with him. Hence, she revisited her past studies, suddenly realizing how timid she had been. Previously, her thoughts on entrepreneurship had merely been talk without any tangible action. It was only after Lin Tian embarked on his venture that she understood entrepreneurship was indeed feasible, with substantial profits to be made. For instance, the profitability of their cake shop exceeded 50%, with some achieving even 70%. Such profits were unimaginable to her before. "Well then, what do you propose?" Lin Tian was eager to learn how Gong Linxue intended to address this matter. "I was contemplating whether we could adopt a similar model to your bun shop, passing on our cake-making skills. In other words, we could initiate a mentorship program, allowing anyone interested in learning to come to us for instruction. We could even offer job placements," Gong Linxue suggested. Upon hearing this, Lin Tian was momentarily taken aback. "Really? You've actually considered this step?" "Please continue." Lin Tian expressed his interest. "Recently, there have been young girls inquiring if we needed apprentices. I neither accepted nor declined, merely pondering whether it would be feasible to take on apprentices." Lin Tian affirmed, "Of course, that is entirely possible. If you wish to pursue it, I will support you wholeheartedly." Lin Tian envisioned a future where he would indeed establish a cake school, which would undoubtedly yield substantial profits. Furthermore, he did not wish to limit himself to a single cake shop. He aspired for it to flourish like a Baozi shop, spreading its branches far and wide. If such an endeavor were to materialize, it would necessitate a robust support system. Ironically, it was Gong Linxue's suggestion that birthed the initial concept. Is that truly the case? If there are apprentices eager to learn tomorrow, shall I accept them? Should I charge a tuition fee? Gong Linxue inquired. Lin Tian understood that during this era, acquiring skills often required a monetary investment. However, in the future, even apprentices would demand wages, rendering tuition fees a moot point. Yet at this stage, it was still merely a nascent idea. Moreover, offering free education might attract an overwhelming number of apprentices, some of whom might be commendable, yet others could be quite the opposite. There was always the risk that upon witnessing his success, they might venture out to open their own establishments. Ultimately, the decision lay with his wife. Lin Tian had faith that Gong Linxue harbored her own strategic considerations. Chapter 99. The call from the old father. Upon hearing Lin Tian's support, Gong Linxue felt liberated to pursue her aspirations. After all, she could not merely stand idly by while her husband toiled away. She too needed to contribute. Additionally, with freshly graduated students eager to learn the art of cake making, she felt compelled to lend a hand. It was a fortuitous opportunity to accept apprentices and earn a modest income. Naturally, the tuition would not be exorbitant. Gong Linxue planned to charge a mere 500 yuan. At that moment, Lin Tian had a different notion. What if he seized this opportunity to establish a training school? Would this not mean that Lan Xiang would no longer have a role to play? He was aware of the substantial profits generated from Lan Xiang's annual tuition fees, which represented a significant revenue stream, with minimal initial investment required. The success of the other party was merely a product of favorable timing. In such auspicious circumstances, even most unlikely adventures could soar. Thus, Lin Tian resolved to capitalize on this opportunity. Once the cake shop was organized, Li Xiaoyan would take charge of its operations, allowing him to step away from the Baozi shop. She boarded a bus home, while Lin Tian drove Gong Linxue and Xiao Ying to the Baozi shop. Although Luo Guanda was present at the shop, assistance was still necessary until the Baozi shop in Wangjing was operational. This responsibility would remain with Lin Tian for the time being. However, He contemplated the need to find another apprentice to whom he could impart his baozi and mutton soup techniques. In the future, Lin Tian's primary focus would be on management. If he remained preoccupied with the craft of baozi making, it would not bode well for him. A plethora of responsibilities awaited him, particularly the development of a new mobile phone, which would demand considerable energy. At that juncture, he would need to dedicate himself entirely to the new phone project. Consequently, the baozi shop must be entrusted to someone else, someone who is eager to learn and willing to work diligently. My dear, tomorrow, could you please keep an eye out for anyone interested in learning the art of making steam buns? If there are any, they can learn from me, and I will also provide a salary. During this period, apprentices are typically required to pay tuition fees. It is indeed quite rare to find an opportunity to learn for free while earning a wage. A salary? Gong Linxue expressed her astonishment. Well, it's not much. Initially, I will offer 300 a month, and once they have mastered the craft, it will be 1,000 per month. Oh, that seems reasonable. However, regarding the cake shop, would it be excessive to charge tuition? Lin Tian shook his head and replied, our situations differ. I need an apprentice who can eventually take over the steam bun shop. Thus, I must offer some incentive to determine if they can truly excel. Once it is announced that one can learn a skill while receiving a salary, I anticipate a significant influx of individuals eager to learn. Therefore, I wish to utilize this opportunity to select those most suited to manage the steamed bun shop as its agent. Oh, I understand now. I will keep an eye out tomorrow. Lin Tian nodded in agreement. At that moment, Gong Linxue noticed numerous boxes of liquor in the back of the van, specifically Mao Tai. Did you purchase so much alcohol? Had it been in the past, Gong Linxue would have suspected Lin Tian intended to indulge. However, now she believed he was making an investment. After all, her husband was focused on profitability. He would not engage in ventures that did not yield returns. Yes, I just took our daughter to Wang Fujing and discovered a new store where Mao Tai was quite affordable. I ended up purchasing 10 cases, totaling around 20,000. Lin Tian elaborated to his wife. Upon hearing the price, Gong Linxue shook her head, recalling that she had previously heard Mao Tai was quite expensive. I remember it being around 100 or 200. This year, it seems to have reached 350, which must be the highest, right? Gong Linxue inquired. Lin Tian shook his head. It may rise again tomorrow, and the increase is likely to be significant. Really? So expensive? I find it hard to imagine who would drink it, Gong Linxue questioned, somewhat perplexed. In her understanding, a bottle of liquor priced over 300 was already quite costly. If prices were to rise further, she would not consider purchasing such expensive liquor. When are you going to Shenzhen? Gong Linxue, unfamiliar with liquor, changed the subject. Lin Tian pondered for a moment. In the next few days, as the new phone model is about to be launched, we need to have our knockoff version ready by the second day of its release to attract more customers. Lin Tian explained. Gong Linxue nodded. That sounds good. But please ensure your safety while in Shenzhen. Especially when searching for partner factories, let us remain calm. Even if the business is promising, your safety is paramount. Gong Linxue expressed her concern, worried that Lin Tian would be alone in Shenzhen. By the way, should we reach out to acquaintances there? Previously, did you not mention that one of your uncles is engaged in business over in Shenzhen? Suddenly, Gong Linxue recalled that Lin Tian had indeed spoken of this matter. Prompted by her reminder, Lin Tian realized it was his third uncle's son. He had been in Shenzhen for quite some time, having long ago heard of his success there. His parents frequently boasted in the village about their son's flourishing business, claiming he had amassed substantial wealth. Very well, I shall make contact, Lin Tian replied, and proceeded to call home. Lacking his cousin's phone number, he could only reach out to his family. Lin Tian remembered that communication with them was not particularly frequent. Each time he called, his father would inquire about their lives in the capital. If they needed financial assistance, they would simply call. They still had a bit of money on hand. As a devoted father, his greatest hope was for his son to establish a successful life. It was evident that Lin Tian had already settled down. Now, it was a matter of improving their circumstances. A father knows his son best. His father was well aware of Lin Tian's shortcomings, his laziness, penchant for gambling, troublemaking, and excessive drinking. Whenever he drank, he would inevitably become intoxicated, which had caused Gong Linxue considerable distress on numerous occasions. Dad, how have you been lately? Lin Tian asked as he connected the call. His father's voice came through clearly. We're all doing well. How about you and your wife in the capital? You must refrain from drinking. Now that you have learned your lesson, you should treat your wife with care. His father's admonitions did not annoy Lin Tian in the least. In his previous life, he had often felt that his parents were meddling. There had been several instances of arguments between them. However, after being reborn and experiencing death, he came to understand who truly cared for him. Those so-called friends who indulged in wine and meat were not worth cultivating relationships with. Chapter 100. Gold is everywhere. His father remained deeply concerned for their well-being, particularly as they were known to live frugally. The money they saved was meant to help them through tough times. Even the funds Lin Tian sent home were carefully saved, as they were reluctant to spend, fearing they might face difficulties without the means to assist. Dad, rest assured, I have completely stopped drinking. Moreover, we're doing business in the capital and earning a decent income each month, Lin Tian replied with a smile. Upon hearing this, his father began to advise him again. Striving in that big city is not easy, especially for your wife. If you ever need anything, do not hesitate to call home. Your mother and I have saved a little. Lin Tian knew his parents were being frugal, as expected. All right, Dad, you can rest easy. By the way, did you receive the money I sent back? Yes, we have saved it for you. Whenever you need it, just call us, and we will send it to you. His father responded. Lin Tian shook his head with a bitter smile. My father is simply that kind of person, nothing out of the ordinary. He has always been worried about their lives in the capital, especially my mother, who frequently goes out to work. Generally speaking, they are quite reluctant to prepare a variety of dishes, often opting for pickled vegetables instead. However, Lin Tian repeatedly implores them not to be so frugal. Yet, his parents remain obstinate in their ways. Dad, you shouldn't always be so thrifty. It's essential to buy some vegetables and ensure there are enough dishes each day. If you continue to skimp on food, it will take a toll on your health. And we end up spending money on your medical treatment? That would only complicate matters further. You both need to maintain good health. Lin Tian intentionally expressed this sentiment to dissuade his parents from their penny-pinching habits. Otherwise, their health would inevitably suffer. We're fine. Our health is good. As long as we have enough to eat, that's all that matters, his father replied. Upon hearing this, Lin understood that no matter how he argued, his father and mother would not heed his words. It seemed necessary to find another time to visit home and have a discussion with them about the specific conditions in the capital. Perhaps bringing them to the city for a first-hand experience of their current life would ease their minds considerably. Lin Tian planned to do just that, but the timing was not yet right. At the very least, he needed to purchase a property in the capital first, so that he could eventually invite them over. Dad, I called to ask for Uncle San's phone number. Is he still in Shenzhen? Lin Tian inquired. Mentioning Uncle San momentarily stunned his father, who then responded, Yes, he is in Shenzhen. Why do you ask? I intend to visit Shenzhen, but I'm unfamiliar with the area. So I would like to reach out to Uncle San to see if he could show me around. Lin Tian explained his reason. Oh, I see. All right. I'll contact your Uncle San shortly and have him call you. But be careful when you go to Shenzhen. Don't get into any trouble, his father admonished. Lin Tian nodded earnestly. Okay, Dad, I understand. Moments later, his father ended the call and reached out to Uncle San. Hello, is this San? It should be my older brother, right? Upon answering, Uncle San recognized his older brother's voice. Yes, it's me. How have you been in Shenzhen? Lin Fu asked sternly. Hey, big brother, I've been doing business here in Shenzhen. I tell you, this place is bursting with opportunities. I've always said you should come and join me. Life here would surely be better than yours. Should I bring Xiao Tian over? I can show him the ropes. Uncle Lin Jingyi boasted with a hint of pride. And how do you plan to do that? With the trinkets you brought back, you claim you've struck it rich? Let us see just how wealthy you become. Lin Zhenghai questioned seriously. Oh, big brother, don't take this so seriously. Just because I'm not making money right now doesn't mean I won't in the future. My dear brother, allow me to share with you that I have recently discovered the lucrative potential of the electronics market. I have already established connections, and should this venture flourish, it is certain that substantial profits await. I overheard our younger brother speaking excitedly about it. Lin Zhenghai, however, is quite aware of his antics. He is merely boasting. In truth, after relocating to Shenzhen, he has engaged in minor enterprises. While one might argue that he is not truly profitable, he does earn more than the average individual. Nonetheless, he has accumulated a significant amount of debt, and he is plagued by relentless calls for repayment. Lin Zhenghai has personally experienced such distressing calls. The creditors have made their threats quite clear. If Lin Zhenghai fails to repay on time, they may resort to extreme measures. This infuriated Lin Zhenghai, as he suspected his younger brother was stirring up trouble. Despite the situation being dire, he could not ignore the matter. Reluctantly, he inquired about the total debt, which amounted to a mere 50,000 yuan. A trivial sum, one might say. 50,000 yuan left Lin Zhenghai astounded. He promptly contacted Lin Jingyi, who admitted to borrowing the money but lamented that he currently lacked the means to repay it. Ultimately, Lin Zhenghai assisted his younger brother with a partial repayment, which seemed to appease the creditors for the time being. Subsequently, they were somewhat lenient. They accepted whatever was available, understanding that sometimes there is simply nothing to give. On another note, I have some news for you. Xiao Tian is heading to Shenzhen in the coming days. I will provide you with his contact information so you may reach out. Once he arrives, it is imperative that you look after him, Lin Zhenghai stated with authority. Oh, Xiao Tian is coming? What is he up to? It has been quite a while since I last saw him. Lin Jingyi has always been fond of Lin Tian, particularly as he has no sons, only 2 daughters. Initially, he had hoped for a son, but his wife's health did not permit it. Thus, they have 2 daughters, both of whom are now in high school. For Lin Jingyi, the continuation of the family line rests upon male offspring, hence his high expectations for Lin Tian. Should any issues arise, Lin Tian would readily offer his assistance. At this juncture, Lin Jingyi hastily ended the call and dialed the number Lin Tian had provided. The connection was established swiftly. Xiao Tian, I trust you can recognize my voice? Lin Jingyi inquired with a cheerful tone. Of course, I could tell it's my 3rd uncle, came the reply, as he stepped out of the car upon arriving at the dumpling shop. Well done, young man. At least you can still recognize me. I hear you are coming to Shenzhen to seek your fortune. This place is indeed rife with opportunities, Lin Jingyi remarked.